I am the fated villain. Chapter 366 to Chapter 400. Jiang Chen, don't get involved in this matter. Ji Chuiwei couldn't help but glance at him, frowning. What Jiang Chen had said was equivalent to pushing them to Guchang's opposite side. He didn't leave any room for negotiation at all. Although she knew there was a grudge between Jiang Chen and Guchang, she was still unhappy with his decision. If you have the guts, say that in front of young Lord Chang'e. You're courting death. Chen Ning didn't care about Jiang Chen's mockery at all. She was still smiling. She even glanced at Jiang Chen disdainfully. A mortal who only knew a little bit about the general trend of the universe and the geographical changes. Did he really think he was a big shot? He even dared to provoke young Lord Chang'e? We'll explain this to young Lord Chang'e. It's you, Chen Ning who followed us secretly. How dare you say such a shameless thing? Ji Chuiwei took a deep breath. She had calmed down. She couldn't help but say coldly. I was helping young Lord Chang'e find the Skypalm Tower. I had no choice but to do this. Chen Ning shook her head and smiled. Her red dress was swaying. She walked towards Ji Chuiwei and the others slowly. I believe that all of you will understand my intentions. You. Ji Chuiwei looked angry. Her henchman behind her stepped forward to protect her. B*TCH. Jiang Chen only wanted to curse at this moment. She was such a beautiful woman, but she had to flatter Guchang so much. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. At the same time, he felt resentful. Won't you think about how to explain this later? Chen Ning walked over, smiling. Hearing this, Ji Chuiwei fell silent. She was secretly anxious. If Guchang knew about this, the JIS behind them would be in big trouble. They had asked Jiang Chen to help them find the Skypalm Tower because they wanted to find the Skypalm Tower secretly behind Guchang's back. Then they could leave with it. As long as he kept it a secret from Guchang, everything would be fine. But now, Chen Ning had personally witnessed everything that they had planned. If she told Guchang, even if Guchang didn't pursue the matter on the surface, they would have already offended Guchang. After all, this was no different from obeying in public but opposing in private. Needless to say, she knew the consequences of offending Guchang. When she first made this decision, she and Ji Yaoxing had already guessed that this would be the result. However, they had held on to a fluke mentality and felt that as long as they could hide it, nothing would happen. For a moment, Ji Chuiwei couldn't think of a good solution. If there were any regrets, there would definitely be. However, they already had the heaven-wielding wheel of the 7 treasures of the heaven-wielding sect. If they gave up the heaven-wielding pagoda so easily, they would not be willing to accept it. Now that things had come to this, was there any way to salvage the situation? Chen Ning looked at Ji Chuiwei's slightly pale face and smiled even more brightly. If you have the time, I'd advise you to think about how to explain it to young Master Chang'e later. Although young Master Chang'e has a good temper, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes. I think you should know what happened to the Z mansion. The reclusive Ji family behind you doesn't want to follow in his footsteps, right? As she spoke, she picked up the communication talisman in her hand and indicated that she had already informed Guchang. Seeing this, Ji Chuiwei's face turned even paler. She clenched her slender hands so tightly that her bony fingers turned white. She looked at Chen Ning with a resentful gaze. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Ji Chuiwei never expected that Chen Ning would not only secretly follow them, but also inform Guchang about this matter. Why did they only take action in the middle of the night? Wasn't it because they were worried that Guchang would find out? Chen Ning's current actions were simply planning to make them offend Guchang to the death. She was so heartless. She was so ruthless. Guchang is coming here? Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression also changed slightly. Although he had changed his appearance, he still had an uncontrollable fear of Guchang. Little Chen Zi, the power of heaven and earth in this place can be used by me. For us, this is the most advantageous terrain, especially in that purple mountain. If my senses are not wrong, there is an opportunity that belongs only to you. However, at this moment, the voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune came again, resolute and decisive. A chance that belongs to me only? What on earth is that? You mentioned it just now. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked hurriedly. All you need to do is enter this purple mountain. I'm confident that I can use the terrain here to contend with the others. The voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was full of confidence. Xianxia was relieved to hear this. He could not understand Ji Chuyue's panic, as if the sky was falling. As far as he was concerned, he had done his duty by helping Ji Chuyue and others find the heavenly palm tower. As for offending Gu Chang'e, hadn't the Ji siblings been prepared for this? How arrogant. I don't believe Gu Chang'e is so strong that he can do whatever he wants in the upper realm. No one can compete with him for the treasure he has set his mind on. Xianxia spoke again. He sounded indignant, as if he was persuading Ji Chuyue, but more than that, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Gu Chang'e. How dare an ant talk about young Lord Chang'e? You're courting death. Ji Chuyue did not say anything in response. A cold look flashed in Chen Ning'er's eyes. She raised her hand. Several divine runes streaked across the air. They turned into arrows and shot toward Xianxia, intending to kill him there and then. Although she was far weaker than those top young supreme venerables, dealing with an ordinary person like Xianxia was as easy as stepping on an ant. Xianxia turned pale. He did not expect Chen Ning'er to be so vicious. She attacked without hesitation, showing no mercy at all. Stop. At the crucial moment, Ji Chuyue gnashed her teeth and attacked. The green flute in her hand flew out. It turned into a hazy light. Like a cloud, it stood in front of Xianxia, blocking Chen Ning'er's attack for him. Even so, Xianxia turned pale. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He almost collapsed on the ground. Great. Ji Chuyue, you are really bold. This ant insulted young Lord Chang'e. How dare you defend him? I think you are going to go against young Lord Chang'e. Chen Ning'er said with a cold smile. Ji Chuyue turned pale. She wanted to explain, but she did not have the nerve to speak. With the status of her family, they would never have the nerve to go against Gu Chang'e. Especially when it was something so obvious. However, it was impossible for her to watch Xianxia get killed without doing anything. She would just stand by and watch him die. She could not do that. Boom. However, at this moment, they suddenly heard a dreadful noise coming from the purple mountain behind them. It sounded like a wave, but also like a giant boulder rolling down. It kept rolling over. Everyone looked over with shocked expressions on their faces. They saw the mountain range shrouded in purple mist suddenly come to life. Thick purple mist started to emit from every rock. It covered the whole area in an instant. Such a change shocked everyone. Even Chen Ning'er and the others looked over. They could not believe what they were seeing. Buzz, all of a sudden, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky. Like a small burning sun, it was scorching hot and dreadful. It dashed out of the purple mountain. Brother! Ji Chuyue could not help but shout. She looked very worried. It was Ji Yaoxing, who had just broken into the purple mountain. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. His hair was disheveled. He was covered in blood. His robe was in tatters. He was in a mess. Apparently, he had run into some kind of danger. However, he still looked calm. He landed quickly from the air. He glanced at Ji Chuyue. Then he laid his eyes on Xianxia without saying anything. Brother, are you all right? Ji Chuyue asked. She was very worried. At the same time, she told Ji Yaoxing what had happened outside. I'm fine. I heard about it in the Purple Mountain. Ji Yaoxing nodded, telling her not to worry. Elder brother Yaoxing, did you get anything there? Chen Ning'er asked with a smile, as if she were waiting for a good show. I know where the Skypalm Tower is. Ji Yaoxing said calmly, but it'll take me some time to find it. Eh? Chen Ning'er was struck dumb. Apparently, she had not expected Ji Yaoxing to be so calm. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing said calmly again, I didn't expect you to follow me. I didn't expect you to follow in the dark. I'm afraid this matter will alarm young Master Chang'e. I planned to give the Skypalm Tower to young Lord Chang'e after I got it. This will save him some trouble. But I have to trouble young Lord Chang'e to deal with such a trivial matter. Miss Ning I'll see how you explain it to young Lord Chang'e. What? Not only was Chen Ning struck dumb, but his younger sister Ji Chuiyue was also struck dumb. She did not come to herself for a good while. Jiang Chen sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. He could not help but frown. Brother, what do you mean? Ji Chuiyue felt dizzy. She did not understand Ji Yaoxing's words. Chen Ning frowned. She could not help but ask, Ji Yaoxing, what do you mean? Why do you want me to explain it to young Lord Chang'e? She was not polite at all. She called Ji Yaoxing by his full name directly. It's because of what you did that ruined my plan. Ji Yaoxing's voice was calm. Together with his calm expression, he gave people an indescribable sense of trust. Ji Chuiyue was also at a loss. Did her brother have a plan that he hadn't told her? What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Chen Ning'er's voice was very cold. The Skypalm Tower that young Lord Chang'e wants is here, but I can't take it out with my ability. I can't even find it. Jiang Chen, who is behind me, is a divine origin master. With him, it will be easy for us to find the Skypalm Tower and take it out. Ji Yaoxing's voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. At the same time, he exposed Jiang Chen's identity. He pointed at Jiang Chen immediately. Ji Yaoxing, you've outlived your usefulness. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. He stared at Ji Yaoxing angrily. What he was most worried about had happened. However, Ji Yaoxing did not care about him. He did not even look at him. Hearing this, Chen Ning'er's expression changed a little. She began to feel bewildered. If Gu Chang'e's plan was ruined because of her, she would be the one who deserved to die. Even if she had to die to apologize, she would not be qualified to do so. Divine Origin Master? Gazing at Jiang Chen, she was somewhat shocked. She sized him up carefully. Of course, she knew what this meant. No wonder he's so capable. Then Chen Ning smiled coldly. But what does what you've told me have to do with your plan? Jiang Chen has a grudge against young Lord Chang'e. He didn't want to help us find the Skypalm Tower after learning about it. That's why my sister and I had to resort to this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to help us find the Skypalm Tower. Ji Yaoxing sighed. His expression changed slightly. Unfortunately, because of you, we have to give up on this plan. The Skypalm Tower is here, but without a Divine Origin Master's help, we can't take it out. Since he had made it so clear, everyone knew what he meant. So there's such a thing? Does he have a grudge against young Lord Chang'e? Chen Ning could not tell whether Ji Yaoxing was telling the truth. However, if this Divine Origin Master in front of them had a grudge against Gu Chang'e, the Ji siblings would not have the guts to take him in. Elder brother, Ji Chuiyue looked at Ji Yaoxing in a daze. It seemed she had not expected him to say that either. He had pushed all the blame to Jiang Chen. This made her feel that the Ji Yaoxing in front of her had become very strange. In the past, he would never have said such a thing, nor would he have done such a thing. He had betrayed her and burned the bridge after crossing it. Although she knew her elder brother was doing this for her and for the family, she could not accept it at the moment. She threw Jiang Chen an apologetic look, but Jiang Chen did not notice her. Ji Yaoxing, I didn't expect an upright person like you to do such a thing. I was blind today. I should have led the way for you. I won't forget what you did today. Jiang Chen could not help but smile coldly. His look was very cold. There was no anger or hatred in his eyes. He was completely disappointed. He didn't expect that the first thing Ji Yaoxing did after he showed up would be to sell him out. He had sold him out, and he had cut off all ties with him. Jiang Chen was aware that if this night's incident hadn't occurred, Ji Yaoxing would have spoken in a completely different way. Previously, he had even thought that Ji Yaoxing was someone he could befriend. He was totally blind. Well, catch him then. I don't believe he will have the nerve to disobey us if we torture him. Then Chen Ning'er's look towards Jiang Chen became cold. However, at this moment, divine rainbows flashed in the distant sky. They were very obvious in the dark night. A group of people were coming. The leaders were a man and a woman. Their robes were fluttering in the wind. They looked very elegant. They were Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. Jiang Chen turned pale. He wanted to leave, but he did not have the nerve to move because everyone was staring at him. Greetings, young Lord Xianxia. Seeing Gu Xianxia coming, Chen Ning hurried to greet him. She was a little nervous. According to Ji Yaxing's words, she had indeed ruined his plan. Besides, it was she who had informed Gu Xianxia that he would come here. However, after coming here, she had only seen traces of the heavenly palm tower. She had not seen the real one. Compared to Ji Yaxing's prudent approach, she had been reckless. She could not help but break out in a cold sweat at the thought of Gu Xianxia blaming her. Young Lord Xianxia. The brother and sister of the Ji family also hurried to greet him. However, compared to Ji Yaxing, who was very calm, Ji Chuyue was very nervous. Oh, I seem to have come too late. Did I miss something? Gu Xianxia did not pay attention to them. There was a faint smile on his face as his gaze fell on Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaxing. He seemed to be interested in them. Ji Chuyue's expression changed slightly. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She had not had such a direct feeling when she had met Gu Xianxia. However, at that moment, she only felt a dreadful pressure coming at her. She was almost suffocating and out of breath. Young Lord Xianxia, it's like this. At that moment, Chen Ning hurriedly reported what had just happened, not daring to hide anything. She told him everything, including how she had followed the brother and sister of the Ji family, how she had overheard their conversation, and how Ji Yaxing had explained to him. Yu Mingkong took a deep look at Ji Yaxing. She looked cold and deep, but she did not say anything. She certainly knew what Ji Yaxing was thinking, but she did not want to point it out. She wanted to know how the brother and sister of the Ji family were going to solve this problem. After hearing this, Gu Xianxia smiled at Chen Ning and said, "It's been hard on you. Young Lord Xianxia, you are welcome. It's my honor." Chen Ning was flattered by Gu Xianxia's words instead of blaming her. She hurried to wave her hand. To be able to hear these words, in her opinion, it was all worth it. Elder brother Yao Xing, I heard you were going to help me find the Sky Palm Tower? Then, Gu Xianxia looked at Ji Yaxing with interest. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Although Ji Yaxing maintained his composure, Ji Chuyue could clearly see that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that her elder brother was not as calm and steady as he looked. When facing Gu Xianxia, they could finally experience the power that was said to make people tremble in fear and their divine souls tremble. This was the kind of huge gap that was difficult to cross. Young Lord Xianxia, my sister and I had this idea when we heard you were going to look for the Sky Palm Tower. However, Jiangchen did not cooperate with us, so we came up with this plan. Ji Yaxing said calmly. Besides, my sister and I are going to contact our families after we find the Sky Palm Tower. We will give the Sky Palm wheels we have to young Lord Xianxia as a gift. It's a pity that we didn't tell Miss Chen Ning about this. That's why young Lord Xianxia got involved. I'm sorry. What? Not only Chen Ning was struck dumb by Ji Yaxing's words. Even Jiang Chen, who had been staring at Ji Yaxing with hatred and coldness, was struck dumb. You have the Sky Palm wheels? Chen Ning could not believe what she had heard. It was like a dream. The Ji siblings were going to give the Sky Palm wheels away. This was beyond her expectation. However, it seemed like this was the only way. Yeah? That's what happened. Hearing this, Gu Xianxia didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Ji Yaxing and Ji Chuyue. It's true. I wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Xianxia. Ji Yaxing looked at him calmly. He was sweating. Ji Chuyue lowered her head. She clenched her fists. She knew why her brother had said this. After all, they were in a disadvantageous situation. Ji Yaxing's explanation could fool Chen Ning and others, but it could not fool Gu Xianxia. Instead of offending Gu Xianxia, it would be better to give the Sky Palm wheels to him. In this way, even if Gu Xianxia knew the whole story, he would not look into it for the sake of the Sky Palm wheels. So, thank you, Taoist brother Yaxing. Finally, Gu Xianxia smiled. Her smile was light, and she withdrew her gaze. Not until then did the Ji siblings come to themselves from the dreadful power. They felt their backs were soaked with sweat. A breeze blew by. It was bone-chilling. The full moon was like a string wrapped in silver light. The purple mountain stood tall, flowing with a misty purple light. From time to time, terrifying sounds came from it, like rolling boulders, rumbling. In the valley, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and lowered their eyes, not daring to say anything. Even Xianxia could not help but feel a chill on her back, and her face was slightly pale. Although Xianxia was not asking her that just now. However, that kind of soul-shaking and suffocating feeling was like a nightmare that lingered around everyone. Finally, Xianxia retracted his gaze and smiled. The terrifying feeling that shrouded everyone's heads dissipated slightly. Everyone felt as if they had been fished out of the water. Their limbs were cold, and their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Xianxia and the others even suspected that if Xiaoxing had said something wrong just now, they would have been greeted with a destructive blow. Even in the rumors, Xianxia's strength was an existence that could fight with a quasi-supreme. If he wanted to kill Xiaoxing, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Young Master Xianxia, don't worry. Although I didn't get the Heavenly Palm Tower today, I've already sent my family over. But Yaoxing has already informed the family and will be able to send the Celestial Palm Wheel over soon. It can be considered as a small apology. I hope that young Master Xianxia will be magnanimous and forgive me and my sister's mistake today. Yaoxing heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and said with a respectful expression. Brother Yaoxing, you're so considerate. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Hearing that, Xianxia smiled faintly, still looking calm. How could he not know what everyone was thinking, but he did not care. Even if Yaoxing did not hand over the Heavenly Palm Tower, he would find an opportunity to force the Ji family to hand it over. Yaoxing being so reasonable saved him some trouble. Ji Chuiwa looked at Xianxia in fear and quickly lowered her head. When she first saw Xianxia, she was only curious. What kind of existence was this rumored number one person of the younger generation? She could not feel his terrifying power that was enough to make the upper realm tremble. It was only today that she fully experienced it. Just now, she almost couldn't stand properly. She suspected that even if their father, the head of the reclusive Ji family, stood in front of Xianxia today, his performance would not be any better than theirs. Young Lord Xianxia, how are you going to deal with Jiangchen? Hearing Xianxia's words, the stone in Ji Yaoxing's heart finally fell, and he seemed much more relaxed. His calm and reserved face suddenly lit up. He looked at Jiangchen, who was standing behind him with a pale face and seemed to be in shock. Jiangchen still hadn't recovered from the shock. 29 His expression changed when he heard that Ji Yaoxing wanted to deal with him. He didn't have time to think too much. He quickly asked the spirit of the immortal boat in his mind what he had to do to survive today. Your only choice now is to escape into the purple mountain behind you. The faster, the better. As long as you get there, I'll be able to use the terrain there to fight against them. This is your only way out. I didn't expect that the Ji siblings wouldn't help you. I overestimated their courage and guts, but I also underestimated Xianxia's power. The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat was unprecedentedly heavy. But how can I escape from them? They'll catch up with me in an instant. Jiangchen frowned. He was very nervous. He had been thinking about escaping, but Ji Yaoxing's subordinates and Xianxia's subordinates were watching him closely. He did not have the nerve to act rashly. I'll take advantage of the situation here to create a chance for you to escape. You should seize the opportunity. Don't miss it, the spirit of the immortal boat said in a low voice. Jiangchen nodded. He felt very heavy, too. If he was careless, both his body and soul would be destroyed. He was very nervous. His palms and back were sweating. Jiangchen? This name sounds familiar to me. Ji Yaoxing had said that. Xianxia thought for a while. Then he looked like he was thinking. But I don't think I've seen this face before. He laid his eyes on Jiangchen with interest, as if he was going to size him up thoroughly. Jiangchen has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He said he had a grudge against young Lord Xianxia. He changed his appearance because he was worried young Lord Xianxia would notice him. This isn't his original appearance. Ji Yaoxing explained in a low voice. Oh, a divine origin master? He changed his appearance. Did I remember it wrong? I don't remember having a grudge against any divine origin master. Guchanga was still smiling. He didn't seem to care at all. Jiangchen said it himself. He wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Chang'e, Ji Yaxing explained. At the same time, he looked towards Jiangchen coldly. He tried many times to instigate my sister and me to murder young Lord Chang'e. He tried to push the Ji family into a deep abyss. He deserves to be killed. Chen Ning-er and the others were also surprised. They hadn't expected this youngster with a divine origin master to have the nerve to do that. Murder Guchanga? How daring and brave did he have to be? Guchanga smiled. He didn't say anything. He didn't look away, but he seemed to be pondering. Jiangchen knew Guchanga must have known who he was, but he hadn't pointed it out. At that moment, he said with a cold expression, Guchanga, you really have a short memory. I still remember clearly the enmity between me and my companions. As he spoke, his expression changed. According to the method Ji Chuyue had taught him, he showed his true face. In an instant, Jiangchen turned from a youngster into a young man. His appearance had changed so much that everyone was surprised. Seeing this, Guchanga nodded. Then he said with interest, it's you. But what do you mean by that? I let you go out of kindness, but now you blame me. Aren't you ungrateful? Even an ungrateful person shouldn't be like this. Don't you think so? When Jiangchen heard his casual and indifferent tone, he felt an indescribable anger surging to his head. However, he forced himself to calm down. He said coldly, you don't even dare admit what you've done. Guchanga, can you be more shameless than this? You let us go on the surface, but in fact, you sent people to kill us. Ruoying is so pure and kind. She trusted you so much that she couldn't see your true face. As soon as he mentioned Xiao Ruoying, he felt an indescribable hatred and pain. It spread from the bottom of his heart, as if it was going to tear him apart. People were confused by the hatred between Jiangchen and Guchanga. They didn't know what had happened. Let them go? Kill them all? Yu Mingkong was the only one who glanced at Guchanga. She was pondering. She was thinking about the woman Jiangchen had mentioned. Who was she? It looked like another woman had fallen into Guchanga's hands without her knowledge. And that was why Jiangchen had become enemies with Guchanga. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to ask Guchanga about the woman named Ruoying when she had the time. That's what you're talking about. Xiao Ruoying has a legendary body. She's not in the same world as you. It's not good for you to be entangled with her. You still don't understand? Guchanga said casually, as if he had lost interest in Jiangchen. Stop fooling around, Guchanga. That's just an excuse. Ruoying is new to this world. She doesn't know anything. That's why she was fooled by you. She couldn't see your true face. Jiangchen was extremely angry. He looked like he was going to skin Guchanga alive. How dare you? Master let you go out of kindness. It's okay if you don't appreciate it, but now you're making false accusations. Master is kind. He doesn't want to lower himself to your level. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for attacking you. If Master wants to kill you, there won't be a place for you in the entire upper realm. You won't be able to survive. However, Guchanga didn't want to talk to Jiangchen anymore. He looked calm. He didn't even look at Jiangchen. It was a follower behind him who had spoken. It had a terrifying appearance like a yiksha. It was full of energy and killing intent. Its words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. Although it sounded very arrogant and domineering, this was the truth. That was true. With Guchanga's power, if he wanted to kill Jiangchen, how could he, an ordinary person, escape? Jiangchen got even angrier. He couldn't help but smile coldly. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been killed by those creatures he sent. Of course, I wouldn't have survived until now. You're courting death. You're courting death. The yiksha-like creature flew into a rage. It was going to attack Jiangchen. A dreadful cyan palm print flew across the sky. It was going to fall from the sky, giving off a terrifying roar. The ground was shaking. The mountains were rumbling. Many energies were intertwined. It was extremely powerful. Even a genius of the saint state would have to be cautious, let alone a mortal like Xianxia. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. His face turned pale and desperate. He hadn't expected his rival to be so cruel. He didn't want to give him any chance to escape. He was going to kill him here. Chen Ning and the others were watching this indifferently. They didn't show any emotion. Ji Yaoxing also looked the same. Only Ji Chuyue couldn't bear it. She lowered her head. She couldn't bear to watch this. At first, she had thought Xianxia was fun. That was why she had sent him so many spiritual herbs to practice. Then she had become curious about the divine origin master techniques he had shown. However, no one had expected the hatred between Xianxia and Guchanga to be so great. Besides, the JIS, who had been living in seclusion, were also involved. If they didn't want to follow the Zifu's example, they had to cut ties with Xianxia. The best way was to blame all the troubles on Xianxia. I'm sorry, Xianxia, Ji Chuyue's look dimmed. She felt guilty, but she didn't have the nerve to help him. Guchanga, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, Xianxia was desperate. He couldn't help but shout at the palm that could crush him into a bloody mist. Boom, boom. The air was shaking, as if it was going to explode. Leave now. However, at this critical moment, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared. His face was cold and gloomy, but there was a terrifying Saint Realm pressure circulating around his body. He waved his sleeve to ward off the palm that was falling down. At the same time, he grabbed Xianxia, who was pale and desperate, and flew into the purple mountain at high speed. For Xianxia, the way forward was blocked. The only way back was in the purple mountain behind him. Senior black-robed, Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He hadn't expected the black-robed senior to show up again to save him at his most desperate moment. At this moment, he was extremely excited and touched. You're so stupid. The G siblings can't be trusted. You were so stupid to lead the way for them. Now you regret it? The black-robed old man spoke as if he had expected better from Xianxia. He wished he could slap Xianxia to death. Even so, his movements were still very fast. He grabbed Xianxia and fled into the purple mountain. He turned into a black light and disappeared in a second. Who is this guy? If I'm not mistaken, he should be a great saint, right? This sudden scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Xianxia to have such a strong man behind him. He had saved Xianxia at such a critical moment. And this black-robed old man was really bold. He had saved Xianxia from Guchanga so openly. This action was tantamount to making Guchanga angry. They didn't know who this black-robed old man was, but even though he was a great saint, he would probably die after offending Guchanga. As had been said before, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. Xianxia unexpectedly has a great Saint Realm expert behind him. It's no wonder that he was so confident and spoke to us in such a manner. But why did he join the School of the Divine Ruins? Did he know where the Heavenly Palm Tower was, so he came here on purpose? What he said and did was just to cover up. Ji Yaoxing frowned. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Glancing at Guchanga, who looked a bit sullen, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Master, please forgive me. The Ixia-like creature was going to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. After all, it was his carelessness that allowed the black-robed old man to show up suddenly and save Xianxia. Guchanga waved his hand. He looked normal again. He said, "It's none of your business." Looks like Xianxia is confident. That's why he has the nerve to talk like that. A great saint is behind him. Looks like he's had a lot of opportunities recently. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She had a feeling Guchanga was implying something. When the black-robed old man appeared just now, his expression was calm and did not change in the slightest. It was obvious that he had long expected this scene. So, she couldn't help but wonder. If Xianxia was Guchanga's pawn, what about the black-robed old man? She felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of this. As expected, once one was targeted by Guchanga, it would be his worst nightmare. It would be impossible to get rid of him for the rest of one's life. Xianxia has a great saint behind him. Ji Yue couldn't believe it. Ji Chuiyue only reacted after a long while. For some reason, she felt a chill run down her spine. What was Jiang Chen's purpose for joining the School of the Divine Ruins? Judging from what he had done, the black-robed old man was probably his protector. The Purple Mountain is extremely dangerous. Even if Jiang Chen goes there, he'll definitely die. Besides, I don't think there's a way out behind the Purple Mountain. The only way out is with us. Even if he's lucky enough to escape, he'll have to leave here in the end. At this moment, Chen Ning couldn't help but say. She was sure Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. All they had to do was wait at the entrance of the Purple Mountain and wait for Jiang Chen to walk into the trap. However, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. He said in a deep voice, "The Purple Mountain is steep. It's a space of its own. Although it's dangerous, Jiang Chen is a divine origin master. He has many mysterious methods. Maybe he can find a way out there. When I explored the Purple Mountain, I found many ancient creatures were suppressed there. The closer you were to the Purple Mountain, the stronger those creatures were. Some of them were even stronger than the Saint State." He didn't think Jiang Chen would die there. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, they probably wouldn't have found the Sky Palm Tower. So, he guessed Jiang Chen must have had the nerve to escape into the Purple Mountain because he was confident about something. Since the Sky Palm Tower is in the Purple Mountain, I'll find it even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Jiang Chen isn't a threat at all. Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. Then his followers turned into holy rainbows and soared into the sky. They dashed into the Purple Mountain. They didn't want to waste any more time there. Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong didn't plan to enter the Purple Mountain. So, Ning will send her subordinates to explore the Purple Mountain. She'll help young Lord Chang'e catch Jiang Chen by the way. Seeing this, Chen Ning turned serious. She hurried to say. Then she started to give orders to her subordinates. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue glanced at each other. They didn't dare waste any more time. They started to give orders to their subordinates. They were going to enter the Purple Mountain to look for the Sky Palm Tower and catch Jiang Chen. Suddenly, the Purple Mountain was full of brilliant lights. Although they knew the Purple Mountain was full of dangers, they didn't dare disobey Gu Chang'e. They hurried to enter the Purple Mountain. They didn't dare waste any time. Was it important to be a tool at this moment? Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were left there. Even the Ji siblings had chosen not to stay outside. How? Sure are you that Jiang Chen can find the Sky Palm Tower? Yu Mingkong was curious. She laid her eyes on Gu Chang'e. She didn't ask Gu Chang'e what his plan was. She only wanted to know why he was so sure that Jiang Chen could find the Sky Palm Tower. 100%. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He looked like he could see through the whole Purple Mountain and see what was inside. He wasn't confident in Jiang Chen. He was confident in Jiang Chen's luck. Otherwise, how could he be called the son of luck? Besides, Jiang Chen had another holy object, the fairy boat of good fortune. With the help of the fairy boat of good fortune, wouldn't it be easy for Jiang Chen to get the Sky Palm Tower? The Ji siblings and Chen Ning were only there to serve as a foil for Jiang Chen. Unknowingly, you've already schemed to such a deep level. Everyone has become a tool in your hands. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She looked very calm. She didn't think he could be described as a monster. It's not really a plan. It just went well. Besides the Sky Palm Tower, I've got the Sky Palm Wheel. It's a pleasant surprise. Now I'm just waiting for Jiang Chen to find the Sky Palm Tower for me. Gu Chang'e smiled noncommittally. The Purple Mountain was very spacious. It was not as steep and high as the outside world. There were crisscrossing paths inside, shining with all kinds of lights, leading in all directions. As the misty purple light fell, it felt like a giant mountain was hanging over people's heads. It gave people an inexplicable pressure. Rocks were scattered everywhere. There were all kinds of marks on the walls. There were knife, spear, sword, halberd, and claw marks, as if they were telling the story of the battle that had taken place here. As soon as Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man arrived here, they felt a great and dreadful pressure falling from above, as if it was going to crush them. Could it be that the Purple Mountain is suppressing something? The black-robed old man frowned. He chose a random path and walked on it. Then he could not help but curse. He threw Xianxia onto the ground unhappily. "Senior, thank you for saving my life again. I won't forget it." Xianxia hurried to get to his feet. He did not blame the black-robed old man for his rude behavior. Instead, he bowed to him respectfully. He was very grateful. He had been desperate. He did not have any way to fight back. Even the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind could not save him in time. However, to his surprise, the black-robed old man had been following him secretly and had saved him again. He was grateful and excited. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it, forget it. Whenever you can make this old man feel less worried, that would be the greatest gratitude you can give to this old man. The black-robed old man snorted. He was very unhappy. Why don't you just practice in the school of divine ruins? Why don't you think about revenge when you've achieved something? But you don't listen to me. You think you're capable, so you want to meddle in everything. I can save you once, but do you think I can save you all the time? It's not like you don't know how scary that Xianxia is. Why do you have to provoke him? If there's a next time, I won't save you." Although the black-robed old man was scolding him, Xianxia felt warm in his heart when he realized the old man was really worried about him. Although the black-robed old man was not a good person, he had saved him many times. On the other hand, although Xianxia, Yaoxing, and the others looked righteous, their actions were much more ruthless than the black-robed old man. "Senior, I understand. Once I'm done here, I'll find a place to bitterly cultivate the myriad demonic metamorphosis technique. I'll only come out when my cultivation base is high enough." Xianxia looked resolute as he promised. After the events of the past few days, he had deeply felt the importance of power in this world. The reason why Xianxia could easily suppress Chuiyue, Yaoxing, and the others and make them treat him with respect and reverence was because Xianxia was stronger than them. It's useless to talk about this now. That Xianxia definitely won't let you go. This purple mountain is very mysterious. In this place, even this old man is greatly restricted. It's very difficult for me to help you. If you can't find a way out here, you'll end up dead. Revenge? Hee hee. The black-robed old man smiled coldly. He looked quite disdainful. Xianxia also understood the importance of this matter. There was no way out, and there were pursuers behind, so he hurried to communicate with the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat in his mind. The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat had told him it would be able to deal with other enemies after entering the Purple Mountain. This gave Xianxia a glimmer of hope. "Don't worry, little Chinzi. I've sensed a familiar energy here. It seems to have been left by an old acquaintance of the Celestial Palace. As the artifact spirit and the artifact body of the blessed immortal boat, we won't run into any danger here." The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat said confidently. Xianxia was overjoyed to hear that. He did not doubt it at all. Although the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat could be very unreliable sometimes, at this moment, they were in the same boat. How could it joke around? That's not good. Someone is breaking in from outside. Hurry up and go deeper. I'll block them for you. However, at this moment, the black-robed old man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned pale. He said to Xianxia anxiously. "They've caught up with us?" Xianxia also turned pale. He realized how urgent this matter was. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to the black-robed old man. However, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he asked, "Senior, what about you?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to get away after blocking them. I'll come to join you. You must find a way to survive before that. Otherwise, if Xianxia catches up with us, we'll both die." The black-robed old man looked unprecedentedly serious. After saying that, he walked back to the path he came from. A dreadful energy spread everywhere. A black long knife surrounded by a black light appeared in his hand. He threw the knife at the many practitioners who had caught up with him. It was extremely powerful, as if it was going to split the void open. The people who had caught up with him spurted blood and retreated. They were not a match for a great saint. "Senior, be careful. I'll leave a route according to the method you've taught me. You must follow me. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. He did not have the nerve to stay here for long. Then he fled into the depths of the purple mountain. Although the dreadful energy over his head could fall at any time, as if it was so heavy that it could crush him into pieces, he did not care. He believed the spirit of the vessel of fortune. He fled into the depths of the purple mountain. He did not dare stay there. Boom! The dreadful sound of fighting echoed in the purple mountain. Many mysterious creatures sleeping in the corners were alerted. They all went to where the fight was taking place. It was a smooth journey. The closer one got to the depths of the purple mountain, the more terrifying it was. Purple mist would seep out from between some of the mountain rocks. It was very mysterious, but also very dangerous. Xianxia saw with his own eyes a mysterious creature in the purple mountain turn into a mist of blood in an instant when it came into contact with the purple fog. He was shocked. A dreadful chill ran down his spine. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of fortune, he was able to reverse the topography of this place. He went deeper into the purple mountain safely. Some creatures with dreadful energies noticed him, but they did not attack him. They just glanced at him, as if he was one of their kind. They did not pay much attention to him. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He finally felt relieved. He had been tense for a long time. Little Xianxia, keep going. I've sensed the palace's location. If I'm not wrong, we're going to be rich. The spirit of the vessel of fortune sounded excited, as if it had seen the treasure and found it for them. Xianxia nodded. He did not stop. Following the spirit of the vessel of fortune's words, he kept going. However, when he arrived at the cave, his expression changed drastically. It could be seen that the walls were covered in bloodstains that had long dried up. However, it was still a ghastly sight, leaving one horrified. They didn't know what happened here before. There was a layer of white bones under his feet. They were of different shapes, including those of humans and other races. Some of them were sparkling like jade, while some were as black as ink. They were as tall as hills. However, the road ahead was cut off when he arrived here, but it was not cut off. Instead, he saw an indestructible stone wall. It shone with the same light and material as the purple mountain. He could not crack it at all. This purple mountain's material was extremely sturdy and special. Even if cultivators fought inside, it would be difficult to damage it in the slightest. Is this a dead end? Xianxia frowned. He had not expected to be stopped here after following the guidance of the vessel of fortune. Don't worry. There must be a way. Let me try to find it, the spirit of the vessel of fortune said. Xianxia nodded. Then the shadow of a bronze flying boat appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. Then it merged with the stone wall in front of him slowly, as if it was going to go through to the other side. There is a way here, the spirit of the vessel of fortune said in a pleasantly surprised voice. Really? Xianxia was pleasantly surprised, too. I'm going to open this stone wall. Except for me, no one can open it. This purple mountain is much harder than I imagined. I suspect it doesn't belong to this realm. Even Xianxia won't be able to pass through here. The spirit of the vessel of fortune said confidently. At the same time, a misty light appeared. It looked like veins of stars were intertwining here. In the end, they showed up on the stone wall and connected with each other. Rumble, in an instant, there was a loud noise. The mountain gave way to the stone wall. The stone wall opened up, on the other side, Chen Ning Ji Chuiyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others were looking for Xianxia and the black-robed old man, but they were not together. After all, the purple mountain was well connected. If they did not look for Xianxia separately, it would be impossible to find him. It was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. As to where the sky-reaching tower was, they had no clue at all. Chuiyue, are you blaming me? Looking at his sister, who had been silent, Ji Yaoxing finally could not help but ask. No. I know you have your reasons. You're doing this for the sake of the family. Ji Chuiyue shook her head, but she still looked sad. She was a kind-hearted person. Before this, she had always thought her brother Ji Yaoxing was the same, just and steady. However, what she had seen that day was really hard for her to accept. Xianxia's cold look cut her heart like a knife. After all, it was they who had gotten Xianxia involved in this. However, they had gotten out of this smoothly and left all the trouble to Xianxia. Now they were even sending people to hunt him down. Ji Chuiwei really could not bear it. You're too naive. When Xianxia came to you, he had an ulterior motive. You should know that there was a great saint behind him, but why did he still want to join the school of divine ruins? Have you ever considered this? On the contrary, Xianxia has been urging us to punish Guchanga. Do you really think he has no ulterior motives? You think people are too kind. Ji Yaoxing sighed and said with a calm voice. Ji Chuiwei could not help but open her eyes wide in surprise. She thought about it carefully and found there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Xianxia seemed to have ulterior motives when he had approached her. At the thought of this, she felt much better. However, Ji Chuiwei recalled something else. She said reluctantly, "Brother, are we really going to give the mastering heavenly wheel we got with great difficulty to Guchanga?" In order to get the mastering heavenly wheel, the reclusive JIS behind them had paid a great price. However, at the moment, they had to give the mastering heavenly wheel they had gotten with great difficulty to someone else. How could they be willing? Ji Yaoxing showed a bitter smile involuntarily. He said, "We have no choice. If we don't do this, Guchanga won't let it go." Do you think the rumored Guchanga is a good person? Take the Purple Mansion as an example. If Guchanga was really kind, he would not have disabled Lord of Heaven Ziyang. In my opinion, all of this is just an excuse he made for the sake of the Purple Mansion. As to what enmity there is between Xianxia and him, let's not meddle in it. Don't be curious about it. We should just pretend we don't know about it. Ji Chuiwei agreed with Ji Yaoxing. She nodded and remained silent. Rumors could not be trusted completely. She had experienced it herself. It's okay if we can't find the mastering heavenly tower, but we must find Xianxia. Otherwise, we won't be able to report to Guchanga, Ji Yaoxing said. Then he and Ji Chuiwei continued to lead the team to chase after Xianxia. However, they had not gone far when they suddenly saw many mysterious creatures with powerful energies charging at them. Black clouds were rolling around them. They were very aggressive. They looked similar to all races, but their energies were obviously different. Chi. Many lights were shot over. They streaked across the air like swords and knives. They carried a strong power that was terrifying. That's not good. Back then, I encountered this type of creature. Hurry and retreat. Even if Xianxia can escape from us, he won't survive. Ji Yaoxing turned pale. He hurried to retreat with Ji Chuiwei and the others. He had noticed that the powerful black-robed old man had stayed behind to stall them and cover Xianxia's retreat. In other words, the two had fled in different directions. Xianxia was so weak. If he had run into such creatures, would he have been able to survive? Ji Chuiwei curled her lips. She did not dare stay there. She hurried to retreat along the path they had come from. As Ji Yaoxing had said, unless Xianxia was extremely strong, how could he survive facing such mysterious creatures after separating from the black-robed old man? Soon, the Ji family's brother and sister also retreated out of the Purple Mountain. However, they were surprised to see that Chen Ning had retreated before them. However, she was not in a good state. She looked pale. Her energy was weak. She looked frightened. Only 2 or 3 of the subordinates she had brought with her were left. All of them were heavily injured. It looked like she had run into great danger after entering. She was lucky to have escaped alive. The Ji family's brother and sister became serious. They were going to report what had happened to them to Guchanga, but Guchanga waved his hand to stop them. Looks like the Purple Mountain is full of dangers. All of the people who entered it died. Guchanga squinted. He sounded like he was talking to himself. There are many paths in the Purple Mountain. All of them lead to the deepest part of the mountain. Xianxia was separated from the black-robed old man. I think he's doomed. Those mysterious creatures are very strong. Xianxia will be torn into pieces in an instant if no one is protecting him. Chen Ning said in a hurry. She still looked scared. She had not expected the Purple Mountain to be so dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a powerful protective item, it was very likely that she would have died in there. Oh? Anyway, I'm determined to get the sky-reaching tower. Looks like I'll have to go into the Purple Mountain. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be interested. I'll go with you, Yu Mingkong said without hesitation. That won't be necessary. You stay outside. If anything happens, I won't worry. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yu Mingkong's reply, he took a step forward. The air became blurred. A golden path appeared in front of him. It penetrated the path and landed in the Purple Mountain. Boom! A horrible sound that made people's hearts tremble and souls feel like they were going to explode came from there. The mountains trembled. The ground collapsed. It was a horrible scene. Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, Chen Ning and the others were shocked. They had not expected Gu Chang'e to do it himself. However, in his opinion, although those mysterious creatures were strong, they were not necessarily a match for him. However, the dangers in the Purple Mountain were not all because of those mysterious creatures. Gu Chang'e is strong, but there are many creatures in the Purple Mountain. The paths are intertwined. It's easy to get lost. Besides, there are many natural formation patterns. Danger is everywhere, Ji Yaoxing thought to himself, frowning slightly. He glanced at Yu Mingkong. She looked cold and indifferent, as if she was confident in Gu Chang'e. She was not worried about him at all. In the Purple Mountain, many creatures were roaring. They looked cold. They were fighting against the practitioners who were still there. They rushed out of the caves like a tide. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them. Buzz! As Gu Chang'e stepped into the Purple Mountain, a strange sound came from the void. It sounded like a bell, but also like the sound of a tower. It was echoing everywhere. Looks like this is the response of the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. The sky-wielding tower is indeed here. Without Jiangchen, it would have taken me a long time to find it. Gu Chang'e perceived where Jiangchen was. It was not far from where he was. However, he had to pass through many formation patterns and obstacles. Fortunately, he could follow the route Jiangchen had taken. As long as he hid in the void, he would be able to follow the route smoothly. Jiangchen would never expect that the route he had left for the black-robed old man was left for Gu Chang'e in the end. Buzz! Gu Chang'e was walking in the Purple Mountain. As he raised his hand, the void trembled. An ancient and dreadful energy broke out. It turned into a giant star, as heavy as hundreds of thousands of tons. It fell down. All the creatures close to him exploded in an instant. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and they evaporated into powder. The tide of creatures, even though they did not feel pain or fear, stepped back involuntarily to avoid him at this moment. This fluctuation. Looks like Jiangchen has found the sky-wielding tower. Wow! Gu Chang'e was walking at a moderate pace. He seemed to have perceived something. Surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He didn't let me down. He smiled. His figure blurred. He stepped forward, intending to pick the ripe fruit. It had to be said that the Purple Mountain was indeed strange. There was a special domain that enveloped every corner, and even every rock had this kind of aura. It could even affect a practitioner's judgment and suppress his holy awareness. Its hardness was beyond imagination. It could not be damaged by average people. Without Jiangchen's exploration, it would not have been easy for Gu Chang'e to find the sky-wielding tower. When Gu Chang'e entered the Purple Mountain along the path Jiangchen had left for him, on the other side, Jiangchen finally saw the great opportunity he had been looking forward to. The spirit of the celestial boat of creation was very confident in its own means. After getting rid of the formation patterns in front of them, the stone wall opened up immediately. A crack appeared in the middle of the wall automatically. It was spacious and unobstructed. Behind it was an ancient bridge. The other end was connected to an indescribably magnificent palace. It was magnificent, emitting an ancient and magnificent energy. It's the Palm Heaven Palace. The spirit of the celestial boat of creation said excitedly. Not until then did Jiangchen notice the 3 gilded words above the magnificent palace. They were simple and unadorned, giving people a vague feeling that they were powerful enough to suppress the whole world. These 3 words were extremely ancient. No one knew who had left them there, but one could see a trace of its peerless elegance from them. The Palm Heaven Palace? What does it have to do with the Palm Heaven Tower? Xianxia murmured to himself. Stepping onto the stairs, he walked toward the palace ahead. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the palace. After checking left and right, he pushed the gate open. There was no obstruction or pressure. All of a sudden, a tide of purple fog swept over, as if it was going to liquefy. It was enough to drown people up to their knees. As Xianxia walked in, there was a dazzling brilliance. He closed his eyes involuntarily. Xianxia was struck dumb. He opened his eyes wide. Source stones as big as washbasins were scattered everywhere. They were crystal clear, surrounded by different colors. It was like a holy land for immortals. Xianxia even saw some sealed mysterious creatures, weapons, jade slips, jade jars, and so on among some source stones. This caused his heart to tremble. There were countless source stones as far as the eye could see. The purple fog here was formed by the liquefaction of the source stones. The wealth here was amazing. No wonder the spirit of the celestial boat of creation had said this was a chance specially prepared for him. And he smelled a strong fragrance of elixirs pervading the air. It was so refreshing that he felt like he could become an immortal. There was a herbal field full of spirit energy a little further away. Multicolored light surged within, immortal mushrooms everywhere, immortal stalks resplendent, multicolored light flowing, thin mist curling about. There are too many opportunities. Spirit herbs, origin stones, jade slips, cultivation techniques, weapons. Everything is there. There are even some sealed pills. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was breathing heavily. He was overwhelmed with emotions. This was the first time he had seen so many practicing resources. Even if he did not join any sect after leaving this place, these resources would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. He subconsciously wanted to take all these things away. Don't get too excited. These are just average. The best is yet to come. These things are all yours. No one can snatch them from you. However, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune interrupted him. He sounded excited and complacent, but he still tried to stay calm in front of Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. He forced himself to calm down. He knew that the treasure spirit of the immortal boat of creation would not lie to him. Since it said that these were just ordinary, it meant that the more powerful ones were definitely at the back. With this thought in mind, he continued to walk deeper. None of the creatures on the way attacked Xianxia. Looks like it's because of his special body, the reincarnation of the immortal boat of creation. I wonder what kind of surprise he will give me in the end. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Xianxia was strolling in the purple mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked relaxed and casual, as if he was taking a stroll. No one was following him. No creatures were approaching him. This was because all the creatures that had approached him had turned into ashes. Their bodies and spirits had all been destroyed. Master. A black-robed old man showed up not far ahead. He greeted Xianxia respectfully. He didn't notice anything unusual? Xianxia asked casually. No. Xianxia trusted me very much. He did everything according to your orders. He didn't notice anything unusual. He trusted me more and more recently, the black-robed old man answered respectfully. That's good, Xianxia smiled. Looks like Xianxia is satisfied with the doctrine protector I arranged for him. Master, when will you deal with Xianxia? The black-robed old man asked. Don't worry. He's worth more than this. At least I need him to help my doctrine fruit ripen. Xianxia looked at the cave ahead of him. He walked over slowly. After arriving here, he could feel a majestic pressure hanging over his head. He sensed Xianxia's current location. It wasn't far away. However, Xianxia still planned to send the demonic puppet there first. After all, the black-robed old man was Xianxia's doctrine protector in name. If anything unusual happened there, Xianxia would know in advance. Of course, he had another plan waiting for Xianxia. The palace was very big. It was simple and magnificent. Except for some collapsed pillars, there was nothing unusual. The grand palace was majestic and heavy. It seemed to be a world of its own. Surrounded by fog, it looked like a fairyland. As Xianxia walked in, he saw giant pillars standing in the palace from time to time. They seemed to be holding up the sky. All of a sudden, a faint sound came from afar. It sounded like a tower was shaking slightly. It was also like a giant bell was ringing. It was shocking and deafening. What's this? Xianxia turned pale. He felt like his head had been suddenly stabbed by a thorn. It was so painful that he lost all color in his face. Buzz. He felt like his head had been hit by a giant bell. It was ringing. His mind went blank. He vaguely felt like there was a small tower shining with golden light in the palace. It was floating in the air, giving off a vast amount of chaotic energy. A golden tower. Xianxia opened his eyes wide in surprise. The pain disappeared as quickly as it came. He found he could hear the sound clearly again. This is the Skypalm Tower calling you. It has sensed your existence. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said excitedly, follow the sound. You'll find it. Xianxia came to himself when he heard this. He also looked excited. Didn't that mean the Skypalm Tower Xianxia had been looking for would fall into his hands soon? Xianxia had been looking for it for so long, but he had found nothing in the end. Would he be irritated? Xianxia became more excited at the thought of this. He hurried to the source of the sound without stopping. Boom! The sound was long, as if it had come from the 9 heavens. The deeper he went, the louder and more deafening the sound became. He couldn't help but wonder whether the sound could penetrate the palace and echo beyond the purple mountain. In a trance, he felt like he was seeing a giant tower surrounded by golden divine lights. The lore of the heavens was flowing around it. It was indescribably mysterious. I'm determined to get the Skypalm Tower. I won't let it fall into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia looked resolute. Clenching his fists, he strode toward the source of the sound. Although the palace was very big, there were no obstacles along the way, so it didn't take him long to see the giant tower in the depths of the palace. It had 9 floors in total. It was completely golden, as if it had been made of immortal gold. Floating in the air, it looked like a small mountain. There was also a dao platform standing below. The platform looked like it had been made of celestial jade. It was simple and natural. Red clouds, golden lights, and colorful mists intertwined. It was enshrouding the platform. Golden lights roared. Runes flashed. Hanging over the platform, it enveloped everything, as if it could suppress everything. There seemed to be something on the platform. Xianxia felt like that thing was attracting him. However, he focused all of his attention on the Skypalm Tower. After observing it carefully, he found the sound in his head had come from it. This is the Skypalm Tower, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted excitedly. Find a way to take it away. But I haven't started practicing yet. How can I take the Skypalm Tower away? Xianxia was wandering down there, frowning. Practitioners could refine their weapons and take them into their spiritual seas. They could use them to fight at any time. However, he hadn't even developed his spiritual sea yet. Even if he got the Skypalm Tower, he couldn't take it away. He hadn't expected the Skypalm Tower to be so huge. It was like a tall tower, not something that could be held in one's hand. The Skypalm Tower is one of the 7 artifacts of the Skypalm sect. It's responsible for suppressing the world. No evil can escape from its great destructive power. Little Chen, you can definitely subdue it. It was calling you, which means it acknowledges you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said confidently. Xianxia turned serious. He started to wander below the Skypalm Tower in whatever way he could think of. However, no matter what method he chose or how he spoke, the Skypalm Tower didn't move at all. It was standing there, as if it would never move. He couldn't help but wonder if he had misunderstood the sound he had heard. In fact, the Skypalm Tower hadn't been calling him. Otherwise, why wasn't it moving at all? Is there some kind of test? Will it acknowledge me only after I pass its test? Xianxia looked puzzled. It shouldn't be. You're the reincarnation of the celestial boat of fortune. Theoretically, the Skypalm Tower should recognize you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was puzzled too. And it found that the energy of an old acquaintance it had sensed before was even fainter here. It felt helpless and anxious. After all, its memory wasn't complete. It couldn't remember many things clearly. Otherwise, it should have been able to recognize which old acquaintance it was. Let's see what's on that platform first. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune sighed. Xianxia nodded. Then he walked toward the immortal jade platform under the Skypalm Tower. However, before he could approach, he felt the Skypalm Tower suddenly shake slightly. Light fell. Ripples appeared in the air. Boom! A strong and heavy pressure came from ahead. He felt as if there were thousands of tons of pressure on his body. It was difficult for him to take another step forward. What's going on? Why is the Skypalm Tower stopping me from going forward? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to take another step forward. It was as if there was an invisible thick wall in front of him that was blocking him. The immortal jade platform was only a few steps away from him, but these few steps felt like they were at the end of the world. Why is this happening? Xianxia gnashed his teeth. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. He had exerted all of his strength. He couldn't accept it. He was so close, but why couldn't he walk over? This shouldn't be happening. These should belong to you. Why is this happening? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was also struck dumb. He couldn't figure it out at all. The Skypalm Tower hadn't reacted at all. But now it was still stopping Xianxia from approaching the platform. Why, Buzz? Then there was a flash in the air. Then the shadow of a bronze immortal boat appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. Skypalm Tower, why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune showed up. He couldn't help but ask in an angry but childish voice. At this moment, Xianxia took a deep breath and stopped. He didn't try to make any more useless efforts. He knew the Skypalm Tower was stopping him. Without its approval, he couldn't approach the platform. Although he was angry, he calmed down. He was ready to see how the Skypalm Tower would respond. According to what the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune had said, the Skypalm Tower used to be the celestial palace's trump card. Like the celestial boat of fortune, it belonged to the celestial palace. That was why they could sense each other's presence. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, those creatures had ignored him and allowed him to go deep into the Purple Mountain because he had the energy of the celestial palace on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But at this moment, the Skypalm Tower was stopping him. Why? As the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked, the giant golden tower in the air seemed to react. It shook slightly and started to rumble in the air. Then a vague figure appeared in it. Surrounded by golden lights, it was hard to see clearly. It looked like an ancient god. Skypalm Tower, you finally showed up. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the golden figure that had appeared was the spirit of the Skypalm Tower. Because the Skypalm Tower was different from other Skypalm weapons. The person who had forged it had planned to use it as a trump card, so he had chosen different materials and forging methods so that the spirit of the weapon could be nurtured. And this golden figure was the spirit of the Skypalm Tower. Why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked in a loud voice. He didn't understand at all. In fact, they should be on the same side. It was fine that the Skypalm Tower didn't help Xianxia, but why was it stopping him? The plenilune is dead. However, to Xianxia and the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune's surprise, the spirit of the Skypalm Tower spoke after hearing the question, but it said something else. The plenilune? Xianxia frowned, confused. The plenilune is dead? Well, anyway, the celestial palace has collapsed. No matter how long the plenilune has lived, it will die of old age one day. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was struck dumb. Then it lowered its voice, as if something had occurred to it. Seeing Xianxia confused, it explained to him. The plenilune was an immortal beast responsible for supporting the Skypalm Tower. It was huge and long-lived, as long as the Milky Way. It was even said that the plenilune was formed by the god of moon who had fallen from the sky. Therefore, although the plenilune was not humanoid, it was extremely beautiful. Because of its long life, it had been called a walking fossil. Few people knew more about the world's secrets than it did. So, this is what the spirit of the Skypalm Tower was talking about. What does this have to do with it stopping me from approaching the platform? Xianxia guessed that the dead plenilune had been with the Skypalm Tower for a long time. Maybe they had a deep relationship, so it couldn't accept the fact that it had died. But he couldn't figure out why the Skypalm Tower had stopped him. Although I know it's not good to comfort you like this, even the immortal celestial palace will collapse one day. The plenilune will certainly die of old age one day. You have to accept this fact. Besides, this isn't a reason for you to stop us. Besides, what's in the platform? Now, the responsibility of reviving the celestial palace's past glory is all on Xianxia. The Skypalm Tower hopes you won't make things difficult for him, considering that you used to belong to the celestial palace. The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but persuade Xianxia. In its opinion, since there were many source stones, spiritual herbs, and other practicing resources in the Skypalm Palace, there must be even better things in the platform. After all, the Skypalm Palace had been the place where the celestial palace stored all its resources, and the Skypalm Tower was in charge of guarding it. How could there be so few good things here? Xianxia couldn't interrupt at this moment. However, after hearing what the spirit of the creation immortal boat had said, he also felt that all the practicing resources here seemed to have been left for him. There's nothing else in the platform, only the offspring of the plenilune. I promised her that I would help her raise her offspring. The spirit of the Skypalm Tower kept silent for a while. Then it spoke again. What it said shocked Xianxia and the spirit of the creation immortal boat. What did you say? The offspring of the plenilune are in the platform? The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but ask loudly. There was uncontrollable excitement in its voice. Xianxia didn't know how powerful the plenilune was. But he could tell from the trembling voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat that it was powerful. The value of the things sealed in the platform was immeasurable. After all, anything related to immortals couldn't be simple, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. He was a little excited. Little plenilune, if it grew up, wouldn't it be a real immortal beast? With an immortal beast, wouldn't he be able to travel freely in the upper realm, and no one would be able to stop him? It would even be easy for him to take revenge on Xianxia. In that case, you should give little plenilune to us. Xianxia is the reincarnation of the creation immortal boat, and you should know what the creation immortal boat is. It's best for you to give little plenilune to him. Besides, if you leave with us, you can still watch little plenilune grow up. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The spirit of the creation immortal boat tried to persuade him again. It sounded very eager, hoping to persuade the Skypalm Tower to give them little plenilune and let the Skypalm Tower leave with them. Xianxia also felt a sense of eagerness, but he still didn't speak. He kept a calm face. He can't. I promised the plenilune that I would take care of its offspring, but he's too weak to protect it. Besides, he doesn't have enough resources to ensure the smooth growth of the plenilune's offspring. However, the spirit of the Skypalm Tower's voice was still as calm as ever. It wasn't looking down on Xianxia, but it was just stating a fact. For the moment, it didn't matter what kind of reincarnation Xianxia was. What mattered was that Xianxia had to have enough resources to make little plenilune grow up smoothly. If he couldn't even do that, why should it give little plenilune to him? Although Xianxia doesn't have these resources now, it doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. He has great potential. Besides, aren't there many resources in the Skypalm Palace? The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but argue. It didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. Both for it and Xianxia, having a little plenilune would bring them unimaginable benefits. I don't know what will happen in the future. I only know that you don't have the ability to protect little plenilune now. Besides, there aren't many things left in the Palm Heaven Palace. Most of them were used up. What you see now is just some leftovers. I just want to ask you one thing. If people know little plenilune is with you, can you protect it? The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower said calmly. The golden figure was standing in the void. Its face was blurry, and its aura was powerful. Only when it looked at the doctrine platform below did it show a hint of gentleness. What it said was very realistic. If it weren't for the fact that they used to belong to the celestial palace, it would have been even more merciless. It wasn't stupid. How? Could it not see the intentions of Xianxia and the spirit of the ferry boat? If the two could give it a clear answer, it would give little plenilune to them with peace of mind and follow them. However, if the two couldn't even do this, what was the difference between them and a wolf without risking anything? The conditions you mentioned are too harsh for Xianxia. He's just a mortal. The spirit of the ferry boat said discontentedly. He didn't expect the spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower to be so merciless. It almost said that they weren't qualified to raise little plenilune now. You know he's just a mortal. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower asked calmly, then why did you ask me to give little plenilune to him? What do you want? The spirit of the ferry boat was speechless. It couldn't find any words to refute. Following Xianxia is also a training for little plenilune. It might be a good thing for it. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower shook its head. It was very disappointed. It didn't say anything else. If it weren't for the fact that they used to know each other, it would have driven the two out of this place. Senior, I can understand what you're saying, but don't you think it's a bit unreasonable to not give me any chance? Junior does not have the ability to protect little Moongazer Serpent right now, nor do I have the resources to support its growth. However, Junior can guarantee that as long as Junior still has one breath left in me, I will not let it suffer any harm. I will treat it as my companion. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can let it spend some time with this Junior. If Senior is not satisfied, you can take it away at any time. How about it? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He raised his head and spoke to the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in the air. He looked very calm. The words that came out of his mouth had been carefully considered. This was because he had felt the gaze from the platform in front of him sizing him up. Little plenilune seemed to be able to sense his existence. This was why Xianxia had come up with such a plan. He planned to make little full moon like him. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune beamed when he heard this. He was amazed by Xianxia's wit. Although what you said was very sincere, why should I agree to it? No matter which possibility you're talking about, it won't do me any good. However, what made Xianxia stiffen was that the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in front of him was not moved by his words at all. Xianxia, leave now. However, at this moment, an anxious shout suddenly came from outside the palace. With a bang, the old man in the black robe was thrown in. His energy was weak. There was blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely embarrassed. He did not have the arrogance that Xianxia had seen before. Senior, what's wrong with you? Xianxia was shocked. He did not have time to talk with the spirit of the sky-reaching tower. He stood there in a daze, shocked by this sudden scene. He had no idea what had happened at all. Leave now. Leave this place. Don't worry about me. The old man in the black robe tried to get up from the ground with great difficulty, but he seemed to have hurt himself again. He coughed up blood and spat out many pieces of his internal organs. What happened? Senior, why did you? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He had not realized what had happened yet. Why did such a powerful old man in the black robe look so seriously injured at the moment? Wasn't he going to stay behind and meet up with Xianxia later? Was he in danger? Because he ran into me. The next moment, accompanied by a faint voice, Xianxia's figure walked in from outside the palace. He looked casual and indifferent. He did not seem to care at all. He stepped on the old man in the black robe directly. The sound of bones breaking gave rise to a terrifying sound. The old man in the black robe seemed to be tough. He only snorted, but did not scream. You've got some guts. You actually dared to rescue someone right under my nose. Xianxia said calmly. He looked indifferent, without any emotion. Xianxia, it's you. Why are you here? This is bad. Xianxia must have found the route I left for the senior in the black robe. Xianxia turned pale. He was terrified. He had not expected Xianxia to come all the way here. And such a powerful senior in the black robe was in such a miserable state at the hands of Xianxia. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. This is bad. Little Xianxia, this guy came all the way here. The voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat was shaking. It hurried to turn into a cloud of smoke and went into the space between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. It had been trembling and fearing Xianxia from the depths of its holy soul. Xianxia, let go of the senior in the black robe. It's between you and me. Don't involve other people in this. Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down. He gazed at Xianxia coldly. Now his biggest support was also under Xianxia's feet, which really made him feel desperate. He could only pray that the spirit of the creation immortal boat could really control the formation patterns in the Purple Mountain and kill Xianxia. Reckless guy. You want to save someone with such little ability? Xianxia glanced at him calmly, as if he did not care at all. Then he kicked the old man. The old man in the black robe snorted and fell toward Jiang Chen. The kick was so powerful that the ground almost cracked. However, this palace was made of special materials. It could bear such a small fluctuation without any problem. Senior, are you all right? Jiang Chen asked worriedly, hurrying to help the old man to his feet. I'm all right. Wah, the old man in the black robe waved his hand. However, before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. He was seriously injured. Jiang Chen looked angry, but he did not have the nerve to say anything to Xianxia. I was careless. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong. I'm not a match for him at all. The old man in the black robe smiled bitterly and blamed himself, which was rare. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come here so soon. Senior, please don't say that. If you hadn't covered for me, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing the old man in the black robe so seriously injured, Jiang Chen did not have the heart to blame him anymore. By then, since Xianxia had come here, they had to face him head-on. This is the sky-wielding tower? It even has an artifact spirit. Interesting. It is quite different from other sky-wielding artifacts. At this moment, Xianxia was staring at the golden phantom in the air with interest. Then he sized it up and said, I know what you said just now. I can give you two choices now. 1. Give little Plenilune to me, submit to me, and leave with me. 2. I'll take little Plenilune away myself, erase your intelligence, and leave with the sky-wielding tower. Which one do you want? You can choose for yourself. Xianxia sounded calm. He was not in a hurry after speaking. He had been here for a while, but he did not show up. He had learned the cause and effect of this matter. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower was not stupid. It would know what to choose at this moment. Of course, if it was stupid, Xianxia didn't mind erasing its intelligence. This wasn't a difficult thing for him. Xianxia, Jiang Chen turned pale. He had never expected Xianxia to be so aggressive and arrogant. He even had the nerve to speak to the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower like this. Let me think about it. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower did not show any anger or dissatisfaction after hearing what Xianxia had said. On the contrary, it was very cautious. Its attitude was totally different from when it was facing him. I am not very patient. Even if you are the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower, you are of no value to me. As a weapon, I prefer dead things without intelligence, Xianxia said calmly. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia. He was trembling. He felt a horrible chill sweeping from his spine to the top of his head. Even the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower had been intimidated and did not dare say anything. He had thought the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower would be angry and teach Xianxia a lesson. However, it was very cautious. I can agree to submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I would rather die than let you have the sky-wielding tower. The artifact spirit's voice was still the same. It knew that the young man in front of it was very terrifying. It was not only his aura, but also the indifference that was engraved in its bones. It was as if he could turn the sea into ashes with a flick of his finger. This was the feeling that made it shudder. Besides, it was no longer at its peak. In its current state, it could only contend with supreme venerables at most. Tell me. Gu Chang'e looked up at it. Then he looked at the immortal jade platform in front of him. He walked over slowly. Unlike Xianxia, who was sweating profusely and could not move at all, Gu Chang'e walked up to the platform without any hindrance. The platform was white. There were runes flickering on it. It was full of immortal fog. The ancient words on it were flowing with all kinds of ancient symbols. It was full of the energy of the great doctrine. It was not an ordinary thing. Seeing this, Xianxia turned pale again. He recalled how embarrassed he had been a moment ago. I need you to promise me that you will not hurt little Plenilune, the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower said seriously. At the same time, his gaze landed on the Dao platform, wary of Gu Chang'e's actions. Okay. Gu Chang'e didn't think and said directly. It was a small pool. It was sealed with holy source and had not been opened yet. It was full of immortal fog. Colorful lights were flowing. He could not see what was inside. However, in his field of vision, he could see that there was a hazy amber light flowing quietly like a river of stars. There seemed to be a pair of clear eyes watching him, as if it knew everything that was happening in the outside world. This was little Plenilune's true form. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't let anyone hurt it. The weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was still very cautious, because Gu Chang'e's promise had been very straightforward. It was worried. Gu Chang'e looked back at it and said, Don't worry. Even if I announce to the world today that I have little Plenilune, no one will dare to take it away from me. After all, I'm not this good for nothing. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He looked very mocking and disdainful. Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. Facing Gu Chang'e's undisguised mockery, Xianxia turned extremely pale. He gnashed his teeth, extremely angry. But he could not find an excuse to refute. Now that Gu Chang'e was so powerful, who would dare to take something away from him? Wouldn't that be courting death, asking for fresh flowers? The weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was also shocked by Gu Chang'e's confident words. However, wasn't this exactly what it had wanted all along? Besides, the Gus have all the resources that little Plenilune needs to grow. Even if you ask it to eat all the 100,000 star zones, it won't be a problem. So now, do you have any other conditions? Then Gu Chang'e looked at the weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower and spoke again. He smiled slightly, showing his terrifying background and wealth. At this moment, Xianxia felt like he was going to suffocate. His lips were trembling, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Compared to this, what did he have? Nothing. Buzz. The purple mountain shook. The heavenly palm tower started to vibrate, as if it was also rumbling, because it was deeply shocked by Gu Chang'e's words. It was not stupid at all. The heavenly palm tower is willing to serve young master from now on. In the next instant, the heavenly palm tower's artifact spirit turned into a beam of golden light and entered the heavenly palm tower. The huge and majestic golden tower quickly shrank and descended from the sky. At the same time, its voice echoed in the air, showing its submission. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Looking at the pale-faced Xianxia, he sounded regretful. A good-for-nothing wants an immortal beast to follow him? What year is it? Why are you still dreaming? Was there anything in the world that money couldn't buy? If there was, it meant the money wasn't enough. Xianxia, who had witnessed everything, felt like his heart of practice was about to crack. He couldn't help but feel desperate. He had tried so hard, but in the end, he had gained nothing. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, had easily obtained all of this with just a few simple words. How could he accept this? Stay here today. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little cold. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chang'e threw his palm forward. With a rumbling sound, a giant golden palm print appeared in the air. It was like the palm of the natural law, suppressing everything. The air felt like it was going to explode. It couldn't bear such a terrifying fluctuation. Xianxia looked at the palm in despair. He felt like he was going to explode. Go. At the crucial moment, the old man in the black robe shouted in anger. He spat out blood. He seemed to have exerted a secret method. He grabbed Xianxia and fled out of the hall. He took Gu Chang'e's palm attack head-on. Blood was gushing out of his body. He felt like all of his internal organs were going to explode. His face was pale, and his energy was weak. Senior, Xianxia was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, the old man in the black robe didn't care about him. Regardless of his terrible injuries, he looked like he was going to take Xianxia away with him. Run! Run! I've affected the general trend here. I've destroyed the geography of the Purple Mountain. I buried that goo guy here. At this moment, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted in Xianxia's mind. Rumble, the whole Purple Mountain started to shake. Rocks started to fall. The ground cracked. A thick purple fog was emitted. It was going to collapse. Run. You'd better run as far away as possible. You'll be stronger the next time we meet. Thanks to you. I'll take the Sky Palm Tower. Xianxia was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in a hurry. The coldness on his face was gone. He watched Xianxia disappear with interest. Not until then did he wave his sleeve to take the fairy jade platform and the Sky Palm Tower away. As to the source stones, spiritual herbs, and other things in the palace, he really didn't care about them. Then a dazzling brilliance appeared on his body. A dreadful energy rose into the sky like the sun. It broke through the Purple Mountain directly. He turned his hand into a sword to destroy the chaotic formation patterns here. Xianxia took a few steps forward. The golden path extended from under his feet. He showed up in the sky outside. Boom, boom. The magnificent Purple Mountain behind him collapsed with a deafening noise. Smoke rose into the air. Purple fog gushed out. It turned into ruins. Xianxia looked back. He looked calm. Not until then did he land in the air. His robe was fluttering in the wind. There was not a speck of dust on it. Master! Young Lord Xianxia. His followers, the Ji siblings, Chen and others, who had been waiting outside the Purple Mountain, all came forward to greet him. Xianxia waved his hand. How is it? Yu Mingkong came over and said in a cold voice. The others also looked over curiously. They were shocked. What on earth had happened in the Purple Mountain? Why had it suddenly collapsed, especially the Ji siblings? They were very confused. Had Xianxia gotten the Sky Palm Tower or not? As for Xianxia's whereabouts, they thought he had probably been buried by the Purple Mountain. He had been crushed to death. It's barely satisfactory, but it's expected. Xianxia smiled and gave a vague answer. However, Yu Mingkong knew him well. She knew he must have gotten what he wanted. He must have gotten the Sky Palm Tower. So, she didn't ask any more questions. The others were shocked. They were shocked, but they didn't dare ask any more questions. However, many people guessed that Xianxia had gotten the Sky Palm Tower. Otherwise, the Purple Mountain wouldn't have collapsed. As for what had happened, they didn't have the nerve to ask any more questions. What had happened here tonight was destined to not be peaceful. The giant Purple Mountain had appeared overnight and then collapsed overnight. It would definitely attract the attention and investigation of many practitioners. Then they went back to the sect of the Divine Ruins. The Ji siblings, Chen and others started to contact their families to report what had happened here. The higher-ups of the JIS were angry and humiliated, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Then they arranged for someone to send the Sky Palm Wheel over. 1000. After going back to the School of Divine Ruins, Xianxia asked everyone to leave. Only Yu Mingkong stayed with him. She looked a little curious. Xianxia, as a servant disciple, disappeared with the help of space. For the whole School of Divine Ruins, it was a trivial matter. It was like a speck of dust falling into water. It couldn't even cause a ripple. No one would notice it. Even if the leader of the School of Divine Ruins noticed that a disciple had disappeared, he wouldn't dare ask about it. After all, it was a critical moment. Besides the Ji siblings, Xianxia was also in the School of Divine Ruins. How could a small temple accommodate such a big Buddha? They had to live in fear every day. Did you really get the Sky Palm Tower? Finally, there was no one else in the hall. Yu Mingkong asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Before she got a definite answer from Guchanga, she couldn't help but worry. I got it. It went very smoothly. I didn't run into any unexpected trouble. Guchanga smiled. Then he waved his hand. Then the Skypalm Tower, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in the void. Golden light surged. Chaotic fog fell from it. There were 9 layers in total. It looked like it was made of immortal gold. There was a mysterious fluctuation flowing around. It seemed to be able to suppress the 6 realms in the world. The rumors were true. The Skypalm Tower did have the power to suppress the world. Under such great power, all demons and monsters would vanish. Yu Mingkong glanced at it. She nodded. She didn't ask anything. In this way, their trip could be considered to have ended perfectly. However, before this, she hadn't done anything. She had only accompanied Guchanga here. Then she had watched him get the Skypalm Tower easily. She had to admit that for a strong-willed person like her, she was more or less frustrated. What's wrong? Why do you look unhappy when you see your husband get the Skypalm Tower so easily? Seeing her expression, Guchanga smiled. He couldn't help but tease her. This isn't like you. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said calmly, I was wondering why I was so useless and couldn't help at all. She was so calm that Guchanga was somewhat surprised. However, if it weren't for Yu Mingkong, he would have had to spend a lot more effort to find where the heavenly palm tower had appeared. In addition, the Divine Sovereign Mirror and Divine Sovereign Seal were given to him by Yu Mingkong after she found them. It was already very difficult to find one heaven-wielding artifact, let alone 2. Although Yu Mingkong was reborn, she must have spent a lot of effort to find these 2 heaven-wielding artifacts. If you are also trash, then everyone in this world is worse than trash. Thinking of this, Guchanga smiled and gently pulled her into his arms with a gentle smile. And you said something wrong. It's not like you didn't help at all. What did I help with? Yu Mingkong looked at him seriously. When she heard Guchanga say this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She was in a good mood. Of course, you helped me warm my bed, Guchanga said with a smile. Yu Mingkong's smile froze, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Her jade-like face suddenly became hazy. Then, she struggled free and turned into a divine rainbow, directly rushing into the sky. Forget it. Mingkong, since you are unwilling, then I will find another woman. Guchanga put away the heavenly palm tower and walked out of the hall unhurriedly. The smile on his face didn't disappear at all. Anyway, I just need to say one sentence. The women who want to warm my bed can probably line up from here to the Perfected Immortal Academy. How dare you? Yu Mingkong frowned. Although she appeared in the sky, she didn't go far. When she heard this, her expression became as cold as ice, and her killing intent was cold. Rumble, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply slapped down with her palm. The palm that was as white as jade seemed to be formed by moonlight. It was bright and beautiful, powerful and domineering. It had a peerless demeanor as it pressed down from the sky. Guchanga smiled slightly and took a step forward, disappearing outside the hall. He easily dodged this palm, but the palace behind him collapsed with a rumble, turning into ashes amidst the dazzling light. In addition, even the mountain he was on was cut in half by Yu Mingkong's palm. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. In the middle of the night, such a huge commotion suddenly occurred, instantly alarming everyone in the sect of God's ruins. The group of elders and disciples watched this scene from afar, dumbfounded. Their souls trembled, and they trembled. The Ji siblings also rushed over. Their eyes were wide open in shock. They thought that someone had suddenly attacked in the middle of the night, but they never expected that it was a conflict between Guchanga and Yu Mingkong. However, Yu Mingkong hadn't made a move before, so they didn't know her strength. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. She was much stronger than they imagined. On the other hand, Guchanga and Yu Mingkong's followers were very calm. Clearly, they often saw such scenes. Is this how 2 people interact? Ji Chuiwa thought to herself. Even she couldn't explain her envy. However, it was estimated that among the younger generation, only Guchanga could suppress Yu Mingkong. The rest of the young talents were either dead or disabled when facing this palm. After figuring out the reason, everyone quickly dispersed, not daring to watch. They knew that it was better to stay away from such a scene. Do you want everyone to see us as a joke? Gu Changge smiled, as if he didn't care about his surroundings at all. Yu Mingkong coldly glanced at him. Cut the crap. Today, you have to yield to me. With that, her palm descended again. Light flashed, and runes intertwined. There was a supreme aura of the great Tao pervading the air. A blurry peerless figure could faintly be seen behind her. As her hair fluttered, she took a step forward, trekking through the long river of time. She was peerlessly powerful, as if there really was an empress looking down on the heavens. All right, I'll yield to you. That's good, right? Gu Changge seemed to shrug helplessly. With that, he shook his sleeve, and a terrifying power pervaded. The universe, sun, and moon all transformed into his palm. Immediately, only darkness was left in the world. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as if he was holding the universe in his palm. Endless darkness swallowed Yu Mingkong. In an instant, Yu Mingkong's expression changed, and she retreated. However, Gu Changge's sleeves seemed to have turned into the mythical Qianquan bag, covering the moon and absorbing everything. Although her cultivation was powerful, compared to the current Gu Changge, there was still a big gap. She didn't retreat too far before she was enveloped. Gu Changge, you're despicable and shameless. You didn't keep your words. Let me out quickly, Yu Mingkong's words came through while gritting her teeth. Her cold voice was mixed with a bit of anxiety. When did I not keep my words? Didn't I yield to you? Gu Changge smiled, not at all aware that he was bullying her. You bastard. Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light appeared, and an unparalleled aura fluctuated. With a boom, the void exploded, and an extremely dazzling brilliance bloomed between heaven and earth. A light and peerless sword flower, layers upon layers of dazzling brilliance, was incomparably terrifying, and contained an unparalleled sharpness. It suddenly pierced Gu Changge's sleeve. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Mingkong was able to break free. She was holding a sparkling, slender sword in her hand. Seeing Gu Changge's slightly stunned expression, she was in a good mood, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. I don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat. Gu Changge also didn't expect Yu Mingkong to break through his suppression so easily. After a moment of shock, he also reacted. Seeing that she was going to attack again, he couldn't help but smile and choose to surrender. No. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. Her long sword flew through the air, and her hair fluttered, as if she could cut through the sky. She appeared full of heroic spirit. The matter just now won't be resolved so easily. I don't want to fight anymore. If you attack again, you'll be murdering your own husband. Gu Changge smiled, with an expression that said, I won't fight, what can you do to me? Yu Mingkong snorted and put down her sword. Her anger from before had subsided quite a bit. She also didn't plan to continue fighting. After all, it wasn't easy to gain an advantage from Gu Changge. If she continued to fight, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be her. I haven't seen you fight for a long time, but your cultivation has improved greatly. I'm quite surprised. Gu Changge couldn't help but praise. After all, I've always been cultivating. Yu Mingkong looked at him, but there were still words in her heart that she didn't say. If not, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to see Gu Changge's back. Afterwards, the sect of God's ruins finally calmed down. All the disciples and elders who were on tenterhooks also let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the sect would be destroyed by the two of them. As for the destroyed mountains and palaces, Gu Changge's followers would naturally compensate them. After all, he wasn't someone who bullied others. In the next few days, to Gu Changge, the heavenly palm tower was now in his hands, and the Ji family would soon send the heavenly palm wheel. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to get the remaining heavenly palm sword. In the past few days, the outside world had been in an uproar because of the appearance of the Purple Mountain and the collapse of it into ashes overnight. Many cultivators and creatures rushed to this place to investigate, wanting to find some clues. However, the current Purple Mountain was densely covered with all kinds of terrifying array patterns. Even saints had to be careful when entering. As a result, no one discovered anything unusual. Many people also guessed that everything that happened in the Purple Mountain was probably related to the appearance of the Heavenly Palm Tower. As for who the Heavenly Palm Tower was in, it became a mystery. Some people suspected that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in Guchanga's hands. However, they didn't dare to ask. They didn't have the guts. Even if they knew, what could they do? Would anyone have the nerve to rob it? The Ji siblings, Chen Ning and others were very tight-lipped, so Guchanga wasn't worried that they would tell others. However, he wasn't worried that others would know that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in his hands either. After solving this problem, he and Yu Mingkong parted ways. Yu Mingkong went back to the Academy of Immortals, while he planned to go back to the Gus first with the Immortal Jade Doctrine altar. He would wait for the Ji family to send the Heavenly Palm Wheel over. Besides that, he had to read some ancient books about Little Plenilun first. Although it was an immortal beast, it had only appeared a few times in the upper realm. There were very few records about it. Guchanga told Yu Mingkong about the Plenilun immortal beast, but she didn't care. Compared to the Plenilun immortal beast, she was more interested in knowing who the Shaoruing Jiangchen had mentioned was. Guchanga didn't have to hide anything from her, but he didn't tell her which almighty reincarnation Shaoruing was. Yu Mingkong was in a good mood after getting the answer. Smiling, she left with her followers. Before leaving the sect of the Divine Ruins, Guchanga gave Chen Ning a messaging talisman. He told her that if she ran into any trouble in the future, she could use it to contact him. Of course, contacting him didn't mean he would have the time to solve their problems. Chen Ning and the Chens were overjoyed. They put the messaging talisman away carefully, as if they had found a treasure. He's awake? On the other side, in a dark and damp cave, a young man woke up slowly. However, the pain in his body made him pale. He kept gasping and almost passed out again. A black-robed old man was sitting with his legs crossed. Black smoke was swirling around him. He looked like he was treating his wounds. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and asked calmly. "Senior, we've escaped?" The young man was Jiang Chen, who had escaped from the Purple Mountain. Sizing up this strange environment, he still looked very pale. The last thing he remembered was Guchanga throwing a palm at him coldly. When he had lost all hope, the black-robed senior had dragged his heavily injured body to rescue him. The black-robed senior seemed to have been seriously injured, but his body had almost exploded. "You've escaped, but Guchanga's palm attack was too powerful. Even though I was protecting you, you were almost killed by the aftermath. But Guchanga seems to have underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rescue you. You're lucky. You've come back from the gates of hell," the black-robed old man said calmly. The black-robed old man said calmly. He didn't look any better than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was still scared. Then he said with a bitter smile, "Senior, you've saved my life again. I can't repay your kindness." Not until then did he find he had been seriously injured. Many of his bones seemed to have been broken. As long as he spoke, he would feel a pain in his internal organs, as if they had been torn apart. If the black-robed old man hadn't saved him, he would have been smashed into a mist of blood by that palm attack. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. At the thought of this, hatred appeared on Jiang Chen's face again. "Cut the crap. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this," the black-robed old man said with a cold smile. "Senior, what should we do now?" By then, Jiang Chen had taken the black-robed old man as a trustworthy person. He had saved Jiang Chen's life again and again. Not to mention the fact that he had offended Guchanga, he hadn't abandoned Jiang Chen even at this point. Wasn't he worthy of his trust? What should we do? Of course we should change our appearance and hide our identity. I think you're good at all kinds of terrains. You're suitable for tomb raiding. The black-robed old man sized Jiang Chen up. He suddenly stroked his chin and said, "Tomb raiding?" Jiang Chen turned pale. He knew it wouldn't be a good thing, but he didn't seem to have any other choice at the moment. After offending Guchanga, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. From then on, he would be a rat crossing the street in the dark. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but keep silent. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and said, "I'll listen to you, senior. I'll do anything as long as I can be stronger. The black-robed old man revealed a gratified expression. You don't have to worry about anything. In fact, tomb raiding is not as dark as you think. You should know that many of the burial items of cultivators after their deaths are priceless. If you're lucky enough to find the tomb of a cultivator, you can reverse the current situation in the blink of an eye. Xianxia nodded, as if he was thinking about something. It didn't seem like it was so unacceptable. Little Xianxia, you can't agree with him. You'll rebuild the Celestial Palace's glory in the future. How can you be a tomb raider? The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat of fortune came from his mind. It tried to persuade him anxiously. However, Xianxia didn't care about it anymore. He had realized how cruel this world was. For him, strength was the most important thing. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune seemed to have gotten used to a good life. It was always too arrogant. After suffering a few losses, Xianxia also realized that he couldn't listen to it for many things. Then Xianxia left with the black-robed old man. He started on his path of tomb raiding and digging graves. Under Guchang's intentional guidance, Xianxia, the son of fortune, started to deviate more and more in another direction, but he was still unaware of it. That's the plenilune immortal beast? It's much smaller than the legendary Milky Way. I wonder if it'll look like that when it grows up. It's the first time I've seen a plenilune immortal beast. The Celestial Palace was the only one in the upper realm. So, it must be the descendant of that plenilune immortal beast. At the moment, in the Longevity Gu family. Inside a majestic palace that was at least 1,000 feet tall. Many old men were surrounding it, staring at a fairy jade platform in the middle. They looked curious, confused, and probing. The fairy jade platform was full of fairy fog. It was very misty. Colorful lights were flowing around it. Beautiful colors like stars could be seen interweaving in it. Little Plenilune's body was as white as the moon. It was very beautiful and slender. It had a pair of big and clear eyes, like colored glass. It had a thin transparent tail. At the moment, it was surrounded by so many people, but it didn't seem to be scared. It was sizing up the crowd with curiosity. It's the plenilune immortal beast. However, compared to the descendant of the legendary plenilune immortal beast, it seems to be congenitally deficient. Its mother must have given birth to it in a difficult situation. And it seems to have made up for its congenitally deficient condition. Its mother left the last of her life to it. An old man shook his head slightly. His eyes were like torches. He had guessed what had happened to little Plenilune. He sounded regretful. Little Plenilune seemed to understand what they were saying. At the moment, its eyes dimmed. It lowered its head, lying quietly in the pond on the platform. If it's congenitally deficient, it should be possible to make up for its congenitally deficient condition. Besides, the inheritance of the plenilune immortal beast is imprinted in its holy soul when it's born. Since it's still alive, it means it survived in the end. One of the elders also voiced out his opinion. After saying so much, in short, this guy is easy to raise, right? At this moment, seeing that everyone was discussing and arguing about the origin of the little plenilune, Guchanga couldn't help but wave his hand and interrupt them. It's very easy to raise. Moreover, because the plenilune is an immortal beast, it only needs to devour all kinds of spiritual energy in the world to survive. One of the elders nodded and said. In that case, just find a star domain and raise it there. With its ability, it shouldn't starve to death. Guchanga said indifferently. Don't you plan to raise it yourself? Hearing this, an elder couldn't help but ask in surprise. This was brought back by Guchanga, and it was a very rare plenilune descendant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered around so curiously. Since it's easy to raise, it's the same no matter how you raise it. I don't have that much time to raise it by my side. Guchanga shook his head. If not for this reason, why would he bring the plenilune descendant back to the clan? It was because he found it troublesome. When the elders heard this, they fell silent. The plenilune descendant belonged to Guchanga. It was his business how he raised it, and they had no right to interfere. Moreover, the plenilune descendant was an immortal beast. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength far surpassed that of other ferocious beasts. Even if it was raised in captivity, it could still live very well. The Gu family's territory was boundless, and there were countless rich star domains. Unless those cultivators were extremely bold and weren't afraid of being exterminated, who would dare to come and snatch the Plenilune descendant? Little Plenilune clearly understood the meaning of Gu Chunga's words, and its big and clear eyes revealed grievance. However, it seemed to be a little afraid of him and didn't dare to show anything. It could only lie there quietly and not move. It remembered very clearly that Gu Chunga didn't say that in the Palm Heaven Palace. At that time, he said that it wouldn't be a problem for it to eat all 100,000 star domains, but now, he wasn't even willing to raise it. Indeed, the words of a beautiful man couldn't be trusted. What? Little thing, are you still unwilling? Noticing the change in little Plenilune's mood, Gu Chunga couldn't help but ask with interest. Little Moongazer Serpent clearly didn't expect Gu Chunga to ask it this question. It was instantly frightened and retreated to the back of the pool. She looked very weak, pitiful, and helpless. Her big eyes showed her fear of him. When the elders saw this scene, they did not know what to say. The Plenilune Scion had no reaction to them, but he was very afraid of Gu Chunga. Could it be that it had experienced something before? Gu Chunga couldn't help but laugh. Follow me and you'll be able to eat and drink well. You can eat and drink the entire star field. Isn't that enough? Don't tell me you really want to follow that trash? Hearing this, little Plenilune hurriedly shook its head and looked at him with its big eyes. Although Gu Chunga was very scary, at least she wouldn't starve if she followed him. If it followed the mortal it saw in the Palm Heaven Palace, it would probably starve to death. Then what are you unwilling to do? Do you want to follow me? Gu Chunga asked with a smile. Little Plenilune looked at him hesitantly and finally nodded. It knew that Gu Chunga was very dangerous, but its intuition told it that it wouldn't be at a disadvantage if it followed this man. Then do you think I'll let a burden follow me? Gu Chunga asked with interest. Hearing this, little Moongazer Serpent lowered its head in dejection and spat out bubbles. If you don't want to raise it, I'll help you raise it. However, at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the palace. Her face was blurry and hazy, her figure was tall and slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She had a transcendent and peerless temperament. It was Gu Chingi. The elders clearly didn't expect Gu Chingi to appear and were somewhat surprised. Their attitude towards her was clearly different from that of Gu Chunga. Although Gu Chunga was the young master, he was still a junior after all. Gu Chingi was clearly much older than them, and her cultivation was also unfathomable. There were rumors that she would reach the Tao before Gu Chunga's father, Gu Lintian, the current head of the Gu family. Of course, the elders didn't know what cultivation Gu Chingi had now. They didn't even know if this was her real body. As soon as Gu Chingi appeared, her gaze fell on little Plenilune in the immortal jade platform. She seemed to have a complicated expression. However, this expression also disappeared in a flash, and she quickly regained her calm. In that case, I'll thank Aunt Ching. Gu Chunga smiled. Although he was a little surprised that Gu Chingi would take the initiative to appear, he didn't ask why. Gu Chingi glanced at him and nodded. As for little Plenilune in the immortal jade platform, it was quite intimate with her and even swam forward to get closer to Gu Chingi. A rare smile also appeared on Gu Chingi's face. Although it was just a flash, Gu Chunga saw it very clearly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew Gu Chingi's personality very well. He rarely saw her reveal such an expression. Could it be that there was some relationship between her and little Plenilune? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but keep an eye on it. Since little Plenilune is yours, then as its master, you should give it a name. Then, Gu Chingi retracted her gaze and looked at Gu Chunga. Her voice was cold. Give it a name? Gu Chunga thought for a moment and didn't hesitate. Since it's bright white and beautiful, then let's call it Little White. Speaking of this name, he thought of the 8 Desolation demon halberd. When he first found it, Gu Chunga had also named it Little Black, Little White. It was quite pleasing to the ear. Little White? Gu Chingi tilted her head. Her black hair fluttered down, covering half of her immortal face. It was as if she was asking Gu Chunga if he was sure. As for little Plenilune, it was very dissatisfied with this name. Even though it was quite afraid of Gu Chunga, it was still protesting and kept shaking its head. Is this name not nice? Gu Chang'e smiled. Why don't you give it a cheap name? It'll be easier to raise it. Gu Qingyi didn't care much about this name. It was mainly because she sensed little Plenilun's dissatisfaction and grievance. Your naming skills are really hard to compliment. Gu Qingyi shook her head, but her expression didn't change. However, since little Plenilun was brought back by Gu Chang'e, then the name was still up to Gu Chang'e. She didn't refute anything. As for the cheap name, forget it. In comparison, Little White sounded much better. Just like that, little Plenilun's name was decided. Even though it was very aggrieved and protested, Gu Chang'e had no intention of changing it. It wasn't that he had a bad taste. He just felt that it was troublesome. After that, Gu Qingyi left this place with Gu Chang'e and little Plenilun, heading to the small world where she usually cultivated. In such a huge world, there was a sea of clouds and mountains. It was vast and boundless, like a fairyland. There was no end in sight. The sea of clouds rose and fell as if it was breathing with the sky. Other than Gu Qingyi, there was no one else in this world. Even the living creatures were ordinary beasts that had just gained intelligence. Although they were old, they hadn't become spirits. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, Gu Qingyi must have used some method to prevent the plants in this world from becoming spirits. To her, changing the rules of heaven and earth was a piece of cake. She had a cold and quiet personality and didn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. If she hadn't led the way, Gu Chang'e definitely wouldn't have found this small world. After arriving in this world, little Plenilun was released from the pool. Its slender and white body escaped into the sea of clouds, looking very happy. Although this was only a small world, the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably dense. You should be relieved to let it live here, Gu Qingyi said. She stood on the peak of the mountain, her dress fluttering in the wind. Looking at little Plenilun's appearance of regaining freedom, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. What's there to be worried about? Even if I casually threw it outside, no one would dare to have any thoughts about it, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Aunt Qing, what's your relationship with the Immortal Palace? Hearing this, Gu Qingyi's expression clearly froze. Then, she turned her head to look at Gu Chang'e with a complicated expression in her eyes. What did you think of? She didn't ask why Gu Chang'e was asking about this. Instead, she asked. Gu Chang'e nodded, but he also didn't answer. He still smiled and said, Aunt Qing, you haven't answered my question yet. When you think of something, ask me again. Gu Qingyi obviously didn't want to answer his question. Her face returned to its usual cold expression that kept people thousands of miles away. Is that so? Gu Chang'e smiled and didn't mind. From the test just now, Gu Chang'e had already determined that Gu Qingyi obviously had some kind of relationship with the Immortal Palace. And she seemed to have known him for a long time. And this him was definitely not the current him. As for whether he was the demon master or not, it still needed to be investigated. Little thing, you'd better stay here obediently in the future. If you dare to run around, I don't mind tasting the meat of a Plenilun. Then, Gu Chang'e opened her mouth and threatened the little Plenilun that was running around freely in the distance. Seeing that it was so scared that it didn't dare to move, looking weak and pitiful, he smiled and turned to leave this realm. Seeing this, Gu Qingyi shook her head lightly. Although she felt that his actions of scaring little Plenilun were a little despicable, on the other hand, it also meant that Gu Chang'e didn't intend to just leave it here and ignore it. This more or less made her feel that Gu Chang'e had some human feelings. After sending little Plenilun back to the Gu family, Gu Chang'e returned to the Immortal Academy. During this time, the reclusive Ji family obediently sent the heaven-wielding wheel over, not daring to delay too much. In addition, the secret treasure that he sent to the weapon-suppressing divine realm to forge had also been completed. However, the process of sending it over would be a little troublesome. Because he didn't know who leaked the news, many people knew that a shocking secret treasure had appeared in the weapon-suppressing divine realm. The caravan in charge of transporting it was ambushed by the bandits of the chaotic star field. Although the casualties were heavy, the good thing was that they didn't lose the item. They even dared to steal my things. These bandits of the chaotic star field are quite bold. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. His slender and fair fingers tapped on the table unhurriedly. He had always heard that the bandits of the chaotic star field were extremely bold and unscrupulous. Many caravans had been attacked by them. However, because of the terrain of the chaotic star field, this group of bandits quickly disappeared without a trace after escaping. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. Even many imperishable sects had suffered losses at their hands. However, the bandits of the chaotic star field weren't stupid. After knowing that some of the things they were escorting were from the everlasting families and imperishable sects, they wouldn't provoke them. And this time, since the other party dared to steal his secret treasure, there were two possibilities. First, they didn't know that the thing was his. Second, they were tempted by benefits. Someone was urging them behind the scenes. But no matter which possibility it wasn't a reason for this group of bandits to dare to touch his things. Men. Thinking of this, Xianxia wrote an edict and summoned his followers to give them instructions. This was only a small episode for him, so after making the arrangements, Xianxia didn't care about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The news of his return to the Immortal Academy was spread by many disciples. Many people didn't know what Xianxia had done in the past few days after leaving the Immortal Academy. On the contrary, 6 Crown King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others heard that the Heaven Palm Tower that had yet to appear was suspected to be in Xianxia's hands. In addition, there was the Heaven Palm bottle in Qing Feng's hands and the Heaven Palm wheel sent by the reclusive Ji family. In other words, Xianxia had at least 3 Heaven Palm artifacts in his hands. This shocked them. Perhaps the Heaven Palm 7 artifacts would really be collected by Xianxia. During this period of time, Xianxia was also paying close attention to Qin Wuya's movements according to the news from Tangwan. Although Qin Wuya wanted to take revenge for his junior brother, he couldn't do anything. And with Tangwan tying him up, Qin Wuya didn't choose to leave for a while and continued to serve by her side. Therefore, Xianxia was considering Qin Wuya's final value. Although Qin Wuya and Chu Hao were enemies and had conflicts, Chu Hao had obviously learned to be smart and began to return to the sect to cultivate in seclusion. Although the battle between the two involved their own fortuitous encounters, it was still related to Tangwan in general. After thinking for a while, Xianxia decided to temporarily put the two of them aside and wait for the right time to reap the final harvest. Just as he was thinking, a report came from outside the hall. Master, the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Palace requests an audience. Human Ancestor Palace's Saintess? Jiang Chuchu or Wang Zijin? Xianxia came back to his senses and guessed who it was between the two. The possibility of it being Jiang Chuchu was not high. Let her in. Xianxia said indifferently and walked out of the hall at the same time. True Immortal Academy had been peaceful for a long time. Although there were occasionally rumors of the inheritor of demonic arts appearing in the outside world, they had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Xianxia guessed that the person looking for him should be Wang Zijin, but he didn't know what she wanted. Xianxia didn't want to interact with this tool of a fellow townsman unless there was something that he needed to find her for. Although it was easy to get luck points from her, it wasn't a lot. Wang Zijin's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. Although she liked to join in the fun, it was very difficult to get some opportunities from her. Because her life had been smooth sailing and she didn't lack any opportunities, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste any time on her. To Xianxia, Wang Zijin's only use was the source of her immortal spirit body. At his level of cultivation, ordinary constitutions were no longer of any use. Even if it was a special constitution, it would only be useful to him when it was close to the level of great success. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. The person was wearing a snow-white dress and had a calm expression. Her body seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see her features. It wasn't Wang Zijin, but the other successor of the Human Ancestor Palace, Jiang Chuchu. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Although Jiang Chuchu tried to keep calm, he could see that she was deliberately showing such an expression. She wasn't so calm. In the past, Jiang Chuchu avoided him like the plague. Today, she actually dared to take the initiative to meet him. Did you encounter some trouble? Xianxia waved his hand to dismiss everyone, sat down casually, and asked with a smile. Jiang Chuchu stared at him and didn't speak. She just stood there. Tell me, where did the absolute disaster erupt again? Have you found the source of the disaster? But I have to say in advance, don't think of getting something for nothing. You can ask for my help, but you can't be short on the reward. Gu Chang'e asked casually. It just so happened that his cultivation had recently reached the peak of the Great Sage realm, and he was just a step away from breaking through to the quasi-supreme realm. If he could find the absolute origin, he could also break through faster. But then again, Gu Chang'e thought of the princess of the absolute imperial court, Jianan. She had promised him the absolute origin, but she hadn't delivered it yet. A wisp of her soul was in his hands. Gu Chang'e didn't believe that she would forget. Could it be that something happened to the absolute imperial court? Gu Chang'e, at this moment, when Jiang Chuchu heard this, she was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to ask this as soon as he arrived. Could it be that in his eyes, the reason why she looked for him was because she encountered trouble that she couldn't solve? Was there no other possibility? Don't tell me you really want to get something for nothing? Gu Chang'e noticed the change in her mood, but he still asked with interest. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Jiang Chuchu didn't look for him because of the absolute disaster. However, Gu Chang'e still didn't intend to take the initiative to expose this problem. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chuchu didn't have the previous deep-seated hatred for him. Gu Chang'e, can you stop playing dumb? Can't I look for you for something else? Jiang Chuchu asked. She looked at him calmly, but she felt a little wronged in her heart. She originally planned to do as Wang Zijing said, but she found that if she really ignored Gu Chang'e, with Gu Chang'e's personality, he really wouldn't care about her. After returning to the Immortal Academy for so many days, she had never seen him ask her. This made Jiang Chuchu unable to accept it. Before this, Gu Chang'e had saved her and helped her solve the absolute disaster. He didn't care about his reputation at all. But why was he still so cold and indifferent to her? What else can there be between the two of us? Don't forget, you are the saintess of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice, and I am a devil who is full of evil and brings disaster to the world. In the end, we will be on opposite sides and kill each other. Gu Chang'e laughed when he heard this, and didn't seem to be polite. You are the successor of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice. And I am a demon who brings disaster to the world. The two of us are destined to stand on opposite sides. Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened as these words echoed in her mind. Before this, she had only taken Gu Chang'e's words as a joke and were not serious. But now that she thought about it carefully, his words were not without reason. This was because Gu Chang'e's identity would be exposed sooner or later. He could not hide it forever. The successor of the demonic arts brought disaster to the world and everyone had to kill him. When that time came, as the saintess of the human ancestor hall, what should she do? Should she really kill him? But Gu Chang'e was not so bad that he could not be saved. After all, back then, he could have easily killed her, but he did not. Later on, he even saved her time and time again. And she knew Gu Chang'e's greatest secret. How could she possibly do such a thing? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu sank into silence and struggled. When she came to find Gu Chang'e, she did not consider so much. In her opinion, she wanted to see Gu Chang'e and have him sort out his feelings. It was that simple. But after arriving at the palace, she realized that Gu Chang'e did not care about her thoughts at all. He did not even know why she had come to find him. This made Jiang Chuchu feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e, I can understand you. I know that you're not that bad, although you did that to me back then, I know that I asked for it. I don't blame you. Even if you killed the human ancestor, I know that it was not up to you. After all, your identity means that you and the human ancestor are destined to stand on opposite sides. Either he dies, or you die. After that, Jiang Chuchu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She looked at Gu Chang'e and spoke softly, as if she wanted to explain to him. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. Aren't you thinking too much? I'm not as good as you think I am. I have my reasons for doing all of this. Jiang Chuchu looked at him and sniffled with a look that said, stop lying to me. She continued, then why don't you explain why you saved me in the terminating land and helped me solve the terminating calamity? Gu Chang'e picked up the teacup beside him and drank unhurriedly. Then, with a calm expression, he said, "Do I need to explain to you what I want to do? Guchanga, why can't you just admit it?" Jiang Chuchu frowned. He felt that Guchanga was just trying to be brave and quibbling. That was why he didn't even bother to think of an excuse to explain himself. Guchanga drank his tea quietly and didn't say anything. Jiang Chuchu continued speaking. This time, she was even more direct. She recounted everything from the first time she met Guchanga to the many things that happened after she was imprisoned by her. She also told Guchanga about her own thoughts during this period of time. At the same time, she explained why she thought Guchanga did what he did. Of course, this was her beautiful thought. Guchanga really wanted to interrupt her and tell her that she was thinking too much. However, on second thought, Jiang Chuchu's thoughts didn't affect him at all. So that's how it is? Guchanga listened with interest. However, the more she spoke, the stranger his smile became. Alright, so he really was a good person. This was something that even he didn't know about. Guchanga didn't think that although he was an evil person, everything that he did had nothing to do with being a good person. Before this, although he intentionally led Jiang Chuchu to misunderstand him, he didn't expect this misunderstanding to be so deep. It was so deep that Jiang Chuchu was willing to help him clear his name. However, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Actually, when you were persuading me before, I had already thought about it. After Jiang Chuchu said this, she also let out a deep sigh of relief, as if she had let go of the burden in her heart. Even her eyes seemed to be much brighter. What have you thought about? Guchanga asked with interest. Didn't you persuade me not to commit suicide? Jiang Chuchu looked at him quietly. Guchanga smiled. How could I remember this kind of thing? Don't tell me that you really took it seriously? Jiang Chuchu didn't care about the sarcasm in his words. She stared at him and said seriously, I still remember what you said at that time. You asked me if I really planned to live for the human ancestor hall in this life. Oh, is that so? I seem to have said that before. Guchanga nodded as if she suddenly understood. I've actually thought about this matter carefully. The human ancestor died at your hands long ago. However, other than you and me, no one else knows about this. However, the human ancestor hall can't live without the human ancestor. This world can't live without a leader who can fight against Yingju Sky. When Jiang Chuchu said this, her voice was exceptionally calm. One had to know that when she first learned of Guchanga's plan, she was so against it that she didn't even consider it. However, now, she took the initiative to mention this matter to Guchanga, wanting to discuss the human ancestor's existence again. You mean to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor? Guchanga raised an eyebrow. Although he had expected that she would agree to this matter, he hadn't thought that Jiang Chuchu would suddenly mention this matter at this time. No, what I mean is to have you be the human ancestor. Jiang Chuchu stared at him boldly. Then, she couldn't stand Guchanga's gaze that seemed to want to completely see through her. She lowered her eyes and couldn't help but lower her voice. This way, no one will suspect that you are related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jiang Chuchu, don't you know what this matter means? From today onwards, you will be betraying your sect and colluding with me. Are you still willing? Guchanga's voice softened as if he hadn't expected her to say this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. A long time ago, I should have predicted this day. Seeing Guchanga's expression, Jiang Chuchu nodded. There was no regret or conflict on her face. Before this, she had already thought about all this. Today, she had come to find Guchanga to explain everything clearly. In any case, this day would come sooner or later. Jiang Chuchu, you're really stupid. If you do this, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation along with me. Hearing this, Guchanga slightly shook his head. There wasn't much of a change in emotion in his voice. I don't care. I just want to live for myself once and truly make a decision that belongs to me. Jiang Chuchu's expression was very calm, without the slightest ripple. Speaking of this, she suddenly stared at Guchanga with some expectation. In the future, we'll be grasshoppers on the same rope. And, in other words, she wanted Guchanga to stop bullying her and pay attention to her. However, with her temperament, it was very difficult for her to say this. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Chang'e smiled as if he knew what she was talking about. He showed a sympathetic expression. He gently reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Then, he took her into his arms. Jiang Chuchu broke free from his arms and fled the palace. She didn't dare to stay for long. Her face was hot, afraid that the disciples outside would see her abnormality. The reincarnation of the human ancestor. After watching Jiang Chuchu leave, Chang'e withdrew his gentleness. His eyes were very calm. He began to think about what to do next. Before this, he had considered disguising himself as the human ancestor. However, considering that Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin wouldn't be able to hide it, he temporarily put it aside. Now that he had Jiang Chuchu to cooperate with him, things would become much simpler. When that time came, he would be the human ancestor. The human ancestor hall would naturally listen to his orders. For his subsequent plan, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In the vast upper realm, who would dare to go against him? After all, with the identity of the human ancestor, Chang'e could do anything for the sake of all living beings. If anyone dared to stop him, they would be going against all living beings. The reason why the human ancestor built the human ancestor hall was so that when he reincarnated in the future, it would be easier for him to have unparalleled power and reach the peak faster. However, now, everything that the human ancestor had worked so hard for would benefit Chang'e. After returning to her original cave residence, Jiang Chuchu was a little surprised to see Wang Zijin, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "You went to see Chang'e?" Wang Zijin spoke. Her eyes were clear. She didn't use a questioning tone, but an affirmative one. She stared at Jiang Chuchu closely, especially when she caught the joy between her eyebrows. Therefore, she didn't need to ask to know what she had gone to do. After all, apart from cultivating, Jiang Chuchu wouldn't leave the cave residence at all. As for why she left the cave residence, she didn't need to think too much about it. Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. A few days ago, she had told Jiang Chuchu not to be too proactive and to be arrogant and cold. In the end, she had promised at that time, but in the blink of an eye, she had forgotten all about it. After knowing that Chang'e had returned to the Immortal Academy, Jiang Chuchu couldn't wait to find him. Now, there was joy between her eyebrows. It was obvious that Chang'e had said something good to her. This made Wang Zijin not know what to say to her. Who was the one who had a sullen face a while ago, as if she had a life-and-death feud with Chang'e? None of your business. Why did you come to my cave residence? Jiang Chuchu didn't need to be polite to Wang Zijin. Her words were cold. Of course I came here to find you. However, Jiang Chuchu, where's your reserve? You deserve to be eaten clean by Chang'e. Who can you blame for that? Wang Zijin's face was full of smiles as she argued with her. If Jiang Chuchu heard this before, she would definitely argue with her. However, she was very calm today. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you flustered and exasperated?" Wang Zijin clearly didn't expect her to say that. Her smile froze a little. Who's flustered and exasperated? I'm just concerned about you. I don't want you to be deceived by that scumbag. Jiang Chuchu shook her head slightly. You don't have to worry about these things. However, there's something I have to tell you. After all, Wang Zijin was the saintess of the human ancestor hall. Although she didn't care about the human ancestor hall, she still had to inform her at this time. What's the matter? Is there news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Wang Zijin smiled as if she had already expected this but didn't care. I already said that I'm not interested in finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, since you found it, that's good. Jiang Chuchu glanced at her and nodded. She said calmly, the reincarnation of the human ancestor is Chang'e. What? When Wang Zijin heard this, she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chang'e didn't look like a good person. How could he be the reincarnation of the human ancestor? However, if she were to think about it carefully, there was no one in the younger generation who was more suitable for this identity than Chang'e. He was extremely talented, extremely powerful, and had a terrifying background. His talents were unparalleled. He was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This was in line with the image of the human ancestor in everyone's heart. However, Why did she feel that there was something fishy about this matter? Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chuchu suspiciously. Are you sure that Guchanga didn't ask you to tell me this? She felt that Guchanga was definitely capable of impersonating the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Before this, she hadn't heard any news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, after Jiang Chuchu met Guchanga today, he suddenly told her that Guchanga was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Wang Zijin's first reaction was to doubt the authenticity of this matter. No. Jiang Chuchu shook his head and said calmly, in the future, we don't need to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor anymore. Guchanga has the Nirvana Green Lotus body. This is enough proof. Nirvana Green Lotus body? Wang Zijin's eyes were still filled with doubt. She naturally knew about this object. It was a divine object formed when the Nirvana Green Lotus matured. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she knew a lot about it. There was a high possibility that the reincarnation of the human ancestor was for this object. Since Guchanga had the Nirvana Green Lotus body, there was no doubt that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, Wang Zijin felt that this matter was a little strange. According to the records of the human ancestor palace and the rumors of the human ancestor was a great and righteous person. How could he be related to a cold and heartless person like Guchanga? Jiang Chuchu, are you sure you aren't colluding with Guchanga to deceive me? Wang Zijin stared at her, as if trying to see through her. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, do you think I'm that kind of person? Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. She knew Jiang Chuchu's character very well. She wouldn't betray the human ancestor palace. However, she didn't suspect Jiang Chuchu. Instead, she suspected Guchanga. Could the human ancestor's reincarnation have been secretly harmed by that guy Guchanga? Is he planning to replace him? Wang Zijin couldn't help but mutter softly. Of course, she was just saying it casually and didn't take it seriously. However, Jiang Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. She forced herself not to show any abnormalities. Alright, since you say that Guchanga is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, then he is. I don't hate him anyway. Compared to other people who have become the human ancestor, Guchanga is more pleasing to the eye. Wang Zijin said as she walked out of the cave abode. Although she felt that this matter wasn't simple, she couldn't be bothered. It was true that she was interested in Guchanga, but it was obvious that Jiang Chuchu had a close relationship with Guchanga. Was she that free to poach him? Although she could do such a thing, it was obvious that Guchanga didn't care about Jiang Chuchu. There was no need for her to poach a sea king. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin felt a little irritated for no reason. Then, she couldn't help but take out a crystal-clear jade pendant from her sleeve. This was the jade pendant that Guchanga carried with him when they were outside the Yin land. He gave it to her and promised that if she encountered any trouble in the future, she could look for him. He's a complete scumbag. Wang Zijin really wanted to throw the jade pendant away, but after thinking about it, she couldn't bear to and sighed faintly. She couldn't move him. A few days later, an important piece of news spread from the True Immortal Academy. As if it had grown wings, it quickly spread to every corner of the world and shocked the upper realm. Countless orthodoxies and forces were shaken. This time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor had finally appeared. It was none other than Guchanga. As soon as the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators found it hard to believe. After all, the most famous person in the upper realm was Guchanga. No one expected the successor of the mortal ancestor palace to suddenly announce this news. Guchanga was the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Was this for real? Everyone was shocked. Just how dazzling was Guchanga? This could no longer be described with simple words. Even if he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, it was just icing on the cake. However, on the other hand, even if the reincarnation of the human ancestor was someone else, it would be difficult to stop. Guchanga from shining brightly. Guchanga was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. To many people, this seemed to be a smooth-sailing matter. Of course, this was only the thought of ordinary cultivators. To many orthodoxies and forces, this was more like a collaboration between the human ancestor palace and Guchanga. After all, the successor of the human ancestor palace announced this news too suddenly. Before this, they had not heard anything about this at all. It was very likely that the human ancestor palace could not find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, due to various considerations, they decided to let Xianxia temporarily take over this identity. There was no one more suitable than Xianxia. To Xianxia, this was not a bad deal. He might as well reach an agreement with the human ancestor palace. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In fact, many forces and orthodoxies had such thoughts. Of course, it was one thing to know, and another to say it out loud. This was a tacit understanding among the orthodoxies. No one would be stupid enough to offend Xianxia and the human ancestor palace at this time. The True Immortal Academy was also in an uproar because of this. The reincarnation of the human ancestor, 717. What are Xianxia and the human ancestor palace doing? 6. Crown King Jinyao frowned. He didn't feel like Xianxia had anything to do with the human ancestor's reincarnation. From his point of view, it was more like the human ancestor's hall was borrowing Xianxia's power and influence to appear among the thousands of spirits in the upper realm. And Xianxia could make use of the human ancestor hall's transcendent status. This was a matter of mutual benefit. After experiencing the Purple Sun Heaven Monarch incident, Jinyao knew that Xianxia was definitely not a good person. Nowadays, it was inevitable for people of the same generation to compete with each other. Xianxia held the title of number one in the younger generation, which really put a lot of pressure on him. Within True Immortal Academy, the reactions of many young supreme beings were more or less the same as Jinyao's. After learning of this news, the elders of the Human Ancestor Hall held a skeptical attitude. They hurried to the True Immortal Academy to investigate. In this regard, Xianxia naturally did not hesitate and directly displayed the Nirvana Green Lotus body. Boundless and vast life force soared into the sky like the sun of Wang Yang. As divine radiance shone, a green lotus swayed within. It connected the heavens and earth, and a vast fog of chaos descended. The elders of the ancestral hall were shocked, but there was nothing to be suspicious about. Just like what Xianxia had said before, what the human ancestor hall needed now was not the human ancestor, but an identity. Even if they had other thoughts, they would forcefully suppress them. With this identity, Xianxia would not be affected too much. The human ancestor hall had many resources, but what he lacked the most now was resources. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After Xianxia devoured many quasi-supreme origins, his cultivation had finally broken through to the quasi-supreme state. More than half of the 206 bones in his body had turned into transcendent bones. Under his evolution, the inner universe in his body also developed from its embryonic form to its complete form. Xianxia's changes were endless, and it had the aura of the 6 paths of the heavens. During this time, many things happened in the upper realm. The most shocking thing was that the 13 great bandits in the chaotic star region were all annihilated, and no one survived. The 13 great bandits, who had roamed the chaotic star region for millions of years, could be said to be notorious. Not only were they fierce and powerful, but they were also very difficult to hunt down. They were like loaches. Many orthodoxies and trade caravans had suffered great losses at their hands. In less than half a month, they were killed by a terrifying army. The smell of blood filled the sky, and the sound of killing shook the world. It shocked many people. That battle stained the galaxy along the way with blood. Corpses and bones piled up, and ancient warships collapsed. Debris scattered in all directions. It was a scene of devastation. The heads of the 13 great bandits were now hung outside the chaotic star region as a warning. Then, a cultivator found out the reason. It turned out that some time ago, Xianxia sent a secret treasure to the weapon dominion to be refined. Because of the shocking phenomenon, the 13 great bandits targeted it and sent people to kill it. In this way, the 13 great bandits offended Xianxia, which led to the disaster and was completely annihilated. This matter frightened many cultivators, but they couldn't help but clap their hands in joy. In the end, it was because of their own sins. Why did the 13 great bandits want to die? Of course, for Xianxia, this was just a small interlude that wasn't serious. After dealing with the 13 great bandits, the secret treasure that he sent to the weapon dominion to be refined was also sent over. He named it the primordial purple mirror. From the appearance, it looked like an ancient scripture, simple and natural. It was surrounded by purple light, and as the primordial purple chi fell, it emitted a shocking Taoist rhyme and a mysterious aura like the great Tao intertwined. It was a deduction-type secret treasure. The main refining materials were the primordial Tao bone, the primordial purple chi seed, and the immortal Tao heavenly eye of purple sun heavenly lord. Other than that, there were also countless divine materials, which could be said to be extravagant. Other than Xianxia, there was no one else in the upper realm who had the courage to refine such a secret treasure. It shouldn't be difficult to deduce a fragment of the future. Apart from that, there are other uses. It can deceive the heavenly secrets and track karma. Xianxia closed his eyes slightly. Wisps of golden divine light flickered as he refined the secret treasure. The function of the secret treasure appeared in his mind. Just as he had expected, it could deduce the future, deceive the heavenly secrets, track karma, and even reverse the universe. Soon, the refinement was completed. Xianxia began to test its function. As the misty purple chi fell, the primordial purple mirror began to glow and flow with a mysterious wave. Vaguely, Xianxia saw ripples appear on the very simple and natural page like a lake and then spread out. It was as smooth as a mirror. Then, images began to appear on it. Between the barren and tattered star regions, majestic and thick continents floated. Countless star remains and ancient warship fragments were scattered on them. Corpses were everywhere, and the thick smell of blood drifted in the sky. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had just happened here. This place is the chaotic star region. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He was just trying to deduce the karma related to him. However, the primordial purple mirror showed the scene of the chaotic star region. Could it be that the karma related to him was in the chaotic star region? And at the next moment, Xianxia thought. The image in the primordial purple mirror changed. A blind middle-aged man in purple was sitting in a wheelchair. His lower limbs seemed to be crippled. He was being pushed through the void and quickly left the chaotic star region. According to the situation on the battlefield, this middle-aged man in purple should be a figure on the side of the 13 bandits. When the battle broke out, he hurriedly fled the battlefield and disappeared. Who is this person? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Soon, the image in the primordial purple mirror disappeared. If he wanted to activate it again, he would have to wait for half a month. Then, after putting away the primordial purple mirror, Xianxia summoned his follower. Greetings, Master. Do you have any orders? The follower said respectfully. Go and find out which survivors of the 13 bandits in the chaotic star region have escaped. Xianxia thought for a while and then said lightly. He was a little curious about the identity of the blind middle-aged man. He suspected that the reason why the 13 bandits attacked the caravan in charge of transporting the primordial purple mirror was definitely related to the blind middle-aged man. There should be something special about this blind middle-aged man. At the same time, he sent a message to Yin Mei and asked her to help him find out the secrets of the 13 bandits. Soon, a piece of news that piqued Xianxia's interest came to her. There is actually a mysterious man behind the 13 bandits? It seems that the blind, middle-aged man who escaped should be that mysterious man? I wonder if he has anything to do with the Son of Fate. Xianxia knocked on the table unhurriedly and then crushed the jade strip in his hand. There were many things in front of him now. However, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Devouring an ordinary quasi-supreme origin source would not be of much help to him. As for the origin source of a paragon, it was too difficult to obtain because paragons were the foundation of each clan. They would not show themselves easily, let alone kill them and devour their origin source. It was a difficult path. Therefore, only people with special constitutions or sons of providence would be of use to him. Regardless of whether they were sons of fate or sons of fate, their cultivation could not be too low. Otherwise, even if he devoured their origin source, it would not be of much help to Xianxia. Although Qin Wuya and Chu Hao were quasi-supreme cultivators, Xianxia had other plans for them. As for the blind middle-aged man, since he was related to him, even if he was not a son of fate, he should be a son of fate. Therefore, Xianxia began to order the Longevity Gu family, the various clans of Immortal Ancient, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Taichu Divine Sect, and other forces behind him to hunt down this person. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and orthodoxies were shocked. They did not expect that Xianxia would mobilize such a large number of troops in order to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits. It was shocking and terrifying. Then, Yu Mingkong also cooperated with Xianxia's orders. The peerless immortal dynasty sent out many troops to search everywhere. Everyone could not help but tremble in fear. In order to deal with the cultivators who offended him, the methods Xianxia used were enough to make anyone tremble. In the entire upper realm, there would be no place for the remnants of the 13 bandits to stay. This made people feel fear and despair. Even if they escaped to the lower realm, there was no way to survive. P.S. Tonight is the last chapter. Kawenka's discomfort. I am sorting out my thoughts. Time passed quickly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The upper realm was in an uproar because of Xianxia sending an army to search for the 13 bandits. Every day, there were cultivators and living beings in almost every ancient city discussing this matter. The 13 bandits were notorious for their evil deeds. They committed all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, robbing, and plundering. However, because of the chaotic astral region's terrain, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. After attacking passing caravans, they stole their goods and fled to Yao Yao, making the passing forces and caravans miserable. Moreover, the chaotic astral region was connected to many heavens, and it was the only way to transport goods in the weapon divine region, which was famous for its weapon refinement. For millions of years, the 13 bandits had stolen countless resources from the weapon divine region's caravans. Now that they were eliminated by Xianxia, the resources they obtained made many orthodoxies jealous. Of course, many people knew that Xianxia sent an army to eliminate the 13 bandits, which was enough to destroy an ordinary power. Moreover, he also suffered a lot of losses. In this battle, more than 100 ancient warships were destroyed. Because of this, many people thought that Xianxia sent a terrifying army to search for the 13 bandits. This incident also alarmed many orthodoxies and cultivators. They could no longer treat Xianxia as a young heaven's pride. He was gradually growing his wings and was starting to show his power and claws in the upper realm. Destroying the Purple Mansion was the best start. Now, if they offended Xianxia, they would have to consider the terrible consequences. After eliminating the 13 bandits in the chaotic astral region, Xianxia ordered the immortal ancient clans to secretly send powerhouses to organize the scattered bandits around the chaotic astral region. After all, only a fool would give up such a good resource. Xianxia was naturally not a good person. After eliminating the 13 bandits, he planned to support a new force to occupy the chaotic astral region. The 13 bandits had become very rich. These years. Regardless of which orthodoxy it was, they were all very interested in that area. Although they didn't dare to say much on the surface, they were secretly getting restless. Now that Xianxia had secretly organized this new force, the other orthodoxies did not dare to say anything. Bandits with a faction supporting them and bandits without were two different things. The star field of chaos was vast and boundless. It was located in a remote area with many continents connected to each other. Every day, countless caravans and cultivators would come and go. Not to mention the numerous teleportation formations and ancient altars that were occupied along the way. Any cultivator that wanted to pass through this place would have to pay an additional fee. In the long run, it would naturally become a land of wealth in the eyes of many orthodoxies. What Xianxia was most interested in was the favorable terrain here. Controlling the star field of chaos would not be a problem for him. In addition to the 13 great bandits, there were also several hundred bandits of various sizes within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Although they were scattered, they had the advantage of numbers. Even the 13 great bandits would find it difficult to unite them. These bandits were all fierce and ruthless people who had experienced many life and death battles. Their strength far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. After the 13 great bandits were wiped out, these bandits of various sizes became ambitious and wanted to dominate the area. However, their ambitions did not last long. They were quickly suppressed by the army and knights sent by Xianxia. The conditions that Xianxia gave them were very simple. They could either submit or die. With the 13 great bandits as an example, these scattered bandits naturally did not dare to resist. Just like that, the bandits of the star field of chaos gradually gathered together from a sheet of loose sand. Although they were still not as strong as the 13 great bandits at their peak. However, with Guchanga supporting them from behind, their overall strength was many times stronger than the 13 great bandits. Although many orthodoxies and cultivators in the star field of chaos knew who was behind all this, they did not dare to voice their anger. They could only silently pray that this group of bandits would be slightly more restrained under Guchanga's control and not commit all kinds of crimes like the 13 great bandits. Guchanga then arranged for Xianxia to be temporarily in charge of management. After a period of observation, he had already seen Xianxia's ability and ambition. This newly integrated group of bandits could be used as a whetstone to help him test Xianxia's ability. 1 or 2 vases were enough. To Guchanga, he preferred women who were useful to him and could help him. In the beginning, Xianxia did not expect Guchanga to trust her so much and let her take on such a huge responsibility. She was very nervous, but more than that, she was filled with ambition and excitement. She secretly swore in her heart that she would not let Guchanga down. After all, this was the opportunity that Guchanga gave her to show her ability. She had to make good use of it, seeing that Xianxia left the Immortal Academy with his token and headed to the star field of chaos. Guchanga retracted his gaze. He quietly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he picked up the communication talisman. It was related to Xiao Ruoyin's cultivation during this period. Yan Ji reported everything in detail. Guchanga was most concerned about whether Xiao Ruoyin had recovered her memories as the High Priest of Destiny. But now it seemed that Xiao Ruoyin still needed a long time to recover her memory. As for what realm her cultivation had reached, Guchanga didn't care. Master, there's news about the 13 great bandits that you want to capture. At this time, a follower suddenly came in from outside the hall to report. Guchanga returned to his senses and asked calmly. Oh, what news? The mysterious military advisor behind the 13 great bandits seems to be related to the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago. The follower said respectfully, according to the news, the mysterious military advisor seems to be related to the demon realm's Xianxia demon emperor. Later, he was chased by Empress Xiao and escaped from the demon realm. In the end, no one knew where he went. Unexpectedly, he sneaked into the star field of chaos and became the military advisor of the 13 great bandits. He has such a relationship with the demon realm? Could it be that his karma is related to me? Hearing this news, Guchanga was a little surprised. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Got it. You may leave. Once there are traces of him, I will send people to capture him immediately." Yes, master. Soon, the follower left. Guchanga thought for a moment and planned to write a letter. He felt that this matter might be related to the son of the demon realm's demon emperor. According to what he knew, there were 6 demon emperors in the demon realm. Among them, the Xianxia demon emperor and the Yuehua demon emperor were the closest. The son of the Xianxia demon emperor was called Jun Bufan. He and Empress Xiao, who was now in charge of the demon realm, were childhood sweethearts. They were even engaged. However, the engagement was annulled 6,000 years ago. Then, the demon realm fell into chaos. The son of the Xianxia demon emperor died in the chaos, and the 5 demon emperors disappeared. Although the Yuehua demon emperor was Empress Xiao's mother, she was rarely seen nowadays. To the public, she said that she was in seclusion. However, no one knew whether she was imprisoned by Empress Xiao or killed long ago. As early as the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago, Empress Xiao's reputation was not good. Many people thought that it was normal for her to do such things. She poisoned her fiancé and killed the demons who resisted. Countless creatures of the demon realm died at her hands. Her cruel means made people tremble. There was even a rumor that Empress Xiao's voice could stop children from crying at night. Guchanga remembered that some time ago, when he had just entered the Immortal Academy, he had triggered a destiny event. The son of the demon emperor had returned. At that time, he had reminded Empress Xiao. However, because he had something to do at that time, he did not take it to heart. Now it seems that this son of the demon emperor has become a big deal? Sure enough, a person of great destiny will be involved in the Son of Destiny. For me, it's a good opportunity to harvest. Gu Chang'e suddenly had such a guess when he thought about the blind middle-aged man. If that's the case, then this person is most likely to escape to the demon realm. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and called his followers again. He asked them to pay attention to the teleportation formations to the various ancient cities in the demon realm at all times. After arranging this matter, Gu Chang'e began to write a letter, intending to sound out Empress Xiao's attitude. The last time he met Empress Xiao at the Immortal Academy, although he flattered her a little and seemed to have a good relationship with her. However, Gu Chang'e knew that with her intelligence, it was impossible for her to trust him so easily. At most, it was a kind of appreciation for him at first sight. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of attitude Empress Xiao had towards her fiancé who had been poisoned to death. Therefore, it was necessary for him to decide the next plan based on Empress Xiao's attitude. If Empress Xiao still felt guilty towards Jun Bufan, he didn't mind helping to destroy him. The Demon Realm. In a magnificent palace that stood on the top of a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, a peerlessly beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was writing something in front of a table. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were deep and calm. There was a little light red makeup between her eyebrows, which made her look a little demonic. Beside her stood 4 tall women holding brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in their hands. The women were fat and thin, and their appearances were moving. Their hair was soft, and their facial features were exquisite. Their expressions were either charming, cold, indifferent, or demure. They were all different. Your Majesty, this is a letter from young Master Gu of the Immortal Academy in the Upper Realm. At this time, a female official came in with a letter with a respectful expression. Hearing this, the 4 female officials beside the woman in phoenix robe seemed to be a little surprised. One of the women with a demure temperament walked over, took the letter, and presented it to the woman in phoenix robe. Gu Chang'e? Why did he write to me? Hearing this, the woman in phoenix robe put down the memorial in her hand. She raised her eyebrows slightly and seemed to be a little surprised. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of what Gu Chang'e said to her, perhaps he can be called the emperor of all time. It was rare that the woman in phoenix robe smiled slightly. She gently took the letter and opened it to read. The 4 female officials beside her looked at this scene in surprise. They were the closest female officials to Empress Xiaoxi, and at the same time, they were also her confidants. Naturally, they knew the Empress' character very well. She was cold and dignified all year round, and it was not easy to get close to her, but she actually smiled, and it was because of a man. They naturally knew who Gu Chang'e was. They knew that he was the most popular and dazzling young heavenly pride in the upper realm in recent years, and his power was monstrous. Some time ago, he even destroyed a supreme sage orthodoxy, which shocked them and even frightened them. They felt that it was unbelievable, inconceivable, and surreal. Was this something that could be done by the younger generation? Even the most dazzling heavenly pride in the demon realm was overshadowed in front of him, and was far from comparable. Moreover, when did the Empress get to know Gu Chang'e? The 2 of them actually contacted each other through letters? You actually have the time to care about how I'm doing now. The smile on Yaoxi's face could not help but deepen. She seemed to be in a good mood, and the 4 female officials beside her felt her mood. This made them a little absent-minded. How long had it been since the last time the Empress showed such an expression? Was it the last time a minister stood his ground in the imperial court and agreed to Her Majesty's reforms, and explained Her Majesty's good intentions? After that, Yaoxi carefully read the contents of the letter again. Then, she picked up the pen next to her and began to write on the paper. It was rare that she wrote on her own, and did not let the female official beside her write for her. This caused the 4 girls to be shocked once again. How much did Her Majesty value this? They were suddenly very curious and wanted to see the legendary young Lord Chang'e with their own eyes. It didn't take long for Yaoxi to finish writing the content. She read it carefully again and showed a very satisfied expression. Only then did she pass it to the female officer beside her and say lightly, "Send it to young Master Chang'e as soon as possible." Asking for fresh flowers, yes. The female official with a demure expression took the letter and then quickly left the palace. During this time, keep an eye on the teleportation portals to the upper realm. The remnants of the evil that were not killed 6,000 years ago are showing signs of revival again. Yaoxi then ordered lightly. Your Majesty, is someone returning to the demon realm? The woman with a cold expression seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. Xianxia took a look at her. She trusted these female officials very much and had no intention of hiding anything from them. She said faintly, young Master Xianxia has recently wiped out the 13 bandits of the chaotic celestial regions. One of the survivors is Demon Master Baikuan, who served the Xianyang Demon Emperor 6,000 years ago. After offending young Lord Xianxia, there is no place for this person in the upper realm now, so he guessed that Baikuan would flee back to the demon realm. Baikuan? It's actually him? I heard that he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven and reverse the universe. Back then, he was able to escape from layers of pursuit and encirclement, and since then, his whereabouts have been unknown. So he fled to the chaotic star region. Hearing this, the few female officials looked a little shocked. Only the woman with a cold temperament who asked the question just now had a slight change in her expression. She seemed a little nervous, but it was only a fleeting moment. Xianxia was still flipping through Xianxia's letter and did not notice the woman's expression. All these years, the remnants of the rebellion have shown signs of revival. There should be someone secretly leading them, but who could it be? She frowned and began to think about the problems involved in the letter. When facing Xianxia, she had a feeling of when I was born, you were not, and when you were, I was already old. Therefore, many of the problems that she encountered were told to him in the letter without hiding anything. When she first met Xianxia at the Immortal Academy, she had paid attention to the things that Xianxia said. Therefore, when she returned to the demon realm, she began to order a search for the remnants of the 5 emperors. Moreover, Xianxia was very cautious, capturing people with the same name as her fiancé all over the demon realm. She knew that this method was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, but it was the only way that she could think of at the moment. She knew Jun Buffan's character and knew that if he was not dead, it was very likely that he would continue to use his original name. As for why Xianxia suspected that Jun Buffan was not dead, it was because she found that Jun Buffan's tomb was now empty. She did not know when, but someone had stolen his body. Facing this, she had no clue now, so she hoped to get a solution from Xianxia. Although Xianxia was just a junior to her, some of Xianxia's opinions gave her a feeling of seeing through the clouds. As expected. This son of the demon emperor seems to have matured. I have to find time to go to the demon realm. It's not easy to see a ripe leek, how can I let it go so easily? In the Immortal Academy, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. After reading Empress Xiaoxi's letter, he was not very surprised. Xianxia had already guessed some of the questions she asked before this. How could the return of the son of the demon emperor be the same as 6,000 years ago, repeating the same mistake again? As long as Jun Buffan was not stupid, he would choose to keep a low profile and not show up in front of Empress Xiaoxi as much as possible to reduce his limelight as much as possible. How difficult would it be to find the son of the demon emperor in such a huge demon realm? It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It would be strange if Empress Xiaoxi could find him, and perhaps even she was not sure whether Jun Buffan was dead or not. Since she could not find him, it would be easy to get him to show up on his own initiative. Then, Xianxia began to write. Since Empress Xiaoxi asked him for a solution, he had a way. In his opinion, Empress Xiaoxi was not ruthless enough. He had more ways to get Jun Buffan to show up on his own initiative. If he remembered correctly, Jun Buffan had an elder sister. His elder sister had not participated in the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago. She had designated a place as a forbidden area for the demon realm, and no one had dared approach it for thousands of years. At the same time, in an ancient city in the upper realm, a young man in disguise was setting up a stall on the side of a remote street. There were many rusty and muddy weapon fragments on the stall, as well as many exotic ores that could not be recognized. They were very old, as if they had just been unearthed. They were very fresh. However, while setting up the stall, the young man would choose to glance at the practitioners and geniuses passing by from time to time, his eyes shining. Xianxia, the remnants of the 13 thieves. Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with me now. Listening to the practitioners nearby, the young man murmured to himself. Something occurred to him. Hatred and anger flashed in his eyes. This man was certainly Jiang Chen. If it were not for Xianxia, he would not have ended up like this. He had to dig up graves and go into tombs to make a living by selling the burial goods of the tomb owner. If he was lucky, he could run into the tomb owner who had just died and devour the magic power left in his body. If he was unlucky, he could run into a corpse that had been nourished by the spirits of the universe and the essences of the sun and the moon, which could lead to a zombie transformation and a bloody disaster. Every time he went into a tomb, he had to be on tenterhooks, and he had to be careful not to be discovered by the family of the tomb owner. The black-robed old man had not shown up for a long time to train him. Xianxia did not know where the black-robed old man was either. He had to look for tombs in the mountains and practice the method the black-robed old man had left for him. He had made some small achievements during this period. He had developed a spiritual sea. Xianxia had planned to go to the big markets to gamble on stones according to his methods. However, at the thought that he would not be able to take the things away and would probably be left there, he gradually gave up the idea. He happened to hear that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up. He planned to go there to try his luck. Xianxia knew the ancient divine tombs of this world were totally different from those of the average void god or true god. Those were races with divine thrones, and they were extremely rare. The opportunities contained in this kind of tomb were beyond imagination. He believed he and the celestial boat's artifact spirit would be able to get a lot of benefits there. Benefactor, where did you get these things? While Xianxia was in a daze, a smiling monk suddenly showed up in front of him. The monk didn't look very young. His face was oily. The kasaya he was wearing was ragged. He was holding a worn-out bowl in his hand. He was pointing at some broken pieces of weapons on the stall. Xianxia didn't even give it a second thought. He said, "I picked them up from the ground." "Yeah?" the monk asked. Xianxia nodded. "Of course." Heh, in that case, I think you are destined to meet the Buddha." "Why don't you come with me?" the monk said, smiling. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia looked up. Staring at the monk warily, he grasped a weapon in his sleeve quietly. He had already selected the items on the stall, so there was nothing special about them. However, the monk obviously had seen through him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to him in such a way. The monk laid his eyes on Xianxia. Noticing his cultivation, he said with interest, "Benefactor, you're really something. I happen to have something here. I can cooperate with you. Don't worry. Benefactor, you'll get a lot of benefits." Jiangchu's heart sank. He felt the monk's cultivation was unfathomable. How would he know what kind of cooperation he was talking about? Monks don't lie. "Benefactor, don't worry. I've never cheated anyone in my life." Seeing Xianxia become silent, the monk made a solemn vow. "If you don't believe me, I'm sorry." How could Xianxia not understand what was going on? If he refused again, the monk would use violence against him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I'm just an ordinary person who resells this junk. Why do you have to be like this, master?" No. In this monk's opinion, this benefactor is not simple. Although your cultivation is not high, you were able to enter the tomb with such terrifying yin qi and find these weapon fragments. How can your means be compared to an ordinary person? The monk didn't care about Xianxia's self-mockery. He was still smiling. He went straight to the point and pointed out Xianxia's uniqueness. Xianxia's heart sank when he heard this, but he still looked calm and composed. When he entered the tomb at that time, he had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. The dangers involved would cause an ordinary cultivator's expression to change. There was the danger of dying. In the tomb, although he obtained many good things, he almost lost his life. It was all thanks to the help of the immortal boat spirit, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. And yet, the monk in front of him was able to see through all this with a single glance. He was truly not simple. Then Xianxia had no choice but to leave with the monk. He didn't even want to leave the stall. After all, these things weren't precious. The monk led him through many twists and turns before arriving at a very grand and imposing mansion. The cultivators in charge of guarding the entrance were all very powerful. Their bodies were enveloped in divine radiance, and their qi and blood were astonishing. After arriving here, the monk was obviously more cautious. He didn't dare act as casually as before. Don't talk nonsense here. Otherwise, even this monk can't protect you, the monk said to Xianxia in a low voice. Xianxia also looked serious. He felt aggrieved that he had been involved in such a thing for no reason at all. Who are we going to see? Xianxia couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The Great Void Divine Race. The monk turned his head and glanced at Xianxia. It was only because he wanted Xianxia to pay more attention to him that he explained. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He turned pale. He suddenly thought of something. These days, the news that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up had spread everywhere. And he had heard that a strong man from the Great Void Divine Race was buried in that so-called divine tomb. The Great Void Divine Race was very mysterious. It was an extremely rare race even in the upper realm. There weren't many of them. However, since they were called the divine race, they must be very strong. If they had a large population, it was possible for them to become the strongest race in the upper realm. And the person he was going to see was from the Great Void Divine Race. Xianxia's heart started to pound. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't talk nonsense when we go in. The monk still didn't feel at ease. He looked back and warned Xianxia carefully. Xianxia nodded. His palms were sweating. He vaguely saw a divine light shining in the depths of the mansion. An extremely noble, slim figure was sitting there. He seemed to be able to see through Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia step in, the black-robed old man, who had been hiding in the air, moved his eyes, but he didn't follow him. In the Academy of True Immortals. When Xianxia sent a terrifying army to search for the remaining members of the 13 Thieves. Within a majestic divine mountain. In a palace, several elders with vague faces shrouded in chaotic energy were discussing something. A grave of the Great Void Divine Race has shown up. It's a good chance for the geniuses of our academy to take a trial by fire. Last time, the disaster of the Absolutine Sky was destroyed by the inheritor of the demonic method. I hope it will go smoothly this time. So, how about the leader this time be 6 Crown King Junyao? Xianxia is getting stronger. The Immortal Academy can't accommodate him anymore. I don't think he'll take this seriously. The elders were talking. They were deciding on the leader of this trial by fire. Xianxia had been excluded. It wasn't because they didn't think Xianxia was qualified. They were considering whether Xianxia was willing or not. The opportunities in the tomb of the divine god were precious for the other disciples, but for Xianxia, they weren't worth mentioning. Soon, the decision was made. As soon as the news spread, the disciples of the Immortal Academy went into an uproar. The appearance of the tomb of the divine god naturally meant opportunities and dangers. And this time, the leader was actually 6 Crown King Junyao, not Xianxia. This shocked many people. They wondered if Xianxia had been showing off too much recently, causing the Immortal Academy to be determined to suppress him so that he wouldn't be able to cover the sky in the Immortal Academy. However, this guess was quickly overturned because an elder announced that Xianxia didn't need to participate in this trial. Many disciples were enlightened. Now, Xianxia's identity and status were completely different from them. They couldn't treat him as an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Academy. The gap between them and Xianxia had long been widening, and an invisible gap had appeared. Xianxia's status in the Immortal Academy had reached the point where he could sit on equal footing with the Supreme Realm Elders. In the next few days, the Immortal Academy began to bustle. Divine rainbows tore through the sky, and blood burst through the clouds. Many disciples began to prepare for this trial. 6 Crown King Junyao, Divine Phoenix Maiden, Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian'er, Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and others were all going to enter the tomb of the divine god this time to compete for their own opportunities. When Xianxia heard this news, he didn't take it to heart. Just as the elders had guessed, even if he was allowed to participate, he would refuse. This level of trial was just a waste of time for him now. He was more interested in the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Of course, if he heard that something good had appeared in the tomb of the divine god, it would be a different story. Are you really not interested in the divine tomb of the Great Void Divine Tribe? In the hall, Yu Mingkong was a little puzzled. In her memories, the great void divine tribe that had emerged this time had a piece of divine seed crystal, which was equivalent to a supreme Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Guchanga wouldn't let it go. For now, I'm more interested in catching that bastard. If something good appears in the tomb of the divine god, I'll naturally go. Guchanga smiled and explained. Yu Mingkong nodded. Then I'll help you keep an eye out. With her words, Guchanga was naturally relieved. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled. Yu Mingkong shook her head slightly. This is what I should do. Although the two of them were not married yet, she already had the self-awareness of being a wife. Then, she left. Not long after Yu Mingkong left, a piece of news came. Master, we found traces of the mysterious military advisor behind the 13 great bandits. We're now sending troops to intercept him. A follower reported respectfully. Guchanga stood up and narrowed his eyes. Where is he? He's currently in North Pole Ancient City. We've already sealed off the teleportation arrays in the surroundings. All cultivators and living beings have been stopped and are not allowed to leave the city. Even if that person grows wings, he won't be able to escape from our tight encirclement. The follower said confidently. Good. You've done well. Guchanga nodded. With a wave of his sleeves, he took a step forward and left the place. Then, his majestic figure soared into the sky. He directly opened a space tunnel and rushed through the void. A terrifying aura resounded in the sky. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy watched this scene in shock. They were speechless for a long time. Then, they began to guess where Guchanga was going and what his motive was. He should have found the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Wang Zijin said with certainty. Jiang Chuchu, who was beside her, looked at her and said calmly, You seem to know Guchanga very well. Wang Zijin smiled. I don't know him well. I just can guess what he's going to do. Do you suddenly feel that I know him better than you do? She revealed a pair of shallow dimples in a provocative manner. Jiang Chuchu ignored her provocation and turned to leave. Gu Xian'er, who had just broken through to the Saint Realm after coming out of seclusion, stared blankly at Guchanga and his people leaving. Then, he lowered his eyes. There seemed to be some lingering melancholy between his brows. Bi's ancient city. This was a majestic and magnificent ancient city with a population of several billion. It spanned a radius of nearly 100,000 miles, like a ferocious beast crouching on the ground. Just the city walls alone were like mountains that stretched endlessly. At this moment, outside the 4 city gates of Bi's ancient city, dark clouds pressed down on the city like dark clouds. Among them, colorful feathers flowed, demonic wings covered the sky, and scales flickered. All kinds of powerful and terrifying creatures appeared in the sky, completely sealing off all directions. Riding on the clouds, just their bodies alone were like small mountains. They were entwined with purple lightning and crimson light, and their power was astonishing. It was difficult for any cultivator or creature to leave this place, and they couldn't enter the city. Those who disobeyed would all be killed on the spot. Just now, a cultivator was dissatisfied and tried to resist, but he was slapped to death in the sky, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. Everyone trembled with fear. Their backs were cold, and their divine souls were trembling. They didn't know what had happened and why so many creatures and armies suddenly appeared. Even the city lord of Bi's ancient city appeared outside the city walls at this moment. He carefully wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, not daring to say a word. He naturally recognized the master behind these terrifying creatures, which was why he dealt with them carefully, not daring to offend them. The cultivators behind him were all important figures in Bi's ancient city. But now, they also carefully accompanied him, not daring to show a trace of dissatisfaction. The huge Bi's ancient city was dead silent at this moment. Everyone was worried that they would be destroyed by a destructive attack. The force outside the city was too terrifying. It was so vast that it covered the sky and the sun. Not to mention an ancient city, even a small orthodoxy could be easily destroyed by it. My master has ordered that anyone who dares to protect the remnants of the 13 bandits will be regarded as going against him and bear the consequences. At this moment, a creature that looked like a yiksha stood out. His body was surrounded by a red glow, and he sneered. His voice reverberated in the sky. The 13 bandits? Damn it. Damn the 13 bandits, how dare they drag us down? Hearing this, many cultivators' expressions changed. Only then did they realize, it turned out that this matter was related to the remnants of the 13 bandits. During this period, the news of Xianxia hunting down the 13 bandits had caused an uproar in the upper realm. It seemed that there was no need to say who was behind this group of creatures. Many cultivators smiled bitterly. Other than Xianxia, who else in the upper realm had such great power to send such a terrifying force to hunt down a person? At that moment, many people also relaxed. Since it was to hunt down the remnants of the 13 bandits, it definitely had nothing to do with ordinary people like them. They did not protect the rest of the bandits, so naturally, there was nothing to worry about. They just hoped that they would not be implicated. Everyone, don't worry. Since the remnants of the 13 bandits have appeared in Bi's ancient city, I will definitely cooperate with you to find them and give young Master Xianxia an explanation. The Bi city lord heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he opened his mouth and promised solemnly. In his heart, he also hated the remnants of the 13 bandits to death. Of all places, they had to come to Bi's ancient city. Was this not purely inviting trouble for him? If we had known that the remnants of the 13 bandits were in this city, we would have sent people to search everywhere. How could we have troubled young Master Xianxia to mobilize so many people? If someone is protecting the remnants of the 13 bandits, we will definitely capture them and kill them without mercy. After the Bi city lord said this, the other big shots behind him also spoke one after another to express their stance. They definitely did not protect or harbor the remnants of the 13 bandits. Hearing this, many young cultivators were shocked. They would not usually see such big shots at all. However, today, because Xianxia wanted to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits, they all appeared together and made such a solemn promise. Such power was simply too terrifying and unimaginable. With the Bi city master's words, we can be at ease. We are not unreasonable people. Master ordered us to come here to capture the remaining members of the 13 great bandits. He will not make things difficult for everyone in Bi's ancient city. Seeing that the Bi city lord and the others were so tactful, the Xianxia-like creature revealed a faint smile and said, "Everyone, please don't worry. We will do our best to cooperate with the search and won't let anyone suspicious go," the Bi city lord promised. Then, the mighty army descended on Bi's ancient city and began to search the mansions and palaces one by one. The entire Bi's ancient city was in an uproar. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that the remnants of the 13 bandits were hiding around them. Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Rain Admiring Pavilion. This was the Bi's ancient city's brothel. It was usually very lively, with women chatting and the fragrance of cosmetics. However, today, it was exceptionally quiet. In a private room inside, a pale-faced middle-aged man was sitting in a wheelchair. He could not stop coughing out blood. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. Other than that, his lower limbs were also crippled and he could not move at all. This was not an ordinary external injury. Even with many sacred medicines, it was difficult to cure it completely. Just like his eyes, this was the result of prying too much into the secrets of the heavens. He would not be able to get rid of it even if he spent his entire life. Behind the middle-aged man, a sorrowful young man could not help but sigh. "Master, are we just waiting for death today?" These days, they had been hiding everywhere. They were always on tenterhooks and were very careful. They were like rats living in the dark, unable to see any light. This kind of life made him feel hopeless. He did not understand why his master, who could foresee things like this, would be hunted down one day. In the vast upper realm, there was no place for him to stay. When the middle-aged man heard this, he seemed to have triggered the injuries on his body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He shook his head slightly. His voice was very calm, as if he had already expected this. "I didn't expect Xianxia to find me so soon. I thought I could hide for a few more days. This is all my fault. If it wasn't because of greed, how could I have caused all this? Disciple, you should go. Take Lian air and leave. The person Xianxia wants to catch is me. It has nothing to do with you. This is a secret treasure that I refined back then. After the two of you use it, hide in the void and leave quietly. No one will be able to detect your tracks. Then, take the opportunity to escape to the demon realm and find a person called June Buffon. Give this brocade pouch to him. The middle-aged man said all this calmly. At the same time, he took out two items from his arms. A very ordinary brocade pouch and a very ordinary jade talisman. There was nothing special about them. Even if they were to be thrown on the ground, no one would notice. But now, these two items were given to the two of them by him. Behind the young man stood a woman with a graceful figure. Her appearance was enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. At this moment, her expression seemed to be somewhat unbearable, but in the end, she did not say anything. Master, if we leave, what will happen to you? You are now seriously injured. Once we leave, you will be caught by Xianxia. That will be a dead end. When the young man heard this, his face was even more sorrowful. His eyes were red as if tears could fall at any time. Disciple, you have now received my true teachings. Even without me, you can still live well. You don't have to bury your life in this place for me. The middle-aged man's smile seemed to be a little gratified, but his words were still resolute and there was no room for doubt. Lien you, sigh. Father is most guilty to you and your mother. But I can't help it. All these years, I didn't come to find you, not because I didn't want to see you, but because I didn't want to implicate you. It's been hard on you, building such a big spring breeze Jasper building by yourself. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman again and said with some guilt. Although he could not see, he knew that his daughter was actually looking at him. This made the middle-aged man feel a little gratified. Who would have thought that the master behind the famous assassin organization Spring Breeze Jasper building was actually the daughter of Demon Master Baikuan? The sky trembled and rumbled in all directions. Rumble, the entire Biai's ancient city was in an uproar because of the fact that the remnants of the 13 great bandits were being sheltered. The majestic army marched straight in like a black cloud, descending upon this place. Then, they began to search the palaces one by one to find the remnants hidden in them. In addition, the big shots of Biai's ancient city also sent their subordinates to begin a strict search and elimination, sealing off every teleportation array and exit. It was the first time for many cultivators to see such a grand scene, and they felt extremely uneasy. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, were carefully staying in their own palaces at this time. The streets that used to be very lively were now dead silent. They were all knights holding all kinds of heavenly sabers, halberds, and spears. They were aggressively riding on their mounts and searching from house to house. Buzz, at this moment. In the sky, a rumbling fluctuation came, followed by an incomparably resplendent door of light that seemed to be connected to another world. Everyone raised their heads to look at this scene in shock. Then, they saw many mighty figures walking out of the light door. The person in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his face was flawless. His eyes were deep, and his facial features were handsome without a trace of flaw. His temperament was extraordinary, but there was an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Behind him were many figures with extremely powerful auras. They were riding terrifying beasts, and their brilliance soared into the sky as they rode on the clouds. When ordinary cultivators saw this scene, they might even be scared out of their wits. Greetings, young Master Xianxia. Greetings, Master. The person who came was naturally Xianxia, who had rushed over from the Immortal Academy after hearing that the remnants of the 13 great bandits had appeared. When the city lord of Biai's ancient city and the others saw this, they all flew up into the sky and bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were very respectful. It's young Master Xianxia. Apart from him, who else in the younger generation can have such power? It's simply unbelievable that a young man can actually do this. Whether it's cultivation base or power, it's to the extent that no one can surpass him. Many young geniuses in Biai's ancient city couldn't help but feel admiration and respect when they saw the scene. They didn't know when they would be able to reach such a level. His name was known throughout the world, and no one dared to disrespect him. Xianxia nodded. He glanced down and asked, "Have you found any traces of him?" The Yiksha-like creature stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master, we are searching the entire ancient city. We have sealed all the exits and teleportation arrays. We have even sealed the void 100,000 kilometers away. Today, he won't be able to escape. Xianxia nodded. She descended from the sky and landed on the street. The people behind him followed closely behind him, keeping a few steps behind. Xianxia frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. Why would this person flee to this city and not other places? Previously, in his speculation, even if Baikuan wanted to escape, he would definitely escape to the demon realm. Bai's ancient city was too far away from the demon realm, so it shouldn't be a suitable place to escape. Pay attention to the people around Baikuan. He definitely has accomplices. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Thinking of this possibility, he ordered indifferently. At the same time, his vast and majestic divine sense also swept across the entire ancient city, unscrupulously probing every corner. Baikuan was once a close friend of the Xianxia demon emperor. This time, Xianxia planned to deal with the returned son of the demon emperor. Baikuan was bound to be the best candidate and the best entry point. If he guessed correctly, according to the normal trajectory, Baikuan should provide a lot of help in the rise of the son of the demon emperor, Jun Bufan. Or rather, it was normal for the demon master, who had once assisted the Xianxia demon emperor, to assist his son again. Jun Bufan had become a master and was hiding in the demon realm. It was bound to be difficult to find him. And Baikuan was an indispensable chess piece. This was also related to Xianxia's next plan. With the arrival of Xianxia, the entire Bai's ancient city became more and more stirred. The cultivators and creatures of all clans and sects carefully stayed in their own sects, not daring to be angry or speak. They could only watch as a large group of knights rushed in from outside the mansion and left after a thorough search. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and feel relieved. Young Lord Xianxia, the east and south of Bai's ancient city have been searched, and there is no suspicious face. The Bai city lord respectfully cupped his hands and said. In terms of seniority, he was thousands of years older than Xianxia, but his cultivation was far inferior to him. In front of Xianxia, he even trembled and feared as if he was facing an ancestor. So, the west is still unsearched, Xianxia nodded. Bai's ancient city is not very big. It will only take half a day to search the west. What will Baikuan do in the remaining time? Will he say his last words? He had a faint smile on his face, like a cat catching a mouse, as he slowly walked over. The surrounding markets and pavilions were very quiet. Usually, divine light would surge and the light of treasures would soar into the sky, but today, it was unusually quiet. Finally, two colors of black and white circulated in his eyes. Under the insight of the power of reincarnation, everything in the world became clearer and more reasonable. The luck here is strange. Xianxia noticed an unusually splendid group of pavilions, palaces, and pavilions, row after row. Where is that? Xianxia asked. Young Lord Xianxia, that is the property of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Usually, many cultivators would come here to enjoy themselves, the Bai city lord looked over with some surprise, and then reported truthfully. Let's go there. Xianxia nodded slightly and started walking towards that direction. The followers behind him heard this, looked at each other, and nodded tacitly. Boom! Then, with a wave of his hand, a vast army and knights descended and surrounded the palaces and pavilions in front. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a new force in the upper realm in the past 1,000 years. Its origin was very mysterious. No one knew what was behind it, and who was the mysterious owner behind it. On the surface, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a place for prostitutes to seek pleasure. However, many cultivators knew that it was an assassin organization in the dark. It specialized in dealing with the dark and shady assassinations of various orthodoxies. For example, assassinating the young skyprides, young seeds, elders with great potential, or eliminating traitors and so on. Compared to those assassin organizations with thousands of years of history, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had only been established for a short time. However, the assassins in the organization were terrifyingly powerful. They were unpredictable and hard to guard against. All the major assassin organizations saw it as a thorn in their side, and they could not wait to remove it. The various orthodoxies were also very wary of it because they could not find the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It was like a weed that could not be burned out. When the right time came, it would reignite from the ashes. Over time, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had gained quite a reputation in the vast upper realm. There were even rumors that as long as the price was right, it would even dare to assassinate the ancient emperor. Countless skyprides and cultivators had died in its hands over the years. There were even rumors that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was the successor of the Slayer Emperor who had killed so many emperors that their expressions changed. At this moment, in the pavilion, Bai Kuan sighed as he thought of this. He had seen what his daughter, Bai Lian had done all these years. Sometimes, when he saw her in danger, he would help cover for her to prevent her enemies from finding her and killing her. However, he had never told Bai Lian about these things. He was a fugitive from the demon realm. All these years, Empress Xiao had been tracking down the remnants of the 5 emperors. It was because of this that his daughter, Bai Lian could not be involved in this. It's been hard on you all these years, Bai Kuan sighed. Hearing this, the enchanting woman who had been silent behind the young man finally spoke up. She seemed to be unable to bear it. She lowered her eyes. Although her gaze was cold, it also contained unconcealable sadness. Father, I actually understand all of your difficulties. Her voice had a strange charm. If ordinary cultivators heard this, it was very likely that they would lose their mind. Although the young man had seen her a few times, he still felt a little embarrassed at this time. He knew that this was not deliberately done by Bai Lian but because of her special physique. For cultivators, she had a natural charm. Bai Kuan showed a gratified smile when he heard this. All these years, father has really wronged you. Sometimes, I really want to see you, but I'm worried that the people of the demon realm will find out. Sigh, if it wasn't for this, I probably wouldn't have seen you in my life. Bai Lian nodded and lowered her eyes. Father, you don't have to say this. I can understand you. Well, I've said what I wanted to say. Now, you all should leave this place. Soon, Guchunga's people will find this place. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he said cautiously, but remember, don't avenge me. This disaster was caused entirely by my moment of greed. You can't possibly be Guchunga's opponent, so don't be his enemy. Remember what I told you. Go to the demon realm and find a person named Jun Bufan. Give that brocade pouch to him. He is the destined one. The last sentence was obviously said to the young man. Although Bai Lian was puzzled, she didn't ask much at this time. Jun Bufan. Didn't he die 6,000 years ago? Why give this brocade pouch to him? She sighed faintly in her heart and her thoughts were complicated. I understand, master. I won't let you down. The young man nodded solemnly. Then, the two endured the grief and activated the jade pendant to hide their aura and figure. They left through the back door of the pavilion. Bai Kuan sat in the wheelchair with a calm expression. His thoughts gradually scattered. In the past, Demon Master Bai Kuan was also an all-powerful figure in the demon realm. He was known to be able to predict everything and he dared to say it. With this courage and boldness, he was able to make a name for himself in the demon realm. Even the various demon emperors were extremely respectful towards him. And because he was familiar with the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor since childhood, he finally became his subordinate, which made the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor vaguely known as the head of the 6 great demon emperors in the demon realm. Who could compare to the glory of that time? But he didn't blame others for falling into such a situation today. All karma, every drink and every peck, has a cycle, Bai Kuan sighed. His face was unusually calm as he waited for Guchunga's arrival. He knew that since Guchunga knew that he was behind the 13 great bandits and had escaped, he must have a way to find him. There was no doubt about this. Guchunga, this young man, was really too strange. He had once divined his fate, but the only result was a backlash. It took half a month for him to get better. At that time, if he hadn't sensed the birth of a shocking secret treasure in the weapon-suppressing divine domain and was compatible with him. How could he have been so greedy? How could he have brought disaster to the 13 great bandits? How could he be hunted down by Guchunga? He had hidden in the demon realm for 6,000 years, but in less than half a month, he was found by Guchunga. Rumble. At this time, Bai Kuan suddenly heard a huge noise coming from outside the pavilion. A terrifying and vast wave came, as if the heavenly river was crashing down. A surging golden palm print suddenly penetrated the sky and fell toward a certain void. Suddenly, it was as if many stars had exploded. Countless pavilions and palaces turned into ashes under the aftermath. All the cultivators trembled as if they were facing a world-ending catastrophe. Dong! That place seemed to be about to burst open. Endless light and runes intertwined, and finally turned into broken swords that scattered in all directions. Guchanga frowned slightly, looking at the wave that flashed by. He escaped. After taking his palm head-on, he could still escape safely. This strength was at least that of a quasi-supreme. Seal this place and don't let anyone come near. Guchanga ordered the people behind him who were still in shock. Then, incomparably terrifying nights rolled up a gust of wind and quickly descended, instantly surrounding the spring breeze Jasper Pavilion. The cultivators and creatures in the distance watched all this with incomparable shock. That palm just now felt like the sky had smashed down. They were deeply shocked. Was this Guchanga's true strength, in the pavilion? Although Baikuan was blind and disabled, he was a quasi-supreme cultivator. It was just that he hadn't shown his cultivation for many years. At that moment, he clearly sensed a terrifying wave that surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-supreme. If it weren't for the formation patterns in Bi's ancient city, who knew how many city towers would have been destroyed by that attack? Could it be that Lian and Bai Hua's traces have been discovered? Impossible. Are you done with your last words? And just as Baikuan was about to make a final desperate fight, suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from below his pavilion. Then a young man's voice sounded. Although it sounded like a chuckle. But it seemed extremely calm and indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. The moment he heard this voice, Guchanga, Baikuan's scalp was a little numb. The first feeling was like facing a cold iron stone, which made people tremble uncontrollably. He didn't expect Guchanga to find him so quickly and say such words as soon as she arrived. Last words, could it be that Guchanga really heard something? But anyway, he was a person who had been through a lot, so he quickly calmed down. After all, the jade pendant he gave the two of them was not a simple thing. It could hide one's aura and quietly escape, so it was impossible to be discovered. Thinking of this, Baikuan looked at the stairs and asked calmly. Young Master Changa made such a big fuss just to find a cripple like me. It's really an honor. Guchanga walked up unhurriedly. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. For people who dare to offend me, I generally don't like to leave them a way out. So sometimes, even if I have to search the entire upper realm, I have to find his hiding place and then kill him. He said it casually, but Baikuan felt that his soul was trembling. This young man was far more terrifying than he imagined. And his strength was unfathomable. He suspected that the fluctuation he felt just now was from Guchanga. It was simply unimaginable to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Then, Baikuan was about to speak, but Guchanga interrupted him. However, after seeing you today, I suddenly changed my mind. I won't kill you. If you're alive, you'll be more useful to me. While talking, Guchanga sat down by himself. Looking at the tea that was still warm, his eyes flashed with understanding. He spoke very frankly and directly, without any intention to beat around the bush. However, Baikuan's face changed as he felt a sense of uneasiness and strangeness. What did Guchanga want to do? He paid such a price to search for his traces in the upper realm. Wasn't it because he instigated the 13 bandits to attack the caravan that carried Guchanga's secret treasure, which led to his revenge? Guchanga, what do you mean? If you want to kill me, I won't frown. Baikuan's face turned cold at this moment. He no longer feigned civility with Guchanga and said firmly. He felt that Guchanga seemed to have other motives, and it was not just a simple revenge. However, he did not want to drag his disciple and daughter down. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. What did you say just now? Those two escaped quite quickly. It seems that you should have given them an amulet, so that they could escape from under my nose. Guchanga shook his head slightly and smiled as if he could see through Baikuan's thoughts at a glance. He had expected it just now. However, he still underestimated Baikuan's means. He could actually let the two of them hide their auras and slip away under the eyes of many cultivators and living beings. It had to be said that this method surprised Guchanga a little. However, it also made him think of sparing Bai Kuan's life. Of course, Guchanga was not worried about the impact. The two of them could escape for a while, but they could not escape for a lifetime. As long as Bai Kuan was in his hands, he had ways to make the two of them appear. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. Bai Kuan looked at Guchanga coldly. Although he was blind, his heart was not. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You only need to understand one thing. Even if you want to die today, you can't. From now on, your life is mine. Guchanga smiled faintly. Then, he quickly made a move. There were black runes flashing in his palm. As the rules fell, he directly slapped Bai Kuan's abdomen at lightning speed. What is this? Bai Kuan's expression changed. Before he could resist, he felt a strange power penetrate his lungs, bones, and blood, and directly fell towards the place where his spirit sea was. This strange power was too terrifying. It was filled with deep greed and malice. It was as if it had a life of its own, taking root in his wheel of life. It was like a huge black net that sealed his spirit sea in an instant. There was a sense of death and exhaustion that spread, constantly devouring his dermic powers. What kind of secret technique is this? You sealed my cultivation, said Qin Wendian. Bai Kuan was furious and triggered his injuries. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Guchanga glanced at him indifferently and didn't care much. He turned around and walked downstairs. He instructed, investigate the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion with all your strength and suppress Demon Master Bai Kuan back to the True Immortal Academy. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was definitely related to Bai Kuan. There was no doubt about that. If Guchanga guessed correctly, one of the two people who escaped just now should be Bai Kuan's disciple. As for the other person, he should be related to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. As for his identity, it still needed to be investigated. If he couldn't find anything, he could only search Bai Kuan's soul. Hearing this, Bai Kuan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't expect Guchanga to continue investigating the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion after catching him. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although his daughter, Bai Lian had never appeared in front of anyone all these years, and almost no one knew that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was her. However, Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve. Who knew if he couldn't find out? Then, Demon Master Bai Kuan was caught and his cultivation was sealed. He was escorted out by a group of knights and directly thrown into a prison that was prepared in advance. When they saw this scene, all the cultivators and living beings in the entire Bai's ancient city heaved sighs of relief in unison, and they felt much more at ease. The huge mountain that hung above their heads also descended to the ground. Otherwise, anyone who faced an existence like Guchanga would tremble in fear. Today's matter has frightened everyone. Changa is a little apologetic. Before leaving Bai's ancient city, Guchanga smiled and said to the Bai's Lake City Lord and the others who sent him out of the city. Young Master Changa, you must be joking. Demon Master Bai Kuan was reckless and went against you. It's only right for us to cooperate with your search. The Bai's Lake City Lord and the others hurriedly waved their hands and said with a very humble attitude. Moreover, the 13 great bandits have been causing trouble for many years. It's also a good deed for you to eliminate this group of bandits. Everyone couldn't help but say. Although they didn't mean it, at this time, no one dared to complain. In that case, Changa will take his leave first. Guchanga smiled slightly and didn't care about this. From the beginning to the end, he was as handsome as jade and elegant and polite. After saying this, he glanced at a certain place in the void. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, he left with the mighty and terrifying army and didn't stay for a moment. The Bai's Lake City Lord and the others watched Guchanga leave before they let out a long sigh of relief and returned to the city below. Bai's ancient city began to return to its usual bustle and noise, but today's incident was deeply etched in everyone's mind. Even if they died, they wouldn't forget it. At this moment, in a mountain range 100,000 miles east of Bai's ancient city. In the void, there was a fluctuation, and then two figures fell out. The first one to land was a young man with a pale face. His blood and chi were tumbling, and he felt as if his internal organs had been torn apart. It was extremely painful. It was Bai Kuan's disciple, Bai Hua. Behind Bai Hua was the enchanting woman who fell out of the void. She was Bai Lianer. Bai Lianer's condition was not much better than Bai Hua's. Her delicate face was pale, and her clothes were stained with blood. This Guchanga is so strong, if I didn't react fast enough, I would have been left there. Bai Lianer's eyes were cold. She quickly took out a large number of pills from her summer ring and swallowed them to heal her injuries. She did not care about Bai Hua, who was looking at her with a worried face. Instead, she was quietly adjusting her injuries, quickly healing her broken bones and lungs. She was a peak quasi-supreme cultivator, but she was suddenly hit by Guchanga's palm. She was caught off guard and did not have time to resist. She only took out a magic tool to resist, and as a result, she was seriously injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Guchanga's strength was. Moreover, Bai Lianer did not know how Guchanga detected her and Bai Hua's tracks. She had clearly used a unique secret method and activated the jade pendant her father had given her. But even so, Guchanga had still noticed their tracks. At that time, Bai Lianer's heart was shocked and she could not believe it. As for Guchanga, she had naturally heard a lot of rumors about her. Whether it was before or now, he was always in the limelight, and all his peers had to lower their heads when they saw him. However, Bai Lianer didn't care about him at all. In the end, he was just a young junior. If Guchanga wanted to reach this step, even at the fastest speed, it would take 100 years. But, until this period of time, following the outbreak of the Longevity War and the destruction of the Purple Mansion, she had no choice but to pay attention to Guchanga. He tried his best to prevent the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's assassins from accepting missions related to the Longevity Gu family and Guchanga. As an assassin in the underworld, she had seen all kinds of missions. For example, the assassination of Guchanga. This was because there were too many orthodoxies in the upper realm. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Guchanga's brilliance was too dazzling, and there would always be orthodoxies who would be jealous and want to destroy him. This was a very normal thing. However, Bai Lianer had never imagined that one day her father would actually offend Guchanga. Furthermore, he had even urged the 13 great bandits to go steal the artifacts that Guchanga had forged. With such a huge grudge, Guchanga would definitely not let it go. But since it had already come to this, she was powerless to stop it. After offending Guchanga, her father would definitely not have an easy time. Thinking of this, Bai Lianer could not help but feel a faint sadness in her heart. Although she had a cold personality, it did not mean that she was heartless. Although she used to hate and complain about her father, things had already happened for 6,000 years. As her only family in this world, how could she be indifferent? In the next moment, Bai Lianer suddenly waved her hand, and a crystal-clear mirror appeared from her sleeve. Sister Lianer, what is this? Although Bai Hua grimaced in pain, he could not help but ask. Bai Lianer looked at him coldly and did not say much. As her magical power surged, the brilliance on the mirror surged, and an image suddenly appeared. Master, Bai Hua's eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim. The image that appeared in the mirror was the scene of Guchanga sending cultivators to detain Bai Kuan in the Biai's ancient city. Although Bai Kuan's expression was natural, from the image, he was bound by chains and looked extremely pathetic. This scene made Bai Hua burn with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, incomparable anger and hatred. Fortunately, Bai Lianer glanced at him indifferently, frowned, and continued to stare at the image in the mirror. However, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She even resisted the urge to take a few steps back, and even the mirror in her hand almost fell to the ground. In the image, a young man wearing a black robe, with jade-like skin, and even his hair was shining brightly like a god. He suddenly raised his head and smiled at her, as if he could see her from an endless distance. Then, the mirror in front of her blurred and shattered, and then with a crack, it shattered. How is this possible? How could he sense the trick I left behind at that time? Bai Lianer took a deep breath and calmed down. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her heart was a little uncertain, falling into a deep uneasiness. How terrifying is Guchanga's perception? He can even sense this? How can he be so unfathomable? Is he really just a member of the younger generation? He shouldn't have seen me, but he sensed my method. Soon, Bai Lian recovered her calmness. She looked at Bai Hua indifferently and said, "Let's go." "Sister Lian where are we going now? To the demon realm?" Bai Hua stood up and asked. He also swallowed a lot of pills, and his injuries were more or less healed. "I'll go find someone first." Since Gu Chang'e didn't kill father on the spot, then he must be keeping father alive for now. "I can't ignore father's life and death," Bai Lian said indifferently. As the owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, she had developed a lot of informers over the years. And this was the time to put them to use. "Master, didn't he tell us to ignore him and not to find Gu Chang'e for revenge?" "Why?" Bai Hua asked puzzledly. He revered Bai Kuan from the bottom of his heart, so he never went against his master's words. Although he also wanted to save his master and avenge him, but considering his master's words, he felt that he should follow his master's instructions. That was the premise before father was killed by Gu Chang'e. Now that Gu Chang'e doesn't have the intention to kill him, then there is a way to save father. Bai Lian said indifferently, "After I've arranged everything, we will go to the demon realm and find Jun Bufan." Speaking until here, she looked at Bai Hua and shook her head. They were both of the younger generation, but why was there such a big gap between him and Gu Chang'e? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. Although Bai Hua had inherited her father's legacy, in her opinion, he was just a very naive young heaven's pride that hadn't seen much of the world. Possessing the celestial body and the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven, this kind of talent was of little value to her, and it would only be a burden to bring along. But because he was her father's last disciple, she had no choice but to bring him along. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Lian By the way, Sister Lian do you know the Jun Bufan that master mentioned?" Bai Hua nodded, then thought of something and asked puzzledly. Bai Lian's expression changed slightly, but she didn't answer his question. To her, even if Jun Bufan wasn't dead, he was just a stranger at most. 6,000 years ago, her heart had been sealed in ice. Then, the two turned into divine rainbows and quickly left this place, passing through many mountains and lakes without stopping. The news of Bai Kuan, a descendant of the 13 bandits, being captured by Gu Chang'e in Bai's ancient city quickly spread throughout the upper realm, causing a huge commotion. Bai Kuan was naturally no stranger to the demon realm. In the past, the famous demon master had great power and influence, but because he saw too many mysteries of heaven, he became blind. After the chaos in the demon realm, he was labeled as a traitor by the current demon realm's Empress Xiao. After many years of pursuit, his whereabouts were unknown. Now that Bai Kuan had reappeared in the world, it caused quite a stir for various clans and orthodoxies. Many cultivators and creatures were guessing how Gu Chang'e would deal with Bai Kuan after imprisoning him. Of course, the reason why Bai Kuan would end up in such a state was because many people felt that he brought it upon himself. Snatching Gu Chang'e's secret treasure out of nowhere? Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? This matter caused an uproar in the upper realm, and some people guessed that the demon realm might send someone. Because of this matter, Immortal Academy specially emptied an underground prison for Gu Chang'e, specifically to imprison Bai Kuan. However, Bai Kuan's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Chang'e, so he wasn't worried that someone would take the huge risk to come to Immortal Academy to save him. After returning to Immortal Academy, Gu Chang'e contacted Empress Xiao in the demon realm while preparing his next plan. According to his investigation, Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion rose 6,000 years ago, which was also when the demon realm was in chaos. Among the demon realm's 6 emperors, other than Demon Emperor Yue, the other 5 were missing. Bai Kuan was a demon master under Xianxia Demon Emperor, and the two were close friends. With this layer of relationship, it was easy for Gu Chang'e to deduce that the person behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had also left the demon realm back then. Bai Kuan only had one wife in his life. Because he spied on the heavenly secrets back then, he was cursed, causing his wife to die early. In addition, Bai Kuan had a daughter named Bai Lian who also disappeared 6,000 years ago. Gu Chang'e flipped through the information he found and fell into deep thought. Mei didn't disappoint him. Among the many pieces of information, there was a very crucial piece. Because Bai Lian's mother died early, she thought that her father killed her mother, so her relationship with her father was like fire and water. It seems that one of the two people who escaped from Bi's ancient city that day was Bai Lian. I just don't know if she's the mysterious owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. I have to find a chance to meet her. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. At that time, she took his palm in a hurry, so her strength was at least above quasi-supreme. What he wasn't sure now was whether Bai Lian would save her father. After all, according to the information, Bai Lian and her father, Bai Kuan, were like fire and water. Gu Chang'e planned to find an opportunity to test Bai Kuan's intentions. During this time, the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy had all gone to the Great Void Divine Tomb to train, so it was quite quiet. From time to time, Yu Mingkong would send him some news about the opportunities in the Great Void Divine Tomb. In addition to Perfected Immortal Academy, the other orthodoxies and sects also sent their young heavens prides. For example, the Hidden Ji family, the Hidden Wang family, and some more mysterious clans were gradually showing their traces. Since the creation of the Upper Realm, there were many Khanate clans, but until now, there were very few traces of them. It didn't mean that those clans disappeared, but they hid in some small worlds and didn't contact the outside world. The power of these clans couldn't be underestimated. They had a long history and even spanned countless eras. For example, the Great Void Divine Clan was such a clan. The divine spirit of Great Void flowing in their blood was a mysterious power comparable to the light of flying immortals. With this power, they would have unparalleled fighting power. It was hard to find an opponent in the same state. The appearance of the Great Void Divine Tomb not only alerted the other clans, but also the mysterious princess of the Great Void Divine Clan. Moreover, what Gu Chang'e found most interesting was that according to the report of the demonic technique puppet, Jiang Chen was among them. Not only was the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan with him, but there was also a mysterious monk. He was indeed the son of luck. He would show up wherever there was an opportunity. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to go to the Great Void Divine Tomb, but since the son of luck had shown up, there must be something good. In this way, he had to go. He could send someone to investigate Bai Lian's whereabouts and wait for Empress Xiao's reply. He had to think about Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit, when he went to the realm of monsters. Everything he had done so far was just part of his plan. If Bai Lian is the owner of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building, she will definitely meet Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit. 6,000 years ago, when Bai Lian was still in the realm of monsters, she should have known Jun Bufan. If this goes on, she might be the female lead. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e went to the dungeon, just in case. Bai Kuan's practice was sealed and he was thrown here. Although he was blind and disabled, he sensed Gu Chang'e's arrival immediately. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing here? Like I said, you can kill me or torture me. I won't even frown. Bai Kuan raised his head stubbornly. His hollow eyes stared at Gu Chang'e. It was very scary. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be frightened by this appearance. However, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He casually sat down on the stone next to the dungeon and shook the dust on it with his robe. The environment here seems to be a bit gloomy. It seems lonely to be alone. But I think Senior shouldn't be able to feel it. He muttered to himself. Seeing Bai Kuan's expression change, Gu Chang'e continued with a smile, of course, if Senior feels lonely, I can help you find a companion. Bai Kuan frowned and asked, what do you mean? I just feel that this place is too gloomy. You can't see the sun all day long. If Senior stays here alone, you will feel lonely. Junior feels a little apologetic, so after thinking about it, I feel that I should do something for Senior. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Her tone was light and breezy. However, Bai Kuan felt a terrifying cold air rushing up from his tailbone. An ominous premonition hit his heart. Gu Chang'e was definitely the most terrifying person he had ever seen. There was no comparison. Even Empress Xiao, whom he had predicted would betray him back then, was far inferior. What do you mean? Bai Kuan asked with his scalp tingling. He found that from the moment Gu Chang'e entered the dungeon, he was controlling his emotions, making himself anxious and even giving birth to an ominous premonition. Your daughter is here to save you. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. What? When Bai Kuan heard this, his head buzzed. It was as if he was hit by a huge bell. He couldn't believe his ears. Didn't he tell her and Bai Hua not to care about him and not to avenge him? Why didn't she listen and come to save him? No, you are lying to me. My daughter won't come to save me. I haven't seen her for 6,000 years. But Bai Kuan was also a person who had been through a lot. He quickly calmed down and felt that Gu Changge was lying to him. He just wanted to trick him. Is that so? Senior, your memory is really bad. Why don't I remind you? Weren't the two people who escaped from Bai's ancient city your disciple and daughter, Bai Lianer? Who would have thought that she would become the owner of Spring Breeze Jasper Building? Don't you think that the things in this world are quite coincidental? Gu Changge said with a smile. His tone didn't change much. But Bai Kuan's forehead was gradually covered in cold sweat. What did you do to my daughter? He couldn't help but ask. Gu Changge smiled. I didn't do anything to her. I was just wondering if Senior should let you and your daughter reunite. This dungeon isn't very big, but it should be able to accommodate 2 people. Gu Changge, what do you want to ask? I already told you, don't hurt my daughter. She has nothing to do with this matter. It was I who dragged her into this. Bai Kuan finally realized Gu Changge's purpose at this moment. He couldn't help but say with a sorrowful expression. His daughter, Bai Lianer, was definitely his weakness. Before this, he wasn't worried that Gu Changge would search his memory. This was because his soul was sealed with restrictions. Once they were triggered, both him and his soul would be destroyed. Gu Changge naturally wouldn't get anything. In the dark and damp dungeon, Bai Kuan stood in place with a sorrowful expression. The only hand that could move was bound by chains. He couldn't help but clench it tightly, but it still seemed extremely powerless. Now he was sure that Gu Changge already knew a lot about his daughter. Otherwise, why would he tell so many facts? As the mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Building, Bai Lianer had been very low-key all these years, almost never showing her traces in front of outsiders. But Gu Changge was so sure that his daughter was the owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Building. This could only mean that Gu Changge had already investigated a lot of information. And Bai Kuan knew his daughter's character. It was impossible for her to do what he said before. If she knew that he was not killed by Gu Changge, she would definitely try to save him. For Gu Changge, he only needed to use himself as bait and set up an inescapable net to let his daughter Bai Lianer walk right into the trap. Bai Kuan had no doubt about Gu Changge's intentions. Gu Changge, what do you want to know? Soon, Bai Kuan calmed down and couldn't help but ask, if I know something, I will definitely tell you. Very good, I like smart people. If Senior cooperated with me earlier, maybe one day when I am in a good mood, I will let you go and let you reunite with your daughter. You don't even have to worry about being hunted down by the demon realm. For me, it's just a matter of a good mood. Gu Changge saw Bai Kuan's appearance and already knew that his heart had been shaken, so he couldn't help but say with a smile. People with weaknesses in their hearts, although they were not afraid of death, as long as one grasped their weakness, it was naturally easy to deal with them. Hearing this, Bai Kuan's expression changed slightly. Although he knew that Gu Changge was probably just saying it casually, he still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. Even ants drag out a life, let alone people. Moreover, as Gu Changge said, he really only needed a word to make the demon realm give up on chasing him. In this way, he didn't need to live like a rat in the dark, running around and hiding. Go ahead and ask. Bai Kuan said. The smile on Gu Changge's face disappeared. Why did you let your daughter and apprentice escape to the demon realm? As far as I know, the demon realm is not friendly to them. This is not a wise decision. Bai Kuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Gu Changge to ask about the demon realm as soon as he arrived. This was related to the promise he made to the Xianxia demon emperor. Why would Gu Changge, an outsider, care about this? However, Bai Kuan didn't dare to hide anything from Gu Changge. He said in a low voice, I asked them to send something to the demon realm. This is what I promised an old friend. Hearing this, Gu Changge's heart skipped a beat as he instantly thought of the Xianxia demon emperor. The old friend that Bai Kuan mentioned was naturally the Xianxia demon emperor. What was the gift? He continued to ask. Bai Kuan hesitated for a moment. Sensing that Gu Changge's expression seemed to have turned cold, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what it is, it's just a brocade pouch. I don't know what's in it. He didn't lie. The brocade pouch was personally given to him by the Xianxia demon emperor, who asked him to find the right time to give it to his son, Jun Bufan. Bai Kuan had never opened it. Now that he had offended Guchunga and was in prison, he could not go anywhere, so he could only give this task to his disciple. Did I ask you to give it to the son of the Xianxia demon emperor, Jun Bufan, who died 6,000 years ago? Guchunga smiled faintly, and had no intention of continuing to listen. He shook off the dust on his robes, got up and was ready to leave the dungeon. He had learned the news he wanted. It seemed that the Xianxia demon emperor had indeed set up a lot of contingencies for his son. Guchunga once thought that the 6 great demon emperors that were born with the luck of the demon realm were only quasi-emperors. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these few great demon emperors. If they were only quasi-emperors, how could they have set things up until now? Therefore, this son of the demon emperor was actually a child of luck that combined the rebirth sect and the legacy sect. What? Bai Kuan's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "How did you know about this? Apart from the people of the demon realm, why would the other orthodoxies care about Jun Bufan?" 6,000 years ago, the Xianxia demon emperor had set up a lot of contingencies, and then disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a Dao La Dharma body to inform him of this matter. Therefore, Bai Kuan had always guessed that Jun Bufan was only faking his death. However, where did Guchunga find out about this matter, and why was he so sure? Huge waves surged in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Guchunga didn't care about Bai Kuan's shock, and had already left the dungeon. Soon, the place returned to silence. Bai Kuan was stunned, and until now, he still hadn't reacted. Vaguely, he felt that he had been drawn into an invisible and terrifying vortex. This made him feel deeply guilty and annoyed. After leaving the dungeon, Guchunga didn't plan to tell Empress Xiao about the news he had obtained. Previously, he was only interested in Jun Bufan, the child of luck. But now, after hearing this matter from Bai Kuan, he felt that the demon realm seemed to be hiding an incredible secret. The chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago didn't seem to be an accident. This secret interested him very much. Empress Xiao. Maybe she's just a chess piece that's being used. It seems that only by completely controlling her will I have a chance to make a move in this game of chess. Guchunga looked at the cold tea and shook his head slightly. He was really not used to Xianxia not being by his side. It seemed that he had to find a satisfactory maid. He already had a plan in his heart. He planned to make a trip to the demon realm after the matter of the divine tomb of Taichu was settled. Then, he called a group of followers, and his figure tore through the void and left the Immortal Academy. Many elders noticed this scene. At first, they were stunned, but then, they couldn't help but smile. It seems that Guchunga still plans to go to this trial. I'm afraid it's going to be lively. At the same time, countless miles away in the divine tomb of Taichu, there was a scene of chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Streaks of divine rainbows tore through the sky, crossing mountains and rivers, rushing to this place. All kinds of golden ancient chariots rumbled through the sky, like a sun hanging high in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. In the distance, there were white jade chariots as cold as the moon, majestic and heavy ancient demonic mountains, and magnificent pavilions and palaces suspended in the air, hidden in the clouds. These were all marked with the symbols of various orthodoxies, and there were many prodigies and cultivators standing on them. It was extremely lively and could be said to be a sea of people. The appearance of the divine tomb of Taichu shocked many orthodoxies and aristocratic families in the upper realm. They sent their powerhouses over, intending to get a share of the pie. Further away, many big shots could be seen rushing over, followed by many young people. These big shots were dazzling and blurry, as if they had a brilliant aura, and were unbelievably powerful. A vast and majestic aura shrouded heaven and earth. Their strength and aura were terrifyingly different from the younger generation. Grey miasma rose between the mountains and rivers. There were some unknown ferocious beasts roaring in the miasma, shaking the ground within 1,000 miles. Some of the mountains that were flowing with crimson light cracked open, and then, terrifying beasts that looked like fire cheilants rushed out from the cracks, flowing with saintly aura. When they opened their mouths, it was like lava falling from the sky, drowning thousands of miles. The scene here was shocking and terrifying. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. That was why many prodigies and cultivators huddled together, and used all kinds of methods in their orthodoxies to resist the aura here. At the same time, they were wary of the beasts that rushed out from time to time, in case they lost their lives. Before that, a saint-level powerhouse had rushed into the depths of the forest. But everyone saw that the fire-Chilan beast opened its mouth and spat, burning him to ashes, instantly destroying his body and soul. Although the Great Void Divine Tomb was called a tomb, it was more like a historical site. Further away, one could see the outline of a broken city, and some formation inscriptions were still shining brightly. I heard that the one who passed away in the Great Void Divine Tomb this time was an ancestor of the Great Void Divine Tribe. His cultivation had long surpassed the supremacy level, and he might have a deity position. The deity position is a supreme treasure. Once we obtain it, even if it is Xianxia, we will be able to contend against him. In the mountains, a group of young prodigies from the imperishable sex gathered, led by the elders of their sex, and hurried toward the tomb. At that moment, the person who spoke had a burning desire in his eyes. The divine persona of the Great Void Divine Tribe was equivalent to a cultivator's Tao fruit. It contained supreme fortune, and could even allow one to become a saint, inheriting some of the original cultivation of the Great Void Divine Tribe ancestor. Even the sect leaders of the major sects would be tempted by such a thing, and they could not sit still. That was why, even though they knew that it belonged to the Great Void Divine Tribe, they still attracted many orthodoxies and cultivators. In front of such a good thing, even the Great Void Divine Tribe could not stop others from coming to fight for it. After all, this Great Void Divine Tomb was not within the Great Void Divine Tribe's territory. Legend has it that this used to be the dojo of the Great Void Divine Tribe ancestor. No one knows why he passed away, and the dojo fell apart. However, there are many opportunities left behind. Even if we can't get the Great Void Divine persona, we can still find a tablet inscription or a supreme treasure skill. It's also a supreme fortune. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, the leading elder spoke with a yearning and longing tone. He looked at the mountains, lakes in the distance, and his heart was burning with desire. Cultivators and prodigies like them could be seen everywhere in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Junior Sister Ruoyin, be careful. The miasma here is very dangerous. If you come into contact with it, it might corrode your skin. Ancient trees and vines were like clouds, and a light gray fog shrouded heaven and earth. Several sage-like, lean old men in Taoist robes were leading a group of young cultivators through the mountains, quickly heading toward the divine tomb of Taichu. The one who spoke was a petite girl with beautiful features. There were many beautiful young women beside her, and a group of male disciples followed behind her. I know. I'll be careful, Senior Sister Song Qin. A slender, beautiful woman with slender legs nodded and said. Her white dress fluttered gently in the wind, and she had an otherworldly aura. She was Xiao Ruoyin. Whether it was in the previous world or the current world, she was extremely beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin shone with a crystalline luster. It was snow-white and delicate, like a fine jade. Even in the palace of Heavenly Tao, she was worshipped by many young disciples and was secretly admired. Among the many disciples who came to the Great Void Divine Tomb, she was the most dazzling one, and many elders took good care of her. Of course, it was not because of her cultivation. Xiao Ruoyin knew this very well. Many people knew that she was able to enter the palace of Heavenly Tao because of Xianxia. As a foreigner, she naturally knew what the palace of Heavenly Tao meant in this world. She had no power or background. If it were not for her relationship with Xianxia, she would not even have the chance to get close to the palace of Heavenly Tao. How could she be as valued as she was now? Song Qin is right. You have to be careful here. With your current cultivation, you shouldn't be able to come here. But since you want to broaden your horizons, it's not wrong to come here and take a look. But remember, you must listen to us and don't act rashly. Otherwise, if something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to young Master Xianxia. At this moment, upon hearing those words, one of the elders turned his head around and carefully instructed them. To be honest, they were helpless when Xiao Ruoyin insisted on coming here. Her cultivation was not very high, and this place was filled with dangers. It was very easy for her to run into danger. If something happened to Xiao Ruoyin, they did not dare to imagine the terrifying consequences. However, she was very curious and insisted on coming. She promised that she would listen to their orders and would not act rashly. The elders could not refuse. After all, Xiao Ruoyin was simply too beautiful, and she had been sent here by Guchanga. It was inevitable that people would suspect that she had an intimate relationship with Guchanga. Considering this relationship, the elders of the Palace of Heavenly Tao placed great importance on her. They did not dare to let anything happen to her, and they even sent a few more elders over. Don't worry, elders. Ruoyin will definitely listen to you and won't act rashly. Xiao Ruoyin nodded and agreed. She was not stupid and knew that she was able to receive such enviable treatment because of Guchanga. Therefore, she was very hard-working in her cultivation, and did not want to embarrass Guchanga. This time, she came to the Great Void Divine Tomb because she was very curious about this kind of experience and wanted to use this opportunity to hone her knowledge. Elders, don't worry. Junior sister Ruoyin is very safe with me. I will protect her. Beside Xiao Ruoyin, there was a petite woman. At this moment, she could not help but smile, revealing her delicate white teeth. Her name was Song Qin, and she was quite famous in the Palace of Heavenly Tao. Her cultivation was very strong. However, Xiao Ruoyin knew that Song Qin was so good to her because she wanted her to put in a good word for her in front of Guchanga. Today, Xiao Ruoyin finally understood what Guchanga's name meant in the vast upper domain. How lucky was she to have met such a benefactor. All of a sudden, Xiao Ruoyin froze. She was shocked when she saw two figures in the mountains not far away. It was a monk in a shabby robe, holding a bowl in his hand. He looked quite strange. Beside the monk stood a young man. Judging from his figure, Xiao Ruoyin felt that he was very familiar. He looked like an old friend of hers. However, his face was different, and he looked a bit old and strange. What's wrong, junior sister Ruoyin? What are you looking at? Song Qin could not help but look in the same direction as Xiao Ruoyin. She happened to see the monk and the young man. She frowned in confusion. She did not understand. Jiang Chen. Why does he look so much like him? I wonder how Niu Tian, Jiang Chen, and the others are doing. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head slightly. The young man was wearing shabby clothes, and his face was covered in dust, as if he had just crawled out of the ground. Although he looked like Jiang Chen in terms of body shape, he wasn't Jiang Chen. That was right. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others had no talent for practicing. How could they be here, right now? It was very likely that they were living their own lives in some mortal country. Xiao Ruoyin stopped looking. She went into the depths of the mountain with those from the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. She put this matter aside quickly. She did not care too much about it. Benefactor Jiang, what are you looking at? Why do you look like that? That benefactor is pretty, but she's obviously not from the same world as you. I advise you to stop thinking about her. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin and the others leaving, the monk not far away seemed to have noticed something as well. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Chen loosened his clenched fists slowly, but he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had been suffocating. Shaking his head slightly, he said, Master Pudu, why are you meddling in other people's business? The monk's name was Pudu. Jiang Chen had become familiar with him in the past few days. Jiang Chen had not expected to see Xiao Ruoyin here again, and in such a way. She was even prettier than before. And her cultivation was very strong, too. She was even stronger than Jiang Chen, who had mastered the myriad transformations demonic technique. He felt relieved. It looked like Xiao Ruoyin was safe for the moment. She was living a good life. She had not been killed by Guchanga. Jiang Chen had wanted to go up to her and tell her who Guchanga was. He wanted to show her who he really was. However, his rationality made him restrain himself as he silently watched Xiao Ruoyin leave. If I were to acknowledge her now, not only would it harm me, it would harm her as well. The elders of her sect would definitely try to kill me at the first moment. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had calmed down. Noticing this, Monk Pudu's smile became somewhat thought-provoking. Benefactor Jiang, could it be that you know that fairy from earlier? You should know that those people from earlier were from the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Benefactor Jiang, I'm afraid the fairy you know is not simple, he could not help but say with a smile. Jiangchen glanced at him. Shaking his head, he said, it's the same whether it's simple or not. Before that, I think we should help Jiang Luoshan find the real grave of her ancestor first. Otherwise, both of us will die. Pudu's expression changed a little when he heard that. He looked a little uneasy. The Jiang Luoshan Jiang Chen was talking about was certainly the princess of the divine void race. When he had gone to see her with Jiang Chen that day, he had promised that he would be able to find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race. Jiang Luoshan trusted monk Pudu, too. She had agreed to the two's request. She had also promised to reward them handsomely. Then they had come here first. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of creation, Jiang Chen had found a way out quickly. He had cracked many restraints and tactical patterns. Many strong men of the divine void race looked at him in a new light. They thought he was quite capable. However, when they had thought they would find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race, an accident had happened. The dreadful restraints broke out immediately. It was like the end of the world. Many strong men of the divine void race did not manage to escape in time. They were killed immediately, both physically and spiritually. Even the princess of the divine void race, Jiang Luoshan, had been seriously injured. She was furious. Monk Pudu had saved Jiang Chen's life. He had taken him out of the grave. Not until then did he realize they had found the wrong place. In the divine tomb of creation, real and fake tombs were mixed together. It was difficult to tell the real from the fake. However, they had been unlucky. They had found a fake grave that looked like the real one. As for that fake tomb, it contained many dangers, and its killing power was astonishing. The princess of the divine void race had planned to kill them to appease her anger. However, monk Pudu had begged her to let them go. She had finally calmed down. She had agreed to give them another chance. If she had messed up this time, both Jiang Chen and monk Pudu would have been killed. The divine void race was undoubtedly powerful. Many orthodoxies were afraid of them. Benefactor Jiang, whether or not we can survive this time will depend on you. Don't let me down. Monk Pudu had a headache. He did not have the nerve to fool or offend the divine void race. If he had known this would be so troublesome, he would not have agreed to do it. Jiang Chen nodded. He was communicating with the spirit of the vessel of creation in his mind. While Jiang Chen and monk Pudu were talking, a golden cloud rolled over from the sky. Many creatures appeared. There was a several zhang tall giant whose arms were covered in scales. There were also dazzling creatures with powerful qi and blood that were like giant snakes. Below their abdomens were the embryonic forms of legs. This group of terrifying creatures came with the golden clouds behind them. Above the golden clouds stood a few dozen humanoid creatures whose bodies shone with golden light. Even their hair was golden. There were old and young, men and women. Their appearance was similar to that of the human race. Their facial features were handsome and their strength was monstrous. However, they had a pair of golden wings on their backs. There were 4 beautiful female creatures. They held divine weapons in their hands. Their expressions were cold as they stood there like golden armored guards. Behind him was a cloud-like curtain. A graceful figure was sitting there. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she exuded an innate sense of nobility. Just from this vague outline, one could tell that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. It was none other than the great void divine tribe and Princess Jiang Luoshan. Greetings, Princess Luoshan. Jiang Chen and monk Pudu's expressions changed. They hurried to greet her. Have you found anything? Jiang Luoshan's voice came from behind the curtain. She sounded calm, but her innate sense of superiority was in her voice. Looking at the two, she was looking at them with disdain and indifference. Not yet, but I think as long as we go deeper into the graveyard, we'll find other clues. Monk Pudu answered with a smile. As for Jiang Chen, he was standing there obediently with his head lowered. He didn't dare raise his head to take a look at her. When he followed monk Pudu to visit Jiang Luoshan in the mansion, he was hurt by a cold snort from the maidservant beside him because he raised his head a little too much. As a result, although he was furious, he had to hold it in. Before such a strong person, he was only a tool to find the way. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky this time. Jiang Luoshan said calmly. Her look was very cold. Monk Pudu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then the great void divine tribe, Jiang Chen, Monk Pudu, and the others set off again. They went deeper into the graveyard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, divine rainbows shot out one after another. More and more cultivators and orthodoxies arrived. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw the great void god tribe members. However, they quickly returned to their usual nonchalance and continued to venture deeper. Many imperishable orthodoxies and everlasting families also joined in. For example, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestors Hall, Longevity Gu Clan, Longevity Wang Clan, Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Primordial Lake, and other slightly weaker forces naturally wanted a share of the pie. Although they couldn't eat meat, drinking some soup was definitely not a problem. Seeing this, the great void divine tribe members' faces darkened. Above the golden clouds, there was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with a pair of golden wings and a head of disheveled golden hair. His expression was very arrogant. However, the current situation did not sit well with him. He could not help but snort coldly. This tomb originally belonged to our great void god tribe. Now, all the orthodoxies and cultivators are trying to get their hands on it. They really don't respect us. Sister Huang, I think we should teach them a lesson. The youth's name was Jiang Ming. He was Jiang Luoshan's younger brother. Of course, he was not her biological brother. Jiang Ming was the son of one of the royal uncles of the great void god tribe. He was usually on good terms with Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan frowned when she heard this. Her expression turned even colder. How dare they try to get their hands on the tomb of our ancestor? They will regret it later. Princess, the orthodoxies involved this time should not be underestimated. We need to be more careful. Beside Jiang Luoshan, a golden-haired old woman with an unfathomable cultivation base spoke. Her tone was persuasive. Jiang Luoshan nodded. Her gaze was still cold. I know. However, we still need to be taught a lesson. You can't blame us for this. At this moment, a brilliance suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the tomb. The five-colored divine light lingered, accompanied by Tao sounds that reverberated in all directions. Everyone was shocked. The divine light shot into the sky and cracked the firmament. Brilliant divine light gushed out. The ground cracked. Endless brilliance emerged. Vaguely, the crowd saw a crystal palace flickering with brilliance. It was floating there, as if it was made of seven-colored celestial jade. Celestial sounds were echoing. The place was in an uproar immediately. All of the cultivators and living beings seemed to have gone mad as they hurried to that place. In addition, all kinds of divine weapons were gushing out of the cracks. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, pagoda seals. It was too much for the eyes to take in. This energy. I can't be wrong. It must be the tomb of our ancestor. The expressions of the great void god tribe changed. They had detected the fluctuation and energy there, but they had no time to react. They hurried there. Jiangchen frowned. He communicated with the artifact spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind. He felt the fluctuation was not right. It was a little dangerous. However, before he could say anything, he was grabbed by Monk Pudu, who turned into a divine rainbow and rushed forward, afraid that he would be left behind by even half a step. This must be the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. I can't be wrong this time. We're rich. Monk Pudu's eyes were emitting a wolf-like green light at the moment. Jiangchen was speechless, but he did not say anything. At this moment, many experts and living beings had rushed over from the vicinity of the cracked land. The ancient chariot in the air descended. The demon mountain was floating. The immortal carriage was landing. Many sect leaders and lords showed up. They were gazing at the crack eagerly. Behind them were many young geniuses. Boom! An ancient crystal palace could be seen floating in the cracks. It gave off a dreadful energy. Seven-colored divine lights were swirling around it. It was extraordinary. Many divine weapons with various divine texts around them flew out of the cracks. They fell from the sky like rain. Many practitioners were scrambling for them like crazy. They felt these weapons were extraordinary. There were even quasi-sacred weapons. The energy of the quasi-sacred state emitted by them turned many practitioners who were scrambling for them into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Even so, many practitioners did not care at all. They looked like they had gone crazy. This is definitely the tomb of the great Void God tribe's ancestor. He was buried here after he passed away. Now we have triggered the general trend here. That's why it cracked. A sect master's eyes shone with divine light as he carefully observed the situation in the palace. Then, he gasped and said excitedly, "That's right." His cultivation had achieved the peak of the great saint state. He was only one step away from the quasi-supreme venerable state. Many people were shocked when he said that. Although they had guessed it, it was another thing to have it confirmed. Many people were even more excited. After all, this was the tomb of the great Void God tribe's ancestor, that was someone who had surpassed the Supreme Venerable. He might even have achieved the doctrine. It was hard to imagine how many funerary objects there would be in the tomb where such an existence was buried. The scattered weapons in front of him were the best evidence. An old man with a hunched back showed up in the mountains. He was holding a compass in his hand. He looked at the palace carefully and said with some fear, "Although that existence is buried here, this place is extremely dangerous. There are many array patterns hidden in the palace. Once touched, even a saint state expert would not be able to escape." As soon as he said that, it caused a huge commotion. Many young heaven's prides were shocked. They took a few steps back. They were very afraid. The opportunity here did not belong to them anymore. These sect leaders could easily destroy heaven and earth when they fought. Just the aftermath alone was enough to kill them countless times. This time, the Longevity Gu clan had also sent many powerful practitioners. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. They wanted to get a share of the loot. The younger generation of the Gu clan also sent young heaven's prides. They were shrouded in various colors of light. Their chi and blood were shocking. Their eyes were confident and calm. Many heaven's prides noticed them. Their expressions were unnatural and fearful. Just as everyone was staring at the crack in the ground with different expressions on their faces, a voice suddenly rang out. A loud voice came from the sky. Golden clouds rolled. The people of the great Void God tribe had arrived. This is the resting place of our great Void God tribe's ancestor. Please do not disturb him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A few of them glanced around coldly and spoke first. At the same time, an unparalleled power erupted. The overwhelming golden chi and blood shattered the sky and cracked the ground. Many of the weaker cultivators found it difficult to withstand the aura. Their faces turned pale as their blood surged, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Jiang Luoshan, Jiang Ming, and the others looked around coldly. They looked like they were going to face everyone directly. However, the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestor Palace, Longevity Wang Family, Heavenly Tao Palace, Ancient Yi Clan, Primeval Lake, and other orthodox families did not care. They were still staring at the ancient palace in front of them. They were waiting for any unusual movement so that they could barge in. Jiang Luoshan and the others did not look good. They were extremely cold. What a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen, who had just arrived, was also shocked by what he was seeing. When had he ever seen so many experts? Each and every one of them could easily crush him into pieces. However, he also saw Xiaoruoyin here again. She was being protected by the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Tao Palace. She did not notice him. This was left by our great Void God tribe's ancestor. Are you going to fight for it? At this moment, a strong practitioner of the great Void God tribe stepped forward and asked indifferently. A terrifying pressure of the Supreme Saint realm swept over. Many young geniuses turned pale. They could not even breathe. At the same time, an object appeared in his hand. It was a golden token. There were ancient divine texts on it. It was very bright. A vast and majestic aura appeared on the token. Vaguely, the formation patterns around the mausoleum started to converge. They kept intertwining like a star map. This was left by our great void god tribe's ancestor. It can mobilize the formation patterns of heaven and earth here. A leader of a great sect turned pale. He recognized this object. He was a little scared. Since ancient times, treasures have always belonged to the virtuous. Although this is the place where your great void god tribe's ancestor passed away, why haven't you come here for so many years? Why didn't you come until this place appeared recently? Begging for flowers, in my opinion, these things are ownerless. You can get them with your own abilities. Otherwise, why would the great void god tribe's ancestor choose to pass away here? An old man said with a smile. He was from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. His seniority was very old. His cultivation was even more unfathomable. Many people agreed with him immediately. After all, this was not the great void god tribe's territory. Opportunities depended on one's own abilities. If the great void god tribe wanted to take everything for themselves, they would have to ask for the other orthodoxies' permission. This was left by our ancestor. You barged in and disturbed our ancestor's peace in heaven. Now you want to take what he left behind. You are acting like bandits. When Jiang Luoshan heard this, she spoke as well. Her voice was very pleasant. It was like ice falling on a jade plate, but it was very cold. The group of skyprides from Perfected Immortal Academy was led by 6 Crown King Junyao. They were also on a mountain not far away. Upon hearing this, someone sneered. Ridiculous. Does the Great Void Divine Tribe intend to take on all the orthodoxies on their own? Yu Mingkong, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Jiang Chu Chu, and the others were there. However, they did not go forward. The real tomb is not this one. It is deep underground. That's where the godhead of that existence is. Yu Mingkong pondered for a moment. She did not say anything. She wanted to wait for the right time to enter the tomb. After all, they were the younger generation. This time, the appearance of the Great Void Divine Tomb shocked the older generation and the sect leaders. Even with their status, it was difficult for them to say anything. They could only watch from afar. Dong, however, at this moment, there was a terrifying tremor. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the crack in front of him. The crystal-clear palace seemed to have been touched. The chaotic fog shrouding it dissipated. Many formation patterns disappeared as well. It started to fall slowly to the ground. All the big shots in front of them turned pale. They felt the energy in the ancient palace had weakened a lot. It was much safer than before. Many people turned into holy rainbows and dashed into the palace without hesitation. They did not want to discuss anything with the great void god tribe. Jiang Luoshan turned pale. When she was about to dash in, Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong. He hurried to shout, "Princess Luoshan, wait." Jiang Luoshan frowned. She was unhappy. However, at the thought of the mysterious techniques Jiang Chen had shown, she snorted and stopped. "If the ancestor's relic is taken away, I won't let you go." She threw Jiang Chen a cold glance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "Princess Luoshan, I just felt something was wrong. If you dash in recklessly, you might get hurt." Jiang Luoshan glanced at him calmly. She did not say anything. However, she did believe Jiang Chen a little bit. At this moment, although many big shots had barged into the ancient palace, many people still chose to wait and see from outside. The orthodoxies of the Longevity Gu family, the Longevity Wang family, the Ancient Yi family, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and so on did not act rashly. Gazing at the ancient palace, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Dong. All of a sudden, an even more violent noise came from the crack in front of him. It sounded like a dreadful river was flowing in it. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, rays of light shot out of the crack and filled the sky. Colorful lights illuminated the sky. Many divine weapons, sacred herbs, jade jars. Like a volcano erupting, they flew out of the crack. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then they started to fight for them. Even those of the older generation who had maintained their composure earlier had their eyes reddened. They could feel the preciousness of the things contained within the brilliance. How could they let go of such an opportunity, not to mention the younger generation? Even the geniuses of the true immortal academy started to fight for those good things like divine rainbows. Little Xianxia, did you see that lavender steel? It's definitely a good thing. Go and get it before anyone notices it. In Jiang Chen's mind, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune kept urging him. It was very excited and anxious. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw the lavender steel right away. As expected, no one was fighting for it because it looked so ordinary. It was flying out of the crack, about to fall somewhere. His figure moved and hurriedly chased in that direction. Fortunately, there were too many lights in the sky. No one was watching him closely. Did this guy see something good? The arrogant youngster from the great void divine race was among those fighting for those treasures, too. However, he noticed Jiang Chen. His look was not good. Jiang Ming, what are you going to do to him? Jiang Luoshan noticed his look. She could not help but ask him calmly. Jiang Ming smiled embarrassedly. Elder sister, that guy must have seen something good. Jiang Luoshan frowned. She did not speak. What on earth is this lavender inscription? Jiang Chen asked the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind, but he did not stop. He kept chasing after it. I don't know. Good things should be hidden in that inscription. Those outside are just disguises, said the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Jiang Chen's look became more passionate. Gazing at the inscription, he saw it fall from the sky and fall in a certain direction. His figure quickly descended from the sky, but his excited expression quickly froze on his face, and his movements also became sluggish. A pair of small hands as white as jade bent down and picked up the light purple inscription. She was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was wearing a flowy dress with wide sleeves. Her hair was as smooth as the clouds. Her facial features were elegant and exquisite, without the slightest flaw. Her skin was white and delicate, like the most flawless jade. She looked cold. She had a fairy air about her, as if she could become a fairy at any time and go to the legendary vast cold palace. What are you going to do? The girl glanced at him calmly. Although her voice was cold and pleasant, it was also cold. The big red bird on his shoulder also looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but in front of this stunningly beautiful girl, he always felt intimidated. Although he looked indifferent, Jiang Chen was sensitive enough to detect a strong killing intent. However, at that moment, he could only force himself to smile awkwardly. This light purple inscription, as he spoke, he pointed at the broken inscription in Gu Xian'er's hand. His intention was self-evident. Is this yours? Gu Xian'er asked calmly. Her voice was cold. She looked down at the inscription in her hand carefully. Although it was very incomplete and ancient, it seemed to contain a strange energy, and it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And there were some broken ancient divine inscriptions on it. It seemed quite mysterious. She hadn't expected the inscription in front of her to be so extraordinary. Jiang Chen was speechless. He shook his head. There were many opportunities here, but none of them belonged to anyone. Although he had noticed them first and chased after them all the way here. Now, they were in the girl's hand. He couldn't ask for them. Moreover, he could sense that the girl's cultivation was unfathomable. She wasn't a match for him. If one were to accidentally provoke her, they might even incur the calamity of death. I saw a light dash over there. I thought it was something good, so I chased after it. I didn't expect it to be just a broken inscription. So, after thinking, Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. He sounded regretful. He hoped the girl had picked it up out of curiosity and didn't know what it was. In this way, if the girl casually threw it away, he could naturally pick it back up. Yeah? I don't think this inscription is simple. Gu Xian'er glanced at Jiang Chen calmly. She seemed to have seen through him. Big Red, what do you think about this? She waved the inscription in front of the big red bird on her shoulder and asked. The big red bird hurried to nod. A human-like surprise appeared in its eyes. Then it threw Jiang Chen an even more unfriendly look. It had already sensed that this weak man in front of it seemed to want to snatch the good things in their hands. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er snorted. A trace of mockery appeared on her beautiful face. You still want to lie to me? Do you really think that I don't know what's good for me? Jiang Chen's heart sank when he heard this. He had a bad feeling. He seemed to have underestimated the ability of this young girl in front of him. Jiang Chen was thinking quickly. He was just about to find an excuse to explain himself. Jiang Chen, run. This little girl wants to kill you. Maybe she wants to rob you. The voice of the vessel's artifact spirit echoed in his mind all of a sudden. It was filled with anxiety. What? Jiang Chen turned pale when he heard this. He didn't have time to react, so he started to run involuntarily. At the same time, he took out a broken magic tool from his sleeve. It turned into a divine light and tried to stop Gu Xian'er. You want to steal my things, and now you actually dare to attack me? You really have guts. Gu Xian'er was considering whether to attack. She was struck dumb when she suddenly saw a divine light dashing toward her. She had never expected that this weak man in front of her would have the nerve to attack her. Immediately, the expression on his small face was filled with anger and murderous intent, as if he had been belittled. Buzz. The air was vibrating. She took out a sparkling and translucent jade sword from her sleeve. The rules were intertwined on it. It was extremely sharp. It tore through the air and dashed toward Jiang Chen, who was running away. Even though Jiang Chen had escaped first, he was still far from being a match for Gu Xian'er. Almost in an instant, the jade sword behind him flew over. It was extremely powerful. A dreadful cold air swept over him. It was going to kill him in the air. Jiang Chen turned pale immediately. He was scared out of his wits. The fear of death shrouded him. Why is she so strong? He couldn't help but feel desperate. At the crucial moment. Boom, a golden spear swept over from the air. It was as high as 30,000 feet. It blocked the sword attack for him with great power. What a good-for-nothing. How could you let others take away such a good thing when you already had it? The blonde youngster of the great void divine race landed from the air. His eyes were golden, and even his hair seemed to be shining. He looked arrogant, and he glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Not until then did he look toward Gu Xian'er, who was dashing toward him from behind. Jiang Chen had almost died. He was soaked in cold sweat. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. He hadn't expected this fairy-like girl to be so ruthless. She had intended to kill him directly. If Jiang Ming had arrived a little later, he would have died a horrible death. He didn't take Jiang Ming's sarcastic remark seriously at all. Instead, he felt a little scared and cold. Looking at Gu Xian'er, who was cold and aggressive, he calmed down a lot. He certainly knew how powerful the great void divine race was. If this mysterious girl knew what was good for her, she certainly wouldn't have the nerve to continue attacking him. You're the one who took this guy's treasure? Jiang Ming carefully sized up Gu Xian'er, and a trace of amazement flashed across his eyes. Even though the great void divine race was full of handsome men and beautiful women, it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl at such a young age. However, his words were still arrogant, cold, and lofty. Gu Xian'er came up from behind. Her dress was fluttering. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her face was as cold as ice. She only glanced at him without saying anything. The blonde youngster was very strong. In her opinion, he had already achieved the half-saint state. He was only one step away from the saint state. But she still didn't care. If he dared to stop her, she wouldn't mind killing him right here. Seeing Gu Xian'er ignore him, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was the favored one of the great void divine race. His royal sister was Jiang Luoshan. He was super strong and had a terrifying background. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure and I can spare your life. Otherwise, no one can save you today. Jiang Ming said coldly. The golden spear in his hand was flashing with dazzling golden runes. It was terrifying and shocking. In his opinion, Gu Xian'er was alone. Even in such a dangerous tomb, she didn't have any companions. Obviously, her status and background couldn't be very high. You're really arrogant. You don't know what's good for you. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er frowned. She felt that this blonde youngster was very arrogant. Especially the way he looked at her made her very uncomfortable. But since he was going to die, she couldn't blame him. She immediately attacked. She was powerful and terrifying. A terrifying aura emerged from her body. Her jade-white fist was small and beautiful, but it seemed to be made of celestial jade. It flew over and smashed toward Jiang Ming. With a bang, it caused the void to explode. Dazzling light exploded and terrifying waves swept in all directions. The mountains collapsed and the ancient trees turned into ashes. Instantly, many cultivators who were fighting for the treasure were shocked. They all looked over in shock. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiang Ming didn't expect Gu Xian'er to attack him without saying anything. She was very direct. He was instantly enraged. A terrifying murderous aura appeared on his face. Boom! He attacked. Golden divine light pervaded and intertwined around his body. It turned into a terrifying golden dharma power that stood between the sky and the earth. Then, he swept his spear with a powerful force. The golden light on it surged and directly attacked Gu Xian'er. Dong, Gu Xian'er's expression didn't change. She was still as cold as ice. She directly waved her jade-like fist and collided with his spear. Although she looked very thin and slender, her strength was incomparably terrifying. Her qi and blood were shocking. Even the top of her head spurted out a long dragon of qi and blood that pierced through the sky. In the distance, many cultivators' expressions changed when they felt the aura of battle. Their divine souls trembled. Even the patriarchs of the great sects frowned as they glanced over. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The ground cracked and the universe turned. Endless rules and runes intertwined and finally gathered together. In the next moment, a figure flew out. Her hair was disheveled and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. You're so weak. You've disappointed me. Gu Xian'er walked over and said lightly. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was otherworldly. However, the techniques and strength she displayed shocked many cultivators nearby. Impossible, Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating and was at a disadvantage after one attack. At this moment, he felt a numbness in his arm. It was unbelievable. His opponent used her flesh and blood to collide with his weapon. Instead, it was his weapon that made a cracking sound as if it was about to break. What kind of terrifying physical strength was this? At this thought, his heart was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The other party clearly didn't look as old as him. I don't believe that I can't beat her. He could not help but grit his teeth and continued to attack. Among his peers in the Great Void Divine Tribe, he was one of the best. How could a random girl he met in the tomb have such strength? A terrifying golden divine flame appeared on Jiang Ming's body. At this moment, he was like a golden god descending to earth. A terrifying divine power that could burn thousands of miles away. Even the void became blurry, as if it was going to melt under such high temperature. This was a talent that belonged to the Great Void Divine Tribe. The divine flame of void. Even among the many divine flames in the upper world, it was one of the most powerful. Now, let's see how you're going to fight me. Jiang Ming displayed his powerful techniques. He held a long spear and slashed it down. The void exploded like a star. The light was dazzling. He attacked Gu Xian'er again. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes shone everywhere. The divine flame of void turned into a golden divine dragon. It fell from the sky and burned everything. All the practitioners nearby were terrified. Both of them are so strong. The aftermath of their attacks could kill me many times over. Jiangchen was shocked. He kept running away, afraid that he would be involved in this fight. However, facing Jiang Ming's strong attack, Gu Xian'er did not show any change of expression. She raised her hand. Thousands of sword energies appeared, like the blooming of the world's flowers. Pop. Pop, pop. Pop. Each petal was crystal clear. There was a piercing killing intent in them. They intertwined in the void, which could easily tear the void apart. This was a powerful theurgy of the doctrine of sword. It was beautiful, but it also contained a shocking killing intent. Boom. Monstrous fluctuations came from this place. Mountains collapsed. Ancient trees were broken. All of the cultivators and living beings who were fighting over the treasures fled in all directions in horror, avoiding the center of the battle. Many young geniuses were also shocked by the scene. However, where they were fighting, the light was too dazzling. Many people could not see what was happening there, even though they were watching carefully. However, many leaders of large sects were watching with interest. They had obviously noticed the golden divine flame. It was the divine flame of void of the great void. It meant one of the two people fighting must be a genius of the great void divine clan. The young geniuses of the Academy of True Immortals also looked over. They all had different expressions. A genius of the great void divine clan. His strength is amazing. I wonder who his opponent is, a disciple of the perspective sequence said. He was gazing in that direction with his burning eyes. This energy. Is it Xianxia? Yu Mingkong raised her eyebrows slightly. She had perceived the subtle fluctuations in the air. She looked over. She was not worried about Gu Xianxia at all. What is Jiang Ming doing? I asked him to protect Jiang Chen. Why is he fighting with someone else? Jiang Luoshan was watching the changes in the ancient palace closely. She could not help but frown when she had noticed the fluctuations of the fight in the distance. Her cold face showed a trace of coldness. However, most of her attention was on the ancient palace and the crack where the light was gushing out. She was not worried about Jiang Ming's strength. She was not worried that he would get hurt. However, at this moment, a shrill scream came. Many geniuses and practitioners who had been watching the fight there turned pale at the same time. The dazzling golden light disappeared. Jiang Ming was covering his arm. His face was full of resentment and disbelief. His theurgy had been cracked. Even his weapon had been smashed by the girl easily. It had been smashed into pieces. For him, this was something that he could not believe at all. It's impossible. Our cultivation levels are almost the same. How is it possible? His voice was shaking. His face was pale. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Jiang Ming was seriously injured. Half of his body had almost exploded. He was bleeding profusely. However, the girl in front of him was still as cold as ice. Her snow-like skin was stained with some blood, but it was obviously not hers. Nothing is impossible. You're just courting death. Gu Xianxia sounded calm. Her dress was fluttering. She dashed forward again. She threw her palm over. Jiang Ming coughed up blood. His body exploded again. She was going to kill him in the air. Who on earth is this mysterious girl? Even Jiang Ming is not a match for her. Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide in shock. He felt a chill down his spine. If Jiang Ming had not shown up suddenly and saved his life, he would have been killed by this mysterious girl. It's her, Monk Pudu's voice was tinged with shock. He had shown up next to Jiang Chen again. He also witnessed this dreadful fight. Who is it? Jiang Chen looked at him, puzzled. However, Monk Pudu was frowning. He did not answer his question. Instead, he glanced at Jiang Luoshan, whose face was as cold as ice. I'm afraid we've gotten ourselves into some serious trouble. He sighed. She is the rival of that genius from the great void divine race. I'm afraid this is not a simple matter. Many geniuses from the True Immortal Academy recognized Gu Xianxia. They were shocked. How dare you kill me? I'm from the great void divine race. At this moment, Jiang Ming was coughing up blood. Seeing Gu Xianxia dashing over again, he could not believe it. He was shocked and desperate. She actually dared to kill him in front of so many people. Didn't she know who he was? Yes. So what? However, Gu Xianxia was still as calm as ever. Her attack was aggressive. She was going to kill him right here. Stop. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan, who was above the golden clouds, had an ugly look on her face. She did not expect that Gu Xianxia would not stop even after knowing Jiang Ming's identity. She did not give them any face. She said in a cold voice, "How dare you attack a member of the great void divine race?" Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden figure dashed out from behind her. His aura was extremely strong. The aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Chaotic fog appeared. A palm flew across the sky, trying to save Jiang Ming. The peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, a figure of the sect leader realm, the expressions of all the cultivators and living beings couldn't help but change. They felt as if their souls were trembling. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship in that direction. Even the big shots froze. They were a little afraid. The cultivators from the Great Void Divine race were more powerful in the same realm. Few could match them. Humph. How dare you protect someone my Gu clan wants to kill? However, in the next moment, everyone looked on in shock. Among the people from the Longevity Gu clan, an old man with a cold face snorted and stepped forward. As his sleeves moved, heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped. Everything seemed to be contained in his sleeve. A monstrous aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm burst out and confronted the cultivator from the Great Void Divine race. The Longevity Gu clan, Jiang Luoshan turned pale. She had not expected this mysterious girl to be a member of the Longevity Gu clan. No wonder she did not take them seriously. She looked a little sullen. There were not many orthodoxies in the upper realms that the Great Void Divine race was afraid of, but the Longevity Gu clan was definitely one of them. The Longevity Gu clan, this girl is from the Longevity Gu clan? Jiang Chen was also shocked. He asked Monk Pudu, who was next to him. Monk Pudu nodded. He said in a heavy voice, "You may not know who this girl is, but you must know who her cousin is." Jiang Chen's heart sank. He suddenly felt a dreadful chill. Is he Gu Chang'e? He asked in a trembling voice. He had mentioned this name that scared and hated him so much. Monk Pudu did not speak loudly, but Jiang Luoshan could hear him clearly. He said in a deep voice, "This girl is Gu Xian'er. She is Gu Chang'e's cousin. He dotes on her very much. She is the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan." He had not expected Jiang Ming to start a fight with Gu Xian'er. He had almost been killed on the spot. It was not terrible to offend Gu Xian'er. What was terrible was Gu Chang'e, who was behind her. By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms who had some background knew Gu Xian'er. They knew her relationship with Gu Chang'e. Only groups like the Great Void Divine race, which rarely showed up in the outside world, knew very little about her. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan felt a headache coming on. Jiang Chen also looked cold. No wonder this girl was so cruel. She turned out to be Gu Chang'e's cousin. At the moment, many geniuses and big shots from the orthodoxies were watching this with interest. In the air, the great saints of the Great Void Divine race and the great saints of the Longevity Gu clan were confronting each other. Their energy swept over the whole area. They were extremely powerful. Both the Longevity Gu clan and the Great Void Divine race were forces with a long history in the upper realms. In particular, the Longevity Gu clan was mysterious and powerful. It was needless to say. At the moment, the two forces were in conflict. No matter what would happen later, many orthodoxies would be happy to see it. Jiang Luoshan had obviously considered this point as well. Her indifferent face was slightly embarrassed. It was hard to get off the tiger. "Sister, please save me." Jiang Ming was also in a state of shock. He had never expected this girl, who seemed to have no background, to be the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan. If that was the case, why had she acted alone and not with the Longevity Gu clan? This made him want to curse loudly in his heart. Of course, he had to think about how to survive. He did not want to die here in such a humiliating way. Let go of Jiang Ming. We can talk about this peacefully. Jiang Luoshan frowned. If Jiang Ming died here, she would not be able to explain it to her uncle. At the moment, her tone softened. She was not as tough as before. Gu Xian'er looked at Jiang Ming coldly. She liked to be alone and didn't intend to let the family behind her get involved in this kind of thing. But now, if she killed Jiang Ming, she would be able to vent her anger. But it was more likely to cause a conflict between the Longevity Gu clan and the Great Void Divine race, and the other orthodoxies would take advantage of the situation. So, after thinking about it, she decided to let Jiang Ming go in the end, although she was reluctant to do so. What happened just now? Jiang Luotian glanced at Xianxia coldly. In her opinion, it was Xianxia who had caused this. Here's the thing, Xianxia could not hide the truth at this moment. He braced himself and told her what had happened. Jiang Ming had attacked because of the light purple inscription on the tablet. In fact, it had nothing to do with Xianxia. If Gu Xian'er had not gotten the inscription on the tablet, Jiang Ming would have taken it away in the end. Xianxia was very clear about this. Jiang Luotian could not help but frown. She knew she was in the wrong. The reason for this conflict was entirely because of Jiang Ming. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. At that moment, she planned to offer Gu Xian'er some compensation as an apology. Of course, the premise was that Gu Xian'er would let Jiang Ming go. We were in the wrong in this matter. As an apology, we will give you some compensation, but you have to let Jiang Ming go. Jiang Luotian opened her mouth. She lowered the curtain. Her voice was much softer. It was the first time she had spoken in such a tone. She had always been superior. Gu Xian'er frowned. He was going to let Jiang Ming go. But she felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It was as if she lacked their compensation. Besides, if she agreed, she would look weak. Was she afraid of the great void divine race, while Gu Xian'er was in a dilemma, unable to make a decision? A calm voice suddenly came from the sky far away. Kill him. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this quiet place. Instantly, it was as if a bell had rung in everyone's mind, setting off a huge commotion. Everyone's expression changed. Whether it was the young skyprides, the older generation experts, or the sect masters, they all looked in the direction of the voice. The disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy also changed their expressions. Six Crown King Jinyao frowned. Didn't you say that Guchunga wouldn't come here? Why did he suddenly come here? Yu Mingkong curled her lips but didn't say anything. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others all looked over with different expressions. A young man walked over from the sky. His face was blurry, and his robes fluttered in the wind. He looked extraordinary and unhurried. An invisible golden path extended under his feet, as if hundreds of laws and mysteries were intertwined. However, he was still far away a moment ago, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of everyone as if he had appeared out of thin air. He had shrunk the ground into a foot, so close yet worlds apart. Such a move made the pupils of many important figures shrink, and their faces were filled with deep shock and horror. The experts of the Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Immemorial Yi clan, and other orthodoxies frowned deeply as they felt an aura that they could not understand. Greetings, young master. Seeing the newcomer, the people of the Longevity Gu family immediately greeted him. The cold old man who fought against the expert of the Great Void Divine clan just now also smiled. It's young Master Gu. He's here too. Xiao Ruoyin, who was among the disciples of the Dao Heavenly Palace, also looked over in surprise. Song Qin and the other disciples saw her expression and were even more envious. If she was not close to Gu Chang'e, why would she be like this? Gu Chang'e. He's here. Jiang Luotian looked through the curtain and frowned. Although she had not been born for long, she had heard this name many times. There were all kinds of shocking rumors. The number one of the younger generation, the brilliance was so dazzling that it was simply unimaginable. It suppressed those of the same generation like a great mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. In today's upper realm, no matter who it was, their first reaction upon hearing this name would be reverence or awe. They would not dare to show any disrespect. She had also planned to pay a visit to Gu Chang'e after she had solved the matter of the Taishu Divine Tomb. She wanted to see what kind of person Gu Chang'e was. However, he had never thought that they would meet in such a manner here today. For the first time, Jiang Luotian felt that things had become very tricky. At that moment, even the sect masters and the older generation overlords looked at Gu Chang'e with fear. They discovered that they actually couldn't see through this junior's strength at all. It was rumored that he could already fight with a quasi-supreme expert. The way they saw it, it was completely Gu Chang'e who had relied on the might of his supreme artifact to possess such strength. At most, he was only slightly stronger than the other young supremes. However, at that moment, In their eyes, the gap between their strengths was like a chasm. They were afraid that except for the inheritors of demonic methods, no one in the upper realm could be a match for him in the younger generation. Xianxia. Why is he here? Xianxia felt a chill down his spine when he saw who had come. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although he had changed his appearance, who knew whether Xianxia could see through his disguise, his fear of Xianxia had been deeply rooted in his bones and soul. Kill him. Xianxia showed up beside Xianxia. Seeing her in a daze, as if she hadn't come to herself yet, he couldn't help but repeat his words calmly. Jiang Ming was lying on the ground at the moment. He was in so much pain that he couldn't move. He had thought he would be saved after his royal sister Jiang Luoshan's words. But who would have thought that Xianxia would suddenly appear, and the first thing she said was to ask Xianxia to kill him. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his face paled. He certainly knew who Xianxia was, so he was desperate when he heard that. At that moment, Xianxia finally came to herself. She felt the familiar refreshing and pleasant smell in front of her. I thought you weren't coming? She looked up and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. However, her voice was very low. Except for her and Xianxia, no one could hear her clearly. If I hadn't come, you would have been wronged again, wouldn't you? Xianxia glanced at her and said casually. He had sensed what had happened when he was at the periphery of the Great Void Divine Tomb. That was why he had abandoned his followers and come here first. Therefore, he knew everything that had happened. Of course, he knew what Xianxia was struggling with. In his opinion, there was nothing to struggle with. Just kill him. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. However, she still harumphed and said stubbornly, I didn't intend to kill him. Xianxia knew very well that she was a woman of integrity. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to expose her. That's because I don't like him. I want to kill him. Will that do? However, he still smiled. Xianxia glared at him. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Xianxia looked at her pretending to be cold. He wanted to pinch her nose and see how she was going to pretend. However, Xianxia seemed to see through his plan. She stepped back and looked at him with disdain. Don't try to take advantage of me again. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with different emotions. However, they could see that Xianxia really doted on Xianxia. Who would dare to speak to Xianxia like that? However, Xianxia dared to. Xianxia also looked like he didn't care about her. This made many girls envious. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Sister Huang, save me. I don't want to die. At this moment, although Jiang Ming was in despair, he still didn't want to give up the chance to live. He shouted in the direction of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Jiang Luoshan and the other cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe heard his cry for help. They couldn't bear to see him die. They couldn't bear to see Jiang Ming being killed with their own eyes and do nothing. Xianxia, this is our fault. We are willing to apologize and compensate. This is not an unresolvable hatred. Jiang Ming didn't know this girl's identity before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. This is just a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Luoshan spoke. It was rare for her to be so humble. Before this, she was always high and mighty, looking down on everyone coldly. This also showed how much she valued Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia looked up and glanced at her. It's okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can just kill him. Everyone's expression changed. They felt a terrifying pressure and deterrence. Although they didn't get much in the Great Void Divine Tomb, they were able to watch a good show. It was just like the rumors said. Even though he was facing a group of cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Xianxia was still strong. He had no intention of backing down. Many of the sect masters felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, they didn't offend Xianxia. Otherwise, they would be so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. The cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe looked terrible. They didn't expect Xianxia to say this. Did he not care about them at all? Although he had been famous for a long time, he was still a junior. At this time, was he really going to provoke a feud between the two tribes over a small matter? Jiang Luoshan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It was also the first time she met someone who was stronger than her like Guchanga. Guchanga, what do you want to let Jiangming go? What are your conditions? Jiang Luoshan said coldly. In her opinion, Guchanga wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more. Conditions? Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. However, there was a playful look in his eyes. Since Princess Luoshan asked, then fine. I still lack a servant girl to serve me tea. Why don't you think about it? If Princess Luoshan isn't satisfied with this identity, you can be my concubine. I just don't know if you're willing to save your so-called younger brother. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Especially the younger generation. They found it unbelievable and laughed bitterly in their hearts. Guchanga was probably the only one who dared to say something like this. Of course, no one thought that he was serious. They thought that he was just trying to humiliate Jiang Luoshan. The people of the Great Void Divine clan turned pale and were incomparably angry. Jiang Luoshan was the face of their clan. In the future, she would even take over the Great Void Divine clan and become the next Great Void Divine Emperor. Her status was respected and she looked down on the upper world. However, in Guchanga's words, she was only fit to be a servant girl or concubine. Guchanga, you, Jiang Luoshan's cold eyes and her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Her murderous aura was so cold that it was about to freeze and crack the void. She never thought that one day, she would be humiliated in front of everyone. With her identity, in this vast upper world, who would dare to say that she was only a servant girl or concubine? Wasn't this a deliberate humiliation? The curtain in front of her directly burst open, unable to withstand her current aura. In an instant, Jiang Luoshan's peerlessly beautiful face was revealed in front of everyone. Her golden hair was dazzling, and her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She was flawless as if she was carved from immortal jade. However, her eyes were cold to the bone. It had to be said that this superior, noble, and indifferent aura was enough to make all the proud sons of heaven feel inferior. In front of her, they lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at her. Can't you do it? Guchanga smiled casually, as if he was not surprised at all. Guchanga, are you determined to make things difficult for me? Jiang Luoshan looked at him coldly. If you can't do it, then don't try to waste my time. Guchanga's expression also turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm moved horizontally and directly grabbed at Jiangming. Stop it. Jiang Luoshan's expression was very ugly, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Guchanga's contempt for them and her attitude of not putting them in her eyes made her feel infinite anger in her heart. So what if Guchanga's talent was powerful, his strength was terrifying, and his background was tyrannical? In what way was she inferior to him? What right did he have to look down on her? However, Guchanga had no intention of talking nonsense with her. He directly attacked, his palm sweeping across the sky and crushing down on Jiangming. It was as if he was swatting a small fly to death. Gu Families Jr., stop it. The Great Void Divine Tribe's peak Great Sage Expert's expression was also ugly. He ignored the Gu Family's expert in front of him and turned into a golden light shadow to save Jiangming. In front of everyone's eyes, Jiangming was killed by Guchanga. If they did not dare to do anything, what would the other orthodoxies think of the Great Void Divine Tribe? How could they accept this humiliation? Not to mention, Guchanga had humiliated them again and again today. You don't know what's good for you. Guchanga's expression did not change. He was still indifferent. Since you're sincere in accompanying him, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the direction of his palm. A terrifying five-colored divine light that seemed to have turned into a millstone of destruction appeared and then attacked the Great Void Divine Tribe's expert. That palm was extremely powerful, and the power it contained made the sky tremble as if it could not withstand it and was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked. Many young skyprides turned pale and their divine souls trembled. They felt that the gap between them was insurmountable. Six-Crown King, Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others were also silent and solemn. Even the sect masters of the major sects were a little frightened. I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're so arrogant that you don't put anyone in your eyes. The Great Void Divine Tribe's expert snorted coldly. He was infuriated by Guchanga's disdain and indifference. He shouted angrily and cast a powerful divine power. Resplendent golden divine multicolored light erupted. There were millions and millions of streaks, forming gates one after another. The rules intertwined and turned into chains of the great doctrine. They seemed to be able to suppress people and send them to an eternally silent world. Boom! Instantly, an unimaginable fluctuation broke out. The world was turned upside down. Mountains collapsed. Many tactical patterns were destroyed in an instant. How can Guchanga be so strong? Xianxia was shocked and trembling. Even though he was hiding behind Monk Pudu, he still felt like his body was about to explode. Puff, in the void space, blood was splashing everywhere. The great void divine tribe's expert was coughing up blood. His arm was about to explode. He managed to ward off Guchanga's palm attack with his divine power. But he was still shocked. His internal organs were trembling. He could not help but take many steps back, leaving bloody footprints in the void space. That energy was too dreadful. It felt like numerous stars had exploded. Everyone felt like their skin was about to crack. Soon, the two started to fight again. However, the great void divine tribe's expert was no match for Xianxia. He kept coughing up blood and flying. Everyone was shocked. Dong, the void space exploded. The place became dazzling and blurry. All kinds of rules swept over. The mysteries of the universe and the universe were playing out. Is that why you're so confident? Guchanga's robe was fluttering. He looked as calm as ever. Black and white colors showed up in his palm. The energies of the six heavens and the underworld were faintly discernible. The six gates stood between the sky and the earth. A yellow, filthy river with countless wronged souls and dry bones was flowing quietly there. An anomaly appeared. Everyone's holy souls seemed to be walking there. It was a horrifying energy. People felt like they were going to be dragged to the afterlife. That's not good. Elder, come back. Jiang Luoshan sensed something was wrong. She could not help but shout. She asked the strong man to come back. But it was too late. The strong man from the great void divine tribe had been injured. Affected by the energy of the reincarnation, he was in a trance. His holy soul seemed to have left his body and was going to the world of the dead. Dong, in the next moment, Guchanga's expression was cold. He slammed his palm down. The void space suddenly cracked. The terrifying energy was like the blue sky crashing down. The strong man's body collapsed instantly. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His body and spirit were destroyed. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The power of the palm did not diminish. Jiang Ming, who was in despair, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. He followed in the footsteps of the strong man. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. A terrible chill ran down their backs. He killed a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm so easily. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the great void divine tribe. Among those in the same realm, his combat power was monstrous. Didn't that mean that Guchanga actually had the combat power of a quasi-supreme master? Everyone was horrified. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb. How old was he, killing a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm without using a supreme weapon? This was simply unbelievable in the past. It was like a dream. But today, it happened in front of everyone. Guchanga was not only strong, but he was strong enough to make his peers despair. How is it possible? The people from the great void divine tribe were completely stunned. They could not believe it. From the beginning to the end, Guchanga played it down and did not seem to use his full strength. Didn't that mean that his true strength was even more terrifying? Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Deep anger and resentment surged in her heart. At the same time, there was a sense of fear. She thought that she was a rare peerless genius in the great void divine tribe. Her cultivation was strong, and she was destined to be invincible when she was born. However, her peerless Dao heart could not help but be shaken by what she had seen today. Why was Guchanga so ridiculously strong? Blood mist drifted in the sky, and broken pieces of sacred weapons fell in all directions. It was incomparably dazzling. The weapon of the Peak Great Saint from the Great Void Divine clan was also shattered in this battle. Xianxia stood in the midst of it. His robe was new, and there was not a speck of dust on it. His hair was sparkling and shining like jade. Divine light shone in his fair palms, and the black and white color slowly faded away. However, that terrifying feeling that made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble still remained in the void, making one's scalp tingle. Everyone watched all this in shock and horror. Especially the sect masters of the major sects, their hearts were in turmoil, and their scalps were numb. They thought that Xianxia's strength was already very strong, enough to make them take him seriously, but they did not expect him to be so strong. In his early 20s, he killed a Peak Great Saint so easily, and even someone who was half a step into the quasi-supreme realm, this was too unbelievable. If it was in the past, they would never dare to believe that such a thing could happen, but it had completely happened in front of their eyes today. They had to accept this fact. His wings are growing. At this moment, the many experts of the Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and Immemorial Yi clan only had this thought in their minds. They looked at the figure in the sky with incomparably complicated eyes. The young elites behind them were also in a daze, and their eyes were wide open. They fell into deep shock and could not react for a long time. They were all of the younger generation, but why was the gap between them so big? Many people had long been out of breath, and their invincible Dao heart trembled, unable to produce the thought of competing. Xianxia was like an insurmountable mountain, lying across the heads of many young elites. Everyone felt a sense of despair and helplessness from the bottom of their hearts. It's sad for the younger generation to be in the same era as such a person, a figure from the older generation sighed and looked around. When he saw the pale expressions on the faces of the young geniuses, he understood and was not surprised. Before this, they only knew about Xianxia's strength through many rumors and deeds. However, what they saw today was really shocking and set off a huge wave in their hearts. The young master's strength has already reached such a level. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can catch up to the patriarch. The clan leader was also an invincible existence in the same generation. But compared to the young master, he still pales in comparison. Young master is really a monster. The experts and disciples of the Longevity Gu family sighed emotionally, their eyes filled with reverence. This child has matured to the point where he can sit on the same level as us. The sect leaders looked at each other. Their eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Six-Crowned King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the other disciples of True Immortal Academy were naturally shocked. Xianxia's strength had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people were guessing how strong he was. Today, they had finally gotten what they wanted. This is a monster. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden's red lips parted slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. We are all sequence disciples, yet there is a gap between us and him. If this was any other time, Six-Crowned King Junyao would definitely refute this. But now, he was silent. He seemed to be speechless. Young Master Xianxia's strength has always been like this. Golden Cicada Buddha's expression was calm, but he was also puzzled. How did the inheritor of the demonic arts escape from his hands time and time again? Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts is also this strong? While everyone was having different thoughts, Xianxia's figure descended from the sky. He looked at the Great Void Divine clan members, especially Jiang Luoshan. His smile was cold and indifferent. Princess Luoshan, don't you plan to avenge them? What about this misunderstanding? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Her face turned pale as she clenched her jade-like hands. Even as strong as she was, she did not dare to look straight into Xianxia's cold and deep eyes. She could not help but tilt her head to the side, but still said firmly, Xianxia, I admit that you are very strong, but the Great Void Divine tribe is not that easy to bully. At this moment, her tone was much weaker than before. Everyone present was naturally shrewd, and they could all hear the lack of confidence in her words. After all, she was an expert who was half a step away from becoming a quasi-supreme, and yet she was killed on the spot. It was impossible to say that they were not shocked. Unless the Great Void Divine tribe dared to fight to the death with Xianxia, but the current situation was beyond their control. There were many orthodoxies in the Great Void Divine tomb, and all of them were eyeing it covetously. As the future divine emperor of the Great Void Divine Tribe, her status was indescribably high. At this moment, even if she was extremely angry and sullen, she had to suppress it and not explode. Jiang Luoshan naturally understood this. Although what happened today was embarrassing, she could not wash away the humiliation and regain her dignity. Gu Chang'e heard this and laughed, but his voice was still cold. Is that so? Then, Princess Luoshan, show me what you're capable of. Let me see what the Great Void Divine Tribe is capable of. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. They were shocked and could not help but feel a chill down their backs. Was Gu Chang'e planning to let Jiang Luoshan fight personally? Although Jiang Luoshan was very strong and was the strongest person in this generation of the Great Void Divine Tribe, she was still a far cry from Gu Chang'e, especially after witnessing Gu Chang'e's strength. No one thought that Jiang Luoshan would be a match for him. It was obvious that she would be defeated, or even killed by Gu Chang'e. She would die. Thinking of this possibility, many people could not help but feel a chill down their backs. They did not doubt Gu Chang'e's methods. After all, since Gu Chang'e was born, countless skyprides and living beings had fallen at his hands. Although he usually looked gentle, refined, and handsome, there was no doubt that he was vicious and merciless. Jiang Luoshan did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. For a moment, her expression turned ugly and she even felt humiliated. Naturally, she knew what Gu Chang'e was trying to do. If she fought with Gu Chang'e, her life would be in danger. She was not a match for Gu Chang'e at all. She knew herself well enough. However, if she showed cowardice and avoided the battle, it would be a disgrace to her in front of all the orthodoxies and cultivators. At the same time, it would be a disgrace to the Great Void Divine Tribe. Princess, we have to bear with this. We can't get into a conflict with them. Gu Chang'e's strength is terrifying. You're not a match for him. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this, a golden-haired old woman with unfathomable strength beside Jiang Luoshan advised her with a solemn expression. She was afraid that Jiang Luoshan was young and impulsive and would ruin things. Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Naturally, she understood this. She quickly took a deep breath and calmed down. A hint of unwillingness flashed in her golden eyes. She stared at Gu Chang'e and said, Gu Chang'e, as the most powerful person in the younger generation, you know that I'm not a match for you, but you bully me like this. Is this how you do things? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Before this, they knew that Jiang Luoshan, the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, was arrogant and indifferent. They could not believe that these words came out of her mouth. Among the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy, Yu Mingkong saw this scene and narrowed her eyes slightly. In her memory, when the Great Void Divine Tomb first appeared, Jiang Luoshan sent people here to search for the ancestor's relic. However, she encountered Gu Chang'e in the tomb. Not only was the ancestor's divinity stolen by Gu Chang'e, but she was also defeated and almost killed by Gu Chang'e. Later on, for some unknown reason, Jiang Luoshan clung to Gu Chang'e and visited him in the name of visiting him from time to time. As for the matter of Gu Chang'e stealing the ancestor's divinity and almost being killed by him, it was as if it never happened. However, in her previous life, Gu Chang'e was very cold and indifferent to her. Many times, Jiang Luoshan went to visit him, but she was met with the cold shoulder and could not see him. However, she persevered. At that time, many people of the Gu family were shocked and impressed. They could not understand at all. Of course, in the end, Jiang Luoshan's fate was very tragic. It was rumored that on the way back to the family land, she unfortunately encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was killed by him. In her previous life, Yu Mingkong sympathized with her and felt that she was unlucky. Of course, more than that, she was relieved. She did not like her perseverance and was worried that Gu Chang'e would be moved by her. Now, it seemed that Jiang Luoshan was also killed by Gu Chang'e in the end. But now, looking at the scene in front of her, Yu Mingkong had to admit that there was an indescribable jealousy in her heart. Gu Chang'e did not expect Jiang Luoshan to give in so quickly, but his tone did not change much. Bully? How can you be so sure? That's not what Princess Luoshan said just now. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan stared at him coldly. My family knows that we are in the wrong, but Gu Chang'e, you have already killed Jiang Ming and the Great Elder just now. What else do you want? Do you want to kill me as well? As soon as she said this, the expressions of many Orthodoxy sect leaders changed subtly. They glanced at Xianxia quietly. The Great Void God clan had already paid the price for what happened today. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Great Sage realm was not a piece of cake that could be found everywhere. No matter which orthodoxy it was, they were the cornerstone and indispensable existence. Even the Great Void God clan would feel the pinch and could not be indifferent. However, if Xianxia continued to hold on to it, it would be a little unreasonable. It would make people think that he was too overbearing. Even if he was the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, it would be unreasonable. The powerhouses of many orthodoxies and great sects present would not sit idly by and let the Longevity Gu clan dominate. After all, this was a tacit agreement between the various clans of the upper realm for countless years. One had to admit that Jiang Luoshan was very smart. She easily put herself in a vulnerable position. Plus, she was extremely beautiful to begin with. Her blonde hair was like a waterfall, her facial features were flawless, and her skin was as white as snow. She was as delicate as a sculpture, and many young heaven's favorites couldn't bear to see her like this. When Xianxia heard this, he smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew what she meant. Princess Luoshan, you must be joking. I don't think that I am a cruel person, nor am I someone who would destroy a beautiful woman. Why would I do such a thing? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see if I will kill you or not. His smile was still as casual as before. It was as if he was talking about something as trivial as eating and drinking. However, Jiang Luoshan could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. She felt that Xianxia really wanted to kill her. Give it a try, who knew what would happen if she gave it a try? She was not stupid. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. They were also shocked by Xianxia's words. They felt horrified and uneasy. Could it be that he really dared to kill Jiang Luoshan in front of so many people? Why wouldn't I believe you? Since you said so, Xianxia, I will naturally believe you. Jiang Luoshan was not an ordinary person. Although she felt uneasy, her expression remained calm. She looked at Xianxia coldly and chose to avoid the battle without hesitation. Of course, in everyone's eyes, this was a wise move. There was nothing wrong with it. First, she would put herself in a weak position, and then let people know that Xianxia wanted to kill her. In this way, she could smoothly avoid the battle, and she didn't have to worry about losing face. This tactic made many powerhouses of the older generation exclaim in admiration. She was indeed the princess of the Divine Void clan. She could not be underestimated. Haha, if that's the case, then I hope the next time I see you, Princess Luoshan, you can show me what you're capable of. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled casually. He did not continue to make things difficult for her. But at this moment, everyone heard the threat in his words. In other words, you can escape now, but can you hide forever? This made everyone's expression change. They felt a wave of coldness wash over them. He was not going to give up. Jiang Luoshan certainly heard Xianxia's threat. Gnashing her teeth, she snorted coldly and left in a flash. She went to another area near the ancient palace. And the crack. Seeing this, the rest of the Divine Void clan did not stay. They all turned into divine rainbows and dashed in that direction. In the crowd, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu also hurried to follow them. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. Neither Xianxia nor Jiang Luoshan were people they could afford to offend. What he had seen today made Jiang Chen tremble with fear. For the first time, he deeply felt Xianxia's great strength. He felt desperate and helpless. Even Jiang Luoshan, who was always cold and noble in his eyes and looked down on all living creatures, could not gain any advantage in front of Xianxia. She could only be humiliated. This explained everything. After the Divine Void clan left, the strong practitioners of the other orthodoxies also left. They stopped watching. Today's great show had shocked them and made them gasp in amazement. Even now, their hearts were still unable to calm down. At this moment, Gu Xian'er threw Xianxia a cold look. She could not help but ask. What happened today? Won't it have any effect? What effect can it have? Xianxia said casually. Do you really think the Divine Void clan has the guts to fight with me? Gu Xian'er knew Gu Chang'e did not take what had just happened seriously. But speaking of which, it was because of her that this had happened. Gu Chang'e had done this to stand up for her. She was considering whether she should thank him reluctantly. Although she thought Gu Chang'e had done this for her, since he always liked to bully her. Wasn't it natural for him to stand up for her? Can you not cause so much trouble for me in the future? I have to clean up after you every time. However, Gu Chang'e's helpless voice interrupted Gu Xian'er's thoughts. She was a little stunned. She didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would blame her. She said in a murderous tone. How can you blame me for this? I just picked up a piece of broken inscription, and that guy came to me and accused me of stealing it. He even asked me to hand it over. If I don't, he will kill me. Do I have to give it to him? She could not help but feel a little wronged. She had only picked up a piece of broken inscription. That was because it had fallen by her feet. How could she cause trouble for this? Is that so? Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows as if she didn't believe it. I think you are trying to fool my intelligence. How could a piece of broken inscription cause so much trouble? Gu Xian'er looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Why would I lie to you? Do you think everyone is like you? You can't hear a single word of truth from your mouth. Is that so? Gu Chang'e still did not believe her. It's just a piece of broken inscription. Could it be that there is something special about it? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er took out the broken piece of light purple inscription from her sumer ring. There was a faint glow on it, and there were several indecipherable divine characters on it. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some strange patterns carved on it. Here, this is the inscription, she said. Gu Chang'e took it from her hand and casually glanced at it. He nodded. It is indeed extraordinary. No wonder it caused such a tragedy. With that, the inscription disappeared from his hand. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er's big eyes showed a touch of confusion. She was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him. Only then did she realize what had happened. Gu Chang'e had stolen something good from her just like that. Gu Chang'e, give me back my inscription. I picked it up. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but grind her teeth. She hated Gu Chang'e so much that her teeth itched. Who said that it's yours when you picked it up? Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Why, do you want to snatch it? You can try. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. His expression was matter of fact, and he didn't care that she couldn't wait to bite him. You've gone too far. How could you be so despicable to snatch my things? You're such a bastard. Gu Xian'er was about to explode from anger. Her delicate body was trembling. Unfortunately, her poor figure didn't change at all. She didn't expect that she would fall for Gu Chang'e's trick. He said that just now because he wanted her to take out the inscription. Unfortunately, she was so stupid to believe his nonsense. You're too stupid. How can you blame me? Gu Chang'e sighed and shook his head. Gu Chang'e, quickly give me back my things. Otherwise, I'll really be angry. The kind that can't be appeased. Gu Xian'er glared at him angrily. She gritted her teeth and looked like she was about to explode. As a money grubber, how could she allow the good things in her hands to be snatched away in front of her? To her, this was simply a disgrace. Gu Chang'e laughed. You're dreaming. You still want me to appease you? Woo-woo. Gu Chang'e, you're bullying me again. Why are you so annoying? Gu Xian'er saw that he wasn't going to listen to her. She suddenly started sobbing. However, Gu Chang'e reached out and pinched her nose. He shook his head slightly. You better pretend to be crying. If you cry like this, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment. Of course, she couldn't return the inscription. In any case, it contained a trace of the Taishu origin. Other than 727 refining tools, it had no effect on Gu Xian'er. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e could devour and refine it for his own use. I'll give you a great sage weapon as compensation. It's useless to you anyway, Gu Chang'e said. No, at least 5. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future. Gu Xian'er sniffled. 2 at most. If you don't want it, you'll have nothing. Gu Chang'e shook his head. 2? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Gu Xian'er was dissatisfied. Alright, then there's none left. Gu Chang'e smiled. Alright then. Since you want to give it to me, I'll give you two. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was afraid that he would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. However, on the surface, he still looked like he had suffered a great loss. She could also see that no matter how extraordinary that steel was, it couldn't compare to a great sage weapon. After all, a great sage weapon was something that could be passed down in many ancient orthodoxies as a sacred weapon. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. At most, the inscriptions on the tablet contained some special substances. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like Gu Chang'e was at a disadvantage. Of course, since Gu Chang'e had agreed to give Gu Xian'er two great sage weapons in exchange, he naturally wouldn't lie to her. Under her eager gaze, he casually picked two great saint-level weapons and gave them to her. Gu Xian'er's scrunched-up little face finally cracked into a smile. At least you have a conscience. She snorted. She was in a good mood. She had regained her previous aloof and ethereal demeanor, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. Perhaps it was because she was used to being poor since young, but she always had a natural attachment to all kinds of divine weapons and treasures. When facing these things and in front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but reveal her true colors and turn into a money grubber. After that, Gu Chang'e took her to meet up with Yu Mingkong from True Immortal Academy. As for the people from the Gu family, they all followed behind him. Since Gu Chang'e had appeared here, he naturally had to be the leader. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy looked at Gu Chang'e with a somewhat unnatural gaze. Although they were very afraid of him before, it wasn't to the extent that they were today. Six-Crowned King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others subconsciously avoided Gu Chang'e's gaze, not wanting to meet his eyes. Brother Gu, you were really impressive just now. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the scene of you suppressing Jiang Luoshan and snatching the princess. It's a pity. Wang Zijin said with a smile. She wore a long blue dress, and her face was extremely beautiful. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but curve into a crescent moon shape, appearing extremely charming. It had to be said that in terms of appearance, she was almost beautiful to the extreme, enough to be comparable to Yu Mingkong's flawless beauty. The difference was in the temperament of the two. She was like an orchid in an empty valley, clear fog in the forest, possessing a serene and moving temperament. However, the words she spoke contained unimaginable boldness, as if she was a demoness. I was just joking just now. I made a fool of myself in front of Miss Zijin. Gu Chang'e seemed to have long been accustomed to her joking words and didn't care. After smiling slightly, he glanced at Jiang Chuchu. Seeing her calm expression, he didn't take the initiative to greet her. As far as he was concerned, this kind of face-saving skill was actually dispensable now. It was just that his image in front of others couldn't collapse. Wang Zijin's smile didn't fade. She looked deeply at Gu Chang'e, but didn't say anything. Although Gu Chang'e still had the identity of the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, in her opinion, it was just some kind of agreement between Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chuchu. Of course, in the eyes of the other orthodoxies, this was a deal between Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace. The reincarnation of the human ancestor was just a method used by the human ancestor palace to stabilize the hearts of the people. How could Gu Chang'e suddenly become the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Not many people would believe that. This was a tacit secret among the top orthodoxies in the upper realm. However, after witnessing Gu Chang'e's strength today, Wang Zijin suddenly felt that the guess she casually made earlier might be true. With her understanding of Gu Chang'e, she naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the human ancestor. So, why did Gu Chang'e have the human ancestor's nirvana lotus body? This was very thought-provoking. Of course, this was just Wang Zijin's guess. She didn't have any feelings for the human ancestor. In fact, she even had a faint dislike for him. Now, she was curious about how Gu Chang'e did all this. Did you find anything? Just as Wang Zijin was thinking about all kinds of things, Gu Chang'e walked to Yu Mingkong and asked with a smile. There might be something hidden under that palace. Yu Mingkong nodded slightly and pointed at the crack not far away that was spewing out multicolored light. From this angle, one could clearly see that there was a dazzling brilliance emerging from within. An ancient palace that looked like it was made of colorful celestial jade was floating up and down there. Just now, many big shots had already sensed the strange movement inside and rushed in. However, until now, there had been no movement. At this moment, many of the sect leaders of the major sects were also staring at it without blinking. A little further away, those from the Great Void Divine clan were also staring at it with worry and nervousness. As for the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Ancient Yi clan, and other forces, they had also sent strong men to wait nearby. All kinds of divine lights were intertwining in the sky. Ancient chariots and white jade carriages were parked everywhere. Many vague figures were standing on them. Further away, there were still cultivators and creatures coming. The Great Void Divine tomb was too big. At this moment, they were only in a small area deep in the tomb. Because of the strange movement here, many people were attracted. The real and the fake tombs are mixed together. If one is careless, he will die. A strange light flashed in Guchang's eyes. He had noticed Jiang Chen's movement on the Great Void Divine clan's side. Jiang Chen and a mysterious monk had infiltrated the Great Void Divine clan's team. This was reported to him by the demonic technique puppet. So, Guchanga didn't care about it. What he wanted to know at this moment was whether the Great Void Divine clan had made such a great effort to come here just for that ancestor's relics. Or was there some unknown secret hidden here? Of course, what he cared about was the divinity. That was something comparable to a supreme venerable doctrine fruit. At this moment, if he wanted to break through, it would be very difficult to find a target. If he could get a divinity, it would be a pleasant surprise. Young Master Gu. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice came into Guchanga's ears. He looked over and found that the elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal had arrived while he wasn't paying attention. The person who had spoken was Xiao Ruoyin. They hadn't seen each other for a while. At this moment, her white dress was fluttering in the wind. She had an otherworldly aura. Maybe it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin was shining with a crystal luster. It was snow-white and delicate, like a piece of fine jade. She was shockingly beautiful. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. The elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal all greeted him. They were very respectful to Guchanga. After all, Guchanga had another identity. The successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. Miss Xiao, why are you here? Guchanga revealed a slightly surprised expression, as if he had just noticed her. The disciples of the True Immortal Academy were also silently sizing up this white-dressed woman. Many of the male disciples couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they were shocked by beautiful things or people. Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly, and then calmly returned to his original expression. Wang Zijin sized him up with interest, especially when she sensed a feeling that was completely different from that of the rest of the people. This white-dressed woman's attitude towards Guchanga was clearly different from the other cultivators. She didn't have the kind of reverence that was rooted deep in her bones. However, she could still feel her nervousness. It wasn't as natural as it looked on the surface. She's quite scheming. She smiled in her heart, feeling that things were getting interesting. Playing tricks on an ocean king, tsk. Guchanga, who is she? Gu Xian'er's cold voice sounded very direct. However, after asking, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She subconsciously looked at Yu Mingkong. I'm asking on behalf of Sister Mingkong. Yu Mingkong smiled and held her small hand, saying, this should be the Xiao Ruoyin that Chang'e mentioned before, the one he saved outside the immortal ancient forbidden land. Chang'e mentioned it to me before, Li Yao said. Hearing this, Six Crown King Jun Yao and the others were a little stunned. She saved someone outside the immortal ancient forbidden land. As far as they knew, the immortal ancient continent had only been open to the outside world in recent years, but the immortal ancient forbidden land had existed since ancient times. Some people said that a remnant immortal was sleeping inside, while others said that it hid the secret of the collapse of the immortal ancient era. It was not the case. This woman in white actually came from that place. They subconsciously thought that she was a guest from the forbidden land. However, Yu Mingkong's words made many people understand. As Guchanga's fiancée, her introduction seemed casual and natural, but it was actually to inform everyone. She was very close to Xianxia. Xianxia had never hidden these things from her. Normally, Yu Mingkong would not be bothered to interfere in this kind of thing, let alone explain it to everyone. However, today, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, they all seemed to be inextricably linked to Xianxia. Even the princess of the Great Void Divine tribe, Jiang Luoshan, who left with her people, was closely related to Xianxia in her previous life. Now, there was a tool, Xiaoruoyin. This gave her a headache. Why were there so many women around Xianxia in this life? Therefore, her actions were equivalent to expressing her identity and status. She was Xianxia's legitimate fiancée, the future wife who was yet to be married. With Yu Mingkong's introduction, everyone understood Xiaoruoyin's identity. Although they were slightly surprised, they did not ask much. Xianxia casually asked about Xiaoruoyin's recent cultivation situation to show his concern. Xiaoruoyin also answered truthfully, saying that she had been cultivating hard and would not let him down. That's good. I really hope that the day you succeed in your cultivation will come soon. Xianxia smiled. While Xiaoruoyin was conversing with Xianxia, she was also trying to carefully blend into the circle. She knew that the group of young men and women in front of her had extraordinary identities. Their backgrounds were incomparably terrifying, enough to look down on countless orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm. It was hard to imagine that they were people that she would not normally come into contact with. And Xianxia was obviously the center of this circle. Therefore, while she came to greet Xianxia, she also wanted to get acquainted with this group of young men and women. Xiaoruoyin was not stupid. She had her own selfish motives and calculations. In her previous world, she didn't need to consider these things at all. She was surrounded by people who wanted to curry favor with her. But now, it was completely different. She was a weak woman with no power and influence. The only thing she could rely on was the thin relationship she had with Xianxia. She knew Xianxia, but was she close to Xianxia? That was simply impossible. Although she had wanted to get closer to Xianxia, it was just a thought. Her only assets were her body and her beauty, which she had kept herself clean for more than 20 years. But these were not worth mentioning at all in front of Xianxia. In the distance, seeing Xiaoruoyin trying to blend into the circle of young geniuses, Jiang Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was being twisted by a knife. He felt helpless and uncomfortable. That was the cold and aloof goddess that he had always admired. But at that moment, she was so humble and careful, trying to ingratiate herself with the enemy he hated so much. And Xiaoruoyin had no idea what he was really like and what he was up to. Mr. Jiang, why do you keep looking over there? Monk Pudu, who was next to him, noticed this. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Chen was shocked. He hurried to look away. He pretended to be relaxed and explained, nowadays, how many people in the younger generation can be like Xianxia, surrounded by beautiful women? It's really enviable. He did not dare let Monk Pudu know there was a grudge between him and Xianxia. The last time he suffered a loss at the hands of the Ji siblings, he still clearly remembered it. Monk Pudu said with a smile, emptiness is beauty, and beauty is emptiness. Beautiful women are just a pile of bones. What's there to be jealous of? Mr. Jiang, please don't take it too hard. Above the golden clouds, Jiang Luoshan was wearing a cold expression. She frowned when she heard their conversation. She could not help but look in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia, I won't forget this. She gnashed her teeth. She could not forget Xianxia's threat. That bone-chilling killing intent and coldness were still lingering around her. It was the first time she had been threatened like this since she was a child. It was even the first time she had felt fear. Her holy soul shivered. It was an unforgettable feeling. It was also a humiliation for her. Jiang Chen, if you can't find the ancestors' relics this time, you'll die. Then Jiang Luoshan glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. She gave him the final verdict. Asking for fresh flowers, if it were not for him, she would not have had a conflict with Xianxia. She would not have gotten Jiang Ming and an elder at the peak of the great saint state killed because of her. If Jiang Chen had not been useful to her, she would have killed him to vent her anger. Jiang Chen cursed to himself. Why didn't you act so tough in front of Xianxia? However, he did not dare show any disrespect. He hurried to say, Princess Luotian, don't worry. I'm very confident this time. Boom. At this moment, a great noise came from the crack where so many strong people had gone. The magnificent palace began to tremble as a thick blood color burst out from it. All of a sudden, all the practitioners and creatures looked over. They were shocked. Then they heard several screams. An old man in a purple robe flew out of the crack. He was covered in blood, but he was seriously injured. While he was still in the air, he seemed to have been hit by a dreadful force. He exploded. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Many people were even petrified. They did not dare move. None of the strong people who had entered the crack survived. This place is very dangerous. Youngsters shouldn't enter it recklessly. Many strong people from the True Immortal Academy, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, and the Longevity Gu family were staring at the crack with fear. Princess Luotian, the entrance is under that palace. They went to the wrong place. After the shock, Xianxia communicated with the artifact spirit of the immortal boat in his mind. Then he told Jiang Luotian through holy awareness. Jiang Luotian frowned. Glancing at him and Monk Pudu, she said, you two go in first. Monk Pudu turned pale. When he was about to refuse, he saw Xianxia agree solemnly. Fine. I'll trust you this time. Monk Pudu sighed helplessly. Then he and Xianxia turned into divine lights. They flew toward the crack directly. Seeing this, Jiang Luotian's expression changed. She no longer hesitated and ordered everyone to follow. Are they courting death? A young disciple from the True Immortal Academy frowned. He did not understand. Yu Mingkong looked toward Xianxia. She said in a low voice, are we going in? Xianxia was holding her soft hand. Feeling her delicate skin, which was as flawless as suet jade, he said casually, no hurry. Let's wait for a while. Above the crack, a divine light was emitting and shrouding the place. A multicolored palace that seemed to be made of immortal jade floated up and down, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Jiang Luotian, Xianxia, Monk Pudu, and the others dashed into the crack without any hesitation. As to the floating palace, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't even look in that direction. They had suffered a great loss before. Then they realized the so-called ancient palace was actually a fake tomb. That was why it was full of dangers and had led to their deaths. The real graveyard was deep underground. Xianxia had communicated with the spirit of the ferry boat of creation. He knew the terrain and the direction of many tactical patterns here were just to mislead the enemy. The real tomb of the great void divine race's ancestors was not like the palaces outside. Moreover, he had his own plans in mind. If he could find the real tomb, he could win Jiang Luotian's favor and survive. If he couldn't find it, he could leave through the secret passage here with the help of the spirit of the ferry boat of creation. That was why he was so determined. He dashed into it without any hesitation. I hope you won't trick me this time. Otherwise, we'll both die here. Xianxia told the spirit of the ferry boat of creation in his mind. Next, you'd better find the tomb of Jiang Luotian's ancestor. Otherwise, you'll have to find that secret passage too. Don't worry. I've sensed many hidden passages here. In fact, all of them lead to the main tomb. The other secret passages can leave this place quietly. Anyway, we have a way out. Why would I trick you? The spirit of the ferry boat of creation promised him solemnly. Xianxia felt relieved. He and Monk Pudu were looking for a way ahead. I hope you won't trick me. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Jiang Luotian said coldly, walking behind them with the strong men. There were many bronze statues on both sides of the passage. They looked weird and quaint. As they walked in, a light flashed in their hollow eyes, as if they were coming back to life. However, Jiang Luotian had expected this. The golden token appeared in her hand, and faint golden lines flashed across the void. After that, the place regained its deathly silence. Those statues were created by the Great Void Divine Clan using a secret technique. They were in charge of guarding the tombs and were extremely powerful. So, at this moment, she started to believe Xianxia. This place leads to all directions. Even if the people behind us follow us, they definitely won't be able to find the correct route. Regarding this, Princess Luotian can rest assured, Xianxia said confidently. At this moment, he looked extremely calm and indifferent. Monk Pudu laughed and said, I knew that benefactor Jiang had extraordinary means. I didn't misjudge you. Hearing this, Jiang Luotian nodded and didn't say anything else. She was now anxious to find the ancestral relic and leave this place. The pressure and fear that Guchanga brought to her in the outside world was too deep. She was very uneasy. After a short while, with Xianxia leading the way, they managed to quickly pass through many areas that had forbidding formations. Many collapsed ruins appeared before their eyes. Although there were many forks in the road, Xianxia felt like he had been here before. He walked forward leisurely and confidently. He didn't worry about going to the wrong place at all. The Great Void Divine Clan's members were shocked. They found Xianxia, who didn't have a high cultivation level, to be unfathomable. In the outside world, in the sky, many people looked over. They were all strong men of various races and leaders of large sects and schools. They were extremely powerful. Since the Great Void Divine Clan still wants to go in after this, they must be fearless. A strong man of the Gus looked over. His divine rune was shining. He was sizing up what was happening there. He couldn't help but say this. Young master, are we waiting outside now? The other members of the Gu clan were also asking questions. We're not in a hurry. Since the Great Void Divine Clan has the nerve to go in, they must have some tricks up there. Sleeves. Let them help us, Guchanga said casually. Of course, he knew Xianxia was the Great Void Divine Clan's biggest trump card. Without Xianxia, the Great Void Divine Clan wouldn't have had the nerve to go in at such a time. A son of luck like Xianxia was only fit to be a treasure-seeking mouse. Brother Gu, are you so sure the Great Void Divine Clan can find it? Wang Zijin asked with interest. He thought Guchanga must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm and not in a hurry. After all, if they went in too slowly, it would mean the Great Void Divine Clan would take away all of their belongings. Guchanga didn't look like the kind of person who would let good things slip through his fingers. I'm not sure, but if we go in at this time, we might fall into the Great Void Divine Clan's trap. Who knows what kind of trap they've set up and are waiting for us to go in? Guchanga explained with a smile. Many people were shocked by what he said. They thought it was very possible. Wang Zijin didn't believe him. Although she wasn't interested in the Great Void Divine Tomb, if Guchanga wanted to go in, she wanted to go with him. Seeing the members of the Great Void Divine tribe rushing into the crack, everyone present had different expressions on their faces. Many sect leaders' eyes were shining. Runes were changing. All kinds of theurgies were performing. They were trying to see through the changes. To be honest, the sudden change just now had shocked everyone. All the strong people who had rushed in were dead. No one knew what had happened to them. The screams were still vivid in their minds. Many people were scared. They didn't dare approach. They could only watch the Great Void Divine Clan rush in. Their eyes were shining. The Great Void Divine Clan has a token. It can activate the formation patterns here and change the terrain. That's why they're so fearless. If we go in carelessly, our lives might be in danger. We'd better be careful. Let's see what's going on with the Great Void Divine Clan first, an old man said. An elder spoke. His figure was stooped, in his hands was a violet gold compass, speaking like this. Previously, he was the one who said that this place was full of danger. He didn't go in immediately when there was a change and saved his life. Now that he said so, many people were shocked. They felt that it was very possible. After all, this was the tomb of the Great Void Divine Clan. Who knew what they knew? If they accidentally went in and were killed by them, they wouldn't be able to cry. Thinking of this, many people retreated and didn't dare to go in again. The young elites of Perfected Immortal Academy looked at the crack with different expressions. Although the elders had asked them to stay where they were and not go in to avoid danger, they were afraid that they would be in danger. As a member of the younger generation, what they feared the most was danger. Their hearts were filled with competition. Now that they had seen how powerful Xianxia was, they couldn't help but feel unwilling. If this tomb contained supreme opportunities, it would be a chance for them to catch up with Xianxia. It was just as Six-Crowned King Junyao had thought. At this moment, there were divine runes flashing in his eyes. Then, he took out a broken talisman from his sleeve and flew in that direction. Sigh, this fella, why doesn't he listen? The elders shook their heads, not stopping him. As a sequence existence, they had great backgrounds to begin with. They didn't need to do as they were told. If Six-Crowned King died inside, it wouldn't be related to them. After all, everyone here saw that they had already advised Six-Crowned King, but he didn't listen to them. Meanwhile, Six-Crowned King turned into divine light and rushed into that crack, leaving quite a few people shocked. That person just now should be perfected Immortal Academy's Six-Crowned King, right? It is rumored that he was exceptional with 6 crowns, previously dominating the world. His talent was unmatched, fighting strength heaven overflowing. Unfortunately, in this era, he was completely suppressed by young Master Xianxia, who would have thought that he actually dared to enter at this time. Many young elites were discussing this, their hearts shaken. They stared at that dazzling underground palace that was still rising and falling. Now, it seems like many people don't dare enter, even the sect masters of many great sects are watching. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were also wondering if they should follow Six-Crowned King and enter. Only, as soon as this thought appeared, it was extinguished. It was because in the next moment, a tremendous noise sounded from the underground crack again, as if there was terrifying energy that was about to rush out. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's shocked eyes, that incomparably dazzling palace exploded. A terrifying blood-red light instantly appeared like rolling clouds, enveloping the sky and covering everything. Many strange-looking creatures rushed out from within. Their numbers were unimaginable. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens, auras terrifying, as if they had experienced countless battles in the battlefield. A terrifying bloody aura enveloped the heavens, making many people's expressions change greatly. It was as if a cage had been broken, releasing sinister and terrifying vicious beasts of slaughter. Who would have thought that there would be this type of unforeseen event? Things are becoming interesting. Xianxia's brows jumped, but his expression didn't change at all. He was planning to find an opportunity to muddy the waters. This was the so-called fishing in muddy waters. It was because what he wanted wasn't the divine spark left behind by that ancestor of the Great Void Divine Clan, but also the source energy of the great sect masters here. It was not easy for him to take action on the surface. Only when he entered the underground would he have the opportunity to take action. No matter what happened, he could easily blame the Great Void Divine Clan. Now that the place was in chaos, it was a good opportunity for him. This tomb was obviously left behind by that ancestor of the Great Void Divine Clan for his descendants. These are all tomb guardian beasts. As long as they don't have the bloodline of the Great Void Divine Clan, they will treat them as enemies and kill them. Seeing this shocking and terrifying scene, a sect master suddenly came to his senses, and his expression changed drastically. Then, he waved his sleeves and ordered the younger generation to return to the war chariot behind him to protect them. The weakest of these tomb guardian beasts was at the empty god realm, and the strongest was at the level of a sect master. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens, and the bloody aura shook the heavens, causing the surroundings to shake violently. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified, and because of this, they couldn't help but retreat in fear. Some of them couldn't retreat in time, and the group of creatures caught up with them. They screamed in pain, and were instantly torn into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Suddenly, the place turned into a killing field. Blood was everywhere, and cries of agony were heard everywhere. "Run, we can't stay here for long. These ferocious beasts are too powerful. We are no match for them." Many young Heaven's favorites paled. They personally witnessed a saint-level expert of the older generation being slapped to death by a tomb-subduing beast, his body exploding in the void. This scene made them tremble in fear, and their divine souls seemed to be about to be frozen. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking of watching the show, but they never thought that there would be such a huge turn of events. In an instant, divine rainbows pierced through the sky. Everyone began to flee, and they didn't dare to be as casual as before, thinking that there were opportunities everywhere. Many young geniuses who were slightly slower were caught by the tomb guardian beasts in fear and despair. They were directly swallowed by the tomb guardian beasts, and blood filled the air, which was terrifying. Many people wished that they had more legs so that they could escape from this place. Apart from the geniuses of the supreme sex and imperishable sage orthodoxies, the rest didn't dare to stay, and they were terrified. I wonder if the Great Void Divine Clan knows about this. How despicable. They knew that there were tomb guardian beasts, but they didn't tell everyone. An elder was flustered and exasperated, and his face was gloomy. He witnessed his grand disciple being killed by a tomb guardian beast with his own eyes, and he didn't have time to save him. Very quickly, the place began to become chaotic. Many people had the intention to retreat. They brought their disciples and fled out of the cemetery. The elders of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were also protecting Xiao Ruoyin and the others behind them. They didn't want to get involved in this show. Young master, should we continue to wait, or should we leave for now? A powerful cultivator of the Gu clan asked. He was also worried that the young people behind him would die here. Who knew what other dangers were hidden in the ground? You guys take the rest of the clan and leave first. Don't interfere in this matter. Gu Chang'e said casually. At the same time, he glanced at the many members of the Gu clan behind him. Most of them were of the younger generation. Although there were many direct disciples, there were more branch disciples. They were all unfamiliar faces, and they usually didn't interact with him. Yes, young master. Following Gu Chang'e's order, many members of the Gu clan also started to leave. Since such a big mess had occurred, the first thing they had to do was to stay alive. No matter how important a chance was, it couldn't be more important than staying alive. Wang Zijin, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also told the families and forces behind them to take the rest of the clansmen away, and try not to get involved in this matter. Soon, many young geniuses left, and only a few of the strongest people of the younger generation were left. The Golden Cicada Buddha, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't leave. In addition, many leaders of great sects were also watching. With their strength, they certainly didn't need to be afraid of the tomb guardian beasts. Looks like the real graveyard is still underground, an old man spoke. Golden light shone from his eyes. Then he shook off the tomb guardian beasts in front of him, and dashed forward first. The other leaders were enveloped in divine light. They shook off the tomb guardian beasts around them as they moved, and they rushed toward the graveyard. Looks like Jiangchen will be found soon, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Seeing it was about time, he also stood up. However, the disciples of the True Immortal Academy were all following him. Apparently, he was the leader. He didn't say anything. Anyway, they would part ways when they reached the underground. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were certainly not stupid. They knew Gu Chang'e was very strong, but they didn't know what kind of dangers were hidden underground. With Gu Chang'e by their side, they would be much safer. Soon, they passed through the 10-foot-long fissure and went deep into the underground. As they had guessed, this place was obviously a ruin, and they had to keep going down. Soon, they saw an ancient city buried deep underground. There had been many powerful formation patterns here, but they had all been destroyed. Gu Chang'e could see that it was Jiangchen who had done this. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins in front of them. The atmosphere was ancient, and many broken walls had been buried for a long time. The leaders of the great sects were using all kinds of powerful techniques. Their radiance shone in all directions. They flew in the front, toward the depths of the ancient city. Looks like this is the tomb left by the ancestor of the Great Void Divine race. There are so many paths. I wonder where the main tomb is. A young disciple was shocked to see so many forks in the road ahead. He didn't know where to go. This place is full of dangers. Although it's safer for us to stay together, if we don't know where to go, we might end up wasting our efforts. We won't find anything. It's also a waste of time. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. It seemed he was also having a headache because of the forks in the road. The leaders of the great sects ahead of them were using all kinds of techniques to check how dangerous each path was. After arriving here, even Supreme Venerables had to be cautious. Let alone them. So, let's just go our separate ways. There are so many forks here. If we all take the same path, the chances are slim. Whether we can get the opportunity or not depends on our own methods. When Yu Mingkong heard this, she glanced at Gu Chang'e and immediately understood what he meant. She couldn't help but nod. Since even she said so, the rest of the disciples looked a little unnatural. If Yu Mingkong didn't say so, they could shamelessly follow behind Gu Chang'e. They didn't care about the opportunity for 2. However, now that she insisted on going their separate ways, they didn't dare to say anything. Wang Zijin knew Yu Mingkong's plan. He looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything. It's good to go our separate ways. Gu Xian'er's voice was cold. She had always liked to be alone. After arriving here, she wanted to go alone. If Gu Chang'e didn't insist on keeping her by his side, she would have run in first. After saying this, her figure moved and walked straight towards a fork in the road ahead. Soon, she disappeared without a trace. Gu Chang'e glanced at her with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha, and the others sighed inwardly. They tactfully chose a fork in the road and left first. There are only a few paths left. I'll follow Brother Gu then. I'll go wherever Brother Gu goes. Wang Zijin said with a smile. He didn't have any self-awareness. Yu Mingkong looked at him deeply. During the previous trial, she knew that Wang Zijin was like this. Then, she walked toward another fork in the road. She didn't plan to follow Gu Chang'e. To Gu Chang'e, the godhead of the great void divine tribe's ancestor was more important. To her, the fortuitous opportunity in the other fork was more suitable. I'll go this way. Jiang Chuchu also glanced at Wang Zijin. She was annoyed by her boldness, but she couldn't bring herself to do that. She was a little annoyed. Brother Gu, where are you going? I'm going to follow you. Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin were left here. She said with a smile, as if she didn't mind at all. Her eyes were as pretty as the morning fog in the forest. Gu Chang'e knew what she was thinking. As a time traveler, Wang Zijin's way of thinking was very different from other people's. Other people had come here to look for opportunities, but she was obviously here to join in the fun. I'll go this way then. Gu Chang'e sensed Jiang Chen's location. Then she picked one of the forks and walked on it. She looked quite calm. Wang Zijin noticed his expression. She couldn't help but smile. Brother Gu, we're so close. Can I ask you a question? Wang Zijin's facial features were exquisite and flawless. Her nose was small, her eyebrows were like jade, her lips were a little red, and her black hair was like a waterfall, shining brightly. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate like jade. It would not be wrong to say that she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When her large eyes blinked, it gave people a sense of intelligence and craftiness. At this moment, she followed behind Gu Chang'e with her hands behind her back, looking a little mature. But there was also a different kind of charm that made people unable to look away. Brother Gu, can I ask you a question? It's about the reincarnation of the human ancestor. She said with a smile, although she guessed that Gu Chang'e probably wanted to strangle her to death in his heart right now. But she just liked this feeling, because it was so exciting. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he did not expect her to suddenly ask such a question. I can't. Then, he smiled slightly and rejected it as a matter of course. Then, he continued to walk slowly towards the fork in the road ahead, looking as if he could not be bothered with her. The reincarnation of the human ancestor could be hidden from most people, but definitely not from Wang Zijin. Gu Chang'e did not intend to hide it from everyone. After all, this was a matter of him and the human ancestors' hall taking what they needed. As for Wang Zijin, she could think whatever she wanted. Wang Zijin was not surprised by Gu Chang'e's answer at all. She continued to smile and said, Brother Gu, did you forget what you promised me last time? You still owe me a favor. As she said that, she took out the jade pendant that Gu Chang'e had given her. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at it, looking as if he had a headache. He said helplessly, Miss Zijin 21, why do you have to make things difficult for me? This kind of question is difficult to answer. Wang Zijin snorted, Brother Gu, are you saying that what you promised before doesn't count? If this Gu can promise something, I will definitely promise. But this matter, I really have no comment. Gu Chang'e said in a helpless tone. But the depths of his eyes were still calm, without any change. Alright, it's fine if Brother Gu doesn't want to tell me. You're the human ancestor now, and I'm the human ancestor palace's holy maiden. Don't you think our relationship has improved? After getting this answer, Wang Zijin did not continue to harp on this matter. She had already guessed that Gu Chang'e would not say anything. Therefore, after keeping the jade pendant, he took a few steps closer to Gu Chang'e, changed his tone, and asked with a smile. That's right. If I were to take charge of the human ancestor hall in the future, I hope that Saint Si Jin will assist me. Gu Chang'e smelled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. When he heard this, he faintly smiled and said, That's not a problem. Then who does Brother Gu think is prettier between me and Saintess Chu Chu? Wang Zijin chuckled as she blinked her eyes and stared at him. In her opinion, this trip to the graveyard of the Great Void Divine Clan was not important. She wanted Gu Chang'e to reveal his true colors. Continue pretending for me. At this moment, she felt like she was playing with a knife, and if she was not careful, she would cut her hand. Miss Si Jin and Saintess Chu Chu both have their own merits, and it's very difficult to compare. In my opinion, both of you are heavenly beauties that are rarely seen in this world, and there's no difference between the two of you. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change as he guessed at her intentions. When he first met Wang Zijin, she seemed to have a good impression of him. Even now, she was still casually flirting with him. Back then, Gu Chang'e wanted to obtain fate points from her, so he played along with her. Later on, he felt that there was no need and could not be bothered with her. After all, Wang Zijin was not like other daughters of fate. She was a transmigrator and came from the Longevity Wang clan. She had a celestial spirit body and was a saint. Her life was destined to be a smooth-sailing one who could sweep through the world. It was almost impossible to obtain any benefits from her. This was something that Gu Chang'e understood after obtaining a few fate points from her. As for Wang Zijin's good impression of him, it was at most curiosity. With this premise, Gu Chang'e did not bother with her anymore. If he really wanted to deal with Wang Zijin, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, she had many life-saving methods and that mysterious companion item. Just suppressing her fate points was a troublesome matter. Rather than wasting time, it was better to do something meaningless. It was better to just throw her aside. After all, with Wang Zijin's personality, it was destined that she would not be able to hinder him. Of course, if she really did hinder him, then it would be a different matter. Brother Gu, if you think this way, are you saying that you want both of them? That way, you'll be twice as happy? Hearing this answer, Wang Zijin was still smiling. Her tone was quite bold, as if she was a demoness who brought disaster to the world. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was a bit stunned, as if he did not understand. Then, he shook his head and sighed, Miss Si Jin, what do you mean? I don't seem to understand. He vaguely guessed Wang Zijin's plan. Was she going to test him? Gu Chang'e had always handled this kind of thing flawlessly. Unless he wanted Wang Zijin to know something. But now, Wang Zijin had not reached the point where he could trust her. It's fine if you don't understand. For someone like Brother Gu, I wonder what kind of woman would be able to capture your heart. Wang Zijin wasn't surprised by Gu Chang'e's answer. Then, she sighed as if she was feeling something. In front of outsiders, Gu Chang'e had always been polite, elegant, and gentle. His answers were even more flawless. It was not so easy to make him reveal his true self. Although she felt that this was not a small challenge, she did not give up. She had to find something interesting to do in her boring cultivation. Miss Si Jin, can I take your words as a hint? Gu Chang'e smiled. Wang Zijin secretly rolled her eyes at him. She had taken the initiative to test him, but Gu Chang'e did not show any signs of abnormality. This made her doubt her charm a little. Was her face not beautiful? Was her figure not good? Was her personality not cute? Or was it that Gu Chang'e was only interested in cold and strong women like you? Ming Kong? Then, the two of them continued to talk as they walked deeper into the tomb. It was mainly Wang Zijin who chatted while Gu Chang'e answered calmly. Wang Zijin was actually very curious as to why Gu Chang'e would choose such a fork in the road. Although she felt that Guchanga was unlikely to find the wrong place. He must have some way to find the main tomb of the Great Void Divine Tomb. Up ahead, the two of them sensed many energy fluctuations. In addition to them, some of the leaders of the great sects who had entered before them had also chosen this fork in the road. Those people were very strong. Even the weakest one was in the great saint state. They were only one step away from the prospective supreme venerable state. At the moment, there was a big fight. The energy was spreading everywhere. Apparently, they were fighting for something. However, Guchanga did not care. He was still taking his time. As long as he knew where Xianxia was, he would be able to find Jiang Luoshan and the others of the Great Void Divine Clan. As long as he went there, he would be able to get the divinity easily. Before that, he actually hoped that the Great Void Divine Clan and the leaders of the great sects would have a fight. It would be best if both sides suffered great losses. In the end, he would show up and reap the benefits. Wang Zijin had been paying attention to Guchanga's expression. Judging from his behavior, he was not worried at all. He looked very confident. Even though the fluctuations of the fight ahead were extremely dreadful and could make the underground city collapse at any time. She felt like Guchanga had everything under control the whole time. How on earth did he do it, in the main tomb? 7:30. As Guchanga had guessed, there was a big fight going on here. Jiang Chen, Jiang Luoshan, Monk Pudu, and the others passed through many prohibitions and tactical patterns safely. Finally, they arrived at the main tomb. Jiang Luoshan also saw the platform left by their ancestor when he had passed away. As the misty light fell, a vast amount of chaotic energy was flowing and interweaving. It was so thick and majestic that a single strand of it could easily crush a mountain. In the center of the platform, a fist-sized substance, as deep as a purple crystal, was floating. There were vast energy fluctuations surging in it. An amazing divinity was flowing in it. Even the great saints could not help but feel scared at the moment. Even their holy souls seemed to be trembling when they looked at the purple crystal substance. The divinity of our ancestor is really here. They had finally found it. Those from the Great Void Divine race felt relieved. At the same time, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu also felt relieved. In this way, they were finally safe. Jiang Chen had a backup plan when he was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat. If Jiang Luoshan was going to kick him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness, he would have to do what he had done in the Purple Mountain. The spirit of the celestial boat could easily crack the terrain and the tactical patterns here. This was his only advantage at the moment. Mr. Jiang, I was right. With your ability, we can go to any tomb in the future. Monk Pudu's voice was filled with excitement and joy. Jiang Chen nodded. When Jiang Luoshan was about to take the divinity of their ancestor, several dreadful energies suddenly came from the tunnel behind them. Surging golden lights shone everywhere. The dreadful energies made the nearby palaces collapse easily. The leaders who had been chasing them all the way here finally arrived. They certainly saw the divinity as deep and vast as a purple crystal immediately. They were going to fight for it. How did they find this place? Jiang Luoshan did not look too good. In her opinion, there were many forks in the road, and it would take a lot of effort to find the main tomb. How did so many faction masters come all of a sudden? They must have split up and each chose a different path to come in. This group of people is lucky to have found this place. And we just happened to break the restrictions and array patterns here, so they took advantage of us. The blonde old woman beside Jiang Luoshan said in a deep voice. At the same time, she stood out, displaying her own supreme strength. The eruption of her quasi-supreme cultivation directly shocked the sect masters of many great sections. As Jiang Luoshan's protector, her cultivation was naturally very strong, and she was also Jiang Luoshan's backer. You hold them back. I'll go and take the divinity of the ancestor. Jiang Luoshan glanced at the group of sect leaders coldly. She moved her feet and turned into a golden shadow. She began to move, planning to rush towards the platform. At the same time, the rest of the Great Void Divine tribe members were also looking around vigilantly, in case anyone else rushed in at this time. This is the divinity of the Great Void Divine tribe's ancestor. Let's fight for it together, and when we get it, we'll split it. What do you think? The sect masters of the great sects who had rushed in stared at the purple crystal with burning eyes. They could feel the majestic aura and energy waves coming from it. If they could refine and absorb it, their cultivation would naturally increase greatly. They might be able to take the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the quasi-supreme level after all these years. As soon as she said that, she got the approval of the crowd. After all, the divinity was the size of a fist. If each of them could get a small piece, it would be a great opportunity, and it would not be a wasted trip. Although the blonde old woman's cultivation was at the quasi-supreme level, in their opinion, she was not a match for all of them. Princess, I can only hold them back for a while. Please take the divinity of the ancestor and leave as soon as possible. I'll find a chance to escape, and I'll look for you. The blonde old woman transmitted her voice to Jiang Luoshan. Then, a huge golden pagoda appeared in her hand. It was 9 floors tall and surged with golden light. It was like a golden sun that illuminated this place and emitted a blinding light. The fluctuations of a quasi-supreme expert erupted like a torrential flood, overturning the heavens and overturning the earth, its momentum vast and mighty. You can't stop us. If you know what's good for you, hand over that godhood. Don't make a mistake. If you die here, don't blame us. The patriarchs of the 4 great sects also made their moves upon seeing this. All types of divine chains of order were released by them, dazzling and terrifying. They interweaved here, as if many stars were exploding, the energy fluctuations incomparably shocking. The void was simply about to explode, already unable to endure this kind of fluctuation. As soon as they made a move, they used extremely powerful divine abilities and precious techniques. If it wasn't for the special array patterns that were present here, the place where the ancestor of the Great Void Divine Clan had passed away would have collapsed and turned into ruins. A dreadful battle broke out here in an instant. Both the blonde old woman and the 4 patriarchs were exerting their strongest means. At their level, they could easily destroy the world with a single blow. Although they seemed to be attacking in a big way, in fact, they contained infinite destructive power. Jiang Chen's legs felt weak. He felt suffocated. In front of such strong people, he was like an ant. If the timing isn't right, I'd better run for my life. Jiang Chen communicated with the artifact spirit of the immortal boat of creation for a while. Then he glanced at Jiang Luoshan worriedly. At that moment, Jiang Luoshan was their biggest guarantee. If something happened to her here, the patriarchs of the great sects would never spare his life. Mr. Jiang, we'd better take the chance to slip away. Monk Pudu also turned pale. He had thought the Great Void Divine Clan had enough people. However, under the siege of the 4 patriarchs of the great sects, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to resist for long. Although the other strong people weren't weak, they were much weaker than the patriarchs of the great sections. Why is the platform where my ancestor passed away obstructing me? What are these formation patterns? At this moment, Jiang Luoshan's voice came. She looked a little pale. She had approached the platform at high speed, but there was a golden fog pervading it. Then a ripple-like fluctuation spread. It was extremely vast. She was kept out of it. She couldn't approach it. The formation pattern was triggered by her. Then it came back to life. However, that energy obviously belonged to their ancestor. Why couldn't she approach it? Jiang Chen, what's going on? Jiang Luoshan asked coldly, gazing at Jiang Chen. She had noticed that he was trying to slip away. Those should be the formation patterns left here to prevent others from taking away the divinity after passing away. It'll take some time to crack them. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb. Being stared at by Jiang Luoshan, he felt like his holy soul was trembling. If Jiang Luoshan wanted to kill him at this moment, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. If you can't crack these formation patterns, you won't be able to survive today, Jiang Luoshan said coldly. Jiang Chen cursed to himself. He had to brace himself to go over despite the dreadful fluctuation here. With his ability, he naturally could not crack these array patterns. However, if the celestial boat's weapon spirit was given enough time, it could. However, at this moment, the blonde old woman, who was fighting with the 4 patriarchs of the great sects, suddenly spouted blood. She fell from the air. Her hair was disheveled. She was covered in blood. She was in a mess. Although she was a prospective Supreme Venerable, she had broken through by a trick. She couldn't compare with a real prospective Supreme Venerable. Not to mention the 4 patriarchs of the great sects in front of her. They were invincible geniuses when they were young. They were extremely strong. At first, she could still contend with them, but as time went on, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Jiang Luoshan turned pale. She gnashed her teeth. The blonde old woman shook her head. She took an elixir. Then she dashed over again. Her whole body was shining. Surrounded by a golden glow, she manipulated her weapon to attack. Jiang Luoshan was even more anxious. If that elder hadn't been killed by Xianxia, she wouldn't have been in such a passive situation. Jinpa was trying her best to stall for time. How long can you resist? It's futile. Give the divinity to us. Then you can still live. The 4 patriarchs of the great sects spoke coldly. They pushed their big hands over and hit the blonde old woman. She coughed up blood again. She was seriously injured. They were too strong. Even though their cultivations weren't prospective Supreme Venerables yet, their fighting powers weren't far from prospective Supreme Venerables. When the 4 of them joined hands, they were even more invincible. Stall them for me. Jiang Luoshan glanced at the 4 patriarchs coldly. She ordered the people next to her to stall them. Jiangchen, hurry up. The other strong men of the great void divine race also dashed over. They took out all kinds of weapons without hesitation. They exerted their strongest means. However, their efforts were in vain. They coughed up blood and retreated almost immediately. Many of them even exploded in an instant. Their bodies and spirits were all destroyed. The sight of this caused Jiang Luoshan's expression to turn even uglier as she clenched her fists. Although she still had other means in her hands, they were all used to save her life at critical moments. She admitted she had been careless. She hadn't taken enough people with her on this trip. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so frustrated. All right. The formation pattern is solved. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice came. He felt relieved. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he felt relieved. As a light flashed in his hand, the formation pattern in front of him started to crack. Then it collapsed and turned into a rain of light. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of nature consumed a lot of energy. It almost fell asleep again. Jiang Luoshan finally heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the terrifying resistance disappear. She was going to go to the doctrine platform to collect the purple crystal-like divinity. Boom! At this moment, a great noise came from the tunnel again. Everyone who was fighting there turned pale. Even the patriarchs of the 4 patriarchs who were fighting with the blonde old woman had to stop. They looked over, frowning. The void trembled as an incomparably sharp power suddenly descended. Ripples spread out like petals blooming in the air. They contained supreme rules. In the end, they transformed into sword energies and attacked the people fighting there. Such an attack was so strong that the patriarchs of the 4 patriarchs turned pale in an instant. They were scared. They hurried to retreat. They didn't want to take the attack head on. However, the aftermath of the attack made their blood tumble. They felt very uncomfortable. Who is it? Their expressions turned ugly. They felt like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They had actually been used as a chess piece. Jiang Luoshan turned cold. She took something out of the sumeru ring, ready to use it at any moment. As soon as the formation pattern on the doctrine platform was cracked, someone showed up. She felt the person had been there for a long time, but he hadn't shown up yet. He had been hiding in the dark to watch the show. Why is someone else here? Jiangchen furrowed his brow. He also looked towards the tunnel. What? I didn't come at the right time. Why are you looking at me like this? Then, with a light laugh, a man and a woman showed up at the entrance of the tunnel. Sword energies flickered between his fingers. He threw them over casually. People felt scared, as if the universe was collapsing. Xianxia. Jiang Luoshan's golden eyes stared at the young man who was walking over. Her eyes were full of hatred and shock. Outside the passageway, a man and a woman walked side by side like an immortal couple. The man had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of surprise as he spoke, as if he had accidentally disturbed everyone. Guchanga. Why are you here? The group of sect masters who were fighting were also extremely shocked. After they came to their senses, they all stared at him with unprecedented fear in their eyes. They had never expected that Guchanga would suddenly appear at this critical moment and become the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. As a result, their battle just now had been seen by him, but he did not appear for a long time because he was waiting for this moment. Thinking of this. For a moment, everyone's expression was very solemn, and they looked behind Guchanga with some uneasiness. Seeing that there were no other experts following except for him, they were slightly relieved. Before this, they still treated Guchanga as a young junior. However, ever since he witnessed the powerhouse at the peak of the great sage realm being easily killed by him outside the underground palace, he had been in awe. Guchanga had now become extremely powerful and was far from what the other young geniuses could compare to. The terrifying sword chi just now had already explained everything, and it made them tremble in fear. An ordinary great saint existence would not be able to withstand it at all and would be killed directly. Therefore, they were all on guard. Anyone who could reach this step would not be a simple person. In the blink of an eye, they understood that the current situation had fallen into the hands of Guchanga. Not to mention the saintess of the human ancestral hall beside Guchanga. Although he had never seen her true strength, she was able to stand together with Guchanga, so she couldn't be weak. Why can't I be here? As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. In my opinion, this great void divine spark is destined to be mine. Guchanga said with a smile, and slowly walked into the main hall. Wang Zijin followed beside him. Her expression was rather interested as she sized up the surroundings. She did not know how Guchanga found this place. Others did not know where the main tomb was, but he seemed to be able to completely see through this place. All the obstacles were in vain. This made her even more curious. Guchanga, are you planning to take this thing for yourself? Hearing this, a sect leader who was wearing a red robe and had red eyebrows stared coldly at Guchanga and said in a very rude tone. The other 3 sect leaders also looked at him with vigilance, worried that Guchanga would suddenly attack. The blonde old woman, Jiang Luoshan, and the others at the side were first. In their eyes, Guchanga was far more of a threat than the blonde old woman and the others. 730 Gu, Jiang Luoshan glared at Guchanga. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her fists. She did not have the nerve to act rashly at the moment, since she felt Guchanga's energy was locking onto her. If she dared to take the purple crystal-like substance away, she would definitely face Guchanga's thunderous attack. After witnessing how dreadful Guchanga was, she could not help but tremble slightly. She would rather face the 4 sect leaders than Guchanga. As to how Guchanga had found this place, it was not her concern at the moment. Weapon spirit, what should I do now? How did Guchanga find this place? Jiangchen was also trembling. He could only pray that Guchanga could not recognize him. I don't know either. Be careful. Don't let Guchanga find anything unusual. This guy is too dreadful. If he recognizes you, both of us will die today. The immortal boat's weapon spirit's voice was also trembling uncontrollably. How did he find us here? Monk Pudu also looked like he was having a headache. He started to think about how to get out of here. This junior has taken a fancy to this item. Everyone, please leave. Guchanga did not answer. He only smiled, glancing over the crowd slowly. In the end, he looked at Jiang Luoshan. Not until she looked away unnaturally did he look at the divine personality of Great Void on the platform did he look at it. Many tactical patterns on it had been cracked. As long as he walked over, it would be easy for him to get it. In order to ask Jiang Chen to crack the tactical patterns for him, he had been waiting aside for a long time. Otherwise, he would have shown up a long time ago. It contains the origins of many practices of an ancestor of the Great Void divine race. This thing can really help people reach the top in one step. Guchanga exclaimed in admiration, as if he was admiring his own thing. He did not take those around him seriously at all. Those from the Great Void divine race and the sect leaders of the 4 sect leaders all looked embarrassed. Guchanga did not take them seriously at all. He already regarded the divine personality of Great Void as his own. How arrogant and aggressive he was. Guchanga, why don't we share this thing equally? Otherwise, you won't be able to resist the four of us alone. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you won't get anything. However, a sect leader took a deep breath and said. He had come up with a compromise. His eyes were full of purple. There was a strong doctrine charm in them, as natural as one. He was wearing a Taoist robe of the Great Void Realm. He was holding a doctrine sword in his hand. It was so sharp that it looked like it could penetrate the void and attack at any time. The other three sect leaders of the Great Void divine race looked surprised, but they did not say anything. Apparently, they acquiesced to this idea. If Guchanga also wanted a share, of course they would agree. Sharing it among 5 people or 4 people was almost the same. They did not want to fight with Guchanga unless they had no other choice. Are you looking down on us? I can't believe you're already discussing how to split it. Jiang Luoshan's face turned ugly when she saw this. Be it the 4 sect leaders or Guchanga, none of them took her seriously. After all, this was the tomb of her ancestor of the Great Void divine race. At this moment, she was holding a piece of golden paper in her hand. She was ready to take it out at any time. This was one of her trump cards. She did not want to take it out unless it was a critical moment. No, is there a misunderstanding? What I mean is that I want this thing. Is there a need for this junior to repeat such a thing? Guchanga shook his head slightly and walked toward the doctrine platform casually. He still had a casual expression on his face, as if he was talking about something trivial. Guchanga, don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you won't get anything. A bad-tempered sect leader did not expect Guchanga to say that. Anger appeared on his face. In the next moment, a weapon surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. It crackled and flashed, causing the void to tremble as if it was about to explode. It was obvious that they were about to start a fight. At this point, the Great Void divine spark was within reach. How could they give up so easily? The rest of the people frowned. At this point, who would give up so easily? However, Guchanga's tone did not change. I don't like to repeat the same thing 3 times. If you don't want to die, please leave this place. Although he was gentle and elegant when he spoke, everyone felt a terrifying murderous aura rushing toward them. Their expressions changed slightly. Guchanga, we're your seniors. Don't be too arrogant. A mild-tempered sect master of a great sect had an ugly expression on his face. By calling you seniors, I'm giving you face. Don't you understand? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Guchanga shook his head slightly. His tone was still as calm as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm forward. Terrifying 5-colored divine lights intertwined in the air. A surging aura like that of a mountain and a sea crashed down on the sect leader who had just spoken. Boom, the sect leader's expression changed. He did not expect Guchanga to suddenly attack. He summoned a terrifying sword chi and collided with Guchanga's palm in an attempt to resist. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He could not believe it. Impossible, poof, when the palm landed, it was as if it was formed by a 5-colored divine mountain. It was majestic, boundless, and as heavy as the chaotic chi. The sword chi shattered. Then, his arms broke with a cracking sound. His bones collapsed and made a terrifying sound. Then, he groaned and spat out blood. He flew backward and was severely injured in an instant. How is this possible? How could the gap between them be so huge? The other 3 sect leaders were extremely shocked when they saw this. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Guchanga's strength was unfathomable. Jiang Luoshan also looked at Guchanga in a daze. She trembled because of his strength. Her scalp went numb because of the feeling in her divine soul. I gave you a way out, but you refused to take it. Now that you're courting death, don't blame me. Guchanga walked over unhurriedly. His voice was calm, but at this moment, it was unusually cold. Wang Zijin, who was standing in the corridor, did not follow Guchanga. She felt her heart beating faster when she saw his actions. In her opinion, Guchanga's actions were not inappropriate. Although he was cold and domineering, Didn't Guchanga say that he was interested in the void divine lattice? In the end, the sect leaders did not know what was good for them and were still unwilling to give up. They knew that they were no match for Guchanga, but they were still so stupid. Weren't they courting death? Sure enough, as long as one was good-looking, one's 3 views would follow their facial features. While Wang Zijin was in a daze, Guchanga's palm had yet to dissipate and was still descending. Then, he closed his palm and grabbed the sect leader who attacked just now. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Guchanga, let go of me. I don't want the void divine lattice anymore. The sect leader's face was filled with fear. He could not believe what had just happened. Even with his strength, he could not resist Guchanga at all. It was as if he was facing a real venerable ancestor. Everyone's expression changed again. They were somewhat frightened. A sect leader was in existence that controlled a great sect. He had cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years. When he was young, he was also a heaven's pride with monstrous battle strength. He was incomparably powerful. But now, he was like an ant that was caught in Guchanga's hand and could be crushed to death at any time. One had to admit that this scene caused too much shock. They could not help but tremble and feel their scalps go numb. They were terrified. Is that so? Let go of you? That's fine too. But I gave you a way out just now. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Guchanga shook his head slightly. His tone seemed to be a little helpless and regretful. In the next moment, the 5-colored hand that condensed in the void closed while he was in despair and horror. With a poof, the blood mist collapsed and his body and soul were destroyed. You killed sect leader Qiang. Seeing this, the expressions of the other 3 sect leaders changed drastically. They turned a little pale and their voices trembled. They could not help but feel regret. Don't worry. You'll be here to accompany him soon. Guchanga looked at them. His expression did not change as if he had just done something trivial. Oh no, let's attack together. Otherwise, we won't be a match for him. The sect leader in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe could not help but shout. At the same time, he took out the path sword in his hand. It was like a heavenly sword chi that could destroy heaven and earth. It contained a destructive divine power and charged towards Guchanga. The other 2 were not stupid. They quickly reacted and took out their Dharma artifacts. They displayed their powerful techniques and charged towards Guchanga. For a moment, there was a burst of dazzling light. Lightning flashed and the chains of law cracked. It was as if the void was about to be destroyed by lightning. However, in the next moment, Guchanga's expression was calm. He just waved his hand and a dazzling sword light broke through the void with endless sharpness. Poof, with a soft sound, that person screamed. His arm was immediately sent flying and blood splattered everywhere. Even the weapon in his hand exploded at the first instant, shattering on the spot. His entire body turned into a bloody mist. His divine soul was desperate and terrified. He planned to escape through the void. However, Guchanga glanced over and seemed to have turned into a dazzling heavenly sword. With clanging sounds, he was immediately destroyed in the void. His body and soul were destroyed, following in the footsteps of the previous person. This sword light contained an endless amount of offensive power. Not only did it contain the ultimate power of metal, but it also had the ultimate power of law evolution. It could be said to be unstoppable. Not to mention that they were at the peak of the great saint realm, even a real supreme being would have to deal with it carefully. In the blink of an eye, another sect leader of a great sect had died without any resistance. Even Wang Zijin was a little shocked. She felt that her full strength could at most deal with a sect leader of a great sect. It was impossible for her to kill him as easily as Guchanga. This could only mean that Guchanga's hidden strength was even more terrifying and unfathomable. Until now, how much strength did Guchanga show? The blonde old woman and the others were also shocked and frightened. They did not expect that the 4 sect leaders of the great sects could not even resist Guchanga. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Princess, what should we do? Do we still want the divinity of our ancestor? If we run away now, I still have a chance. Since Guchanga has killed these people here, it means he definitely won't let us live. The old woman asked Jiang Luoshan. Her expression was serious, and her fear had reached the pinnacle. She transmitted a question to Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan was still holding the golden paper tightly in her hand. She was very reluctant to accept this. She had tried so hard but got nothing in the end. Now she had to run away in embarrassment. How could a proud person like her accept this? However, if she still insisted on obtaining that piece of great void godhead, it was very likely that she would lose her life here. Weapon spirit, let's run away like last time. Guchanga is too strong. Even the sect leaders of the great sects could not resist one attack from him. Jiang Chen's lips turned pale. Gazing at the white-clothed man standing in the air, shrouded in endless divine light, he tried his best to keep his voice from trembling. He finally realized how dreadful his enemy was. This was a desperate gap between their strengths. Killing the sect leaders of the great sects like killing dogs, at this moment, he even considered giving up the idea of revenge. Jiang Luoshan will definitely fight with Guchanga in a while. I'll take the chance to trigger the formation here so that this palace will collapse. You run east without looking back. There's a secret passage there. You can leave this place and lead to the outside world. This is the best I can do for now. I'll fall asleep soon. You'll have to rely on yourself. The voice of the celestial boat of fortune's weapon spirit was unprecedentedly heavy. Xianxia nodded. His palms were sweating. We won't be a match for him even if we join hands. Let's run away. At this moment, the other two sect leaders of the great sects turned pale. They could not believe what they had just heard. They were already scared. They knew they were not a match for Guchanga. Boom, they exerted their secret methods and burned their essence blood. Their bodies shone. Their energies reached the peak of their lives, but they were only running away. Do you think you can run away? Guchanga's voice was still as calm as ever. He raised his sleeves. The air around him froze immediately. It was like every inch of this space was filled with gravity. Then a great power was thrown over. It was like a shocking wave. With a bang, it penetrated this place and turned the world upside down. Puff, along with a shocking bloody light, the bodies of the two sect leaders collapsed. They exploded. They died tragically. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. They could not escape from Guchanga's palm attack at all. The blonde old woman, who was about to escape with Jiang Luoshan, turned cold. She could not help but shiver. Now it's your turn. Guchanga shook his sleeves slightly, as if he was going to wipe off the blood on them. He looked toward Jiang Luoshan and the others. His tone was still as calm as ever, as if he had just killed a few ants. Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth and stared at him. She forced herself to calm down, but her eyes were cold. Guchanga, do you think you can force me to back down just because you killed them? Let me tell you, you are too naive. As she spoke, the piece of golden paper appeared in her hand. There were many divine scriptures written on it. The golden paper was like a small sun, and there was a mighty aura that seemed to be able to suppress all evil spirits. The aura that was revealed had reached the level of a supreme being. As soon as it appeared, it filled the void. It was vast and unimaginably powerful, as if it could force the heavens and earth to back down. Is that so? You want to defeat me with just a piece of paper that contains the full power of a supreme being? Guchanga looked at her and said lightly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Besides, you seem to be mistaken about one thing. I didn't kill these people. They died at the hands of the Great Void Divine Clan. The forces behind them will only seek revenge from the Great Void Divine Clan. It has nothing to do with me. Guchanga, you, Jiang Luoshan obviously didn't expect Guchanga to say that. She was stunned for a moment, and anger surged in her heart. Her expression was cold as she said, You are really despicable. How can you say such things? To think that I thought you would be as amazing as the rumors said before I left the clan. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have never said that I was a good person. Guchanga's tone was casual as he walked towards her. Although she was holding a piece of golden paper that contained the full power of a supreme being, Jiang Luoshan couldn't help but retreat. She was very afraid of Guchanga. You killed the 4 sect leaders. I am not the only one who saw it. Guchanga, do you really think that no one knows about it? Jiang Luoshan said coldly. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Zijin, who was at the entrance of the passageway. She intended to use this opportunity to create a conflict between her and Guchanga. Luotian princess, you're really ruthless. Not only did you scheme to kill everyone and cause the 4 sect leaders to die in your hands, you're even trying to frame Brother Gu. However, after hearing this, Wang Zijin did not seem to be surprised at all. She smiled and even winked at Guchanga mischievously. You, Jiang Luotian didn't expect Wang Zijin to say that. Her face froze for a moment, and then it turned ugly. As the saintess of the human ancestor hall, she was lying through her teeth. She had learned something new. No wonder she was able to get along well with Guchanga. Guchanga glanced at her and said unhurriedly, "Are you done saying your last words? Guchanga, do you really intend to kill me? What good will it do you if I die here?" Jiang Luotian couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine when she heard his words. Luotian princess, you're exaggerating. Why would I do something like killing you? It's just that when you were fighting with the other sect leaders for the Great Void Divine Spark, you were killed by them and accidentally died here. Guchanga shook his head slightly and corrected her with a smile. Guchanga, as the strongest person in the younger generation, I can't believe you're so despicable and vicious. Jiang Luotian gritted her teeth when she heard this. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice, and the chill down her spine grew even stronger. Guchanga didn't just want to kill her here. He also wanted to push the blame of her death to the other sect leaders. In this way, he could easily incite the hatred of the Great Void Divine Tribe and the other forces behind her. Speaking such nonsense, are you stalling for time? Guchanga said indifferently. He raised his hand and a vast sword chi appeared. It was like an immortal sword that could reach the heavens. Rays of sword light flashed in the air and slashed towards Jiang Luotian in front of him. Jiang Luotian's face turned pale. She felt a terrifying chill down her spine. She couldn't react in time and hurriedly took out the golden page and activated her magic power. However, before she could fully use it, she was sent flying by Guchanga's sword chi. A terrifying shockwave exploded and she fell to the ground. She clenched her teeth and formed seals with her hands again. She used an ancient divine ability. Her golden hair fluttered and golden light gushed out. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Such strength was far stronger than many young supreme beings. She could even compete with 6 Crown King. However, under the sword chi, she still couldn't resist. She cried out and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. She was sent flying and smashed into the wall behind her. If it wasn't for the divine armor on her body shining at the critical moment and blocking the sword chi, that attack just now would have taken her life. With this little ability, even if you are stalling for time, what can you do? Guchanga walked over, his voice filled with mockery. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Jiang Luotian. He grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Cough, cough, cough. This was the first time in Jiang Luotian's life that someone had grabbed her neck like this. She felt like she couldn't breathe and was about to suffocate. However, she still didn't give up. She raised her neck and stared coldly at Guchanga with her golden eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, she would have killed Guchanga countless times. Guchanga, you will regret what you did today sooner or later. She said coldly. Is that so? Guchanga's tone was very indifferent. Princess, leave now. However, at this moment, the blonde old woman suddenly shouted in anger. She seemed to be shining. Golden blood spurted out of her pores. A misty fog of chaos gushed out of the top of her head. Her entire aura had become many times stronger than before. However, her body was shriveling rapidly. She dashed towards Guchanga quickly, intending to save Jiang Luotian from him. However, Guchanga still looked cold. He didn't even look at her. He exerted his magic power with his palms. A dreadful fluctuation exploded in his eyes. You really want to kill me? Jiang Luotian still looked like she couldn't believe it. Her voice was trembling with fear. Then she exploded. She turned into a mist of blood that filled the air. Princess. The blonde old woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She couldn't believe what she had seen. Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu were also petrified. They were petrified where they were. This guy is really cruel. Wang Zijin's expression was also a little unnatural. Guchanga, I'll kill you. The blonde old woman was also petrified by what she had seen. She could hardly believe it. She threw herself at Guchanga as if she had gone mad. She exerted all kinds of powerful secret methods and theurgies. A dreadful fluctuation broke out here. Even the doctrine platform was shaking. The divine personality of Great Void floating on it was giving off a misty brilliance. It was mysterious and beautiful. However, Guchanga still looked the same. He raised his hand and patted her. She flew backwards, coughing up blood. Why, the blonde old woman shouted in anger. She was a prospective supreme venerable, and she had exerted a forbidden secret method, but she still couldn't resist Guchanga. She flew backwards, coughing up blood. She almost exploded. Guchanga's strength made her desperate. And now Princess Jiang Luoshan had died here. Even if she could go back to the clan alive, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Eh? You have some tricks. At this moment, Guchanga suddenly raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. Then he looked up and glanced at the void not far away. Buzz. Some golden lights were gathering there. A fluctuation appeared. Jiang Luoshan's figure appeared again, but her face was very pale. She looked at Guchanga with fear, as if she had not recovered from the state she had just been in. She hadn't expected Guchanga to really kill her. And he hadn't shown her any mercy. He hadn't hesitated at all. His decisiveness and cruelty made her tremble. For the first time, she knew what death was. It was hard to erase. A scapegoat puppet. I didn't expect you to have such a thing. Guchanga thought for a while. He knew what she had used. However, the method to refine a scapegoat puppet had been lost. It was extremely precious. Even a prospective supreme martial artist would be tempted. Using one would mean one less in this world. It was a priceless treasure. He was surprised that Jiang Luoshan would have such a thing on her. Madame Jean, looking at the blonde old woman, Jiang Luoshan couldn't bear to see her like this. This was the secret technique of the Great Void Divine Clan to burn their life source. Although it could increase one's cultivation in a short time, the after-effects were terrifying and almost irreversible. Even if one's cultivation made a breakthrough, it was impossible to restore one's life source. The Great Void Divine Clan wouldn't use it unless they were in the most desperate situation. Obviously, in the eyes of the blonde old woman, Guchanga was invincible. If she didn't go all out, she wouldn't be able to delay Guchanga. Princess, it's good that you're fine. The blonde old woman smiled, but she couldn't help but cough up blood. Madame Jean, you didn't have to do this. Jiang Luoshan gnashed her teeth. Suddenly, she crushed a jade talisman in her hand. Suddenly, a vague but enormous golden figure showed up behind her. It was horrible and majestic, like a golden god walking out of the river of time. This golden god was as brilliant as the sun. His cultivation was unfathomable. No one could see his face clearly. Only his eyes were cold and noble, overlooking everything. A practicing body of doctrine principles in the prospective emperor level? Wang Zijin was surprised to see this. He hadn't expected Jiang Luoshan to have so many life-saving treasures. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. Then he slowly took a great seal out of his sleeve. The energy of mountains and rivers was vague, as if it could transform everything. The Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers, a supreme venerable weapon, boom. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been staring at Guchanga and Jiang Luoshan, gnashed his teeth. He finished communicating with the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind. He asked it to activate the tactical pattern here. In an instant, the walls started to shine. Boundless brilliance rose from the whole palace, enveloping everything. Then many veins that looked like a star atlas appeared. Their light soared into the sky. It was dazzling. This place started to collapse. A horrible noise was heard. All of the tactical patterns came back to life. An extremely strong power broke out. Jiang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to escape to the place he had discussed with the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Mr. Jiang, wait for me. Monk Pudu had been paying attention to Jiang Chen's movements. At this moment, his eyes lit up. He hurried to turn into a divine light to chase after Xianxia. He was going to leave this place. What's going on? Jiang Luoshan did not expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. She was stunned for a moment. She was stunned. However, Gu Chang'e didn't seem surprised at all. He moved and dashed toward her, as if he was going to kill her here again. Gu Chang'e, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Gnashing her teeth, she manipulated the practicing body of doctrine principles behind her to fight with Gu Chang'e. Begging for flowers, it was a practicing body given to her by an ancestor when she left the clan land. It was as strong as a prospective emperor. It could save her life at a critical moment. Jiang Luoshan knew that with Gu Chang'e's status, she would definitely have such a thing. So, she didn't expect it to stop Gu Chang'e. She only hoped it could stall him for a while. It's okay if I don't kill you. Stay here and be my maid. I can consider not killing you. Gu Chang'e's expression was casual as she spoke lightly. Gu Chang'e, I won't believe you. You just want to kill me. Jiang Luoshan gnashed her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Her face was as cold as ice. Of course, she wouldn't believe Gu Chang'e. She felt a dreadful killing intent was coming at her, covering the sky and covering the earth. She was going to be swallowed up. Since you don't believe me, forget it. But it's a pity. I don't want to be a ruthless person who destroys flowers. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and seemed to be a little regretful. Jiang Luoshan's beautiful eyes were overflowing with coldness. How could Gu Chang'e say such words? If she didn't have a substitute puppet just now, she would have died in his hands. For a moment, terrifying lightning appeared in the void, and all kinds of immortal shadows appeared. Immortal light surged and golden runes flashed. This place is going to collapse. If we don't leave now, we'll really have to stay here. Wang Zijing glanced at Gu Chang'e and muttered. She knew that Gu Chang'e's means were beyond imagination. This small matter shouldn't have any effect on him. So, she moved and turned into a ray of divine light, planning to leave this place along the original path. Rumble. For a moment, the underground palace hidden deep in the ground began to collapse. The cultivators and heavenly legends in the other directions sensed this change. Their expressions changed slightly, and they began to escape along the original path, not daring to stay for long. The timing of the collapse is just right. Gu Chang'e took advantage of this opportunity and moved away. He temporarily let go of Jiang Luoshan and stepped toward the platform, wanting to grab the purple gold crystal-like substance on it. A majestic and vast aura appeared, and a peerless divine spirit could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged in it. It was surrounded by scriptures and looked down on the world. It was extremely powerful. However, when he was about to grab it, a terrifying resistance came from it. Only for the younger generation of the Great Void Divine Clan? Gu Chang'e's face was still cold. A black light appeared in his palm. Rays of black light fell like a waterfall and engulfed the purple gold crystal. It was like a terrifying black hole that could swallow the heavens. Immediately, the resistance that came from it was greatly reduced, and there was even a faint sense of fear. It seems that after all these years, a divine spirit was born. Gu Chang'e's eyes were deep, and he had no intention of letting it go. With this divine spirit, his cultivation could break through to another level. Madame Jean, let's go. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan heaved a sigh of relief. She glanced coldly at Gu Chang'e, knowing that he couldn't get away. Then, she directly activated the Dao Law spell body and quickly broke through the space here. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and helped the golden-haired old woman to quickly leave this place. At this time, she naturally didn't want her ancestors' great void divine spark. Survival was more important. Gu Chang'e looked up and glanced at her, but he didn't chase after her. It's better that everyone has left. He didn't care about the collapsing underground palace at all. With a wave of his hand, a great Dao treasure bottle appeared and fell from the sky. Many of the scattered origins here rose into the sky like smoke signals and were swallowed one after another. There are still many sect masters who haven't left. Then, he began to move and took the initiative to search for these targets. Unlike many young skyprides, although the underground palace had collapsed. For those sect masters who had reached the Great Sage Realm or even the Quasi-Supreme Realm, it didn't have much of an effect. Therefore, at this time, they definitely wouldn't leave. They would still look for opportunities in this tomb. Everyone in the outside world watched in shock as the crack grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Many cultivators couldn't escape in time and were instantly buried inside. Young master hasn't come out yet? The people of the Gu family frowned slightly. They saw 6-crown King Junyao, who was the first to enter, come out now, looking like he had gained a lot. The other disciples of the Immortal Academy also rushed out. Could it be that Gu Chang'e found something good and can't bear to come out? Gu Xian'er glanced at the collapsed underground palace. She wasn't worried about Gu Chang'e's safety. In her eyes, there was no need to worry about Gu Chang'e in this world. Aren't you with Gu Chang'e? Why didn't you leave together? Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly and stared at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of the underground palace, muttering, at that time, the underground palace was about to collapse. I saw that the situation was bad, so I ran first. I didn't even notice him. At this time, many orthodoxies in the distance cried out in grief and shock, accompanied by disbelief. The sect master's token is broken. How is that possible? The sect master is in existence with half a foot in the quasi-supreme realm. How could he die here? How is this possible? Many disciples and elders were shouting, full of grief. It was simply unimaginable. So many sect master level figures died. Immediately, this place was in chaos. Wang Zijin looked at this scene with an interested smile. 1,000. The place was in chaos, filled with the cries and shouts of many disciples. Their faces were filled with grief. Many of the elders and disciples of the orthodoxies noticed that the life tokens of their sect masters had cracked. What did that mean? It meant that their sect masters had died tragically in the underground palace and had encountered unimaginable dangers. This caused them to turn pale with fright. They simply couldn't believe it. Many of them collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. The fall of their sect leader was something they didn't dare to imagine. Sect masters were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the upper world. They ruled over an orthodoxy, had a boundless territory, terrifying power, and a lifespan of tens of millions of years. What kind of person could kill them? Moreover, it was not just one sect master who had died, but several of them. This could only mean that they had encountered unimaginable dangers in the underground palace. It must be a trap set by the Great Void Divine Tribe to make all the orthodoxies and forces pay the price. How despicable. They are determined to make all of us their enemy. How dare they kill our sect masters? This is absolutely irreconcilable. How dare they kill our sect masters? Many of the elders trembled in anger when they thought of that possibility. Hatred and anger were written all over their faces. They could not wait to find the Great Void Divine Tribe for revenge. Could it be that they had encountered some danger in the underground palace? After all, this is the tomb of the ancestor of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Who knows, there might be some tricks left behind by him. Some of them speculated that the Great Void Divine Tribe would not have the guts to do so. Killing so many sect masters would definitely cause a commotion in the world. Could it be that they wanted to make all the orthodoxies their enemy? That person from the Great Void Divine Tribe had a cultivation base that surpassed that of a supremacy. Even if it wasn't him, it must have something to do with him. Until now, we haven't seen anyone from the Great Void Divine Tribe come out. They must have taken the relics and escaped in another direction. Hearing this, an elder immediately retorted. His eyes were red with hatred. No matter which possibility it was definitely related to the Great Void Divine Tribe. They would definitely seek an explanation from the Great Void Divine Tribe. Many of the Skyprides from the Immortal Academy looked over with strange expressions. The underground palace collapsed. That place had long been destroyed. Even though there was still quite a bit of multicolored light gushing out, it was no longer as threatening as before. What is Gu Chang'e doing in there? 6-crown King's gaze seemed like it was going to pierce through those ruins, probe inside. However, although this place had collapsed, there were still many ruins left behind, which could prevent people from probing. The young lord hasn't come out yet. Although we know that the young lord is very strong, many sect leaders have fallen in the tomb. Did something happen to the young master? There were also experts from the Longevity Gu clan who were worried. Seeing the fall of the other family lords, he frowned, worried that something might have happened to Gu Chang'e. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a sudden commotion. When everyone heard this sound, they all looked over with shocked expressions. A figure rushed out from the collapsed underground palace. His expression was calm, and as he moved, he quickly landed on the ground. It's Gu Chang'e. Many young geniuses shook their heads in regret. If Gu Chang'e had fallen in there like those sect leaders, it would have been a good thing for them. They felt as if there was an insurmountable mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Gu Chang'e didn't seem to be seriously injured. However, his complexion was slightly pale, and his robes were stained with blood. Gu Chang'e is actually injured? What happened? Many older generation experts looked at Gu Chang'e's injuries in shock. They didn't understand how someone with his strength could be injured. However, since so many sect leaders had fallen, it was normal for Gu Chang'e to be injured like this. Now, they were very curious about what had happened. Yu Mingkong looked deeply at him, then walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Although she knew that Gu Chang'e was definitely fine, it wasn't the first time he had pretended to be injured to deceive everyone. However, at this time, especially in front of so many people, it was best to cooperate with him and show concern. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see that something was wrong. "Young master, are you okay?" The experts of the Longevity Gu clan all surrounded him and asked worriedly. Gu Chang'e looked at everyone and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just a light injury. It's nothing serious." Hearing this, the people of the Gu clan heaved a sigh of relief. "I've made you worry." He smiled at Yu Mingkong. "It's good that you're fine." Yu Mingkong glanced at him coldly. She took out a clean embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chuchu, who had wanted to go forward and show concern, was stunned when he saw the scene. Then, he stood there silently. Brother Gu is so lucky to have such an understanding fiancé. Wang Zijin suddenly felt that a piece of dog food was stuffed into his mouth, but he still said with a smile. In her opinion, apart from the 4 sect masters who were killed by Gu Chang'e in the main tomb, there was no one else. It was obvious that the rest of the sect leaders who had fallen had also been killed by Gu Chang'e. Although she had already left at that time and didn't see what happened next. However, she trusted her intuition. With Gu Chang'e's strength, even if he took advantage of the chaos to kill those sect leaders, it wouldn't take him long. However, Wang Zijin couldn't figure out why Gu Chang'e would kill those sect leaders. Could it be that he wanted to frame the Great Void Divine Clan and provoke conflict between them? Even Gu Chang'e can get hurt. Could it be that he's going to lie like last time? Gu Xian'er put the handkerchief back into his sleeve quietly, but there was suspicion in his eyes. She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e could be injured. She was always worried about him, but in the end, she found out that he was alive and kicking. He even continued to bully her. "Young Master Chang'e, what happened? Why did the underground palace suddenly collapse? Also, did you see the people from the Great Void Divine Clan?" In the distance, many elders from other orthodoxies also gathered around and asked Gu Chang'e what happened. No matter the reason, they had to find the cause of their sect leader's death. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a reason to take revenge. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked at them and shook his head slightly. He sighed and said, "Jiang Luoshan and the people from the Great Void Divine Clan should have left. As for what happened at that time, I'm actually not very sure. At that time, I was fighting with Jiang Luoshan for something, so I didn't have time to care about anything else." Then, the underground palace suddenly began to collapse. I suspect that it was the mysterious man and the mysterious monk beside her who did it. At that time, many of the formation patterns in the palace were activated. After that, Jiang Luoshan and her people broke through the space and left. I broke through the formation patterns all the way and was able to get out. He briefly recounted what he had experienced at that time. As for how those sect masters of the great sects died, how would he know? After all, no one saw it. After hearing this, although the crowd still had many doubts in their hearts, they didn't ask any more questions. Gu Chang'e didn't say only what he and Jiang Luoshan were fighting for. However, many people had already guessed that it was the godhead left behind by the Great Void Divine Clan's ancestor. As for who it ended up in, that wasn't something they could care about right now. At that time, this old man paid attention to the monk and the mysterious man beside Jiang Luoshan. I felt that the young man should have a good understanding of the changes in the terrain. It seems that at that time, he must have triggered the formation patterns here, causing the underground palace to collapse and bury everyone inside. The old man holding a compass in the water, his back hunched, couldn't help but sigh when he heard Guchunga's words. He agreed with Guchunga's words. Many people present knew the hunched old man and knew that he was very accomplished in searching for origins and meridians. If even he said so, there was almost no other possibility for this matter. No wonder I felt it was very strange at that time. Why would Jiang Luoshan have such a weak man by her side? So this is the reason. Someone suddenly understood and then sighed. If they had noticed this at that time, their sect leader wouldn't have been killed. I will remember this grudge. The Great Void Divine Clan will pay the price, as well as the mysterious man and the monk. The eyes of many experts of the older generation began to flicker with murderous intent and coldness. Wang Zijin looked at all this with some surprise. Good lord, just like that, the Great Void Divine Clan took the blame for killing everyone. There was no way to wash away all this in a short time. This was the first time that she had seen how Guchunga put the blame on others so clearly and straightforwardly. She was a little trembling and frightened, but more than that, she was curious and interested. She was now very sure. The real reincarnation of the human ancestor must have been killed by Guchunga at some point. How did this guy do it? She stared at Guchunga with her beautiful eyes, almost unblinking. Jiang Chuchu looked at her in confusion. Wang Zijin, what are you looking at? Wang Zijin came back to her senses and looked at her with a smile. I'm looking at someone who has moved my heart. Then, the elders and disciples of the various orthodoxies took their ancient chariots and mounts and began to leave the place. They were going to report what happened today back to their sections. One could imagine how big of a commotion it would cause when the news of what happened here spread. A total of 8 sect leaders died tragically in the Great Void Divine Tomb. This was enough to shake the upper realm. Even the last battle of longevity wasn't as tragic as this. After all, sect master level figures represented the forces of an orthodoxy, and it was rare for them to fall. This kind of thing was almost a dead end. Many people expected a big earthquake to happen in the upper realm. The Great Void Divine Clan would be facing a storm in the coming days. It would not be peaceful. The people from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals came to bid farewell to Guchunga and leave this place. Xiaoruoin witnessed Guchunga's terrifying strength with her own eyes. Her persistence and yearning deepened. However, she also knew that she did not have any advantage in front of Guchunga. Therefore, Xiaoruoin secretly made up her mind that the next time she saw Guchunga, she would at least make him look at her and not look like a useless person. After the people from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals left, the people from the Gu clan also started to return to their clan. This time, Gu Xian'er did not plan to return to the Immortal Academy. Instead, she planned to return to her clan to deal with some matters regarding her parents and grandfather. Although the last time Guchunga sent people to help her find the world where her grandfather and parents were now. However, because of some things, her parents had stayed in that world and had not been reunited for more than 10 years. However, a piece of news that came recently made her feel a little worried. However, she did not tell Guchunga that she did not want to trouble him and asked him to intervene. Guchunga glanced at Gu Xian'er and saw her leaving figure. Although he guessed that she had something to do, he did not ask. After that, the disciples of the Immortal Academy and the remaining Sky Prides also left one after another and returned to their respective sections. The news spread quickly and caused a huge uproar. The various heavens in the upper world were also shocked by what happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Everyone was shocked. No one expected the Great Void Divine Clan to be so bold as to kill so many Skyprides and 8 sect leaders in this place. In an instant, the grand ancestors of many orthodoxies woke up. Divine light shot into the sky as they planned to head to the Great Void Divine Clans. Ancestral grounds to seek justice. Everyone was agitated and murderous intent filled the sky. Although the tomb was left behind by the ancestors of the Great Void Divine Clan, it was somewhat unreasonable for the various orthodoxies to send their elders and powerhouses there. However, the Great Void Divine Clan had actually killed everyone because of this. That was too much. They were planning to offend many orthodoxies to the death. Of course, in this matter, there was another matter that shocked many. It took a long time for them to recover from their shock. Guchunga's strength was so strong that it was comparable to a prospective supreme. Even an existence at the peak of the Great Saint realm could not escape death in his hands. At that time everyone saw with their own eyes that a supreme saint from the Great Void Divine Clan was killed by him in the sky. The shock caused by this matter was no less than the death of the 8 sect leaders. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Guchunga was only in his early 20s, many of the older generation were silent. They felt that compared to Guchunga, they had lived a dog's life. Many people couldn't believe it. How on earth did Guchunga cultivate? Even the reincarnation of a perfected immortal would not be able to reach such a level in his 20s. Even born saints, such as Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu, who had the 9 orifices immortal soul, were only at the supreme saint realm. Not long ago, Chu Hao, the successor of the Taishan Grotto Heaven, had become a prospective supreme at the age of a few hundred years. If he had not offended Guchunga, many orthodoxies would have extended an olive branch to him. Now, in front of Guchunga, even Chu Hao seemed to pale in comparison. How did Guchunga cultivate? For a time, everyone was shocked. Of course, many people also speculated that among the younger generation, the only one who could fight with Guchunga was the mysterious inheritor of the demonic technique. During this time, the inheritor of the demonic technique seemed to have disappeared. However, in some places, there were still rumors of people being secretly harmed by him. Many orthodoxies were looking for him. On the other hand, Jiang Luoshan, who had returned to the Great Void tribe, immediately went to look for her father, who was the current Great Void deity emperor. She recounted everything that had happened this time, from beginning to end, without concealing anything. Naturally, it included how she offended Guchunga, how she was taken advantage of, and how she escaped after that. Many of the things that were happening in the outside world were related to this matter. After hearing this, even the Great Void Divine Emperor, who usually kept a poker face, was incomparably enraged, and his face was sullen. A terrifying aura surged in the palace, as if it was going to reenact heaven and earth. Luoshan, is what you said true? If so, this little brat of the Gu family has gone too far. His actions are so vile and despicable. He does not deserve the title of the strongest person in the younger generation. The Great Void Deity Emperor was tall and sturdy. He wore a golden imperial robe, and his eyes were as deep as the boundless starry sky. He gave off a dignified aura. At this moment, a terrifying shadow appeared behind him, ready to break through the clouds at any time. It was obvious that he was extremely angry because of this incident. Now, the outside world was saying that the Great Void Divine Clan had killed the sect leaders of various orthodoxies in the Great Void Divine Tomb, and they wanted to seek justice from them. Now, they had sent someone to ask about this matter. If this matter was not handled properly, the Great Void Divine Clan would definitely be angered. Everything your daughter has said is the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that Imperial Father bestowed upon me a death substitute puppet, I'm afraid I would have lost my life there. Guchunga is powerful and his cultivation is unfathomable. He is also vicious and his methods are despicable. This incident was orchestrated by Guchunga, Jiang Luoshan said through gritted teeth. After calming down, there was still a trace of fear and trepidation. Since birth, she had always been arrogant and looked down on all living things. This was the first time she knew what death was. That feeling made her spirit tremble. Even now, he still couldn't suppress the fear and chill in his heart. Moreover, what made her feel even more uneasy was that whenever she thought of Guchunga, or even mentioned his name, she would feel weak in the knees. She hated and feared Guchunga. She never thought that she would almost die in his hands one day. Guchunga's cold and emotionless eyes appeared in her mind from time to time, making her feel uneasy. I know now. Guchunga is not someone to be underestimated. Now that all the orthodoxies in the outside world have a grudge against us, we wouldn't have attracted so much trouble if he didn't push the blame on us. Our top priority now is to clarify what happened as soon as possible. But I have a question. At that time, weren't there only 4 sect masters fighting with Xianxia? Why did 8 of them die in the end? What happened to the remaining 4? After hearing this, the Great Void Divine Emperor frowned and began to think of a solution. At this point, even if they claimed that they had nothing to do with this matter, it would only cause more trouble and the loss would outweigh the gain. After all, the tomb was left behind by their ancestors. If something happened to it, they would be the first to be suspected. And with Xianxia's testimony, it was almost like the black pot was firmly put on their heads, and they couldn't get rid of it. They could only grit their teeth and swallow it. When Jiang Luoshan heard this, she was stunned and confused for a moment. Then, she thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She saw with her own eyes that there were only 4 sect masters who died in Xianxia's hands. Then how did the other 4 people die? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and could not help but shudder. Father, do you think it's possible that Xianxia killed those 4 in order to incite hatred between us and those orthodoxies? According to the news, Xianxia was the last to leave the underground palace. Even if the underground palace collapsed, it wouldn't have taken so long. He must have done something else between the time he collected the sect master's divinity and left the underground palace, so, he must have killed the other 4 sect masters. Jiang Luoshan's voice was trembling slightly. Why would Xianxia do that? Could it be that he just wanted to frame our clan? That's a very vicious idea. After listening to Jiang Luoshan's analysis, the Great Void Divine Emperor felt that he was close to the truth and his expression became more sullen. Suddenly, he was burning with anger. He had never thought that the Great Void Divine Tribe would be framed like this one day. The only way to solve this problem was to smile and admit defeat to Xianxia and admit that he was unlucky. If he insisted on going against Xianxia, it would be even more troublesome. Father, I think Xianxia killed the 4 sect masters because she had other plans. She framed our clan. She just conveniently let it go. But I don't understand what he's after. Jiang Luoshan's eyebrows furrowed as she thought of another possibility. She felt that Xianxia did not do anything without a motive. If he really wanted to frame the Great Void Divine Tribe, he would not have gone through so much trouble. No matter what the reason is, it's undeniable that he killed the 8 sect masters. Luoshan, you have to send people to catch the monk and the young man who escaped. These 2 can't fall into the hands of others. They're the key to solving this problem. At the same time, I'll have to trouble you. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll really be in big trouble this time. The Great Void Divine Emperor ordered, looking sullen. This was the only solution he could think of. He would put all the blame on the monk and the mysterious man. Besides, the collapse of the underground palace and the revival of the formation patterns had nothing to do with Jiang Luoshan. On the contrary, it was the 2 who escaped at the critical moment. No matter how one looked at it, it was very suspicious. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make them the scapegoat. I understand, Father. After that, Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth and retreated, her face pale. She started to send her clansmen to catch Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu, who had escaped, and to deal with this crisis at the same time. She understood what the Great Void Divine Emperor had meant. As the saying goes, it's better to let them go than to block them. The more they quibbled and tried to clear their name, the worse they'd get. On the contrary, if they admitted they were responsible and put themselves in the position of the victim, the effect would be different. But there was a condition that Xianxia was not allowed to interfere in this matter. Soon, the Great Void Divine Clan released a piece of news that shocked everyone. This time, the Great Void Divine Clan had suffered a great loss. They didn't return with a bountiful harvest as the orthodoxies had expected. Less than 1/10 of the clansmen they had sent came back, and they didn't get any ancestral relics. The collapse of the underground palace, the revival of the formation patterns, and the death of the sect masters had nothing to do with them. It was all caused by a mysterious man and a monk. The cause was that Jiang Luoshan had been deceived by them. The 2 had promised to break the formation patterns in the mausoleum before taking them to the Great Void Divine Tomb. In the end, when Jiang Luoshan and Xianxia were fighting over the ancestral relic, the 2 of them suddenly made a move and snatched it away. Then they had activated the formation patterns, which had caused the underground palace to collapse. A destructive force had burst out in an instant, resulting in this tragedy. To prove this, the Great Void Divine Clan revealed that the mysterious young man was actually the descendant of the Divine Origin Master. His methods were mysterious and unpredictable. He could change the situation of the world and reverse the formation patterns. The divine essence of the Great Void Divine Clan's ancestor had fallen into his hands in the end. Now, the two were missing. This news caused a great sensation as soon as it was released. Even the orthodoxies who had planned to seek justice from the Great Void Divine Clan were struck dumb. They couldn't come to themselves for a long time. Because this piece of news was simply too shocking. The descendant of the legendary Divine Origin Master had appeared, but he had activated the formation patterns in the Great Void Divine Tomb and killed everyone. Even the Great Void Divine Essence had been taken away by him. Whether this was true or not, it caused a great sensation as soon as it was released. Many people were shocked. The Great Void Divine Clan also exposed the identity of the young man. Xianxia, that was the young man's name. The upper realm was in an uproar again. Many people doubted the authenticity of the Great Void Divine Clan's claims. However, more people chose to believe them. Unless the Great Void Divine Clan was really stupid, why would they kill the leaders of the 8 great sects and attract so much hatred? Obviously, the Great Void Divine Clan had suffered a great loss in this matter. Besides, many people thought that the Great Void Divine Clan wasn't lying when they thought about what Xianxia had said. Soon, Xianxia's name started to spread among the orthodoxies. Many people were also searching for his whereabouts. Both the divine essence of the Great Void Divine Clan's ancestor and the inheritance of the Divine Origin Master were eye-catching things. Even many rogue cultivators started to have designs on him. They started to look for him everywhere. Xianxia and Monk Pudu found a place to hide as soon as they had escaped from the Great Void Divine Tomb. However, they had never expected the Great Void Divine Clan to do this. Both Xianxia and Monk Pudu were shocked. Not only did they burn the bridge after crossing it, but they also accused us of stealing the divine essence of the Great Void. Xianxia almost ground his teeth into pieces. His eyes turned red. He had thought he would be safe after leaving the Great Void Divine Tomb. However, he had never expected greater dangers to be waiting for him. By then, almost everyone knew he had precious treasures. The divine essence of the Great Void, the inheritance of the Divine Origin Master. However, he didn't have any of these, not to mention that many people thought he had killed the 8 leaders of the great sections. How could they let him go when they hated him so much? Bah. Donor Jiang, from now on, you and I are in the same boat. Monk Pudu heaved a sigh. He was quite open-minded. Jiang Luoshan is such a bitch. She said she would let us go, but she went back on her words. Now she's even trying to frame me. I not only opened the way for her, but also cracked many tactical patterns for her. I even bought her a chance to escape. But she treated me like this. I won't let her go when I'm strong enough. Xianxia was full of hatred. Besides Xianxia, he started to hate another person. In his opinion, if the weapon spirit of the Vessel of Fortune hadn't activated the tactical patterns in the Great Void Divine Tomb, the underground palace wouldn't have collapsed, and Xianxia wouldn't have been delayed. How could Jiang Luoshan have escaped from Xianxia? However, in the end, she had bitten the hand that fed her. Donor Jiang, please take it easy. We'd better find a place to lie low for a while. I do have a place to go, but I don't know if you'd like to go with me. Monk Pudu put his palms together and sighed slightly. Xianxia certainly didn't hesitate. The black-robed senior was missing, and the weapon spirit of the Vessel of Fortune was in a deep sleep. The only person he could rely on was Monk Pudu, who was quite reliable. By the way, Master Pudu, I still don't know where you are from. Xianxia was curious. I was once a disciple of Buddha Mountain and later cultivated in the Xiankong Buddhist temple. In the end, I was expelled because I did not abide by the rules. How many years has it been since then? I have forgotten. Monk Pudu smiled. For a moment, an aura of vicissitudes appeared on his body. He was like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. Xianxia was struck dumb. He suddenly found Monk Pudu quite mysterious. His cultivation was unfathomable. After returning to the True Immortal Academy, the first thing Xianxia did was to refine the Great Void Godhead and the various origins he had obtained in the Great Void Divine Tomb. A few days later, his cultivation was one step closer to the Nine Heavens' supreme realm. As for the rumors circulating in the outside world, he had seen them all. He wasn't surprised that the Great Void Divine Race would blame Xianxia and the mysterious monk. As the saying goes, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. As one of the oldest races in the upper realm, naturally, the Great Void God clan did not want to incur the wrath of the public over such a matter. It was always the simplest logic to play it safe. However, the Great Void Divine Race might have forgotten one thing. Xianxia only needed to say one word to ruin their plan in an instant. All their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they would be hated even more. However, the Great Void Divine Race's behavior was somewhat like they were giving in to him. They were biting their teeth and swallowing their pride. Jiang Luoshan knew the Great Void Godhead was in his hands. She also knew the leaders of those large sects had died tragically at his hands. However, she did not mention this. Instead, she put the blame on the others. She also said the Great Void Godhead was in Jiangchen's hands. In Xianxia's eyes, it was more like the Great Void Divine Race was trying to be friendly with him. In that case, he did not have to keep harping on it. There's still no news from Empress Xiao. Before I go to the realm of monsters, I have to solve the problem of Bai Lianer first. Xianxia started to think about what to do next. During this time, he had sent many people to investigate Bai Lianer. At the same time, he had asked Dean Mei to help him keep an eye on the various branches of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. By now, he had made some progress. Bai Lianer had always been mysterious. Very few people had seen her real face. Even the killers of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building had never seen the real face of the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, Xianxia planned to destroy several branches of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building and capture the important higher-ups first. With Bai Kuan in his hands and many higher-ups of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building, it was impossible for Bai Lianer not to show up. Unless she had already gone to the realm of monsters. Master, the princess of the Great Void Divine Race, Jiang Luoshan, is outside the gate of the Academy of Immortals. While Xianxia was thinking, a report came from outside the palace. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Jiang Luoshan was asking for a meeting, this surprised Xianxia. Didn't Jiang Luoshan almost die at his hands? She dared to come to him at this time. He had to admit that she was quite brave. Wasn't she afraid that he would kill her? Is it because of Jiangchen that you want me to turn a blind eye to this matter and not expose the Great Void Divine Race's so-called explanation? Xianxia thought of this possibility. He could not help but smile. Then he said, "Let her in." At the gate of the Academy of Immortals. Many young geniuses were surprised to see this scene. A beautiful woman in a golden robe was standing there. She was tall and slim. Her whole body seemed to be glowing. Her facial features were exquisite, as if they had been sculpted. She was flawless. Her blonde hair was dancing in the wind. She gave off a cold and noble aura. She was the princess of the Great Void Divine Race, Jiang Luoshan. Many people recognized her. They were shocked. They did not understand why Jiang Luoshan was here. The current hot topic in the upper realm was the feud between the Great Void Divine Race and many orthodoxies. As the princess of the Great Void Divine Race, she showed up here at this time. Wasn't she worried that something bad would happen to her? Plus, this time, Jiang Luoshan was not accompanied by anyone. She stood there like an iceberg that would never melt. She exuded a cold and unapproachable aura. There was no expression on her face. "Princess Luoshan, please come with me. My master is waiting for you in the palace." Soon, in front of the gate of the Academy of Immortals, a burly creature turned into a divine light and rushed over. He cupped his hands at Jiang Luoshan and said. Everyone was shocked to see this. They certainly recognized this burly creature. He was Xianxia's follower. He was very strong and famous in the Academy of Immortals. Did that mean Jiang Luoshan was here to see Xianxia? Didn't they have a conflict in the Great Void Divine Tomb? Didn't they fight? There was even a great sage peak powerhouse from the Great Void Divine Race who was killed by Xianxia. This shocked everyone. Now, everyone was very curious. They wanted to know the reason why Jiang Luoshan was here to see Xianxia. Could it be that something happened in the underground palace? However, since Jiang Luoshan dared to show up here, many people thought that this proved the authenticity of the news spread by the Great Void Divine Race. Soon, Jiang Luoshan followed the creature leading the way and headed to Guchanga's palace. The Academy of Immortals was also in an uproar because of Jiang Luoshan's arrival. Many young skyprides were shocked when they heard the news. They came out of their cave mansions one after another. Jiang Luoshan was quite famous in the upper realm. Although she was born not long ago, she was a goddess in the eyes of many skyprides because of her powerful strength, terrifying talent, and beautiful appearance. What happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb this time did not diminish her charm in the eyes of many young skyprides. Now that she did not hesitate to leave the clan and come to the Academy of Immortals alone to see Guchanga, many skyprides were envious. At the same time, they were guessing what happened between the two of them. Princess Luoshan, the master is in the palace. I will take my leave first. With that, the creature leading the way retreated. Jiang Luoshan looked at the palace. Her expression did not change, but her heart was trembling slightly. Her jade-like hands under her sleeves were clenched tightly. The fear that made her uneasy struck again. The feeling of death shrouded her heart. In a daze, she saw the scene where Guchanga grabbed her neck, lifted her up, and slapped her into a bloody mist. Jiang Luoshan's face was a little pale. Her father gave her a protective item so that she could escape in an instant if something went wrong. But she was still uneasy. She didn't know how much courage it took for her to come to see Guchanga. If not for the Great Void Divine Tribe, she would not have done this. Of course, this disaster was caused by her, so she could not blame anyone else. She was strong and proud. From the moment she was born, she was destined to look down on everything and become the empress of the Great Void Divine Tribe in the future. At this time, how could she allow herself to shrink back? Thinking of this, Jiang Luoshan took a deep breath. Her expression returned to being cold and indifferent. She pushed open the door of the palace and stepped in. But as soon as she entered, she smelled a faint tea fragrance. It was light and elegant. In the main hall, a young man was gently fanning a teapot. His facial features were handsome, and his sparkling hair was flowing with a faint light. Because Bai Yi's robe was relatively wide, he seemed to be paying attention to the size of the fire. He seemed very focused. The expression between his brows was natural and gentle, but there was a hint of laziness. This was the first time she saw Guchanga like this. Jiang Luoshan was suddenly stunned. She swallowed the words she wanted to say. In the Great Void Divine Tomb, Guchanga gave her the first impression that he was cold and strong. This was a man who was much scarier than her. Not only that, but he was also ruthless, despicable, and shameless. But Jiang Luoshan did not expect to see Guchanga casually making tea when she was on high alert. It was very different from her impression of him. Such an appearance made him seem like a celestial being that had transcended the mortal world and was extraordinary and divine. But she still did not forget the fact that she was killed by Guchanga once. Sit. At this time, Guchanga's voice rang out, interrupting Jiang Luoshan's thoughts. She did not know why, but she subconsciously sat down on the stone chair at the side. As soon as Jiang Luoshan sat down, she felt that something was wrong. Why did she have to listen to Guchanga and sit down just because he asked her to? Thinking of this, she stood up again. With a cold expression, she stared at him and said directly, Guchanga, this time I'm here to make a deal with you. I know. Hearing this, Guchanga looked up and glanced at her. Then, he continued to fan the fire under the tea stove unhurriedly. The light purple flame gave off a terrifying feeling that it could burn everything. Even the void was a little blurry, as if it would collapse at any time. Obviously, this was an extremely rare flame. You know? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan frowned. She didn't expect Guchanga to say that. Before she came, she had made full preparations, including guessing Guchanga's reaction and what he would say. But now, Guchanga said that he knew. This made her feel that she had miscalculated. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. You just want me to keep my mouth shut and not expose the so-called explanation of the Great Void Divine Clan? Also, the condition is that you promise not to tell anyone that the 4 sect masters were killed by me, right? Guchanga smiled casually. After all, there were quite a lot of people who witnessed everything with their own eyes. As long as you are ruthless and capture the divine souls of the people who escaped with you, you can naturally reconstruct the scene that happened at that time. That's my so-called weakness, Li Tianlan said. Tell me, am I right? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan couldn't help but look at him in disbelief. She really didn't expect that not only did Guchunga know her origin, but he even knew how to say what she wanted to say. Suddenly, she felt as if she had been seen through from head to toe. Everything Guchunga said was right. At that time, there were many people who witnessed Guchunga killing the 4 sect masters. In addition to her, there were also a few clansmen who had witnessed everything with their own eyes. In her opinion, this was the reason why she came to make a deal with Guchunga. If Guchunga exposed their lies, then they would naturally publicize this matter to the public and fight to the death with Guchunga. But now, it seemed that Guchunga had long known of their intentions and didn't care at all. Looks like I was right. Seeing Jiang Luoshan's expression change, Guchunga smiled and continued, it seems that you are a bit too naive. Since I dared to kill those people, I'm naturally not afraid of their revenge. Furthermore, how much credibility do you think your words have now? Guchunga, what do I have to do for you to agree? Jiang Luoshan asked with a slightly gloomy expression. Before coming here, he had never thought that the situation would continue like this. This was the Great Void Divine Tribe's one-sided argument. Although they had ways to capture the spirits of their clansmen and reconstruct the scene. But there would definitely be orthodoxies who would suspect that they were faking this incident to divert trouble. As long as one's spirit was slightly more powerful, they could easily tamper with some memories. This was not a very good idea. There were many loopholes. Guchunga was obviously not worried and must have other countermeasures. Thinking of this, Jiang Luoshan felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. My condition is actually very simple. You stay. I need a hostage from the Great Void Divine Tribe, one that I can order around at any time. Otherwise, I won't trust you. After all, when it comes to a deal, both parties have to show their sincerity. Don't look at me like that. I now have the lifeline of your clan in my hands. Believe it or not, I only need to say one word and the other orthodoxies will definitely be blinded by hatred and send their armies to kill your clan. When that time comes, I don't believe that the Great Void Divine Tribe can stop them. TSK, but the 8 sect leaders represent the 8 orthodoxies. Guchunga leisurely made himself a cup of tea and then said casually as if they were talking about a trivial matter. Jiang Luoshan thought of the possibility and her face turned pale. But she still gritted her teeth and said coldly. Guchunga, don't go too far. I can agree to your other conditions, but not this. If you want a hostage, I can send a message to my father and ask him to send my sister here. She thought of a middle ground. Didn't Guchunga want a hostage and sincerity? Then her sister could do the same. With her status, how could she stay by Guchunga's side as a hostage, not to mention the kind that was always at his beck and call? Not to mention that Guchunga was extremely dangerous. If she stayed by his side, who knew when she would accidentally lose her life? She had to be vigilant at all times. The bone-deep fear from before still surfaced in her heart from time to time and could not be erased. It was like a ghost in a nightmare. Your sister? Is she the future divine emperor of the Great Void Divine Tribe? Guchunga raised his eyebrows and then calmly blew on his tea. Although my sister is not the future divine emperor, she is still a talented skypride in the Great Void Divine Tribe. Even if she is not as good as me, her future achievements will not be low. Jiang Luoshan stared at Guchunga, feeling very uneasy. Guchunga laughed and said, what's the use of saying all this? As the elder sister, how can you buy your sister so easily? But unfortunately, I only want you. If you can't agree to this condition, then there's no need to talk about this. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to drink his tea and seemed to be rather leisurely. Guchunga was not in a hurry either. He was sure that Jiang Luoshan would agree in the end. Keeping her by his side as a hostage could make the Great Void Divine Tribe wary of attacking him. On the other hand, he was short of a servant girl recently. The identity of the future divine emperor of the Great Void Divine Tribe was barely acceptable. Of course, if Jiang Luoshan insisted on going against him like last time in the Great Void Divine Tomb, Gu Changge did not mind killing her again. He did not believe that Jiang Luoshan had so many scapegoats on her. Gu Changge, can you change the condition? Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. She was strong and proud, but at this moment, she was very sullen. Gu Changge's words sounded a little ambiguous. But there was no room for doubt. My patience is not good, and I don't like to emphasize the same thing a third time. Gu Changge shook his head slightly and slowly sipped his tea, waiting for her to agree. He found it ridiculous that she walked right into his trap. She was the future divine emperor of the Great Void Divine Tribe, but she was so naive. At the end of the day, he had overestimated Jiang Luoshan's methods. Why do you have to make this condition? Jiang Luoshan's face was full of resentment, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Before coming to the Immortal Academy to look for Gu Changge, she was prepared to be humiliated. But she did not expect Gu Changge's condition to be so outrageous, but now, she could not refuse. Just as Gu Changge said, they thought that they had something on Gu Changge, and could force him to submit and make a deal with them. But this was not important to Gu Changge, and he did not care at all. Gu Changge, on the other hand, held the lifeline of their tribe in his hands. 8 great sect leaders had fallen, although it didn't sound like a big deal, the things that were implicated in the end were too terrifying. Although each of the 8 orthodoxies was not as powerful as the Great Void Divine Tribe. But when added together, no matter how deep the foundation and how long the legacy of the sect was, they would have to consider carefully. Even if she told what Gu Changge said to her father, the emperor, her imperial father would definitely ask her to agree. Why do I have to make this condition? Gu Changge thought about it seriously, and then looked at Jiang Luoshan carefully. I'll have to ask you. Although your personality is quite bad, your appearance is still barely acceptable to me. As the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Jiang Luoshan's appearance was naturally beautiful. Her golden hair was like a waterfall, and she was tall with long and straight legs. Her features were delicate and flawless, and her skin was as white as ice. She looked like a 3-dimensional sculpture. Gu Changge's words were very frank and direct, without any intention of hiding anything, which made Jiang Luoshan stunned. She had never heard anyone say that about her. She was used to all kinds of flattery, but when it came from Gu Changge's mouth, it felt different. Did he also know that she was beautiful? Then why did he try to kill her? Why was he so ruthless? Humph. Gu Changge, are you saying that I have a bad personality? But how good can your personality be? Jiang Luoshan could not help but laugh coldly. But at least you're not blind. There's no use in talking nonsense. In my eyes, if your beauty doesn't please me, I can kill you at any time. Gu Changge took a sip of tea, then looked at her and said leisurely, I'll give you a choice. It depends on what you want to do. Humph, I can agree to your conditions, but you must promise not to force me to do anything I don't want to do. Also, you can't harm the interests of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Seeing Gu Changge looking at her from top to bottom, Jiang Luoshan was not like other women. Instead, she coldly stared back at him, openly showing off her beautiful face and impressive figure. What if I force you? Hearing this, Gu Changge seemed to be very interested and laughed. Then I will definitely fight to the death with you. Jiang Luoshan's eyes were cold as she held a golden decree in her hand. Alright, then call me master first. Gu Changge glanced at her sleeve and said casually. Obviously, he did not care about her conditions. Jiang Luoshan's beautiful eyes were full of anger, and she could not help but take out her instrument. But considering that she was far from being Gu Changge's opponent, she forcibly suppressed this anger. She did not come here to seek revenge on Gu Changge, nor to go against him. I can't do this, she said coldly and turned her face to the side. Then can you at least pour me tea and massage my shoulders? Gu Changge's expression did not change, and he seemed to be very calm and casual. I can't do that. I don't know how to serve people. Jiang Luoshan's voice was cold and unwavering. As the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, she had always been high and mighty, looking down on everything with a noble appearance. When did she know how to serve people? Not to mention pouring tea and massaging shoulders. So you're toying with me? Gu Changge smiled and did not seem angry. If you can't do this and can't do that, then what else can you do? Do you really want me to kill you? He said it casually, and although he did not seem angry, Jiang Luoshan felt a terrifying chill and murderous aura rushing towards her, suffocating her and making her tremble. Jiang Luoshan's expression changed slightly, and she could not help but clench her teeth. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She knew that Guchunga's words were a final warning to her. If she continued to be willful, today's matter would not be settled peacefully. You'd better keep your princess temper in front of me. Otherwise, one day when I'm in a bad mood, I might reveal the matter of the great void divine tribe. Guchunga glanced at her. It's okay if you don't know how to serve people. You'll learn. If you really can't learn, then there's no need for you to live. He said it very simply, but there was a terrifying murderous intent in his words. Jiang Luoshan's face turned pale. In a daze, she saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards her. Her whole body could not help but tremble slightly. She clenched her jade-like hands. She was very unwilling, but she did not dare to go against Guchunga. I know, but Guchunga, don't go too far. Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to calm herself down. She struggled to move her feet and walked towards Guchunga. It was her first time serving someone. She seemed very clumsy. Seeing that Guchunga was frowning and seemed to be dissatisfied, she could not help but tremble, and she almost poured the tea. Guchunga shook his head slightly in disdain. You can't even pour tea properly. You're really a piece of trash. Jiang Luoshan's face was cold, but her heart was filled with humiliation. It was the first time in her life that she was called a piece of trash. She really wanted to splash the tea in his face and wash her hands of it. Whoever wants to serve can go. But she only dared to say such words in her heart. Jiang Luoshan did not leave after entering the Immortal Academy. Instead, she stayed here. Then, many of the geniuses and elders who found out about this were shocked. They thought that Jiang Luoshan came to look for Guchunga because of something. But who knew that she would not leave after coming here? Instead, she stayed by Guchunga's side. What did this mean? This made many young geniuses envious and jealous. At the same time, they felt that the gap between people was so big that it was difficult to describe it with words. She's not leaving? After receiving the news, Yu Mingkong felt a little jealous. She did not know the purpose of Jiang Luoshan coming to look for Guchunga. On the contrary, Jiang Luoshan's actions were surprisingly consistent with her previous life. It was just that in her previous life, she went to the Gu family to visit Guchunga. In this life, she came to the Immortal Academy to look for him. However, she did not find trouble with Jiang Luoshan. There was no need to care about such things. Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin left the Immortal Academy because of something at the Human Ancestor Hall. They did not know about this. Otherwise, their reactions would not be any better than Yu Mingkong's. In the following days, various orthodoxies in the upper realm were looking for Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu. In addition, there were also extreme places that appeared from time to time, which caused a lot of panic. Besides that, things were much calmer. During this time, Guchunga had been sending people to look for the branch of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. And it was this that had attracted the attention of many orthodoxies and forces. The Spring Breeze Azure Jade building was not as good as the Buddha, the human world, and the nether world, which had a long history. But in recent years, it had become famous in various parts of the upper realm. Countless geniuses and practitioners had been killed by it. Guchunga had sent many practitioners to look for the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. Many people were shocked. They did not understand why he was doing this. Could it be that the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building had offended Guchunga, and Guchunga had offered a reward? Any practitioner who could catch a killer from the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building could come to him for a handsome reward. Many practitioners in the upper realm heard the news and started to search for the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. Many branches were eliminated. Although the killers of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building were hiding everywhere, many of them were still caught and sent to Guchunga. These killers were tight-lipped and would rather die than surrender. However, under Guchunga's various torture methods, he still confessed some of the things that had happened at the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion some time ago. Looks like Bai Lian has left the upper realm. She went to the realm of monsters with many strong people from the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building? She's going to deliver the brocade pouch first and then discuss how to rescue Baikuan? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. In this case, there was no need for him to stay in the Immortal Academy. He had planned to wait for Bai Lianer to show up herself. But it looked like Bai Lianer was smarter than he had thought. She did not come here. Looks like I have to take Baikuan back to the Gu family first. Gu Chang'e gave the order. Then, he left True Immortal Academy, not bringing any followers with him. This was because the younger generation of followers were no longer of any use to him. The difference in strength was too great. At most, they could be his lackeys and show off. So Gu Chang'e set his sights on the rest of the strong. Their cultivation level had to be at least above the Saint Realm to be qualified to follow him and work for him. He asked Jiang Luoshan to return to the Great Void Divine Clan to bring some people, while he went to the Star Region of Chaos. The Star Region of Chaos was as its name suggested. It was extremely chaotic, as if it was made up of many broken continents. It was vast and majestic. Starlight surged, and there were many star skeletons and islands scattered everywhere. Many cultivators and caravans could be seen every day. Young Master. In an ancient city deep in the Star Region of Chaos, he saw Xianxia. She was lecturing a group of people in the palace. Her face was white, her facial features were beautiful, and her hair was soft. She was wearing a purple dress, and she had a cold and bright feeling. Xianxia did not disappoint him. Under her rule, the Star Region of Chaos seemed to be in good order. In terms of order, it was much more stable than under the rule of the 13 bandits. Moreover, she had the aura of a leader. After tasting the taste of power, the flame of ambition could not help but burn the sky. When Xianxia saw Gu Chang'e, she was very excited. She grabbed his arm and reported to him about her gains. She looked as if she was begging him to praise her. Our gains are at least 30% more than under the rule of the 13 bandits. Many caravans are very smart. They don't dare to not pay the toll, and there are fewer casualties. In 3 years, I'm confident that I can double the scale. She was very confident that she was born with the talent to govern. You've done well. Gu Chang'e nodded and looked at her achievements. Then, he picked many strong cultivators from the bandits and brought them away. The weakest among them was at the Saint Realm. There were also a few great saints. After offending other orthodoxies, they fled all the way here and lived a life of bloodshed. This was a group of desperados. They were powerful and experienced in killing. They naturally knew Gu Chang'e's identity. After knowing that they could follow him, they were wild with joy. With this level of identity, what was the point of having enemies in the past? In the blink of an eye, they had become Gu Chang'e's subordinates, the bandits who had killed countless people. The various clans of Immortal Ancient and the Longevity Gu family also received Gu Chang'e's orders and sent many strong cultivators. After doing all this, Gu Chang'e led a group of subordinates to the agreed place to wait for Jiang Luoshan's arrival. You're going to the Demon Realm to find someone. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Luoshan's voice came from afar. She was riding on a golden cloud. Behind her were many strong cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Her face was cold and her tone was full of dissatisfaction. During this period, she had suffered a lot in Gu Chang'e's hands. Her arrogance was severely worn down. Moreover, Gu Chang'e completely ordered her around as a coolie. He even ordered her to go to the Demon Realm to find someone from the Great Void Divine Tribe. She was purely a tool. However, she found it unbelievable that she was gradually getting used to being ordered around by him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Many strong cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe greeted Gu Chang'e respectfully. Although they knew that Gu Chang'e intended to order them around as coolies, they did not dare to complain. Then why did you follow me? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at Jiang Luoshan indifferently. I was worried that you would send the strong cultivators of my tribe to their deaths, Jiang Luoshan said coldly. Is that so? Then I'll have a maid to order around on the way. Gu Chang'e did not care about this. Then, he went directly to the space passage where the Demon Realm was. It was different from other realms. The Demon Realm was very special. It was located in the central area of the Upper Realm. There was a space passage that could easily pass through the realm barrier. In the Upper Realm, Gu Chang'e's reputation had reached an unprecedented peak. His every move was being watched. Many people were even guessing when he would become the master of the Gu clan. With his strength, it would be easy for him to do so. The master of a long-lived family in his 20s, the fact that he suddenly brought a large number of strong cultivators to the demon realm attracted the attention of many orthodoxies. Many cultivators and living beings were shocked. They were all guessing the reason for his actions. The demon realm was vast and boundless. A long time ago, it was divided into 9 regions. Each region was ruled by a different demon emperor. However, after the chaos in the demon realm ended 6,000 years ago, the demon realm achieved a rare unification. Now, the 9 regions worshipped Empress Xiao. The world was peaceful, and there were few wars. Apart from the remnants of the 5 demon emperors, there were almost no forces in the demon realm that could resist Empress Xiao. However, during this period of time, there were still many great demons who set up their own territories and gathered troops to try to overthrow Empress Xiao's regime. Many wars broke out everywhere. Mystic Yang region. This was the territory ruled by the Mystic Yang demon emperor. The land was vast and boundless. The mountains were green like jade, and the divine peaks were lofty, making it seem incomparably grand. However, it was now part of the demon realm's Middle Heaven region. The various races of the demon realm interacted with each other, and there were many people. In terms of foundation, it was also one of the top. The demon realm's Black-White Academy was located here. 6,000 years ago, Empress Xiao established the Black-White Academy. Shu Tunwen cultivated the Tao of cultivators. He passed down many cultivation methods, allowing many monster race creatures to have the opportunity to break away from being born in the womb and get a glimpse of the immortal Tao. One had to know that before this, the various races of the demon realm firmly controlled the cultivation methods in their own hands and never passed them to outsiders. This also caused many demons who had just gained sentience but had no bloodline inheritance to live in ignorance. Although they had a long lifespan, their cultivation was low. They could only be captured by the cultivators of other races and become slaves or materials for refining pills. Their fates were miserable. Empress Xiao's actions could be said to be opposing the various races of the demon realm, stripping them of their benefits. Naturally, the various races were unwilling to hand over their cultivation methods. However, under her tough methods, although the various races were unwilling, they could only compromise in the end. For a time, the Black-White Academy was regarded as the holy land of the demon realm, the hope of countless beings of the demon realm. Countless beings of the demon realm racked their brains to enter the academy and cultivate their Tao and take a glimpse of the immortal Tao. After 6,000 years, the current Black-White Academy was even more terrifying. Above, the heavens listen, and below, the 8 directions. Many of the Fae who had studied at the Black-White College had become Empress Xiao's loyal followers. They were a powerful weapon that she used to quell the chaos and suppress the remnants of the 5 emperors. Have you heard? During this period of time, it seems that a great figure is coming to the demon realm. Her Majesty is very concerned about it and even sent people to clean up the star-seizing temple that has been sealed for more than 6,000 years for that great figure to live in. I heard about it too. This news is simply too sensational. That great figure from the higher realms is said to have a terrifying status and an unfathomable background. The last time an imperishable sect leader came to the demon realm, I didn't see the queen taking him this seriously, but this time, it's obvious that she's taking him seriously. In front of the main gate of the Black-White College, there was an incomparably majestic and ancient mountain gate. It was as if this was the first mountain gate since the creation of the world. It exuded a desolate and ancient aura. Strands of chaotic mist scattered down from the mountain gate's surface. Endless streaks of multicolored light blossomed and interweaved here, turning into black and white characters that could illuminate the heavens at any time. In the distance, countless creatures of the demon realm were inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, eating the light of the sun and moon as they cultivated. At this moment, in front of the mountain gate, there were a few tall young men and women of the demon clan who were shrouded in divine light. They were in the middle of a discussion. After mentioning the important part, their faces were suddenly filled with shock and curiosity. They had extraordinary statuses and had already received news from their families that a great figure from the higher realms was coming this time. 737 Empress Xiao's attention had reached an unprecedented level. She planned to hold a banquet in the star-seizing temple for all civil and military officials to welcome that great figure. To them, this kind of thing was absolutely unimaginable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the first time in 6,000 years. While they were talking, suddenly, outside the mountain gate, a young man of the demon clan walked in. He was dressed in blue and had a tall and straight figure. His face was handsome, and he had a calm and confident air about him. There were many young creatures following behind him, but most of them were beautiful women, and he seemed to be the leader. When they saw him, the expressions of the few men and women who were talking changed slightly. They seemed to be a little afraid and shut their mouths tightly. Hearing the conversation of these men and women, the man in blue seemed to be a little surprised and looked at them. Seeing that they were no longer talking, he smiled slightly and walked into the mountain gate. A great figure from the higher realms is coming. How much do you know about this? After entering the mountain gate, the man in blue asked a woman with a beautiful face and a graceful figure behind him. He seemed to be a little curious. Of course, he had heard a little of the conversation just now, which made him feel that something was wrong. Young master, I've only vaguely heard that the person who came from the upper realm this time is very mysterious and terrifying. Her Majesty did not reveal any information. She only asked the civil and military officials to go to the star-picking temple today to welcome him. The woman named Yer replied. She told him everything she knew in detail, no matter how big or small. Because her father was also a well-known official in the demon realm, she was naturally qualified to know about this matter. Hearing this, the man in blue pondered for a while, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Is that so? A great figure from the higher realms, could it be related to this matter? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. He walked into the academy and led everyone back to his cave residence, intending to find someone to ask. The demon realm was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. All kinds of undercurrents were hidden in the dark, and could erupt at any time. After the man in blue left, the young men and women in front of the mountain gate withdrew their gazes, looking quite fearful. Jun Fan, it's him. As the rumors say, his cultivation is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he is the #1 person in the Black-White Academy. Except for senior sister Song, almost no one can compete with him. And I heard that his relationship with senior sister Song is not simple, and they appreciate each other. As they talked, their words were filled with envy and emotion. The senior sister Song they were talking about was the only daughter of the demon realm's grand tutor. Her full name was Song Yue. She was beautiful, gentle, and generous. Although she was of noble birth and was doted on, she did not have any arrogance. She was gentle, and was the most perfect goddess in the hearts of the younger generation of the Black-White Academy. The grand tutor of the demon realm was someone who had taught the Empress since she was young. He had a respected status and was second only to one person. Now that Empress Xiao was strong and iron-willed, once she made a decision, it was impossible to change it. The grand tutor was someone who could rarely persuade her. In addition, Empress Xiao also thought highly of Song Yue. She was waiting for her to leave the Black-White Academy and entrust her with important tasks. It could be said that even some of the elders of the Black-White Academy valued Song Yue very much and did not dare to treat her as an ordinary disciple. The man in blue who had just walked over was called Jun Fan, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the Black-White Academy in recent years. His talent was outstanding, and his cultivation was powerful. In just half a year after entering the academy, he had defeated many of the older generation disciples. He was faintly known as the #1 person of the Black-White Academy's younger generation. Some people said that he was the third son of the Heaven Conqueror. He had been hidden for a few years, and only recently did he show his strength. There were many different rumors. No matter which one it was enough to show that Jun Fan's identity was not simple. His identity, background, and cultivation talent were all top-notch, and very few people could compare to him. He had also become the object of admiration in the eyes of many young female disciples. He was tall, rich, and handsome. While they were talking, the man in blue had already returned to his cave residence and dismissed the rest of the people. Why did someone suddenly come from the upper realm this time? Could it be because of the matter with Uncle Bai? Jun Fan said softly, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was called Jun Bufan, but in this life, to avoid suspicion, he changed his name to Jun Fan. Some time ago, Empress Xiao suddenly searched all over the demon realm for a person called Jun Bufan. When he found out about this, the first thing Jun Fan did was to find his mother and discuss the matter of changing his name. His father was the Heaven Conqueror, and was highly regarded by Empress Xiao. Now that he was at the peak of his power, he naturally did not want to ruin his future because of this small matter. In this way, Jun Bufan changed his name to Jun Fan, and naturally avoided Empress Xiao's search. Coincidentally, his father was the person in charge of this matter. In his father's opinion, he just had the same name as Jun Bufan 6,000 years ago. When he first named him, he was hot-headed and gave him this name, hoping that his son would be as dazzling as that genius 6,000 years ago. However, he did not expect that after 6,000 years, Empress Xiao would actually search for someone with the same name. Although his son was not highly regarded by him, he still watched him grow up. How could he be related to the son of the Xianxia demon emperor from 6,000 years ago? Later, Jun Fan relied on his relationship with his father in this life to gradually show his talent, and began to have a good reputation in the Xianxia region of the demon realm. After being hidden for more than 10 years, the world knew about him once he appeared. His deeds made many young creatures admire him, and they took him as a role model to learn from. In addition, based on the cultivation experience of his previous life, as well as the many inheritances he had obtained in this life. Soon, Jun Fan caught up with many young geniuses and entered the Black-White Academy, becoming one of the most dazzling existences of his generation. At the same time, he secretly searched for the many contingencies left by his father in his previous life, the Xianxia demon emperor, and integrated those forces into a small scale. Many great demons with high cultivation were his subordinates, hiding in the dark, waiting for the day when he grew stronger to launch his revenge on Empress Xiao. According to the information my father left me, he once asked an old friend to give me something. When the time comes, that old friend of mine will definitely come looking for me. I just don't know if that big shot from the upper realm came to the demon realm because of this matter. Jun Fan heaved a sigh of relief, and a light flashed in his eyes. He already had a plan in mind. Now, it was equivalent to him being in the dark, and Empress Xiao being in the light. Empress Xiao did not know that he had been reborn and was accumulating strength to launch his revenge. This was an excellent opportunity for him. On the surface, my cultivation is only at the Divine King realm, but after refining the inheritance crystal left by my father, my true cultivation has long reached the Saint realm. This is one of my trump cards. With the cultivation experience of his previous life, Jun Fan's cultivation process in this life was extremely smooth, as if he was favored by the heavens, and he could break through a small realm after a while. In addition, in the world of his consciousness, there were many divine pills, sacred medicines, divine sources, cultivation methods, and other things that his father had left for him, so his cultivation level increased rapidly. In a short period of time, he broke through to the Saint realm. Although the speed of his breakthrough was much slower now, Jun Fan was satisfied. In his previous life, at this age, his cultivation level was only at this level. In 7 days, it will be the prodigy banquet of the Black-White Academy. At that time, Xiao will definitely come in person and reward the geniuses with imperial wine, and this is my chance. Thinking of this, Jun Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent and coldness. His childhood sweetheart, whom he had loved deeply, had poisoned his wine and killed him. How could he forget about this hatred? After being reborn, he would make Xiao regret what she had done in the past. He would expose her hypocritical face and make her pay for this pain. Thus, he decided to assassinate Xiao in 7 days at the prodigy banquet. For this matter, he had planned for a long time, and had secretly brought many of his subordinates. Now, they were hiding around the Black-White Academy, waiting for his orders. In order to be absolutely safe, I have to figure out the identity of that mysterious big shot. Is he on Xiao's side, or is he a backup plan arranged by my father? Jun Fan's eyes were full of coldness, and then he gradually calmed down. He took out an item from his clothes. It was a light purple brush, and the body of the brush had traces of hollowness, as if it was made of flawless jade, round and natural. As he touched the restrictions on the brush, strands of light purple marks flashed in the air, and finally disappeared. After this matter was done, Jun Fan waited quietly in the cave. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Jun Fan's face lit up, and he quickly got up and went to greet them. Is something the matter? Accompanied by a clear and cold voice, a woman with a beautiful appearance and a tall figure appeared. She wore a long purple dress, and her skin was white and flawless. Her hair was soft and silky, and it shone like a mirror. She was holding a light purple brush in her hand, which was exactly the same as the brush in Jun Fan's hand. "Qingzhu, you finally come." Seeing the woman in the purple dress, Jun Fan smiled. The woman called Qingzhu sighed slightly. "You have something to ask me, so how could I not come?" "Sit." Jun Fan had a smile on his face, and he asked her to sit. However, Qingzhu shook her head and said, "No need. If you have something to ask of me, then just say it quickly. Right now, Her Majesty really needs people by her side. If I hadn't found an excuse, I probably wouldn't have been able to get away and come see you. Xiao is very busy." "Is she receiving that big shot?" Jun Fan frowned. Qingzhu nodded. "After all, it's a matter of great importance to the Yao realm." Jun Fan's eyes flashed, and then he directly said, "Actually, I'm looking for you this time to ask about this matter." "Who exactly is that big shot?" As the closest female official by Xiao's side, Qingzhu must know some things that many people don't. Hearing this, Qingzhu glanced at him and then sighed softly. "I've already mentioned it to you before, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Changge? Could it be him?" Jun Fan's heart trembled, and he said with some shock, why would he suddenly come to the Yao realm? Some time ago, Qingzhu had indeed told him about this matter. Empress Xiao and Gu Changge had exchanged letters and had a lot of exchanges. This made Jun Fan feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, Xiao was once his fiancée. Although she had killed him to kill him, he hadn't heard of any man by her side for more than 6,000 years. This made Jun Fan actually have a trace of hope. He really wanted to ask Xiao personally if she had ever regretted all these years. Did she ever have him in her heart? However, until some time ago, he found out that Xiao and Gu Changge had met at some point in time, and the two of them often communicated with each other through letters. This made him very uncomfortable. In terms of identity, Yao was older than Gu Changge by more than 6,000 years. Gu Changge was at most a junior. I don't know what the Empress is thinking. As for why Gu Changge came to the Yao realm, I don't know either. Qingzhu shook her head, also confused. Gu Changge's identity was very noble. The rumors about him in the upper realm were naturally clear in the Yao realm. In terms of strength and background, he could no longer be regarded as a member of the younger generation. Jun Fan, you're on your own. I'll leave first. If the Empress finds out that I've left, I'll inevitably be punished. Then, after saying this, Qingzhu left, leaving Jun Fan alone, frowning as he paced back and forth in the cave. In the end, he could only sigh deeply, feeling that this matter seemed to have become troublesome. However, Xiao doesn't know that the female officer beside her, Qingzhu, is actually with me. Jun Fan sighed again and calmed down. Almost everyone in the Yao realm knew that Empress Xiao had 4 most trusted female officers by her side: Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Some time ago, Jun Fan went to a dangerous place in the Yao realm to train and look for his father's backup plan, and he met Qingzhu there. At that time, she came to help Empress Xiao get something, but she was in danger and her life was in danger. Jun Fan couldn't bear it, so he saved her. Although it was a very old-fashioned hero saving the damsel in distress plot, for a woman like Qingzhu who rarely saw men, it was unimaginably lethal. In addition, Jun Fan was eloquent, extraordinary in conversation, powerful in cultivation, and dignified in appearance. Later on, Qingzhu realized that following the ruthless Empress Xiao was not a worthwhile thing to do. Not only did she have to work for her, but she also didn't have freedom. In the end, if Empress Xiao was satisfied, she would also be punished severely. In the beginning, Qingzhu's heart was actually very firm. However, after returning to the palace, because of her incompetence, she didn't get the thing Empress Xiao wanted. After being punished and imprisoned for several months, she finally wavered. Over time, she and Jun Fan became more and more familiar with each other, and they had a good impression of each other. She gradually agreed to help him be a spy by Empress Xiao's side. Because of this, Jun Fan also learned a lot of Empress Xiao's movements and began to plan to assassinate her in his heart. Returning to his thoughts, another gentle figure flashed across Jun Fan's mind, and he smiled slightly. I can ask Yue about this matter. She's so smart, maybe she'll know something. At the same time, in the Yao Realm's palace, there was a lively scene. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and celestial mist lingered. The palaces and pavilions were towering and magnificent, like an ancient heavenly palace, located in the mortal world. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the old monsters with profound cultivation bases. At this moment, all of them were gathered here with their families and looked at the scene in the palace. Their faces were filled with awe, envy, and emotions. The palace was magnificent, and it was shrouded in chaotic fog. It was incomparably misty, and celestial qi floated in the air. The fruits, wine, and meat at the banquet shone brightly, and they were all rare delicacies that were rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years. The fragrance wafted, and it was very appetizing. Not to mention the terrifying Taoist rhymes and energy contained in it, which were enough to make many people break through their cultivation bases and have an epiphany on the spot. The maidservants at the banquet were all top-notch beauties. Their robes were wide, and their figures were graceful. They sang and danced, and their voices were gentle. However, the people who were able to sit in the palace were all important figures in the Yao realm. They held the power of the masses and were highly regarded by Empress Xiao. For example, the Grand Tutor of the Yao realm, the Celestial King of the Yao realm, and other leaders of the Yao realm. At the head of the table sat a beautiful woman in a phoenix robe. Her black hair hung down, and she was luxurious and peerless. There was a majesty in her eyes that was difficult to look at, but because of the light red makeup between her eyebrows, she looked a little demonic. She was clear and charming. Next to her was a man in a black robe. His face was handsome, and his eyes were calm and deep. Mountains, rivers, stars, the sun, the moon, and the universe were embroidered on his sleeves, and they seemed to be able to manifest at any time. There was a sense of transcendence and nobility that everything in the world was under his control. It was Guchanga, and on his right was Jiang Luoshan. As the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan, in terms of temperament, she was enough to make all the women present bow their heads. Empress Xiao, I have troubled you to arrange such a big welcome banquet for Chang'e. Guchanga smiled and raised his cup. Empress Xiao also smiled and looked at him. She raised her cup and said, Young Master Chang'e, you have traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come to the Yao realm. The journey is tiring, so this banquet is what we should do. After saying that, the two of them drank. The many important figures of the Yao realm below saw this scene, and their hearts were filled with emotions. Before coming here, no one would have thought that the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Chang'e, would come to the Yao realm. In terms of status and strength, there was nothing wrong with Gu Chang'e and Empress Xiao sitting at the same table. Before this, even when facing the sect masters of the major sects, Empress Xiao rarely treated them with such respect. She even personally proposed a toast. This made their hearts tremble. Just as Gu Chang'e and Empress Xiao were chatting happily, outside the palace, a woman in purple came in a hurry. After everyone glanced at her, they recognized that she was Qing Zhu, the female official by the empress's side. Qing Zhu's expression was cold and calm. She walked behind Empress Xiao and stood together with Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and Qing Zhu, looking respectful. Empress Xiao glanced at her and did not ask why she left. Gu Chang'e noticed that the woman in purple looked a little unnatural. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not say anything. May I know why young Master Chang'e came to the demon realm this time? After the conversation, Empress Xiao asked curiously. Although she and Gu Chang'e exchanged letters, Gu Chang'e never mentioned the reason for coming to the demon realm. This made her very curious. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e put down the wine cup in his hand and smiled. Empress Xiao, do you know that some time ago, I was in the Chaotic Star region and eliminated the 13 great bandits? Empress Xiao nodded. Of course, she knew about this. Because the person behind the 13 great bandits turned out to be the surviving member of the 5 emperors who escaped from the demon realm 6,000 years ago, Demon Master Bai Kuan. This shocked her very much at that time. Who would have thought that Baikuan had been hiding in the chaotic star region all these years? No wonder she sent so many people, but they did not find any movement. However, now that Guchanga had captured Baikuan, she naturally did not care about this matter anymore. Could it be that young Master Chang'e came to the demon realm this time because of this matter? Empress Xiao was a little thoughtful. Guchanga nodded and smiled. It does have a lot to do with this matter, but part of it is related to you, Empress Xiao. Related to me? Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows. However, Guchanga did not continue. Empress Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. She also understood that this matter might have serious implications. It was indeed inappropriate to speak in such a situation, so he didn't ask any more questions. Qing Zhu, who was standing respectfully behind Empress Xiao, was a little disappointed. She thought that she would be able to hear something important. However, Guchanga did not finish his sentence. While Guchanga was talking to Empress Xiao, below the banquet, there was a beautiful woman in a yellow dress. She was talking to a white-robed old man next to her, whose aura was as steady as an abyss. Her beautiful eyes looked up from time to time with curiosity. Her features were picturesque, as if she had walked out of a simple painting. She carried a poetic aura, gentle and generous. Yue, what do you think of the rumored young Master Chang'e? The white-robed old man asked with a slight smile on his face. The woman in the yellow dress was the only daughter of the Demon Realm's Grand Tutor, Song Yue. She was currently the most dazzling young prodigy in the Demon Realm. At this moment, when she heard this, she looked up and couldn't help but smile. Father, Yue thinks that in terms of appearance and temperament, young Master Chang'e can be said to be as handsome as jade and unparalleled in the world. I can only say that young Master Chang'e is indeed a famous figure in the upper realm. Whether it is his bearing or speech, there is not the slightest flaw to be found. Of course, in terms of cultivation, I dare not speak carelessly. Rumor has it that he already has the strength of a quasi-supreme. This is simply incredible. In front of him, I really don't deserve the title of a prodigy. In terms of age, he is clearly about the same age as me. Her words were very simple and direct. Her expression was also very normal, and there was no intention of flattery or fawning. She was just describing her first opinion of Guchanga. Guchanga was indeed very outstanding, to the point where she couldn't find any flaws and couldn't find a prodigy who could be on par with him. However, she didn't have any thoughts, at most a kind of amazement and admiration. Song Yue was not a superficial person, and naturally, she was not the kind of person who fawned over those in power. With his current power and influence, in the vast upper realm, there is indeed no young person who is more outstanding than him. Even the strength of those great sect masters is inferior in front of him. I really don't know how such a monster can exist in this world. After hearing this, the white-robed old man nodded in agreement, and then sighed. Yue, come with me to pay a visit to young Master Chang'e in a while. It's also a good way to get acquainted with him. If you can get in touch with people like him more, it'll be a good thing for you. He didn't say anything about asking Song Yue to curry favor with Guchanga. Not to mention that with his personality, he wouldn't do such a thing. Even Song Yue herself would refuse and would never agree to such a request. Of course, for Guchanga, he had seen too many prodigies, and Song Yue probably wouldn't catch his eye. Yes, Yue will listen to father. Song Yue nodded, still looking curiously at Guchanga. However, Guchanga seemed to have noticed her gaze, then looked over, smiled at her, and nodded slightly. Song Yue was a little surprised, but she didn't look away shyly like other girls. Instead, she smiled openly and looked at Guchanga. Noticing this scene, Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Young Master Chang'e, do you know Yue? Guchanga shook his head slightly and said, I don't know her, but I feel that she seems a little different compared to other girls. Hearing this, Empress Xiao nodded and explained, she's the only daughter of the Grand Tutor, Song Yue. She's also an extremely dazzling prodigy in the demon realm. Song Yue? That's a poetic name. Guchanga smiled and retracted his gaze. Soon, the welcoming banquet came to an end. Both the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, and many of the important figures of the demon realm also took their leave. They could imagine that Guchanga's arrival in the demon realm would definitely cause a huge sensation and cause an unimaginable impact. Today, in the hall, they had already heard part of the conversation between Guchanga and Empress Xiao and understood that Guchanga didn't come to the demon realm for no reason. Therefore, it was very likely that there would be unimaginable turmoil in the demon realm, and they had to be prepared in advance. However, in the hall, many of Empress Xiao's trusted ministers stayed with their families, intending to personally visit Guchanga and get acquainted with him. This old man is the Grand Tutor of the Demon Realm. Greetings to young Master Chang'e. This is this old man's daughter, Song Yue. The Grand Tutor first stood up with Song Yue, then cupped his hands and bowed to Guchanga, who was sitting at the head of the table with Empress Xiao. As he spoke, he introduced Song Yue, who was sitting next to him. Guchanga nodded slightly and looked over. Grand Tutor, there's no need to be so polite. Empress Xiao has already introduced me to Chang'e. After that, he looked at Song Yue and smiled warmly. Yue, that's a good name. Song Yue smiled and bowed gracefully, appearing decent and generous. Thank you for your praise, young Master Chang'e. Then, the Heavenly King of Chaos and the others also came up to greet him with their families. Their attitude was different from that of the Grand Tutor, and they were quite respectful. After all, in terms of seniority, the Grand Tutor was Empress Xiao's teacher. And they were just Empress Xiao's subordinates. The Heavenly King of Chaos was a tall, burly, and dignified man. There was a scar between his eyebrows, which added a bit of fierceness to his aura. His cultivation was at the quasi-supreme level. Guchanga nodded to them one by one, his expression unchanged. He appeared very gentle and natural, without any impatience, which made the Heavenly King of Chaos and the others feel a little flattered. Of course, while they were greeting each other, Guchanga was also sizing up this group of people. Except for Song Yue, everyone else's providence points were normal. The Heavenly King of Chaos's providence points were a little high, but it was not in the category of a person with great providence. This made Guchanga focus on Song Yue. Generally, people with great providence could easily attract the Son of Providence. This time, the son of the Shifter Emperor might be related to Song Yue. However, he did not want to alert the enemy. He planned to wait and see for a while, and then investigate her. Soon, everyone had left. Only Guchanga's people and Empress Xiao's people were left in the palace. Young Master Chang'e, you just mentioned something about me. May I know what it is? Empress Xiao could not help but ask. Just now, there were too many eyes, so she did not ask too much. And now, the people left here were all her trusted subordinates. Guchanga glanced at her, smiled, and did not continue to keep her in suspense. Empress Xiao, do you still remember Jun Bufan? Jun Bufan? Empress Xiao's expression changed slightly. She naturally remembered this name. It could be said to be a taboo in front of her. Usually, the ministers and maids did not dare to mention this name, and it was very secretive. Behind her, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the expressions of the four female officials changed slightly, especially Qing Zhu. Young Master Chang'e's matter is related to him? Empress Xiao frowned, and her expression darkened slightly. Guchanga smiled and said, yes, I asked Bai Kuan about something interesting. The Xianyang Demon Emperor once asked him to find a suitable time to give a brocade pouch to a person named Jun Bufan. But as far as I know, Jun Bufan is the son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor, and he died 6,000 years ago. So I think this matter may be of great help to you. Jun Bufan was just faking his death. After hearing this, Empress Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness. She was shocked and quickly calmed down. In fact, when she found that there was no one in Jun Bufan's tomb, she had already guessed this matter. What, just faking his death? Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu also widened their eyes in shock. Qing Zhu's face was slightly pale, but Empress Xiao did not notice. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for telling me about this matter. Empress Xiao looked deeply at Guchanga with her beautiful eyes. Although she guessed that there were still some things that Guchanga didn't tell her, she had already done her best to tell her. After all, she had only met Guchanga once before. Empress Xiao, don't mention it. Guchanga smiled. Since he had said so, Empress Xiao would definitely search for Jun Bufan's whereabouts, which would save him some effort. Empress Xiao nodded and then looked up at the moonlight outside the palace. It's late, young Master Chang'e, you should also rest early. The four girls, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, are my confidants who I have cultivated since childhood. They are pure, well-behaved and clever. If young Master Chang'e doesn't mind, let them serve you tonight. Then, she pointed at Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju behind her. Hearing this, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju were stunned at first. Then, Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and Qing Ju all blushed and lowered their heads shyly. They didn't expect Empress Xiao to say this. As the most trusted female officials of the Empress, their status in the entire demon realm was also extremely noble, and few people could compare to them. Many big shots and geniuses were very flattering to them. They had been trained by Empress Xiao since childhood, and the idea instilled in them was that everything they did was for the Empress, even if it meant death. Therefore, if one day, the Empress gave them to a big shot, they wouldn't dare to complain. As for people like Gu Chang'e, before this, they had never thought that they would be able to come in contact with him. At this moment, they were even very happy and looking forward to it. Unlike Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and Qing Ju who were nervous and looking forward to it, Qing Ju looked a little pale and uneasy. After all, she had a lover in her heart, so she naturally wasn't willing to be sent out by Empress Xiao to sleep with her. Oh? Gu Chang'e didn't expect Empress Xiao to say this and was slightly surprised. The four girls, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, were all peerless beauties, rarely seen in the world. However, after seeing Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others, he couldn't help but feel that they were vulgar. He wasn't an ascetic monk, but this kind of thing really didn't arouse much interest. Moreover, he always felt that there was something wrong with the woman in the purple dress among the four women, and he needed to pay attention to her. Of course, if Empress Xiao was willing to sleep with him, then it would be a different matter. Not to mention that he still had Jiang Luoshan by his side. Empress Xiao, let's forget about this. Gu Chang'e is very picky. However, before Gu Chang'e could refuse, Jiang Luoshan, who had a cold expression and remained silent, spoke up. She glanced at Gu Chang'e, and there seemed to be runes flowing in her golden eyes, as if she knew what he was thinking. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had been ordering her around as a coolie, but she was almost used to it. Although she still complained, it wasn't as strong as before. Seeing this scene, she felt very uncomfortable. With Gu Chang'e's status, how could these vulgar women be worthy of sleeping with him? Oh, then I'm being rude. Hearing this, Empress Xiao glanced at Jiang Luoshan, but her expression didn't change. She naturally knew this princess of the Great Void Divine clan. She purely thought that Jiang Luoshan was jealous. In her opinion, since Jiang Luoshan was by Gu Chang'e's side and followed him to the lower world, they naturally had a close relationship. She just casually mentioned this kind of thing. With Gu Chang'e's status, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Hearing this, Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and Qing Ju were a little disappointed, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Qing Ju, on the other hand, heaved a long sigh of relief, and finally felt relieved. After that, Gu Chang'e, Jiang Luoshan, and the others went to the palace arranged by Empress Xiao to rest. Empress Xiao waved her hand to dismiss Qing Mei and the others, leaving only Qing Ju behind. Her expression was very cold, and she regained the majesty of an empress in front of others. Qing Ju was a little uneasy, but she still maintained a calm expression. Asking for fresh flowers, tell me, what happened just now? Empress Xiao glanced at her indifferently. Although the change in Qing Ju's mood just now was only for a moment, she still felt it. With Qing Ju's status, it was definitely something that she would be ecstatic to serve Gu Chang'e in bed. Why would she resist or be unwilling to come? Hearing this, Qing Ju's face turned pale, and great fear grew in her heart. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. She directly knelt down with a thump, her voice trembling. You have someone you like? Empress Xiao seemed to see through her thoughts at a glance. Qing Ju's face turned even paler. She hurriedly shook her head and explained, I have always been pure and have never crossed the line. I dare not lie to Your Majesty. She knew that Empress Xiao didn't like people with impure bodies around her. Therefore, although she and Jun Fan had feelings for each other, they had never crossed the line in the slightest. Empress Xiao didn't doubt her words. Qing Ju had been with her for so long that she knew the consequences of deceiving her. I'll give you a chance to solve this yourself. Otherwise, if I find out who he is, I won't leave his corpse intact. You may leave. Then, Empress Xiao said indifferently. Her expression was cold and emotionless. Compared to when she was in front of Guchanga, she was like a completely different person. It seems that the people around Empress Xiao can't be completely trusted. This shifter emperor's son's methods are not simple. After returning to the palace, Guchanga sent people to keep an eye on Song Yue, whom he had met today. He was also keeping an eye on Xiao's confidants, but he didn't remind Empress Xiao. If there were no accidents, he would be able to watch a big show next. Very quickly, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of Guchanga's appearance in the demon realm had also caused a stir in the various regions of the demon realm. This was because the demon realm was different from the rest of the lower realm. This place was connected to the upper realm. Many of the things that happened in the upper realm could be found out if the demon realm inquired a little. Guchanga's reputation was extremely resounding even in the demon realm. Many people knew of his existence. However, there were also many people guessing the purpose of his trip to the demon realm this time. Before this, there was no news of such a big matter. This really shocked many of the major clans in the demon realm. During this time, another major event in the demon realm was also being held as scheduled. The Prodigy Banquet. For all the younger generation in the demon realm, this was an opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. If they could make a name for themselves in this Prodigy Banquet and be valued by Empress Xiao, they would definitely be promoted and bring glory to their family. At this moment, in a cave abode in the Black-White Academy, Jun Fan had his back to a few people as he asked faintly. How's the matter? Behind him stood several creatures with vague auras. It was difficult to see their faces clearly. They wore loose robes and looked no different from the elders of the Black-White Academy. According to Little Master's instructions, we have already controlled the ministers in charge of the imperial wine for this prodigy banquet. Their wives and daughters have been captured by us and sent to a safe place. With such a condition, we don't have to worry about them disobeying our orders. Hearing this, they reported. That's good. Although we have controlled the imperial wine, with how cautious Xiao has been these years, she will definitely find someone to test the poison first. Jun Fan nodded slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued. So this is not enough. When the time comes, the Prodigy Banquet will be held on the Black-White Academy's holy mountain. All the famous figures in the demon realm will come. The nearby terrain is open, and it will be difficult for our people to hide. Moreover, Xiao is cunning and will definitely send many powerhouses to protect you in secret. So, you must hide in the crowd and act according to the signal. For this assassination, I have planned for a long time. There can't be any mistakes. Don't worry, little master. Over the years, we have secretly accumulated a lot of power. We hid very well and hid in the various large families. Moreover, in this prodigy banquet, in addition to us, there will be other remnants of the 5 emperors. A blurry figure hidden in a long robe spoke. His tone was filled with confidence. Hearing this, Jun Fan couldn't help but nod. His face was filled with cold killing intent as he clenched his fists. After more than 6,000 years, Xiao's current cultivation is at most the supremacy realm. Unless she has other opportunities, it will be very difficult for her to reach the quasi-emperor realm. However, even if she is a quasi-emperor, it won't be a problem. The Mystic Sun Heavenly Saber is an emperor weapon refined by father. With Uncle Yi making a move, Xiao will not be able to escape this time. Then, Jun Fan waved his hand and let the people behind him leave. The cave abode returned to silence. He looked outside the cave abode, his eyes flashing with thought. It was obvious that he was waiting for something. In the past few days, he had planned to ask Song Yue about some things. However, after Song Yue returned to the Grand Tutor residence, she had not come to the Black-White Academy, which disappointed him. Jun Fan, soon, outside the cave abode, a woman in purple clothes came late. Her face was cold and there was a hint of worry. It was Qing Zhu, the female official by Empress Xiao's side. What's wrong? Seeing her expression, Jun Fan was a little puzzled. Then, he calmly brought her a cup of tea that had been prepared on the stone table. What happened? Don't be anxious. Drink some tea first. Qingzhu glanced at him and sighed. She took a sip of the tea and told him what had happened in the palace that day. After hearing this, Jun Fan's expression turned ugly and he was very angry. This Xiao actually made you serve her in bed in order to curry favor with Guchunga? Qingzhu nodded. She was also very angry. Not only that, the Empress is also investigating you everywhere. Jun Fan's expression was a little uncertain. In the end, he sighed deeply. Since she is not loyal, then don't blame me for being heartless. Actually, I came to find you this time to ask for your help. As long as this matter is successful, we don't have to worry about Xiao anymore. What matter? Qingzhu faintly guessed something in her heart. Her face was a little pale. This is a poison that I paid a great price to find. It has a miraculous effect even on supreme stage cultivators. Jun Fan took out a white porcelain bottle from his chest. His expression gradually became serious. Of course, you don't have to worry. If used alone, this is a pill powder with nourishing effects. It won't be taken as a poison. You won't be suspected either. Qingzhu's heart trembled. Her face was even paler. Stormy waves surged in her heart. Even her fingers were trembling. Poison the Empress to death. Jun Fan actually planned to let her poison the Empress to death. I know that you are in charge of Xiao's daily spiritual food. At the same time, you are also in charge of her cultivation pills and divine sources. However, this matter is very safe. No one will know. No one will suspect you. I can guarantee this. Jun Fan stared into her eyes and tried to persuade her. Qian. What Jun Fan said was too shocking. It made Qingzhu's fingers tremble, her face pale, and her head buzzing. Although she was already prepared to betray the Empress, it was definitely not to the extent of poisoning her. No matter what, the Empress had nurtured her for so many years. She was indebted to her. If it wasn't for the Empress's nurturing back then, how could she have her current position? She could betray the Empress, but she absolutely couldn't do something like poisoning her. Qingzhu, don't worry, this matter won't have anything to do with you. This bottle of pill powder doesn't have any poison ingredients, so it won't be detected by others. I know you're kind-hearted and can't do such a thing, but you have to know that Xiao is ruthless, cold, and heartless. If she knew you were related to me, do you think she would still let you go because of old feelings? At that time, who can save you? Seeing Qingzhu's expression, Jun Fan seemed to have expected it. He sighed and continued to persuade her. You're right. Once the Empress finds out, she won't let me go. Qingzhu's face turned pale and her eyes widened. Hearing this, her heart began to waver. She knew that she had no other choice now. When she agreed to be a spy by the Empress's side, she should have thought of this day. She wasn't willing to just be a female official and be casually given to some big shot by the Empress in the future, just like that night. In the Empress's eyes, they were just tools, and the kind that could be casually discarded. How confident are you? Soon, Qingzhu also calmed down and stared at Jun Fan. Ingrate? No, if she couldn't even keep her life, what was the use of this so-called loyalty? At the same time, she took the white porcelain bottle in Jun Fan's hand. If you succeed, there's more than a 90% chance. Seeing this, Jun Fan's face lit up and he promised, I've already controlled the rest of the people, so everything is ready. And the pill powder in your hand actually only has a mediating effect. If the other steps fail, there won't be any impact on your side. What he meant was that whatever Qingzhu did would not be discovered by anyone. Qingzhu nodded. She knew what Jun Fan meant by that. This kind of mixed poison, if separated separately, would not be poisonous. Instead, it would have the effect of recuperating. In this way, even if Empress Xiao became suspicious of her daily meals, she would not be able to find any trace of toxicity. She was also much safer, and there was no risk of being exposed. Then I'll believe you. Qingzhu's expression became firm, and there was madness in her eyes. If she were to succeed, she would also become the one who overthrew the Empress's rule in the history books, and her name would go down in history. After that, the two of them discussed for a while before Qingzhu stood up and bid her farewells. She seemed to be laden with worries and her footsteps were heavy. Jun Fan watched her leave. In the end, he sighed faintly and said, "Qingzhu, forgive me. If I succeed in the end, I will give you the antidote." After saying that, he looked at the teacup on the stone table. The tea was still steaming, and there was a faint tea fragrance. Jun Fan had a complicated look in his eyes. He couldn't be blamed for that. After all, his identity meant that he couldn't be exposed to the light of day. If this assassination succeeded, then it would be a different story. If the assassination failed, what kind of danger would follow? Qingzhu knew his identity. Once Empress Xiao found out, he would definitely be exposed. At that time, what would happen to his mother, father, brother, and sister in this life? There were also all kinds of terrifying things Jun Fan didn't dare to imagine. So, just in case, he poisoned the tea and quietly let Qingzhu drink it. Qingzhu didn't suspect him. If the assassination failed, Qingzhu wouldn't be able to live without the antidote. Others would think that she committed suicide to escape punishment and wouldn't suspect him. If the assassination succeeded, he would give Qingzhu the antidote and ask for her forgiveness. This plan is absolutely foolproof. As long as Xiao appears at the prodigy's banquet, there won't be any accidents. Thinking of this, Jun Fan's expression turned cold and hard. "Young master, the purple-dressed woman you asked me to keep an eye on seemed to go to the Black-White Academy after leaving the palace. But she didn't stay there for long before leaving." On the other side, Guchanga was leisurely playing chess in the magnificent palace. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. Beside him, a fierce-looking man with a murderous aura was respectfully reporting. The man was called Tianze, and he was a subordinate selected from the star field of chaos. He was a great saint and had rich experience in killing. Black-White Academy? If I'm not mistaken, this place was created by Empress Xiao 6,000 years ago in order to select geniuses. Guchanga casually placed a chess piece. Then it seems that she went to the Black-White Academy to look for someone. She didn't stay for long. It seems that she was there to pass on information. Thinking of this, he smiled. If he hadn't paid attention at that time, he probably wouldn't have discovered this. Speaking of which, Empress Xiao probably didn't expect that the confidant she had painstakingly cultivated would become someone else's spy. In this way, wouldn't her whereabouts be constantly exposed to the enemy's field of vision? Jiang Luoshan frowned. Looking at the dead end on the chessboard and the inexplicable smile on Guchanga's face, she was upset. Her chess skills weren't bad. Why did she lose to him time and time again? Why didn't she have a chance of winning? Moreover, if Jun Bufan was more ruthless, he could find a way to poison Empress Xiao's daily cultivation and even her meals. But this is unlikely. With Empress Xiao's vigilance, it's difficult, No. Guchanga ignored her and tapped his fingers on the chessboard. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility that could be done without anyone knowing. The premise was that Empress Xiao's female official was bold enough. 3 days later, it will be the Demon Realm's prodigy banquet. Many big families of the 9 regions will come to the Black-White Academy to participate. Empress Xiao will also appear at this time. At that time, there will be a mix of good and bad people. It will definitely be a good opportunity to make a move. If I were the son of the Demon Emperor, I would definitely choose this time to make a move. And if my guess is correct, Jun Bufan is now hiding in the Black-White Academy. Guchanga narrowed his eyes and quickly figured out this matter. The Black-White Academy had hundreds of thousands of disciples. It would be very troublesome to find them one by one. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Now that the scope had narrowed down, as long as the son of the Demon Emperor appeared in front of him, he would definitely be noticed. Haha, speaking of which, Empress Xiao is quite pitiful. She was kept in the dark and didn't know it. If things had gone according to the normal course, maybe Jun Bufan would have succeeded in this Tianjiao banquet. Of course, Guchanga didn't believe that Empress Xiao didn't have any tricks up her sleeve. Although he saw through everything, he didn't intend to tell her. Guchanga planned to control Empress Xiao. The most important thing was to let her rely on him first. As for how dependent she would be, it would depend on whether Jun Bufan would create an opportunity for him. That female official called Qingzhu might also become the key person to influence the prodigy banquet 3 days later. Continue to keep a close eye on her movements. If you notice anything unusual, report to me immediately. After thinking for a while, Guchanga continued to instruct. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, Tianzi's figure moved and quickly disappeared. Guchanga's fingers continued to tap on the chessboard unhurriedly. At present, although Bai Kuan's daughter Bai Lian and his disciple have come to the demon realm, they haven't found Jun Bufan. I just don't know if there will be any changes, he thought of this matter. As the owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, his cultivation was at least at the level of a quasi-supreme. This power should not be underestimated no matter where. Guchanga. Jiang Luoshan's dissatisfied voice came, interrupting Guchanga's thoughts. You lost again. Guchanga glanced at her casually. You're willing to admit defeat? Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth, then silently walked over and began to massage his shoulders. It had to be said that practice makes perfect. After a period of time, she became familiar with this technique, unlike at the beginning where she was neither gentle nor heavy. Her white and flawless hands fell on his shoulders, full of beauty. Her golden hair hung down, as brilliant as the sun, and there was a pleasant and elegant fragrance. Well, it seems that you're not stupid. You finally learned. Guchanga smiled. Jiang Luoshan looked at him coldly, then rolled her eyes. She didn't expect that with her identity, there would be a day when she really learned how to serve others. In the past, this was simply a fantasy story. Then when are you going to learn how to warm the bed? Guchanga asked with interest. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan's delicate white neck turned a little red. It was like the best mutton fat jade, and even the pale golden blood vessels could be seen. The blood of the Great Void Divine clan was golden and contained incomparable divinity. However, her expression was still cold and didn't change much. She sneered, Guchanga, I told you not to force me to do this kind of thing. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, Guchanga's tone was a little helpless and regretful, but he didn't force her. Is that so? You're so beautiful, it's a pity that you don't warm the bed. Jiang Luoshan enjoyed hearing Guchanga praise her beauty, but she felt that there was something wrong with his words. Why was she beautiful? Did she have to warm the bed for him? What kind of strange theory was this? Guchanga, even if you praise me in another way, I won't agree to it. Jiang Luoshan sneered. Is that so? Guchanga smiled casually and said in a casual tone, I'm not in a hurry anyway, and I remember you said the same thing before. But aren't you very familiar with it now? Jiang Luoshan's expression froze and she suddenly felt a little flustered. Then, she said coldly, how can you mix these two things together? Guchanga smiled and didn't intend to continue teasing her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The big shots of the big families of the 9 territories of the demon realm all came to participate in this year's prodigy banquet. After all, this was a big event that only happened once every 20 years. Almost all the big shots of the demon realm would come, especially Empress Xiao, who came in person to give the imperial wine to the prodigies who won the rankings. This was an unimaginable honor for the young prodigies. Not only would they be able to show off at this banquet and become famous in the world, but if they were recognized by Empress Xiao, they would be promoted and bring glory to their family. Moreover, it was said that Guchanga would also come to this year's prodigy banquet to watch the ceremony and give the prodigies who won the rankings a good luck. Under the many rumors, countless creatures of the demon realm were attracted to come. Many people came just to take a look at Guchanga's true appearance. They wanted to see who this famous figure in the upper realm was. The Black-White Academy had a vast territory that covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Among them, the mountain ridges were towering, immortal birds flapped their wings, and auspicious beasts roared. It was a scene of an immortal paradise. The most majestic mountain range there was the sacred mountain of the Black-White Academy. Back then, it was said to be the mountain that suppressed the dragon vein of fate within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Immortal fog lingered around it, and multicolored light shone down. It was dazzling and astonishing. Now, many figures had appeared near the mountain range. Men, women, old, and young, regardless of their cultivation base, all flocked over to occupy the most advantageous terrain. In addition, the prodigies of the various races and factions had gathered. It wasn't just the disciples of the Black-White Academy, but also the disciples of the other factions. As the name suggested, the Prodigy Banquet was an opportunity for all the prodigies of the demon realm to leap over the dragon gate. Anyone of the younger generation had the qualifications to participate in this banquet. At this moment, a man and a woman were hurrying along a small path in the mountain range. The man was dressed in hemp clothes and carried a basket on his back. He looked like a medicine farmer. The woman beside him was also dressed in hemp clothes. Her face was sallow and even somewhat ugly. However, her figure was incomparably impressive. Every inch of her body exuded astonishing charm. Many young men who passed by couldn't help but secretly look over. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly left, feeling somewhat disgusted. Sister Lianer, do you think we'll be able to find the person Master talked about this time? The man with the basket on his back spoke at this moment, his voice filled with curiosity. Hearing this, the woman glanced at him indifferently and said, "If we can't find him here, then we won't be able to find him in the vast demon realm. Also, my intuition tells me that he'll definitely do something bold here. Then after we give him the item, can we go back and save Master?" The man's eyes were filled with hope. The woman shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. The two were the owners of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, by Lian and by Hua. They had left the upper realm and were heading to the demon realm to complete the White Koan mission. Then, the two rushed to the area where the sacred mountain was and began to occupy the most advantageous terrain with the crowd. Many prodigies with powerful auras had already been waiting at the foot of the mountain. They were all looking forward to it. This prodigy banquet was watched by millions of creatures of the demon realm. It could be said to be the center of attention. Buzz. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A great path extended out, directly connecting to the sacred mountain. There were 4 beautiful women on the path, holding pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. They walked gracefully like fairies from the 9 heavens. "It's the 4 female officials by Empress Xiao's side. They're here. Her Majesty should be here soon too." Many creatures were even more excited when they saw this scene. They recognized the identities of the 4 women. Near the sacred mountain, many figures began to appear. They all brought their families and a large number of people to sit in the guest area of the banquet. Many people found that the demon realm's army patrolling around the sacred mountain this time was several times more than before. Many powerful knights were patrolling the area. If they discovered any unusual living beings, they would immediately go to kill them. At this time, they had to ensure the safety of Her Majesty. Although her cultivation was very strong, it wasn't to the point where she was invincible. There was no problem with being cautious. Very quickly, the heaven's favorites of the demon world appeared one after another. They were all the most powerful cultivators of this generation. Instantly, they attracted the attention of many people. A beautiful woman in a light yellow dress also appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain. She was generous and had the scholarly aura of a noble lady. 4. Tu Song Yue, the only daughter of the current Grand Tutor. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many heaven's favorites. Their gazes all fell upon her. Their gazes were filled with shock, admiration, fear. "Grand Tutor, your daughter is so stunning at such a young age. I'm so envious." The Heaven Conqueror laughed and joked with the Grand Tutor next to him. His tone was still respectful. The Grand Tutor chuckled. "You flatter me. But I heard that your 3rd son is also someone not to be underestimated. In a short period of time, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. He's been in hiding for more than a decade. Now that he's reappeared, the world knows him. Yue has mentioned him many times in front of me." The Heaven Conqueror's joy deepened. He never thought that his 3rd son, who was unpopular and mediocre in cultivation, would have such a day. It didn't matter if he hid his strength and bided his time or if he had other opportunities. To him, as long as he was proud, it didn't matter. At this moment, the Heaven Conqueror was even more tempted. Song Yue didn't have any marriage restrictions, and she seemed to have a good relationship with his 3rd son. They were quite compatible. If he could match the two of them, it would be a good thing for him. While the two were talking, a figure in the distance descended. He was wearing a blue robe, had a handsome face, and a tall figure. He was confident and calm. It was Jun Fan. He looked around with a faint smile on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. Xiao, this day has come. Are you ready? Right at this moment, a roar that shook the entire area suddenly came from high up in the sky. Then, 9 Qilin-like auspicious beasts came across the sky. Their hoofs stomped on the void, making the sound of wind and thunder. Behind it was a black jade carriage that rumbled as it crushed through the horizon. It was ferocious and shockingly vast. Behind the carriage was a mighty army of knights. They were either riding chariots or ferocious beasts. Her Majesty is here. It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Following that, practically everyone turned their gazes over with reverence in their eyes. The black jade carriage stopped on the holy mountain, and the many knights and soldiers behind it were also scattered in all directions, looking around vigilantly. Their auras were powerful, and their vitality was astonishing. This was Empress Xiao's elite force. These years, they had been fighting everywhere, and their murderous aura was monstrous. From afar, they looked like an invincible torrent. Her Majesty is here. Even Sholuawei is here. It seems that Her Majesty is also very vigilant about this prodigy banquet. At this moment, almost everyone in the demon realm was looking over. Some were in awe, some were in awe, some were in admiration, some were in admiration, and some were in fear. Empress Xiao rarely left the palace, and there were even fewer creatures in the demon realm who had seen her true appearance. No matter what kind of important decree it was always issued by her and instructed the female officials under her to do it. Now, many people were looking over curiously, wanting to catch a glimpse of Her Majesty's peerless face. There were rumors that Empress Xiao was the #1 beauty in the demon realm for more than 6,000 years. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and her appearance was stunning. Although such a rumor was rather disrespectful, it was still incomparably attractive to the ordinary people of the demon realm. At the foot of the holy mountain, all the prodigies looked up at the black jade carriage stopped at the top of the clouds. No matter young men or women, they were all in awe and respect. There were even many young men who had other thoughts in their hearts and were ready to make a move. For more than 6,000 years, no man had ever appeared by Her Majesty's side. Even the confidants by his side were all women. It was impossible for them not to have other thoughts about the Empress, who ruled the demon realm and was the most beautiful woman in the world. And today's prodigy banquet was also a chance for them to show off in front of her Majesty. Thinking of this, they were even more aggressive and full of fighting spirit. Xiao, have you ever thought that our first meeting after 6,000 years would be under such an opportunity? Jun Fan stood in the crowd, his figure tall and straight, his face handsome, and he had a different kind of elegance. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the black jade carriage above him. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, and he quickly recovered his previous indifference and confidence. Above the Saint Mountain, clouds and mist curled around it. It was like a fairyland, magnificent and vast. Very soon, the 4 female officials of Empress Xiao, Qing Zhu, Qing Mei, Qing Ju, and Qing Lan, walked quickly to the front of the carriage. Qing Zhu's expression was respectful and submissive. She extended her jade-like hands and lifted the curtain of the black jade carriage. In the next moment, Empress Xiao, who was dressed in a phoenix robe, walked out. Her black hair was as black as ink, and her figure was tall and slender. There was a touch of red makeup between her eyebrows, and it contained a great amount of dignity. However, his face couldn't be seen clearly, as if it was covered by a layer of chaotic fog. The eyes that were revealed were cold and indifferent, carrying nobility and loftiness. "Young Master Chang'e, please." However, as soon as she spoke, her expression suddenly became cold and gentle, like the melting of snow, and it actually carried a different kind of charm. "Chang'e is a little flattered to have Empress Xiao welcome me like this." Accompanied by a light laughter, a man in black clothes walked out of the carriage. There was a sense of transcendence in his every movement, as if everything in the world was centered around him. Even his hair was shining with brilliant divine light, like a young god. His aura was deep and unfathomable. Many creatures of the demon realm didn't dare to look directly at him, and their hearts were filled with shock and horror. "Young Master Chang'e. He's actually in the same carriage as Her Majesty." This scene made the expressions of many important figures of the demon realm change slightly. How much importance did he have to place in the same carriage as Her Majesty, although they knew that there was a different world in the carriage, and it wasn't as narrow as it looked from the outside, they wouldn't say that it was very intimate. However, it had to be known that even the closest female official to Empress Xiao wasn't qualified to be in the same carriage as her. Not to mention that she was walking out with a young man, especially in front of all the important figures and people of the demon realm in the world. This was simply something that they didn't dare to imagine before. However, when they thought of Guchunga's status and strength, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in silence. This kind of thing, when they thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. It was just that before this, Her Majesty's temperament had always been cold and indifferent, and no one was close to her. Suddenly witnessing such a scene made them feel extremely shocked. However, unlike the shocked and incredulous expressions of the people of the demon realm, looking at this scene, Jun Fan's expression was a little gloomy. Although he disguised it very well, it was still difficult to hide the coldness between his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet Xiao again after 6,000 years, and see her so close to another young man. Although there was no intimate action, it made him feel very uncomfortable. It was true that he wanted to kill Xiao to avenge her, but as his former fiancée, how could she walk with another man? However, Jun Fan's temperament was not simple, and his expression quickly returned to normal, without the slightest change. Not far from him, Song Yue noticed Jun Fan's expression just now, and her expression was a little puzzled. However, she didn't ask much, and walked towards him with light steps, her dress fluttering. "Brother Jun Fan." She smiled and greeted him. Jun Fan looked at her, and a smile appeared on his face. "Yue. I thought you would return to the Black-White Academy during this period of time, but I didn't expect you to stay at the Grand Tutor residence and only come now." Song Yue smiled slightly. "I can't help it, father gave me some instructions and couldn't leave." "Could it be that brother Jun Fan has something to ask of me?" When she spoke, she appeared very natural and unrestrained, and was extremely gentle and natural, as if she was facing everyone like this. Hearing this, Jun Fan smiled and said, "I originally wanted to ask you about the big shot from the upper realm, but it seems that there's no need for that now." As he spoke, he looked at the young man who was sitting on the peak of the holy mountain, chatting happily with Empress Xiao, like a god descending to the mortal world. Song Yue was a little surprised and then said bluntly, "So what brother Jun Fan wants to ask is about young Master Chang'e. Although I've only met him once, he gave me a good first impression. He's a perfect man, to the point where he's so perfect that it's unreal." Hearing Song Yue's words, Jun Fan felt a little uncomfortable. However, on the surface, he still said casually, "Is that so? It's rare to see you give a person such a high evaluation." He had asked Song Yue's opinion of him before, and although her evaluation of him was also very high, it was definitely not to the extent of Guchunga's. Compared to the two of them, he now seemed very dim and lackluster. Song Yue pursed her lips and smiled. "I've indeed never seen such a perfect man before. He gives me an unreal feeling, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water." Jun Fan nodded and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. In any case, even if Guchunga was standing next to Empress Xiao today, he would still choose the path of assassination. This was a matter of the demon realm, and Guchunga was just an outsider in the end. If Guchunga didn't intervene, then things would be easy to handle. If Guchunga wanted to intervene, he didn't mind adding more trouble. What's more, if something happened to Guchunga in the demon realm, Empress Xiao would definitely not be able to bear the responsibility. Then, Jun Fan and Song Yue continued to talk, and he indirectly asked how many people her father had brought with him this time. He and Song Yue were very familiar with each other, like close friends. They had trained together before and also fought in the Black-White Academy's competition. It was hard to tell who was better. Because their family background, appearance, and cultivation were quite compatible, many busybodies thought that they had a close relationship. However, Jun Fan knew very well that Song Yue treated everyone like this. She seemed gentle and generous, and had a sense of propriety, but she had always maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close. It was true that he was attracted to Song Yue, but he wasn't very clear about Song Yue's attitude towards him. Hearing these questions, Song Yue didn't doubt him and told him everything. "Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Jun Fan nodded slightly in his heart and began to think about how to make a move. For him and his subordinates, this was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. Young Master Xianxia, how much do you think the prodigies of the demon realm are inferior to those of the upper realm? At this moment, at the peak of the holy mountain, Empress Xiao and Xianxia sat together. She pointed at the many prodigies of the demon realm below and couldn't help but ask with a smile. She didn't ask how they compared. This was because she knew that no matter how she compared them, the prodigies of the demon realm were ultimately inferior to those of the upper realm. Whether it was talent or background, they were far inferior. However, she wanted to know what the prodigies of the demon realm were like in the eyes of Xianxia, the number one person of the younger generation in the upper realm. Xianxia smiled when he heard this. Then, his gaze fell and swept across the vast group of young figures. He said, in Xianxia's opinion, the only difference between the prodigies of the demon realm is the difference in their cultivation environment. After all, the environment determines their horizons and the people they come into contact with. In terms of cultivation, the prodigies of the demon realm are at most below the middle level in the upper realm, or even lower. Empress Xiao nodded thoughtfully. She didn't think that Xianxia's words were unpleasant. Instead, they were very true. How could the prodigies of the demon realm compare to those who were born in the everlasting families and immortal sects? That's why I want to change the environment of the demon realm, but there are always people who want to stop me and choose to be conservative. She sighed softly, with a faint sadness between her eyebrows. Xianxia glanced at her and smiled. Whether it's merits or demerits, there will be future generations to judge. Besides, I think that with your ability, you can do all of this. You don't have to worry about it. Young Master Xianxia, do you believe in me that much? Empress Xiao looked at him deeply. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her facial features were picturesque. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Xianxia smiled and then sighed regretfully. He said, why wouldn't I? Where there's a will, there's a way. In my eyes, the Empress is such a person. When there's a thought in her heart, her thought can fill the mountains and seas. Unfortunately, I'm just an outsider after all. I can't do anything in the demon realm. Otherwise, I would want to help the Empress. Hearing this, Empress Xiao stared at him blankly. For some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. He understood her so well, but in the end, he was just an outsider. Xianxia saw her expression and continued to smile. Now, this huge demon realm is like a plate of quicksand. The more you try to grasp it, the more it will scatter through your fingers. With internal and external troubles, the Empress can achieve this with her own strength. How can I not admire her? Empress Xiao's lips curled up slightly, but this smile quickly disappeared. She asked with some interest, young Master Xianxia, are you flattering me? Used to hearing all kinds of flattery and praise, she had long been tired of it. If other people said this in front of her, she would have already sent people to drag them away and behead them. But hearing it from Xianxia's mouth, she couldn't help but feel happy. This feeling made her feel very strange. Obviously, she was very tired of any man appearing around her. But Xianxia had never had such a feeling of boredom. Whether it was now or the first time she met him at the Immortal Academy, it was always like this. Flattery? If Her Majesty thinks so, it's not wrong. I rarely say such things to people, unless I have some ulterior motives. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled, very straightforward and calm. Empress Xiao stared at him again, seeming to be interested in his simple and straightforward attitude. Then what does young Master Xianxia want from me? There are only two kinds. One is power, the other is body. This kind of question doesn't seem to be difficult to answer. Xianxia was still smiling. Hearing him say this, Empress Xiao suddenly felt a little flustered, but on the surface, she still maintained her usual calm and composed expression. The prodigy banquet has begun. She changed the topic and looked at the many prodigies at the foot of the holy mountain. They seemed to be watching intently. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything else. To him, this prodigy banquet was nothing more than a big show to watch. Just now, under his watch, he had already found Jun Buffon's location. It would be fine if he kept a low profile. Unfortunately, he was too ostentatious. There were so many prodigies present. If Guchanga wanted to check the providence points one by one, he didn't know how much time it would take. However, Jun Bufan had to appear and deliberately show off his powerful talent and cultivation. Of course, the main reason was Song Yue. Guchanga had been paying attention to her movements. When he saw her walking towards a man in blue, he immediately had a guess in his heart. Then, he checked the providence points. Jun Bufan's identity in this life was instantly revealed. However, he didn't want to alert the enemy and planned to watch the show first. The water in the demon realm was very muddy. Even Empress Xiao was just a chess piece to be used by others in Guchanga's eyes. While she was playing with Jun Bufan, there were actually many eyes watching her in the dark. In this game, she seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact, even Jun Bufan could easily find out many of her movements and traces. Not to mention those big fishes hidden in the dark. The former 5 emperors of the demon realm disappeared in the end. Did they really die? In Guchanga's opinion, Jun Bufan's greater value was to lure out the big fishes hidden behind him. And just as Guchanga and Empress Xiao were talking, the prodigy banquet at the foot of the holy mountain had already begun. Many prodigies displayed their powerful methods and used their strongest divine abilities to continuously climb higher. The cliff was majestic, and there were many array patterns and talisman lights flickering, emitting a powerful pressure. Those with weaker cultivation would find it difficult to hold on after a few steps and would fall down. And this was only one of the checkpoints left in the holy mountain. If one wanted to reach the top, not only would they have to hold on to the checkpoint here, but they would also have to be wary of other people's sneak attacks, which was not easy. Below the mountain peak, there were 108 white jade stairs, on which there were various colors of light, lingering with a terrifying aura. All the demon realm prodigies were thinking of ways to quickly reach the top, using all kinds of methods. There were also 2 people who had a conflict, fighting here. Terrifying fluctuations swept in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. Similar scenes like this were too common. In the prodigy banquet that was held once every 20 years in the demon realm, there would almost always be conflicts and fights. Countless people of the younger generation died here. Even the family forces behind them did not dare to intervene. Over time, many people also regarded this kind of prodigy banquet as an opportunity to have a fair battle, where life and death would be decided. Guchanga naturally had no interest in this kind of thing. According to the normal routine and plot, a scene like the prodigy banquet that obviously gave the Son of Providence the limelight would generally not have any accidents. Now, although Jun Bufan encountered a few opponents who claimed to be the young supreme masters of the demon realm, the terrifying fluctuations caused a commotion in the surroundings. Many people looked over in shock. However, Guchanga knew that such a battle would not last long. As the son of the demon emperor who had been reborn, Jun Bufan's means and strength were absolutely no problem for him to crush the demon realm prodigies of the same level. In addition, it was normal for him to hide his strength and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger with the halo of providence. Therefore, after glancing at Jun Bufan a few times, he lost the interest to watch. Instead, he looked around, guessing where the chaos would start if there was going to be a big fight. The Grand Tutor, the Heaven Conqueror, the Demon Realm Marshal. These people all had a lot of troops and were hiding nearby. In addition, many of the big clans of the Demon Realm from the 9 regions of the Demon Realm had also come here. How could there be a lack of experts around them? However, whether or not those experts were on their side was something that he wasn't sure about. Now, it seemed that Empress Xiao was really surrounded by danger. The owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Bai Lian, probably also came here, but I don't know where she is hiding now. It seems that in addition to Empress Xiao, Bai Lian and the others also don't know the true identity of Jun Bufan, so they are still looking around. What exactly is the brocade bag in her hand? Why did the Xianyang Demon Emperor entrust it to Demon Master Bai Kuan? Guchanga narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. From what he could see, there were simply too many living beings near the sacred mountain. They were densely packed, like mountains upon mountains. It was really difficult to find Bai Lian. If she was smart, she would definitely change her appearance and not show it in front of outsiders. As the daughter of the former demon master Bai Kuan, her appearance should not be a secret in the demon realm. Thinking of this, Guchanga's eyes flashed. He waved his hand to summon his subordinates and ordered, "Pay attention to the surroundings." If you see anyone with a suspicious aura approaching, take them down immediately. Yes, young master. Tianze and the other experts quietly hid in the void and quickly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qingzhu, who was standing behind Empress Xiao, looked a little unnatural, but no one paid attention to her at the moment. She knew that something big would definitely happen today. Whether it was for Empress Xiao or the entire demon realm, it was very likely to have an indescribable impact. Now, her palms were full of cold sweat. A few days ago, Jun Fan gave her the bottle of pill powder. After returning, she was very uneasy and nervous. However, considering that this matter was related to her life and death, she calmed down and began to implement it. Usually, they were in charge of the many resources used by Empress Xiao for cultivation, as well as the spiritual tea and immortal fruits she drank every day. Therefore, she easily put the pill powder in, and Empress Xiao did not notice anything unusual. Just as Jun Fan said, the ingredients contained in the pill powder did not have any toxicity. Even if Empress Xiao was suspicious in the end, she would not suspect her. Therefore, Qingzhu was relieved and waited for Jun Fan to implement the last step of his plan today. However, now, Gu Chang'e was beside Empress Xiao, which made her feel that things seemed to have become a little tricky. Just now, Gu Chang'e had sent his men to kill those suspicious people. Could it be that Gu Chang'e had noticed something? Qingzhu was a little uneasy, especially from the conversation between Empress Xiao and Gu Chang'e just now. If something unexpected happened, Gu Chang'e would definitely not stand by and watch. In this way, how much chance did Jun Fan's plan have? What's wrong? Did young Master Chang'e notice something? Empress Xiao was paying attention to the many young elites below when she suddenly heard Gu Chang'e's order. She could not help but raise her eyebrows and ask. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Nothing, I'm just suddenly a little worried." Empress Xiao knew what he meant, and waves of warmth flowed through her heart. She smiled and did not ask any more questions. In fact, every time at the prodigy's banquet, she would be attacked, either by the remnants of the 5 Fiarchs or by other demons. She had long been used to this kind of thing. If there were no accidents, in this prodigy's banquet, there would definitely be many people who could not hold back and would choose the right time to make a move. And Gu Chang'e had sent his men to search for suspicious people, undoubtedly to protect her in a disguised way. This made Empress Xiao feel that strange feeling from before again. For more than 6,000 years, no matter what kind of crisis she encountered, she had always solved it alone. Sometimes, Grand Tutor would help her think of ideas and give her advice. But most of the time, she faced it alone, relying on her iron-blooded methods and cultivation to control and clean up everything. After all, she was exhausted and exhausted. Now that she saw Gu Chang'e, she could not help but feel a sense of dependence in her heart. However, this feeling was dispelled by her shaking her head in the end. She was the empress of the boundless demon realm, and Gu Chang'e was just a young junior after all. Empress Xiao, what do you think of this person? While Empress Xiao was in a complicated mood, Gu Chang'e spoke up. Her eyes fell on Jun Fan, who was standing at the foot of the holy mountain, and she asked with great interest. Hearing this, Empress Xiao came back to her senses and looked at the man in blue. She frowned slightly and then said, "This person is called Jun Fan, the 3rd son of the celestial king of chaos. He is also an extremely dazzling genius in the demon realm. However, he has been hidden by the celestial king of chaos for a few years and has only recently begun to show his talent. As the empress of the demon realm, she had eyes all over the world and naturally knew many young geniuses. In fact, geniuses like Song Yue and Jun Fan had been in her sights for a long time. Back then, her purpose of establishing the Black-White Academy was to gather geniuses from all over the demon realm and use them for her own use. If there were no accidents, Jun Fan would definitely be in the top 3 in today's prodigy banquet. Thinking of this, she was in a good mood. It was rare to see such an outstanding genius. He would definitely be famous in the demon realm in the future. Gu Chang'e said with some interest, "The 3rd son of the celestial king of chaos, this name is a bit special." Jun Fan. What does it have to do with June? Buffon? Hearing this, Qingzhu, who was standing behind Empress Xiao with her head down, turned slightly pale. Fortunately, no one could see it because she had her head down. Empress Xiao glanced at Jun Fan at the foot of the mountain and nodded. When I first found out about all this, I was also a little surprised. However, I was the one who promoted the celestial king of chaos, and I also know the backgrounds of his children, so I didn't pay much attention to this matter. The celestial king of chaos was someone she knew very well. Therefore, she didn't suspect anything about this very similar name. Moreover, June Fan's cultivation talent was really dazzling, which made her cherish such talent. She thought that Guchunga was suspicious of something, so she explained it to her. Guchunga smiled and continued, "From the looks of it, this man named June Fan is quite extraordinary. I can see that his strength is much stronger than the rest of his generation. June Fan and Yue surprised me." Empress Xiao also smiled and looked at another equally dazzling genius, Song Yue. Her climbing speed was not much slower than June Fan's. Moreover, she didn't seem to be using her full strength. She appeared to be leisurely. Her dress fluttered in the wind, giving off the feeling of a scholarly family. From beginning to end, he didn't compete and fell behind June Fan in a position slightly further away. Many of the geniuses who had attacked her had already tumbled down, their hearts filled with shock. Song Yue's strength was not to be underestimated. "I don't think it's just a simple surprise." Guchunga's eyes were still filled with interest. Near the sacred mountain, everyone who saw this scene was in awe. June Fan's father, the Heaven Conqueror, couldn't hide his joy. He had never imagined that June Fan would be able to surpass everyone in the same generation. June Fan had already reached the 108th step, and many of the other geniuses from the demon world had been suppressed by him. This gave him a lot of face. As he listened to the compliments and envious voices of his colleagues around him, his smile never stopped. "Fanner really did not disappoint me." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Behind him, June Fan's eldest brother and second sister also had a smile on their faces. "Sister Lian that young man you said is the one we're looking for." Bai Hua and Bai Lian who were hiding in the crowd, also stared at the scene on the sacred mountain. The one who spoke was Bai Hua. His face was filled with shock. Bai Lian's expression was cold. "It can't be wrong. That person is definitely him. Other than him, no one in the younger generation of the demon world has such strength." Hearing the certainty in Bai Lian's words, Bai Hua's expression changed several times. Then why did he still climb the sacred mountain at this time? Logically speaking, isn't Empress Xiao the person he hates the most? Why did he do this? Isn't he afraid that Empress Xiao will find out his identity? He said in disbelief, unable to understand June Fan's actions. Bai Lian said indifferently. "He just wants to prove himself. Even if he comes back from the dead, he still is outstanding, hatred born from love. Now, his heart is filled with hatred and anger. He'll go find Xiao for revenge." But in her words, it was difficult to hide the disdain. She grew up with Jun Bufan, so she naturally knew his character. Bai Hua listened thoughtfully and asked, "Then Sister Lian should we still do as Master said and give him the thing?" When Bai Lian heard this, hesitation appeared on her face. She naturally saw Guchunga at the top of the sacred mountain talking and laughing with Empress Xiao. This was a man she couldn't see through at all. As for why Guchunga appeared in the demon world, she guessed that he came for her, or for the brocade pouch in her hand. After all, her father was in Guchunga's hands. As long as Guchunga had the means, he could easily torture her father out of him. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? She just came to the demon world and Guchunga followed her, so now she actually had two choices. The first was to follow her father's request and give the brocade pouch to Jun Bufan. The second was to find Guchunga and make a deal with him, asking him to let her father go, and she would give him the brocade pouch. So now she was conflicted in her heart. How should she choose? Was Guchunga trustworthy? If Guchunga was trustworthy, she would choose to give the brocade pouch to him in exchange for her father's life. Jun Bufan was now just a stranger to her. The two of them grew up together. Although they weren't blood siblings, their feelings were not inferior to blood siblings. However, all of this changed after meeting Xiao. She had great hopes for Jun Bufan. She wanted him to become a demon emperor like the Xianyang demon emperor and dominate the world. In the end, many of Jun Bufan's actions deeply hurt her. Even though she warned Jun Bufan many times that Xiao's mind was not as pure as it seemed on the surface, Jun Bufan never listened to her and loved her without regret. In the end, he died as expected. During this time, Jun Bufan even maliciously slandered her many times because of Xiao. There were too many of these. In the end, she, who cared about Jun Bufan the most, became the person he hated the most. Thinking of this, Bai Lianer couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. She was indeed too stupid in the past. Now, she wished she could cross the river of time and strangle her past self to death. If it wasn't for the fact that this was her father's last request, she wouldn't have agreed. Just as everyone was feeling different, at the peak of the sacred mountain, Jun Bufan's body glowed. Many divine runes revolved around him as he took the last step. The 108 steps immediately hummed with a buzzing sound. Finally, a resplendent brilliance shone from there. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. All kinds of colors intertwined and flowed. It was incomparably dazzling and eye-catching, showing his first-place ranking. Immediately, the surroundings were in an uproar, producing a sound like a tsunami. All of the demon race citizens looked at the blue-robed man walking towards the peak of the sacred mountain. Their eyes were filled with amazement, reverence, and envy. It's him. The third son of the Heaven Conqueror. With this speed, I'm afraid he's already broken the record of the past few thousand years. That's too terrifying. Is he that strong? He's completely crushing everyone behind him. Even the Grand Tutor's only daughter, Song Yue, is behind him. It's unbelievable, everyone looked on in shock. They didn't expect that at the prodigy banquet, someone would break the record of the past 6,000 years. What they saw today would most likely cause quite a stir in the demon race. He actually broke the record. Empress Xiao also revealed a rare smile in front of outsiders. She looked at Jun Bufan who was walking towards her. This talent was indeed rare. It was a pleasant surprise to her. Guchunga's expression didn't change in the slightest. His heart was filled with excitement. The higher Jun Bufan stood, the harder it would be when he fell. Jun Bufan's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. He quickly landed on the peak of the sacred mountain. Looking at Empress Xiao and Guchunga who were sitting together in front of him, his heart was more or less gloomy. Just now at the bottom of the mountain, he had been paying attention to the movements above. He knew that Guchunga and Empress Xiao were chatting happily. Although their actions were not intimate or excessive, it still made him uncomfortable. That was why he revealed his true cultivation and broke the record of the prodigy banquet in one fell swoop. Now, he was in the limelight. However, Jun Bufan still maintained a somewhat humble expression and walked over. Jun Bufan, right? However, in the next moment, Guchunga's smiling voice came, causing Jun Bufan's heart to tremble. His mind buzzed as if it was struck by a huge bell. It rumbled and went blank. His expression changed slightly. His first reaction was to be on guard. He planned to crush the jade talisman in his sleeve and let his subordinates who were lying in ambush everywhere take action. He couldn't believe it. How did Guchunga know his identity? Could it be that Qingzhu betrayed him? Did he tell him everything truthfully? Oh, no, your name is Jun Bufan. I got the two names mixed up. However, just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Jun Bufan's mind and he was about to make a move, Guchunga's voice came from the front again, with a hint of realization and slight apology. Hearing this, Jun Bufan was stunned at first. Then, while he breathed a sigh of relief, he was also a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't expect that he had such a big reaction because he was too cautious and nervous because of Guchunga's words. Jun Bufan didn't know if his behavior just now would reveal anything unusual. Usually, he wouldn't be like this. The most important thing was that Guchunga's question was so unexpected that he couldn't react, especially in front of Empress Xiao. Jun Bufan greets young Master Chunga and Her Majesty. Soon, Jun Bufan regained his composure and bowed to the two of them, his behavior returning to normal. Guchunga looked at him with a strange expression, then smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Seeing such a genius today has opened my eyes. I feel that this trip was not in vain." Hearing this, Jun Bufan showed a neither servile nor overbearing expression and said, "Young Master Chunga is too kind. In front of you, how can Jun Bufan be called a genius?" Empress Xiao glanced at Guchunga. She didn't know why Guchanga called June Buffon just now. Could it be that he was joking? However, she also saw June Buffon's slight change and suddenly nervous expression just now and found it a little funny. In her opinion, June Buffon's reaction was also very normal. After all, anyone who knew June Buffon would know what his name represented. Suddenly hearing Guchanga call him that, June Buffon's first reaction was definitely fear and uneasiness. She didn't think it was a big deal for him to show such emotions. The main reason was that she knew June Buffon's background very well. Young Master Chang'e, don't scare him. Empress Xiao smiled and glanced at Guchanga. It was rare for her to show a smile in front of outsiders. Then, she waved her hand and signaled the maid beside her to give Guchanga a seat. June Buffon's eyelids twitched, and he thanked her respectfully. Then, he sat down and looked down, his heart gradually calming down. Xiao's expression when she glanced at Guchanga just now fell into his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Xiao was now the empress of the demon realm. How could she show such an expression to a man and seem so intimate? Thinking of this, June Buffon was even more restless. However, he was still thinking about Guchanga's intention just now. Did he really get it mixed up, or was it a bad taste, or something else? Then, he secretly glanced at Qingzhu. Seeing Qingzhu slightly shaking her head at him without any other meaning, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Empress Xiao hadn't found anything unusual. Soon, he listened to the conversation between Empress Xiao and Guchanga. June Buffon's expression was a little ugly, but he still firmly restrained and suppressed it, not showing any abnormalities. From what he heard, some of the conversations between the two were already very familiar with each other. Especially Empress Xiao, who was usually cold and dignified, serious and unapproachable, but now she was talking and laughing with Guchanga so happily. June Buffon took a deep breath and calmed himself down quickly. A little impatience spoils great plans. Soon, several more figures appeared on the white jade stairs. All of them were young geniuses with high cultivation and powerful talent, including Song Yue. June Buffon had broken the record of the prodigies banquet in 6,000 years, which shocked them. While they were envious, they were also unwilling to accept it. However, in front of Empress Xiao, they didn't dare to say anything. After greeting each other, they began to sit down and wait for the empress to personally bestow the imperial wine, as well as many special spiritual food of the palace, and so on. These things all contained unimaginable energy and Taoist rhymes. In addition to the imperial wine, the spiritual food served at the prodigies banquet was also a divine item that they couldn't come into contact with normally. It was priceless and could help them break through again. However, there were only 108 seats for the prodigies banquet, which meant that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, only the top 108 were qualified to be seated, which showed how fierce the competition was. The strength that Brother Junfan has displayed today has truly surprised Yue. After sitting down, Song Yue looked at Jun Fan, who was not far from her, and said with a smile. Looking surprised. Jun Fan replied with a smile, after all, it's an opportunity to show my strength in front of Her Majesty. It's so rare, I naturally have to seize it. His words received the approval of many geniuses. At this moment, they were all looking at Empress Xiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, with infatuation in many young men's eyes. Empress Xiao's face was covered by a layer of chaotic fog and couldn't be seen clearly. However, just from her voice and appearance, she was already so beautiful that it was intoxicating and they were willing to fall for her. Song Yue didn't ask much about Jun Fan's answer. However, she felt that the Jun Fan she saw today was slightly different from the Jun Fan she saw in the past. In the past, Jun Fan wouldn't be so flamboyant and would plan before acting. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, this was the prodigies banquet, a chance to become famous in the world. As a young man, he would naturally seize it. Soon, the 108 seats at the peak of the holy mountain were all filled. Everyone looked at Empress Xiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, with respectful expressions. The banquet is full. Let's start the banquet. Empress Xiao stood up and swept her gaze across the crowd. Finally, her eyes landed on Jun Fan, Song Yue, and the others. The remaining geniuses didn't have time to catch up. When they heard the female official announce the end of the banquet, they immediately retreated with dejected and regretful expressions. All the people of the demon realm in the nearby mountains, as well as many important figures, were also looking forward to the banquet. They were extremely envious of this scene. Although they were only spectators at every prodigy's banquet, they could also feel the many opportunities that were contained in it. Boom, 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 accompanied by 3 loud bell rings, the sound spread everywhere. Only then did the prodigy's banquet officially begin. During the banquet, many shimmering and glowing spiritual dishes were served by many maids. The fragrance of the dishes was overwhelming and contained unimaginable divinity, making one's pores feel as if they were about to open up. First was the spiritual food, which was cooked with the meat of various fierce beasts with powerful qi and blood. Then, it was supplemented with many spiritual herbs, and its effects were astonishing. Many prodigies had blood spurting out of their pores the moment they took the first bite, turning into a small patch of crimson mist. The power of qi and blood surged like a vast river. Then, they quickly sat down and meditated on the spot to refine it, not daring to waste a single bit. Junfan paid attention to Empress Xiao's actions without any change in his expression. He was not surprised to see that she first asked the female official beside her to test for poison before eating the food. She was so cautious and careful that it didn't surprise him. However, these were all trivial matters. The main event had yet to come. The prodigy's banquet is divided into 3 banquets. First is the meat banquet, the fruit banquet, and the last is the wine banquet. At the head of the table, Empress Xiao smiled and explained to Guchanga. Guchanga nodded and praised, "These meats are not simple. They contain unimaginable energy and opportunities. It would be quite difficult to refine them normally, but after cooking, they are much gentler." He tasted a few mouthfuls and wasn't worried that there would be poison in these meats. He could even refine and devour the terminating origin at will, not to mention the many poisons in this world. In the field, the first meat banquet had only begun, and many young geniuses were beginning to be unable to bear it. They began to sit cross-legged on the spot and chose to refine it. The fruit banquets and wine banquets after that had nothing to do with them. After all, they couldn't blame others for this. It was difficult for them to absorb so many opportunities themselves. Soon, the second fruit banquet began. All the dishes were crystal-clear spirit fruits that contained many Taoist rhymes. They had different shapes and were overflowing with multicolored light. Some of them were even surrounded by divine light and had strange patterns, faintly having the effect of enlightenment. The moment they saw these fruits, many geniuses' eyes widened. Their hearts trembled, and they couldn't calm down. All the important figures watching from afar were also envious and jealous. They wanted nothing more than to replace them. It seems that Her Majesty has put in a lot of effort to prepare for this prodigy's banquet. She even took out the Bodhi Dao fruit. Even the palace must have thought for a long time to suddenly take out so many fruits. Many important figures sighed and felt envious. Even at their level, they were extremely eager to obtain the Bodhi Dao fruit. Because this thing could help them achieve enlightenment and breakthrough. If they encountered a bottleneck, it was very likely that they would break through and reach a new world. Empress Xiao actually took out such a good thing, which shocked them. Soon, many geniuses picked up the Bodhi Dao fruit in their hands without hesitation and began to refine it. Even Song Yue took it carefully, a rare look of caution on her face. Junfan's expression didn't change. He also quickly swallowed the fruit, not wanting to be noticed. Suddenly, a rich fragrance began to fill the air. Multicolored light intertwined, illuminating the sky. The sound of Tao reverberated, resounding in all directions. After the meat banquet and fruit banquet, is the highlight of the banquet? Looking at the geniuses who were in a state of enlightenment, Guchanga couldn't help but ask with interest. Empress Xiao nodded. There was a hint of mystery in her smile. She said, "I specially prepared for this banquet for a long time." Guchanga looked at her with an inexplicable smile and said, "Then I'll wait and see." Hearing Guchanga's words, Empress Xiao thought that he didn't believe her. She instead began to seriously explain, saying, "For the sake of this banquet, I prepared more than 20 years in advance, even heading to True Immortal Academy, exchanging for a long-lost brewing method from an old monster's hands. In addition, I also personally went to the extreme cold of the demon realm and picked many 8 million-year-old ice lotuses to dilute the medicinal effect of the imperial wine. I was worried that they wouldn't be able to attract it and would explode and die. She had never said these words to anyone. Even the closest female official behind her didn't know anything about it. No one knew how long she had prepared for the prodigy's banquet. But in front of Xianxia, she didn't hide anything, because she felt that Xianxia could understand her good intentions. Is that so? In that case, Xianxia would have to have a good taste of this imperial wine. If they know that your majesty has put in so much effort for this prodigy's banquet, I'm afraid they will be even more grateful. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't expect that Empress Xiao would attach so much importance to this prodigy's banquet. He had even done so many things himself. I don't need them to be grateful to me. Hearing this, Empress Xiao pointed at the many geniuses below and smiled. They are the future hope of the demon realm. What I did is nothing. But there was still some pride in her words. After all, as far as the eye could see, this boundless and vast territory was her territory. These countless creatures of the demon realm were her people. The hard work and effort of more than 6,000 years was worth it to her. Your Majesty, what you have done is truly admirable to Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. Then, he looked at Jun Fan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and refining the Bodhi Dao fruit. He didn't see anything strange and continued to ask casually. But Your Majesty, do you think it was worth it? Empress Xiao frowned slightly as she seriously considered Xianxia's question. I don't think there's anything wrong with them serving me wholeheartedly in the future and injecting fresh blood into the demon realm. She didn't hesitate for long before speaking bluntly. Xianxia nodded and smiled lightly. He asked, is that so? So, Her Majesty believes that they will all serve you. Do you trust them so much? They are all geniuses selected by my informants. Naturally, I will trust them. Empress Xiao looked at Xianxia strangely. She didn't understand why he would ask such a question today. Could it be that he was suspicious of this group of geniuses in front of him? Empress Xiao didn't think that was very likely. She had already noticed the prodigies who could make it this far a long time ago. If they had other plans, she would have known about it long ago. Is that so? Xianxia nodded and declined to comment. At this time, he kind of understood Empress Xiao's thoughts. This principle was like the darkness under the light. Before this, he was still speculating whether Empress Xiao would have any means to prevent the big event that was about to happen at this prodigy's banquet. But from these words, he found that he seemed to have overestimated her. Just now, he helped her test Jun Bufan's reaction, but Empress Xiao didn't notice it at all. In that case, he was afraid that she would only react when Jun Bufan delivered the blade to her. Perhaps in Empress Xiao's opinion, even if Jun Bufan was not dead, he would not dare to appear in front of her at this time. Empress Xiao was a qualified empress of the demon realm, but she was not a qualified empress. In Xianxia's opinion, how could the so-called empress easily trust others, even if they were her confidants? He felt that if he didn't go to the demon realm this time, in this prodigy's banquet, Empress Xiao would definitely suffer a big loss, and it was very likely that she would be seriously injured and die. According to the usual routine, the current rule of the demon realm would be overthrown. Then, Empress Xiao would be reduced to a prisoner, and her fiancé, Jun Bufan, who had been poisoned to death by her, would reappear in the world. He would announce Empress Xiao's crime, and from then on, he would take charge of the demon realm and become the new lord of the demon realm. Even if it was another possibility, this turmoil would eventually be quelled. Empress Xiao would probably have to spend a lot of effort to find the mastermind behind this, Jun Bufan. After all, Jun Bufan was right in front of her now, but she turned a blind eye to him. Instead, she thought highly of him and cherished his talent. If it wasn't for luck, Xianxia would never believe it. In that case, this is the normal plot and trajectory. It would be strange if nothing happened. Xianxia shook his head slightly. Then, Xianxia narrowed his eyes, looked at Empress Xiao, and said with a smile, but I'm afraid the people of the demon realm will never know that their cold-blooded and cruel empress has such a pure and lovely side. Young Master Xianxia. What do you mean? Are you praising me or scolding me? Empress Xiao was a little stunned when she heard this. When she reacted, her head almost couldn't turn around, and it was difficult for her to maintain her usual majesty as the empress. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. This was the first time she had heard someone say that she was pure and lovely. She suddenly felt very uncomfortable, and even a little inexplicably flustered. From the beginning to the end, she knew that she had never been associated with these 4 words. Not to mention that her image in the hearts of the people of the demon realm had always been cruel, cold, murderous, and ruthless. In order to eliminate the remnants of the 5 emperors, she did not hesitate to send troops to fight everywhere. Many large clans of the demon realm had been destroyed by her hands. Because of her, countless creatures of the demon realm had died directly or indirectly. How could someone like her be associated with pure and lovely? Subconsciously, she felt that Xianxia was probably laughing at her stupid idea just now. However, Xianxia looked calm and smiled. Of course I'm not scolding Her Majesty. It's just that when I suddenly see another side of Her Majesty, I feel that the contrast is quite big. It gave me such a feeling. Another side of me? Empress Xiao stared at him. In the end, she really couldn't stand Xianxia's straightforward gaze, so she turned her head away and looked at the many young elites below. Xianxia chuckled and didn't refute. Of course, he couldn't call her stupid at this time. If he was more tactful, it would naturally be pure and simple. If he beautified it, it would naturally be pure and lovely. No matter what, Empress Xiao was still a girl who had not experienced the ways of the world. Of course, the premise was to ignore her age. With his identity and status, he could easily move her by saying some nice words. At this moment, almost all of the young elites below the head were refining and absorbing the Bodhi Dao fruit after consuming it. Their bodies were surrounded by divine light, and they didn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain enlightenment. Everyone was looking at him. This process wasn't long, and soon, the sky gradually darkened. Countless creatures of the demon realm around the mountain range stared at them with envy and jealousy in their eyes. They felt that all of the prodigy's auras were becoming stronger. Dusk fell, and an orange-yellow afterglow shone down. The entire holy mountain was shrouded in a faint golden light, solemn and magnificent. I broke through too. As expected of the Bodhi Dao fruit, many prodigies began to awaken. They opened their eyes from the state of enlightenment and immediately let out cries of joy. Colorful light flashed, and golden light intertwined, emitting powerful auras. There were even divine lights of various colors gushing out from their pores. The first thing they did was to sense the change in their strength. They were extremely surprised, and then they all got up and bowed respectfully to Empress Xiao. They had long heard of how precious the Bodhi Dao fruit was. Before this, they had never thought that they would one day be able to refine and absorb such a fruit. They had obtained many opportunities at today's prodigy banquet, so they were sincerely grateful to Empress Xiao. My cultivation has indeed broken through a small realm. This Bodhi Dao fruit is indeed extraordinary. Jun Fan also opened his eyes from the state of enlightenment. His expression was natural, and like the other prodigies, he bowed to Empress Xiao. Although he was going to assassinate Empress Xiao later, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. However, Jun Fan didn't know if it was just his imagination. Xianxia had been sizing him up, making him feel as if all of his secrets were exposed. That expression was more like a cat playing with a mouse. He furrowed his brows inwardly and moved his gaze away without batting an eye. Did Xianxia discover something? He must have sensed my abnormality just now. Jun Fan thought to himself and became more vigilant. Now that everything was ready, he only needed one thing. The meat banquet and fruit banquet were over, followed by the wine banquet. That would be the time for him to make his move. Come, serve wine to all the prodigies. At this moment, Empress Xiao stood up again, waved her wide sleeves, and ordered the female officials behind her to serve wine. Buzz, in the nearby mountains, countless monster realm creatures heard this voice, and they all fell silent for a moment. Then, they burst out in excitement like a tsunami. At this moment, almost everyone's gazes fell on them with curiosity, excitement, and other expressions. After all, the first 2 banquets were already so precious, let alone this grand finale banquet. Every time the prodigy banquet was held, it would attract the attention of everyone in the monster realm. There had even been cases of cultivators breaking through on the spot just by smelling a wisp of wine. Therefore, this banquet made them even more excited and curious. They wanted to know what kind of grand finale banquet Empress Xiao had prepared. As soon as Empress Xiao finished speaking, many beautiful women walked out from behind her. Their dresses fluttered in the wind, and they held ceramic jars in their hands. They were simple and simple. Although they were sealed on the surface, they still emitted a strong wine fragrance. They walked to the front of the prodigies. They opened the lid. They poured the wine. The series of actions were simple and direct. There were no complicated steps. The light golden wine rolled down from the ceramic jars, as if it contained spirituality, and fell into the white jade wine bowls in front of the prodigies. What wine is this? Many prodigies widened their eyes. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, their faces turned red, and they staggered, almost unable to sit still. The astonishing medicinal properties permeated the air, and there was a majestic energy that seemed to be able to burst their internal organs. Buzz, the void trembled, and all kinds of divine lights burst out, intertwining and flowing there. This was a terrifying scene. Many people even saw all kinds of strange phenomena appear in the wine bowls. The sun and moon rose and fell, the mountains and rivers surged, the stars tilted, the mountains and rivers yang, and the lightning turned to ashes. Is this the demonic immortal wine? Isn't it rumored that the brewing method has been lost? Hiss. It's actually the demonic immortal wine. According to ancient legends, only the demonic immortals are qualified to drink this wine. Where did Her Majesty get the brewing method? At this moment, many shocked voices sounded around. Many big shots of the demonic immortal realm recognized what kind of wine this imperial wine was. Their eyes widened, and they were extremely shocked. As far as they knew, the brewing method of the demonic immortal wine had been lost a long time ago. However, there were still records of the demonic immortal wine in the ancient books. Its wonders were hard to describe, and it could even have the effect of being reborn. Of course, Empress Xiao definitely could not brew the real demonic immortal wine. It was difficult for her to find all kinds of rare and precious materials. At most, she could only restore 1/10,000th of the effect. Even so, this bowl of demonic immortal wine made everyone's eyes turn red with envy and jealousy. The generosity of this prodigy banquet is beyond imagination. The Grand Tutor, Heavenly King Ping Wan, and the others were also shocked. Before this, they did not know what kind of wine Empress Xiao had prepared. After this banquet, it will be the time of your death. Seeing this scene, Jun Fan was not surprised at all. He sneered in his heart and was the first to raise his head and drink the golden wine in the bowl. He began to sit cross-legged and wait. Empress Xiao had been preparing for this for a long time. However, for this prodigy banquet, he had also been preparing for a long time. Until now, Empress Xiao did not know that the winemaker she had specially looked for had actually been secretly replaced by him. In order to be sure, Jun Fan even controlled many of the ministers in charge of the imperial wine this time, and firmly controlled their lives, as well as their wives' and daughters' lives. Bang! As Jun Fan drank the wine, the other young geniuses imitated him and began to drink. They all knew that this was a good thing that they would probably only see once in their lives. It's the legendary demon immortal wine that has been lost in history. Song Yue was equally shocked, but before she drank, she habitually raised her head and glanced at the head of the table. Young Master Changge, do you want to try? Empress Xiao personally poured the wine for Gu Changge and smiled slightly. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, she was in a good mood. Gu Changge sniffed with interest and said, "The demon immortal wine is indeed worthy of its reputation. Just smelling it makes one's hair stand on end." In order to brew this wine, Her Majesty must have spent a lot of effort, right? Now it seems that it was worth it. Empress Xiao smiled and filled her own bowl. The female official behind her came forward to test the poison for her, just in case. Meanwhile, Jun Fan, who had been sitting cross-legged below, smiled when he saw Empress Xiao finish the wine. The time is finally right. However, he didn't crush the jade talisman in his arms because it would take some time for the poison to take effect. This was a mixed poison. If it was drunk alone, there wouldn't be any effect. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about being found out. Now that it was combined with the pill powder that Qing Zhu had put in Empress Xiao's meal, it had an unimaginable effect. In an instant, this place was filled with the dense aroma of wine, and it was extremely colorful. Many geniuses were a little tipsy and were thinking of ways to refine the medicinal effects of the wine. This wine tastes really good. Guchanga gently shook the bronze wine cup in his hand, took a sip, and said with some admiration. Xiao toasts to young Master Chang'e. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for traveling hundreds of millions of miles to the demon realm to tell me about this. Perhaps it was because of the wine, but a faint blush appeared on Xiao's fair and delicate face. However, she still smiled slightly and raised her hand to toast to Guchanga. Below the head of the table, Jun Fan, who had been paying attention to Empress Xiao's actions, clenched his fists even tighter when he saw this scene. He was furious and very uncomfortable. In his opinion, the current actions of Guchanga and Empress Xiao were too intimate. Since when did Xiao, the Empress of the Demon Realm, have to personally toast a man? However, he was still enduring, waiting for the right time to make a move. Your Majesty, you don't have to be so polite. Guchanga smiled. Looking at her expression, he was slightly surprised. But you don't seem to be very good at drinking. How can I not be good at drinking? Empress Xiao shook her head. At this moment, her expression was a little blurry, and it seemed that she couldn't even sit still. Look, you're about to faint. Guchanga was a little surprised. He reached out his hand to support her. It was very natural and appropriate, and there was no overstepping or taking advantage of her. Empress Xiao's face was slightly dizzy. After being supported by Guchanga, she sat still. She didn't know why, but she felt very dizzy after only drinking 1 cup today. Her limbs were weak, and even her vision was blurred. Something's wrong, it's not a problem with drinking, how is this possible? At this moment, Empress Xiao's expression suddenly changed slightly. She frowned and felt a terrible sense of weakness sweep over her. However, she was still sitting at the head of the table. From the outside, there was nothing unusual. But at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a terrible chill on her back. Her hands and feet were cold. Her first reaction was that she had been poisoned, and it happened when no one was around. What's wrong? Guchanga seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with her expression at this time and asked with some confusion. I'm fine. Empress Xiao shook her head slightly and forced herself to calm down. But all the scenes in front of her were slowly becoming blurred, and even her sea of consciousness was in chaos. Not to mention that her cultivation at this moment was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It was running wild in her meridians and lungs. If she dared to use it at will, she would definitely explode. She couldn't believe that she would be poisoned despite being so cautious. And why was it that the others who had also drunk the demonic immortal wine were completely fine? Could it be that the demonic immortal wine was just a trigger? Then when did she start to be poisoned? Who did this? At the thought of this, Empress Xiao's heart turned even colder. She had such a deep control over the imperial palace, yet the enemy still managed to infiltrate. This was simply unimaginable. At this moment, waves of dizziness swept through her mind. Her entire body seemed to have no strength, and she couldn't even sit properly. Empress Xiao's face paled uncontrollably. At this moment, an unprecedented weakness enveloped her. This is the first time she's ever felt this way since she's been in charge of the demon realm for 6,000 years. He didn't know how he got poisoned. This feeling of not being able to find the slightest clue was like drowning. Could it be that Jun Bufan had come to seek revenge? However, Empress Xiao still relied on her strong willpower to remain calm and collected. What's going on? Are you not feeling well? Seeing this scene, Guchanga frowned slightly. Then, ignoring Empress Xiao's struggle, he grabbed her wrist, seemingly very concerned. Although it was delicate and flawless like an immortal jade, it was cold without any warmth. He was actually a little surprised in his heart. Although he had long expected that Empress Xiao would be poisoned at the Tianjia banquet and have an accident, he didn't expect the poison to act up so quickly. Empress Xiao was a supreme stage existence, but in just a short moment, she fell into a weakened state. But this was also good. Jun Bufan just happened to create an excellent opportunity for him. Guchanga, let go of me. I'm fine. Empress Xiao shook her head and struggled to break free, but she still maintained a calm expression. Guchanga slowly let go of her wrist and shook his head slightly. You've been poisoned. I know. Empress Xiao maintained a calm expression. Although the scene in front of her was blurry and she couldn't even use any strength, she still didn't show the slightest uneasiness or timidity. As the Empress of the Demon Realm, she still had this kind of calm courage. "Are you sure you still want to be brave?" Guchanga smiled and poured wine for himself. He had no intention of interfering for the time being. "At this time, I can't fall." Empress Xiao shook her head. Her words were incomparably calm and unchanged. But in the next moment, she couldn't help but fall to the side. Guchanga caught her. "So this is the reason why you fell into my arms," Guchanga smiled lightly. "Don't put your hands anywhere." Empress Xiao was secretly annoyed by his attitude. At this time, Guchanga was still making sarcastic remarks, but she couldn't deny that at this moment, when she felt Guchanga by her side, she suddenly felt a sense of stability that she had never felt before. At this time, in the distant mountains, many people had already noticed the change in Empress Xiao. "It seems that Jun Bufon's method is working. Can he really succeed?" Bai Lianer frowned in disbelief. "What's wrong with Her Majesty?" Her complexion suddenly changed like this. The King of Heaven and Earth was uneasy. He also frowned and looked at the peak of the holy mountain. In his line of sight, Empress Xiao was chatting happily with Guchanga. Suddenly, her complexion changed slightly and she almost fell to the side. If it weren't for Guchanga's support, everyone would have been shocked at this moment. But now, Her Majesty had actually fallen. Her Majesty must have been poisoned. The demon immortal wine is poisonous. As a teacher who had watched Empress Xiao grow up, the Grand Tutor quickly noticed that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and his voice was heavy. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the confused ministers changed dramatically. Their hearts shook and they couldn't believe it. She was fine a moment ago. Why would Her Majesty suddenly be poisoned? And the others who had also drunk the demon immortal wine were completely fine. "Be on guard. Be careful of the assassin." The King of Heaven and Earth was the first to react. He shouted angrily and stepped forward. Majestic and terrifying pressure turned into rolling demonic clouds, rolling in the air and covering all directions. He displayed his powerful quasi-supreme level cultivation. He held a purple gold great axe in his hand, towering high in the air. His avatar was 10,000 zhang tall, and he looked around with disdain. Hearing this roar, the minds of all the demon clan creatures buzzed, as if they had been struck by a huge bell. Suddenly, their minds went blank. What? Assassin? How could there be an assassin? Some people reacted and found it unbelievable. Protect Her Majesty. But even more demon clan creatures began to draw their weapons and vigilantly looked around. In an instant, the place was in chaos. Many clan leaders of the demon clan frowned and ordered their clansmen to patrol and keep an eye on the surroundings. Her Majesty had been assassinated. It wasn't the first time they had encountered such a thing, but they had never felt as strange as they did today. In the past, assassins and traitors were like moths to a flame. There was no room for resistance and they came to die in vain. In the palace of the Holy Mountain, the female officer behind Empress Xiao, Qingzhu, was even more delighted at this moment. She kept winking at Jun Fan. Jun Fan nodded, his heart filled with joy. He crushed the jade talisman. The time has come, Xiao. What you did to me 6,000 years ago, I will pay you back today. His eyes were cold. After doing all this, he still sat cross-legged in the same place, as if he was still refining the medicinal power of the demon immortal wine and unaware of it. Even if Empress Xiao was now in a weakened state, it was impossible for Jun Fan to hurt her. He still had this much self-awareness. Therefore, from the beginning to the end of this assassination, he didn't plan to take the initiative to show up. He planned and led everything in the dark. Boom. The moment Jun Fan crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Kill. Empress Xiao's methods are cruel and evil. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Overthrow her rule. Kill. As long as we kill Empress Xiao, the demon realm will be able to restore peace and stability. In the mountains all around, there were suddenly shouts of killing. Many demon powerhouses charged out. Their auras were powerful, and they came from all over the place. They had hidden very well before. At this moment, they all took out their divine weapons. They rushed toward the holy mountain, wanting to kill Empress Xi. Yao there. At the same time, divine patterns rushed into the sky, turning into majestic and turbulent energy that swept in all directions. This was a terrifying energy. It was like countless stars exploding, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Just the shockwaves alone caused the mountain range to collapse, creating terrifying cracks. All the demon beings who came to watch the ceremony began to flee in all directions. Many people didn't have time to react. Under the fluctuations just now, they directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. For a moment, this place turned into a hell of Azura. There were howls and screams everywhere. Many of the demon clans also rushed out. They had been hiding for many years, and now they showed their powerful and terrifying strength, suppressing all directions. Elders of the Black-White Academy also rushed out. Their killing intent surged as they rushed to the peak of the holy mountain, determined to kill Empress Xiao. After all these years, the traitors from all over the place, the remnants of the 5 emperors, naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Following the order of the mastermind, they all appeared and surrounded the holy mountain. Even though Empress Xiao had been prepared, the Xiaolua way she sent was not enough. He was forced to retreat and quickly collapsed. Dong. Between heaven and earth, there were terrifying and unpredictable fluctuations intertwining. The void seemed to be about to explode. 2 quasi-supremes were fighting. The Sky King of Chaos and Chaos, wielding a purple gold axe, was fighting a mysterious quasi-supremacy. The power of the battle was peerless. It was as if a river of stars had fallen into the mortal world, overturning everything. This place was about to be destroyed. The mountain range collapsed, and the void trembled. Terrifying large cracks appeared in the air. The Saint Realm, the Absolute Saint Realm, the Great Saint Realm, and even the Quasi-Supreme Realm, at this time, powerhouses of all levels appeared and fought. The place was in chaos. Demon Chi covered the sky, making everyone tremble. Protect Her Majesty. Seeing this scene on the peak of the holy mountain, Song Yue and the others were shocked. They didn't dare to imagine that a banquet of geniuses would end up like this. Even many of the geniuses around them suddenly rushed toward them, trying to use forbidden weapons to severely injure Empress Xiao, who was now extremely weak. Assassins! Protect Her Majesty! Jun Fan seemed to have just reacted. His face was full of shock. He took out his weapon and looked around vigilantly. At this time, many of the troops sent by Empress Xiao were fighting with others. The situation was tragic, and they were quickly collapsing. She didn't expect that there would be such a big movement for this attack. Not only the remnants of the 5 emperors, but even some of the traitors of the demon realm that she had eliminated over the years had come to kill her. Asking for fresh flowers, Empress Xiao was poisoned and was extremely weak. She couldn't use her original strength. This was the best opportunity for them, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as we are here, we won't let anyone step half a step into this place. Jun Fan glanced at Empress Xiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said loudly, as if to show his loyalty. He took out a heavenly blade, which was astonishingly sharp, and stared ahead vigilantly. Hearing this, the other young geniuses also spoke one after another to show their loyalty. Brother Jun Fan, I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the other side to take a look. Song Yue took the initiative to speak. She was holding an ancient mirror that was sparkling like jade in her hand, exuding waves of Saint Realm pressure. Jun Fan nodded and said with concern, then you have to take care of yourself. There are many assassins now, and we will definitely have many experts here. If you can't handle them, you have to take care of yourself. Don't force yourself. Song Yue was a little puzzled why he would say this, but she could feel that Jun Fan's concern didn't seem fake. She smiled and replied, I know. Brother Jun Fan, don't worry. With that, she moved and her dress fluttered. She went down the mountain peak to stop some of the assassins who were rushing up. Although she was a woman, her moves were extremely fierce. The ancient mirror she took out shone with boundless divine light. It turned into chains of rules and slashed down. Her killing intent was overwhelming. More and more assassins appeared from all directions. They charged toward the peak of the sacred mountain like a tide. Those who resisted them were defeated and quickly collapsed. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their true strength was far inferior to theirs. This time, there weren't many Sholuawei who came to the sacred mountain with Empress Xiao. The combat strength of the rest of the army was obviously much weaker. As for the powerhouses who followed her, there were even fewer of them. This was because she was very strong to begin with. She also had the emperor weapon of the demon emperor of the dark moon. Once she activated it, even a true emperor would have to be careful. Under this premise, she didn't have to worry that anyone in the demon realm could defeat or assassinate her in a direct confrontation. It seems that your majesty is in trouble today. I'm afraid that the true powerhouses haven't shown up yet. Xianxia said casually. He didn't seem to care about this rebellion at all. Many powerhouses appeared behind him. Their auras were terrifying. They were all subordinates who came to the demon realm with him this time. They came from various clans of the Immortal Ancient and the Chaotic Star region. Jiang Luoshan and the powerhouses of the Great Void Divine clan that she brought with her didn't appear here. Empress Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and frowned. She planned to force the poison out of her body. Hearing this, she said calmly, I was careless today. But young Master Xianxia, did you already expect that someone would come to assassinate me? Is that why you're not surprised at all? Or are you so casual because you have other plans? When she was poisoned just now, she actually suspected Xianxia, but that thought was fleeting. Everyone around her could be poisoned, but Xianxia was the only one who couldn't be poisoned. Now, listening to Xianxia's nonchalant voice, her uneasiness dissipated a lot at this time. Xianxia shook his head and denied, no, how could I know everything? As for other plans? Your Majesty is in danger now. Isn't it time for me to play the hero and save the beauty? Hearing this, Empress Xiao couldn't help but smile. She relaxed a lot and said half-jokingly, young Master Xianxia, are you planning to take advantage of me? Are you trying to force me to give myself to you? Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Xianxia nodded and seemed to be very calm. If your Majesty agrees, then it's fine. But if you don't, maybe the people behind me will make a move now. Young Master Xianxia, you're really not a good person. Empress Xiao was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know if he was serious or joking. Jun Fan didn't expect that things would come to this, but Empress Xiao wasn't worried at all. She was still talking and laughing with Xianxia. His expression was a little gloomy. He urged his Uncle Yi to come in his heart. Uncle Yi was a general under his father's command. He followed his father everywhere and was very powerful. Fortunately, at this time everyone was staring at the assassins who were attacking from all sides. No one was paying attention to him. At this moment, in the distance, many powerhouses of the demon realm were still watching. Their expressions changed quickly. Although they didn't send anyone to attack, they didn't come to protect them either. They just stayed where they were and fought with some traitors. To them, it was naturally a good thing if Empress Xiao died here. They had been oppressed miserably all these years. They even gave up a lot of cultivation techniques. Although what Empress Xiao did was beneficial to the entire demon realm, it was also a loss to their interests. But they were also very smart. They didn't choose to send anyone to attack. Instead, they stayed put. On the other side, the Celestial King of Chaos and other quasi-supreme powerhouses were also entangled. They couldn't leave and come to the rescue. Dong. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distant sky. A divine consciousness that made everyone's divine soul terrified swept over the mountain range. Everything trembled, and their divine souls were almost frozen and cracked. A supreme being, everyone's expression changed drastically. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship that terrifying aura. 1000. End of chapter 400. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.